In the year 2030, in the city of Lan on Blue Star, inside a shabby restaurant, a burly man stepped through the door, his gruff voice echoing in the quiet space. Jiang Han, 1 tomato and egg stir-fry, 1 twice-cooked pork, and 4 bowls of rice, quick. I'm starving. Got it. A voice responded from the kitchen, and moments later, a young man wearing an apron emerged with 2 plates of food, then went back to fetch 4 bowls of rice. The portions were generous, enough for 4 people, yet they were all placed in front of the man. Uncle Hu, you're back from the wilderness? Jiang Han asked as he sat down across from the man after setting the rice in place. Uncle Hu shoveled a couple of mouthfuls of rice into his mouth, quickly devouring half a bowl. How was the harvest this time? Jiang Han asked with concern. Don't even mention it. Uncle Hu put down his chopsticks and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. After lighting one, he began to recount. Initially, we had a good haul, but then we ran into a lord-level steel-bristle boar king. That beast went berserk and charged at anything that moved. Even hiding in buildings didn't help. It could smash through load-bearing pillars with a single charge. We had to abandon everything to escape, only managing to save what little we had stored in the interdimensional pocket. Uncle Hu took a deep drag of his cigarette, a hint of fear and relief evident in his expression. If we hadn't ducked into the subway tunnel to block that beast, we probably wouldn't have made it back. Even so, your uncle Lee lost an arm just to survive. All of our haul has to go to him. Later, help me make a pot of chicken soup to take to him. Standing over 6 feet tall with muscles like steel cables, Uncle Hu usually spoke in a carefree manner, but Jiang Han could sense the lingering fear and relief in his tone. Hearing this, Jiang Han fell into a brief silence. He had never set foot in the wilderness. Since the interdimensional portals opened and beasts descended, the original creatures of Blue Star abandoned humanity to evolve independently, turning most of the land and all the oceans into human-free zones. Only a small portion of land remained under human control. In short, humanity was once on the brink of extinction. Fortunately, the interdimensional portals brought more than disaster. With the energy surge from these portals, the spiritual energy on Blue Star revived, and humans began awakening talents and learning to cultivate, becoming known as warriors. Through a combination of cold and hot weapons, humanity barely managed to push back the front lines, maintaining a few decades of relative stability. Sitting across from Jiang Han, Uncle Hu, who could devour 4 bowls of rice on his own, was a notably strong warrior. Speaking of which, you're turning 18 soon, right? Shouldn't you be awakening by now? Uncle Hu extinguished his cigarette with his fingers and picked up his rice bowl again, continuing to eat as he asked. I already awakened last week. Jiang Han replied with a wry smile. How did it go? What talent did you awaken? Uncle Hu asked, his eyes showing concern. A clever talent, heavy strike. Jiang Han's tone was flat, but his disappointment was evident. Heavy strike, huh? That's not too bad. Uncle Hu tried to console him. Jiang Han knew Uncle Hu was only trying to comfort him. A clever talent was the lowest tier. Although most people awakened at Clevel, it meant his potential was limited, and he would likely never set foot in the wilderness. Warriors like Uncle Hu, capable of entering the wilderness, typically had at least a level talent, except for a few with supportive Clevel talents. Uncle Hu picked up a piece of meat, savoring it with his eyes half closed. Nothing beats your cooking. After half a month in the wilderness, eating nothing but rations, I was about to puke. Next time, I'll prepare a few dishes for you to take along, Jiang Han offered with a smile. In the wilderness, death lurked at every corner, and even a warrior like Uncle Hu could meet his end with a single misstep. Others might scoff at Uncle Hu's complaint just having food was a luxury there, let alone being picky. But Jiang Han understood. Uncle Hu and the other 4 members of his team had watched over Jiang Han as he grew up. Though not related by blood, they treated him like a nephew. All right, Uncle Hu, you keep eating. I'll start on the chicken soup. Jiang Han stood up, wiped his hands on his apron, placed a bottle of water on the table, and headed to the kitchen. He caught an old hen from the coop behind the yard, holding its wings to stop its struggle, then pressed it onto the chopping board and brought the knife down on its neck. Killing, bleeding, and plucking chickens were tasks Jiang Han had repeated countless times since middle school, executing them with practiced ease. However, this time, something was different. His heavy strike talent suddenly activated, significantly increasing the strength in his hands, and the chicken's neck was severed with a single stroke. Simultaneously, a clear electronic voice echoed in his mind. Killed 1 ordinary hen, gained experience 1. Current experience, 11,000. Clevel talent heavy strike activated, proficiency 1. Current proficiency, 1100. The sudden sound made Jiang Han's hand pause. His grip loosened, and the old hen, which had been pinned to the cutting board, immediately flapped and struggled, splattering bright red chicken blood onto his pants, leaving crimson spots on the dark fabric. But at this moment, Jiang Han couldn't care less about that. He looked around warily. The kitchen was empty, save for the clatter of pots and pans. Just as he was puzzling over the source of the sound, a clear electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Online game system successfully bound. The beginner's package has been issued and activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining System Warehouse 1, Training Experience Card 1, Talent Upgrade Card 1. Immediately, a pale blue light screen abruptly appeared in front of Jiang Han, displaying a detailed list of information. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 325. Level 1. Basic attributes. Strength, 25. Agility, 23. Constitution, 26. Spirit, 17. Upgrade progress, 11,000. Current talent. Clevel talent heavy strike LV1 proficiency, 1100. Available items. Training experience card 1. Talent upgrade card 1. System space, 01000. Jiang Han repeatedly confirmed the light screen before him. It was clearly visible, but untouchable. This left him perplexity had already awakened his talent, so why was this system appearing now? In the post-catastrophe world, humanity had rebuilt a relatively stable life. Bars, internet cafes, and karaoke lounges had reappeared on the streets. As someone who had played online games, Jiang Han was no stranger to systems. But an online game system appearing in the real world? It was simply unbelievable. Yet everything before him was undeniably real. Jiang Han decided to accept this fact for now, as the system seemed to only offer benefits. He picked up the now lifeless hen, deftly drained its blood, boiled water, plucked feathers, and finally set it to simmer in a pot. Taking advantage of this break, Jiang Han began to explore the system's features. He quickly discovered that he could summon the system panel with a mere thought. As he was examining the system space, the system suddenly inquired, "Would you like to store the current object in the system space?" Jiang Han glanced at the ladle in his hand and softly said, "Yes." The ladle vanished instantly, and his consciousness entered a vast space. It was much larger than the kitchen, about 50 square meters with a volume of roughly 150 cubic meters, whereas the system space seemed to be around 1,000 cubic meters, forming a 101,010 cubic space. As Jiang Han exited the system space, a light thought flashed through his mind, and the spoon effortlessly returned to his palm. He tried this amusing trick a few more times, but quickly lost interest so far. The system space seemed to have no practical use beyond performing a few magic tricks. His attention then shifted to the 2 item cards he had received after opening the beginner's package. 1 cultivation experience card and 1 talent upgrade card. The system interface clearly displayed their effects. The cultivation experience card would double the experience points and talent proficiency gained from defeating monsters for 3 hours, while the talent upgrade card could increase a talent by 1 minor level. Talent can be upgraded? Jiang Han took a deep breath, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. In his understanding, once a talent was awakened, it was fixed, which is why talent is a key indicator of one's potential to become a warrior. Now, the system had given him an unexpected surprise. If talent could indeed be enhanced, did this mean his dream of becoming a warrior was no longer out of reach? Without much hesitation, Jiang Han decided to use the talent upgrade card. Talent upgrade card successfully used. Clevel talent heavy strike has been upgraded to Blevel talent critical hit. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Critical hit. Attacks have a 30 chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to 3 times the strength. This upgrade thrilled Jiang Han. He remembered clearly that his previous heavy strike talent had a meager 10 trigger chance and could only deal twice the strength and damage. Now, not only had the trigger probability increased to 30, but the damage multiplier had also reached an impressive 3 times. Although he was eager to test his new talent's power, the thought of the gym's hefty 1,000 unit testing fee held him back for the moment. With the talent upgrade, Jiang Han's attribute panel also underwent significant changes. Host, Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 516. Level 1. Strength, 25. Agility, 23. Constitution, 26. Spirit, 17. Experience needed for next level, 11,000. Current talent, Blevel talent critical hit. Current talent proficiency, LV11500. Available items, cultivation experience card 1. Remaining system space, 01000. What shocked Jiang Han the most was the surge in combat power, a total increase of 191 points. He recalled how he had struggled to reach a combat power of 325 after 6 years of hard training since the first year of middle school. Now, with just 1 talent card, he had achieved such a massive boost. This filled him with anticipation for the future. The significance of increasing his combat power to 500 goes far beyond just a number. Jiang Han clearly realized that reaching 516 meant he had crossed the threshold of a quasi-martial artist, taking a significant step toward becoming a true martial artist. This not only brought him closer to his goal of entering the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, but more importantly, with his Blevel talent and quasi-martial artist status, he would qualify for special training at school. This meant he could learn martial skills and receive a monthly stipend of 2,000 yuan from the state. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han gripped the kitchen knife tightly. The blade glinted coldly under the light. Aiming at the cutting board, he swung down forcefully. The first strike only left a shallow mark on the wooden board, failing to trigger his talent. Undeterred, he drew the knife back and swung again. This time, a surge of heat suddenly flowed from within him, channeling through his arm to the tip of the knife. With a dull thud, the knife embedded itself a third of the way into the board. A system prompt appeared. Level talent critical strike, triggered, proficiency 1. Current proficiency, 2500. Jiang Han stared at the blade deeply lodged in the board, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of exotic beasts. Although he lacked actual combat experience, based on what he had learned in culture classes, such an attack should be enough to break through the defenses of most exotic beasts. What surprised him even more was that despite the ferocity of his chopping, the ordinary kitchen knife remained intact, neither damaged nor dulled. And this was merely the enhancement from a single item card. If he used the other experience card, with only 3 months left until the college entrance exams, in a world where combat power was paramount and academic scores were secondary, Jiang Han knew he had to make the most of every moment. The minimum requirement for university admission was awakening a talent and having a combat power over 300. The top institutions required a level talent or a combat power of over 2000 to be considered a martial artist upon entry. With his current level talent and combat power just over 500, he could at best get into a decent university, but with the system's help, he could aim much higher. Jiang Han opened the system interface and carefully examined the description of the other card. Training experience card. For 3 hours after use, experience points gained from defeating monsters are doubled. Reading this, a slight smile crept across his face as he envisioned a brighter future. After tidying up, he poured the simmered chicken soup into a lunchbox. As he pushed the door open, Uncle, who had just finished his lunch and was on the phone. It's not that I don't want to go, but after Oldie got injured, we're short a scout. Rushing back in so recklessly, I'm worried the mission won't be completed and something else might go wrong. All right then, we'll set off in 3 days. Uncle, who put down his phone, a deep frown on his face. I'll get in touch with some friends and see if anyone's free to accompany us into the wilderness. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Han walked over, carrying a steaming lunchbox, and placed it gently on the table. What's going on, Uncle Hu? Are you heading to the wilderness again? Uncle Hu rubbed his throbbing temples. Yeah, didn't I just mention it? Last time we encountered a steel-bristle wild boar king and lost everything. This time, we're fulfilling a company contract to gather materials. Your Uncle Long said we must go back to avoid breaching the contract. Jiang Han stood there, deep in thought. In this era, the wilderness was not just a threat to humans. The flora and fauna on Blue Star had undergone drastic mutations, radically transforming their internal structures. These mutated creatures had become valuable resources. Some could be used for pharmaceuticals, others for synthesizing new materials, and some were crafted into exquisite ornaments. The emergence of these new materials had driven technological breakthroughs, overcoming decades-long stagnation. While the accelerated development was partly a response to immense dangers, the new materials provided by the exotic creatures were undoubtedly key to technological advancement. Many companies were engaged in this lucrative business. Watching Uncle Hu's weary figure, Jiang Han felt a strong urge to join him. But reality quickly pulled him back. With combat strength below 1,000, he couldn't obtain a warrior's certificate and couldn't even pass the border defenses. Improving his strength was what he needed to focus on right now. All right, I'm off. Uncle Hu picked up the lunchbox and headed for the door. Let your dad know when he gets back that I'll come for a drink with him next time. Got it. Take care, Uncle Hu. Jiang Han watched Uncle Hu leave, then decisively pulled down the restaurant shutter. The metallic clatter echoed dully, as if lamenting the weight of this era. Xiao Jiang, buying chickens again? The middle-aged man at the gate leaned out and greeted Jiang Han. Jiang Han nodded with a smile. Since the global mutation of plants and animals, non-mutated animals have become scarce. This disaster has severely impacted the livestock industry, reducing the number of ordinary animals that can be raised on a large scale, and even those in captivity are at risk of mutation. To ensure the supply for the public, the government has directly taken over the livestock industry. Each farm is staffed with professional fighters who immediately handle any animal mutations. In Lan City, where Jiang Han lives, there are 7 large farms that supply 80 of the city's meat, while the remaining 20 comes from fighters hunting mutant beasts in the wilderness. The farm Jiang Han was specialized in poultry. He often came to purchase here, and had become quite familiar with the gatekeeper, Mr. Li. But today, he wasn't here to buy chicken, she was here to slaughter them. His system upgrade required experience points, but he couldn't yet hunt mutant beasts in the wilderness. After some thought, he concluded that the farm was the best option. With thousands of slaughters happening daily, it was perfect for him to use his training experience card and aim to quickly reach level 2. Uncle Li, are they hiring chicken slaughterers here? Jiang Han asked, leaning against the window of the gatehouse. They are. Are you looking for a part-time job? The middle-aged man pointed down a straight concrete road. Just follow this road to the B2 area. In this well-organized, 1,000-acre modern farm, Jiang Han easily found his destination. Claiming it as a weekend part-time job, he secured a 4-hour shift with a 20 yuan hourly wage. After changing into a burlap work uniform, he entered the slaughterhouse. The job was simple. Wait at a designated station for live chickens to arrive, grab one, and finish it off with a single cut. Other workers handled the subsequent processes. Though it was his first time doing this part-time, Jiang Han was no stranger to the work. Use training experience card. A system notification immediately followed. Training experience card successfully used. Killing monsters grants double experience and double proficiency in talents. Remaining time, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Killed a regular old hen. Gained experience 2. Current experience, 31,000. Level talent, critical hit, triggered, proficiency 2. Current proficiency, 4,500. The system's notifications fueled Jiang Han's motivation. He called out to the worker who was about to leave. Uncle, can you bring me more chickens? The middle-aged worker gave him a puzzled look. This job was paid by the hour, and everyone was trying to slack off. Why was this young man asking for more work? Despite his doubts, he nodded in agreement. Looking at the 2 baskets of live chickens waiting to be slaughtered, Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with anticipation. These were all walking experience points. With the double experience card still active, he needed to earn as much experience as possible. Missing this opportunity would mean losing out on favorable conditions. Killed a regular old hen. Gained experience 2. The level talent, critical strike, was triggered once again, and a notification of 2 proficiency flashed in Jiang Han's mind. The rhythm of his chicken-cutting knife remained precise, the blade slicing through with a silver gleam as yet another hen fell onto the chopping board. 2 full hours had passed, and Jiang Han had lost count of how many chickens he had processed. The repetitive motion numbed his thoughts, yet he maintained an efficient work pace. However many chickens were brought in, that many were processed. The workers around him watched with a mix of awe and bewilderment, as if they were observing an indefatigable machine. They couldn't understand why he pushed himself so hard for a mere part-time wage of a few dozen bucks. But Jiang Han had no time to care about their opinions. At this moment, the only thing keeping him focused was the constant chiming of experience notifications in his mind, and the slow yet steady progress of the status bar. The increase in talent proficiency was slow due to a 30 trigger rate, but 2 hours of effort had pushed it to just over 400, only a few triggers away from maxing out. Suddenly, as he delivered the final cut, the system notification changed. Killed 1 ordinary hen. Gained 2 experience. Level talent critical strike triggered, proficiency 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Experience has reached 1000. Level up to LV2. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the quest system. Congratulations to the host for earning 100 free attribute points. Congratulations to the host for triggering a novice quest. Butcher. Quest objective. Kill any 100 units. Quest reward. Extra talent slot 1. This barrage of notifications instantly invigorated Jiang Han's dulled senses. He immediately opened the attribute panel, and a pale blue screen appeared before him, displaying the updated attributes. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 516. Level 2. Strength, 25. Agility, 23. Constitution, 26. Spirit, 17. Available free attribute points, 100. Experience required for next level, 12,000. Current talent. Level talent critical strike, LV1. Current talent proficiency, critical strike, 420500. Available items, none. Current system space remaining, 01000. Current quest, Butcher. Although his combat rating hadn't changed with the level increase, gaining 100 free attribute points was significant, and more importantly, the quest system was now unlocked. As Jiang Han carefully read through the quest description, he suddenly realized this system could not only upgrade his existing talent, but also allow him to acquire multiple talents. Upgrading talent levels is already astonishing, but at this moment, Jiang Han truly understands what it means to be unbelievable. He stared at the system panel, his eyes filled with disbelief. Since the awakening era began decades ago, no one has ever had dual talents, and now this opportunity has fallen right into his lap. This mission must be completed. Jiang Han clenched his fist, his heart racing. The value of an additional talent is no less than the enhancement brought by upgrading a talent. He quickly pulled up the attribute panel and distributed 100 free attribute points evenly across the 4 main attributes. As the attribute points were infused, he felt a warm current circulating within his body. All 4 main attributes broke through the 40-point threshold, with his constitution even reaching the peak of 51. The sudden surge of power was a bit overwhelming for Jiang Han, as if he were wearing a suit that was too large. Fortunately, he had always maintained his training, and his mastery over his strength was already exceptional. Within a few minutes, through a few critical hits, he fully adapted to his renewed body. The system's notifications rang out continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Level talent critical hit proficiency reached 500,500. Level up to LV2. Critical hit effect enhanced. 40 chance to trigger a critical hit. dealing damage equal to 4 times strength. Ding beginner mission Butcher completed. Mission rewards have been granted. Triggered the second phase mission Thousand Slayer. Kill any 1000 units. Reward. Extra talent slot 1. Ding training experience card usage ended. This training session lasted 3 hours. Gained extra experience value 749. Extra talent proficiency 298. Hearing that the training card's effect had ended, Jiang Han finally paused. For those 3 hours, he had been so focused that he hadn't even checked the system notifications. Now, he could finally take a breath and carefully review his gains. In just 3 hours, his attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 1208. Level 2. Strength, 50. Agility, 48. Constitution, 51. Spirit, 42. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience required for next level, 501-2000. Current talent, B-level talent critical hit LV2. Current talent proficiency, critical hit 101-1000. Current available talent slots, 1. Current available items, none. Current system space remaining, 01000. Current mission, Thousand Slayer. Breaking through the 1000-point combat rating barrier. Although he wasn't sure how the system calculated combat power, one thing was certain. He was now just a step away from becoming a true warrior, only lacking official certification. Jiang Han reviewed the combat power records and quickly figured out the reasons for the surge. The distribution of 100 attribute points contributed 420 points to combat power. The talent upgrade increased the trigger rate by 10, and the strength multiplier from 3 to 4 times contributed another 272 points. Crucially, these boosts were built on his doubled base attributes previously. 25 strength triggering a 3-fold critical hit resulted in 75 damage, but now with 50 strength and a 4-fold multiplier, it directly dealt 200 damage, nearly tripling the output. This terrifying enhancement made Jiang Han's years of hard training pale in comparison. In the past, he envied those geniuses with high talent levels who could gain 1,000 combat power just by awakening. But now, he could only say, the joy of having a system is beyond your imagination. The urgent task was to complete the current mission, then purchase an awakening stone to activate the second talent. Jiang Han was filled with anticipation for the upcoming second talent hit might push his combat power to over 1,500. At that point, obtaining a warrior certification would allow him to venture into the wilderness. Since childhood, the wilderness stories from Uncle Hu and others had always fascinated Jiang Han. As he grew older, the bloody truths he learned tempered his longing somewhat. But at this moment, Jiang Han was crystal clear. For someone who grows stronger the more they kill, the wilderness is the ideal battlefield. Young man, you've done well. How about you come work here full-time? A middle-aged manager in a suit said as he pulled a crisp 100-unit note from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Han. The badge around his neck swayed slightly, with the word manager prominently displayed. No thanks, I have school tomorrow. I'm just working part-time to earn some pocket money. Jiang Han replied with a smile, reaching into his pocket for a 20-unit note to give his change. The manager waved his hand. Keep it. You've worked so hard, I noticed. You deserve it. He thought to himself that with Jiang Han's efficiency, he was as good as 2 workers, and he was getting a good deal. Jiang Han didn't refuse. Although his main goal at the slaughterhouse was to gain experience, earning some extra money was a welcome bonus. After thanking the manager, he changed out of his work clothes and left the slaughterhouse. For hours later, the sun was setting. Jiang Han glanced at his watch and then sprinted home. The improvements in his physical attributes were immediately apparent, not just in strength. With his combined attributes nearing 200 points, his top speed easily exceeded 15 meters per second, allowing him to run 100 meters in just over 6 seconds. Even at a steady pace, he could maintain 10 meters per second for about half an hour. This was the effect of doubling his attributes. Agility increased his speed, and endurance enhanced his stamina. The 3-kilometer journey home took Jiang Han just over 5 minutes. Standing in front of his family's restaurant, he took a few deep breaths to steady himself. The shutter, which was usually down, had been pushed up. Dad, Jiang Han called as he entered the shop. There was no response. He turned to check the kitchen and saw a middle-aged man in a leather jacket with his back to him, holding a bottle of strong liquor. Dad, why didn't you answer? Jiang Han asked as he put on an apron from the door. What do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you. His dad remained silent, staring blankly at the chopping board. Jiang Han walked over and tapped his arm, and his dad finally turned around, as if waking from a dream, taking a long swig from the bottle. Make some snacks to go with the drink. Join me for a bit, his dad said, carrying the bottle as he left the kitchen. Watching his father's retreating figure, Jiang Han felt a strange sensation. Although his dad was usually drunk, he had never asked Jiang Han to drink with him, always inviting Uncle Hu and others instead. This was the first time. Without thinking much of it, Jiang Han quickly prepared 2 plates of snacks and brought them outside. 4 bottles of strong liquor were already on the table, each holding a liter. This didn't surprise Jiang Han, his dad and uncle who could easily finish all the bottles, drinking straight from them. Today was the first time Jiang Han drank alcohol. His father, unusually, prepared a glass for him, with the clear liquid shimmering inside. "Dad, what made you decide to drink with me today?" Jiang Han asked, accepting the glass and looking at his father's stubbly face. The once resolute features now seemed somewhat worn. "You were too young before, not allowed to drink," his father replied, his voice a bit hoarse. "But now you're an adult, you can drink." His father's gaze fell on the kitchen cutting board, where a deep gash was particularly noticeable. "That cut on the board, did you do it?" "Yeah, when my ability awakened, I got a clever power strike and couldn't control my strength, so it ended up like that." Jiang Han didn't mention his system or the upgrade in his abilities, planning to surprise his father with his martial artist certificate later. His father nodded silently and gestured towards Jiang Han's glass. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Han picked it up. The strong smell of alcohol hit him, making him instinctively frown, but not wanting to dampen his father's mood, he tilted his head back and drank. The fiery sensation burned from his throat to his stomach, causing Jiang Han to cough violently. It wasn't a matter of physical endurance. He had never even tasted beer, let alone such strong liquor. Seeing his son's awkwardness, his father burst into laughter. The rare sound of his father's laughter brightened Jiang Han's spirits. Once he caught his breath, Jiang Han poured himself another glass. This time, he was wiser, clinking his glass lightly against his father's bottle before sipping slowly. Though the alcohol was still potent, he managed not to embarrass himself. However, Jiang Han overestimated his tolerance. This high-proof liquor, which might be nothing to his father who drank regularly, was quite a challenge for a first-timer like him. After only a few glasses, he was drowsy and soon fell asleep at the table. His father sat across from him, drinking and watching his sleeping son. His eyes gradually became moist, tears welling up. "Xiaoxin, can you see? Our son has grown up. He can sit at the same table and drink with me. And he's awakened his ability. He can take care of himself now. I can finally go and do what I've always wanted to do." Jiang Han woke up groggily, wincing at the headache from his hangover. He stood up, splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom, then went to the window and took a few deep breaths of the morning air, finally feeling a bit better. "Dad, what do you want for breakfast?" Jiang Han habitually pushed open his father's bedroom door, only to find the bed neatly made, just as he had left it the previous morning. On the nightstand, a piece of white paper stood out, with his father's hasty but strong handwriting. "Xiao Han, I have to go away for a while. Take care of yourself, don't worry." Looking at the note, Jiang Han's expression remained calm. This was his dad's routine every 6 months or so. He would leave, sometimes for 3 or 4 days, sometimes for up to 2 weeks. It was indeed about that time again. Jiang Han folded the note and slipped it into his pocket, feeling somewhat relieved. This would give him the perfect opportunity to do something special, so when his dad returned, he could surprise him. Not bothering with breakfast alone, Jiang Han changed into his school uniform and headed to Lon City 7th High School. Since the invasion of the alternate dimension, the education system had undergone a major reform. Foreign language courses were eliminated, and all other cultural courses were concentrated in the afternoon. Mornings were dedicated to learning about the beasts from the other dimension. For seniors like Jiang Han, cultural classes were entirely replaced by training to enhance their combat abilities in preparation for the upcoming college entrance exams. For Jiang Han, this learning arrangement didn't make much of a difference. His cultural subject grades had always been in the top 3 of his grade, and with a combat power exceeding 1,000 and a level talent, getting into a top university was almost guaranteed. But Jiang Han wasn't satisfied with that. With a month left until the exams, he knew he could push himself further. "Hey, Jiang, why are you here so early today?" As soon as he entered the school gate, someone patted him on the shoulder. Jiang Han turned to see his childhood friend, Chang Hao. Chang Hao's family ran a small potion-making company and lived comfortably, but the two had always been close. This bond dated back to when they were kids, and Jiang Han had stood up for Chang Hao when someone tried to steal his lollipop. "My dad's out, so no breakfast today," Jiang Han explained with a smile. Normally, he would arrive just in time for class. "No wonder. You haven't eaten, have you? Come on, let's grab some meat buns from the cafeteria," said Chang Hao, who was always particular about food. Thanks to the effects of training, people who could cultivate in this era rarely gained weight. The two of them bought several large meat buns and ate as they walked to the classroom building. Jiang Han took a bite of his bun and suddenly asked, "By the way, Haozi, do you know where I can buy an awakening stone?" "An awakening stone?" Chang Hao, carrying a plastic bag with 4 large buns, looked puzzled. "Why do you need one of those? Haven't you already awakened?" The awakening stone emitted a faint glow as it lay quietly in Jiang Han's palm. This mysterious object from another dimension could awaken a person's talent, but it was generally only usable once except for anomalies like Jiang Han, who could awaken a second talent. "Bought one to study, just as a collector's item," Jiang Han said nonchalantly, his eyes flickering away from Chang Hao's probing gaze. Chang Hao shrugged, not pressing further. "You can buy this stuff at the exotic materials market. It's not that rare. Shall we check it out this afternoon? Jiang Han nodded in agreement. Although he knew about the exotic materials market, specializing in trading materials and potions from exotic beasts, he had never set foot there. Chang Hao, however, was quite familiar with it, as his family ran a potion shop in that area. Oh, by the way, Jiang. Chang Hao suddenly lowered his voice. Did you hear that Jiang Jiu awakened its level talent and got a special admission to Shuai University? This news made Jiang Han's body stiffen momentarily, but he soon regained his composure. S-level talent being specially recruited by a top university was nothing out of the ordinary. With a population of 7 million in Lan City, only 2 S-level talents emerged among the 200,000 graduating high school seniors, truly 1 in a million. From the fact that her awakening alarmed the principal, it was clear Jiang Jiu was destined to be extraordinary. Noticing the blank expression on Jiang Han's face, Chang Hao's eyes widened. Seriously? Even I know, and you don't? Jiang Jiu didn't tell you. It's normal not to know, Jiang Han replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. She has no reason to tell me. Chang Hao hesitated to speak further. He was well aware of Jiang Han and Jiang Jiu's past before the awakening. Their relationship was almost at the doorstep of becoming something more. Not only did they complement each other in appearance, but their interactions were also harmonious and natural. However, the awakening of talent created an insurmountable gap, and S-level versus a clevel, a difference of 2 whole grades. This meant that even if Jiang Han dedicated his entire life, his combat power might never surpass 1,000, whereas Jiang Jiu's combat power was already 2,000 just by awakening. This gap couldn't be bridged by effort alone. Recognizing this harsh reality, Jiang Han had voluntarily distanced himself from Jiang Jiu. After a long silence, Chang Hao finally spoke up. Jiang, have you thought about using potions? I used them, and my combat power shot up from 300 to 1,070. Your physical condition is better than mine, so the effect should be even more significant. Even with a clevel talent, if your combat power exceeds 1,000, you can still get into a decent university. Jiang Han shook his head almost without thinking. Potions might be good, but they're not suitable for me. With the continuous advancement of technology, pharmacology emerged. Researchers began utilizing materials from mythical creatures to synthesize various types of potions. Among these potions, besides the common ones for recovery and power enhancement, there was a special potion that could tap into a person's potential. This was the very potion that Chang Hao recommended to Jiang Han. This potion can double or even multiply your combat strength, Chang Hao eagerly explained. But the side effect is that it creates a barrier that's hard to break through. Chang Hao chose to use the potion because he had the backing of his family business. His life plan was simple: reach the level of a warrior, get into a decent university, and eventually return to take over the family business. However, Jiang Han's situation was completely different. He had no support and had to rely solely on his own efforts. Before obtaining the system, Jiang Han was determined to rely on his own hard work rather than the power of potions. Now, with the system, which acted as a perfect potion without side effects, he lost interest in conventional potions. You don't have to worry about the money for the potion, Chang Hao earnestly said. I can ask my dad for the 10,000 and cover it for you. There's no rush to pay it back. This gesture of friendship truly moved Jiang Han, but he simply smiled and didn't pursue the topic further. Seeing this, Chang Hao could only sigh helplessly. The morning classes continued as usual. After the awakening of talents, the courses mainly focused on teaching how to master these abilities, along with imparting basic spiritual energy absorption techniques. Although it seemed monotonous to sit cross-legged, Jiang Han made a delightful discovery: the system indicated that training could increase his free attribute points. Although the growth rate was slow, with only 1 point every half hour, 2 hours of training could yield 4 attribute points. Calculating based on 12 hours a day, that amounted to 24 attribute points, which was a considerable increase. This meant that even without venturing into the wilderness, Jiang Han's strength could steadily grow. What excited Jiang Han even more was that, according to the cultivation class teacher, they were currently practicing only the most basic techniques, which naturally had the lowest efficiency. Once they obtained higher-level techniques, the efficiency of gaining attribute points would significantly improve. The easiest way to obtain advanced techniques was through the set provided by the government after passing the warrior assessment. After awakening his talent, Chang Hao immediately took the potion and increased his combat strength to over 1,000 within a week. He passed the warrior assessment yesterday and received new techniques. Unfortunately, due to confidentiality agreements, these techniques couldn't be shared. This further strengthened Jiang Han's resolve to take the warrior assessment as soon as possible. He initially planned to wait until he had more time, but now he intended to take the assessment right after school at noon. After all, his father wasn't home, so it didn't matter if he didn't return. What Jiang Han didn't expect was, the morning class was still in session when a sudden appearance diverted everyone's attention. Standing at the classroom door was Jiang Jiu, dressed in a white tracksuit that accentuated her slender figure and cool demeanor. Her shoulder-length ponytail was tied high, and her fair skin appeared almost translucent in the sunlight. Jiang Jiu, why are you here? You've been specially recruited by Shuemu University, so you don't need to attend classes anymore. The teacher beamed, speaking in a softer tone. Students like her, with such exceptional talent, were destined for greatness as long as they stayed on course, so making a good impression was always wise. Mr. Zhang, I'm here to see Jiang Han. Jiang Jiu replied with a gentle smile. Jiang Han, someone's here to see you. You can stop your practice for now, Mr. Zhang called out. It was almost unnecessary, as Jiang Han had already been alerted by the commotion when Jiang Jiu entered. Jiang Han stood up quietly and walked toward the door. As he exited the classroom, Jiang Jiu softly told Mr. Zhang, "You can carry on, teacher," and closed the door behind her. "What brings you here?" Jiang Han asked, his tone somewhat stiff as he looked at the girl who was only half a head shorter than him. "Why can't I be here?" Jiang Jiu replied with a slight tilt of her chin. "I'm a student here too. I wouldn't have come if someone hadn't been ignoring me. What else could I do?" Jiang Han was momentarily speechless, his eyes catching the curious faces pressed against the classroom window. "Let's find somewhere else to talk. This isn't a good place," Jiang Jiu suggested, noticing the attention. They left the teaching building together. Normally, students couldn't leave the school at this time, but Jiang Jiu easily got them through the gate with a word to the guard. Soon, they were seated in a cafe across the street. "Did you have something to discuss?" Jiang Han asked, fiddling with his glass of lemon water, avoiding eye contact. Jiang Jiu stirred her coffee with a spoon, her enthusiasm dimmed by Jiang Han's question. "What? Can't I come to see you for no reason?" Jiang Han remained silent, and Jiang Jiu took a deep breath. "I know what you're thinking, but I don't care, Jiang Han. You promised we'd be lifelong friends. What? Are you going to distance yourself over this?" Jiang Han stayed quiet. That promise of good friends was meant for Chang Hao too, but Jiang Jiu seemed to remember it as just between the two of them. "Actually, I'm here to say goodbye and give you something," Jiang Jiu continued. "Shuemu is holding a training program for special recruits. I'll be in the wilderness for 4 months and won't be back until after school starts." With a flick of her right hand, a ring on her middle finger glowed, and a wooden box appeared in her palm. "This is a reward I received from Shuemu's special recruitment. I can't use it, so it's yours. How you use it is up to you. But remember, the Jiang Han I know isn't someone who gives up. Also, make sure to read Shuemu's admission rules carefully." With that, Jiang Jiu stood up and left, leaving behind her untouched coffee and the mysterious wooden box. Jiang Han hesitated for a long time before finally reaching for the box. He slid open the lid to find a book inside, 9 Layers Thunderblade. Ding! Detected a top-grade, Earth-level martial skill. Would you like to learn it? The system's prompt sounded, but Jiang Han remained motionless. Martial skills and talents, while having similarities, are fundamentally different. For those familiar with online games, it's akin to the distinction between active and passive skills. Talents are automatically triggered, whereas martial skills require active execution. Jiang Han gazed at the martial skill manual in front of him, recalling the various ways a warrior can enhance their strength. Talent, being an innate ability, cannot be altered or upgraded once awakened, yet it provides the most direct boost in power. Take Jiang Jiu, for instance. Just the awakening of her talent resulted in her combat strength surging by more than 2,000. The path of cultivation is long and slow, requiring months or even years of accumulating spiritual energy to see a slight increase in combat strength. As for potions and weapons, like Chang Hao who consumed potential draining drugs, they may bypass the arduous training phase, but progress will be limited thereafter. And while weapons and equipment can be effective, they ultimately rely on external support. Jiang Han's gaze returned to the martial skill manual before him. Martial skills are divided into 4 major levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Unlike cultivation techniques, martial skills require constant practice to improve proficiency and understanding, rather than simply meditating to absorb spiritual energy. He recalled the martial skill books in the school library, all of which were lower yellow grade, with a few middle grade ones, and the rare upper yellow grade books were heavily secured and never lent out. Teachers often said, martial skills are something to consider after becoming a warrior. Those with low talent shouldn't force it, while those with exceptional talent have better options. The value of this upper earth grade 9-fold Thunderblade far exceeded Jiang Han's imagination. Not only did Jiang Jiu give it to him, but she also reminded him to carefully read the admission rules of Shuemu University before leaving. Jiang Han frowned slightly and took out his phone to check the admission details of Shuemu University. Moments later, he put his phone back in his pocket, his gaze returning to the 9-fold Thunderblade, feeling a mix of emotions. It turned out there was a crucial detail in Shuemu University's admission rules he had previously overlooked. Mastering any Earth-grade martial skill to a certain level could bypass talent requirements for special admission. What was even more appealing were the benefits for special admission students. Not only would they receive personal guidance from a warrior marquee-level teacher, but they would also receive an admission package worth 50 million alliance coins, including property, weapons, armor, and cultivation techniques excluding martial skills. This meant that the ninefold Thunderblade was not a reward given to Jiang Zhiyu by Shima University. The school bell rang, signaling the end of classes, and students walked out of the school gates in small groups. Jiang Han sat quietly for a long time before finally making up his mind. System, learn martial skill. Ding. Martial skill learning successful. Upper Earth grade martial skill ninefold Thunderblade has been learned, and the host can view it on the personal panel. Ding. A systematic prompt sounded in Jiang Han's mind, clear and rhythmic. Detected that the martial skill ninefold Thunderblade is compatible with the level talent critical strike. When using the martial skill, the talent activation chance increases to 70. The host can increase the activation chance to a maximum of 100 by improving the martial skill proficiency. Looking at the martial skill book turning to dust in his hands, Jiang Han felt a wave of guilt. This was indeed a skill that Jiang Zhiyu had carefully selected for him, perfectly matching his talent. The martial skill book, inscribed by a martial marquee-level expert using spiritual thoughts, could only be learned once to prevent dissemination. Once learning was confirmed, the spiritual thoughts would infuse into the practitioner's body, and the book would disintegrate into powder. Jiang Han summoned the attribute panel, and a blue light screen unfolded before him. Host Jiang Han. Combat power rating 1278. Level 2. Attributes. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Constitution, 51. Spirit, 44. Available free attribute points 0. Experience for next level 5012000. Current talent level talent. Critical strike LV2. Talent proficiency 1011000. Remaining talent slots 1. Current martial skill Earth grade superior ninefold Thunderblade LV1. Effect. When using blade type weapons, strength 2, agility 2. Martial skill proficiency 02000. Available items none. System space 01000. Current task 1000 slashes. Compared to before, his combat power had increased by dozens of points, mainly due to the 4 attribute points gained from training being allocated to agility and spirit. Although the newly learned ninefold Thunderblade hadn't yet brought a noticeable increase in combat power likely because he wasn't wielding a blade at the moment, it didn't affect Jiang Han's plans. Without waiting for Chang Hao, he settled the bill and immediately left the cafe, hailing a taxi straight to the Warrior Guild. The urgent task was to obtain the warrior certification by noon so he could purchase the Awakening Stone in the afternoon and unlock his second talent. Since humanity gained the ability to awaken talents, the state established comprehensive detection, evaluation, and management systems. The Warrior Guild emerged as a multifunctional entity. Even in a prefecture-level city like Lan City, the Warrior Guild is a towering 40-story skyscraper, one of the city's landmarks. Flanking the entrance, 2 massive exotic beast specimens stood: majestic lion, exotic-eyed flame lion, and an iron-boned winged tiger, both top-tier in the Lord class. Compared to the steel-bristled wild boar king that Uncle Hu mentioned, which forced them to abandon their belongings and flee, these 2 beasts were far stronger. Yet, even they were ultimately slain by high-level warriors, their essence extracted and preserved as specimens to awe-passing warriors. Jiang Han gazed up at these colossal creatures, each nearly 10 meters long and over 5 meters tall, and no longer felt the fear he once did. Instead, a new thought emerged. It wouldn't be long before he could hunt beasts of this caliber himself. The only question was, by then, how much experience would beasts of this level provide him? Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Han realized that it was too early to worry about such things. He was acutely aware that with his current abilities, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from a high-level beast's claws. It was better to focus on the present and work steadily towards his goals. The interior of the Warrior Guild was spacious and bright. Jiang Han walked directly to the registration desk for warrior assessments in the first-floor lobby. The staff handed him a form, briefly explained the procedure, and then turned to attend to other matters. After completing the application form, Jiang Han followed the instructions to the 3rd floor. Contrary to his expectations, the waiting area on the 3rd floor was rather quiet, with only a few people ahead of him. Among them were several middle-aged men with graying hair, which made sense after all. The minimum combat power required to qualify as a warrior was 1,000. With a Kraid talent, one would indeed have to persevere into their 30s or 40s to barely meet this standard. The assessment consisted of 5 stages: strength test, speed test, reaction test, endurance test, and finally, a practical combat test. The testing methods were adjusted according to the candidate's talent characteristics. For instance, Jiang Han's grade talent, critical strike, meant his strength would be tested multiple times to capture the highest value when the talent was triggered. It wasn't long before the examiner called Jiang Han's name. After glancing at his registration form, the examiner gestured for him to stand in front of the strength testing machine. This machine was quite different from the common ones on the street, made entirely of silver alloy and reportedly capable of withstanding a staggering 10 tons. You have 5 chances. We'll take the highest value. the examiner said lazily, sitting to the side with a pen ready to record. When you're ready, aim for the red area and punch. Jiang Han took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and suddenly swung his right fist. Bang! With a dull thud, the display screen showed a number, 512 kilograms. Though this punch didn't trigger his talent, it was a full-force blow, aligning closely with Jiang Han's expectations of force of half a ton. 512 kilograms, not bad. Keep going, the examiner remarked leisurely, glancing at the number. Without a word, Jiang Han clenched his right fist again. Bang! This time, the impact sounded like a heavy hammer striking a drum, causing the examiner to jump up from his chair. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded. Ding! Grade talent critical strike triggered. This attack dealt damage with strength multiplied by 4. Critical strike, proficiency 1. Did the talent trigger this time? The examiner asked, eyes fixed on the testing machine. Jiang Han shook his tingling right hand and nodded in confirmation. The numbers on the testing machine continued to climb rapidly, 300, 400, 500, easily surpassing the previous 512 kilograms and still rising. The numbers on the testing device climbed steadily 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, and only began to slow down after surpassing the 2,000 mark. After a few more fluctuations, it finally settled at an astonishing 2108. Wow, impressive, the examiner exclaimed, eyes wide. This kind of punching power is hard to achieve even with a level talent. You've reached the level of a martial artist. Jiang Han took the test report handed to him by the examiner, still somewhat dazed. 2 tons of punching power? This figure far exceeded his expectations before arriving. Even more exciting was that his critical strike ability was only at level 2, with room for improvement. If combined with the enhancement of the 9-fold Thunderblade, triggering a dual boost while wielding the blade, how powerful would that be? Suddenly, Jiang Han realized that the martial artist assessment seemed a bit too easy. Sure enough, the subsequent tests on agility, reaction speed, and endurance were no problem for him, as his basic attributes far surpassed the standard for martial artists. Finally, it was time for the combat test he had been eagerly anticipating. Choose a weapon, and once you enter the room, a data-generated beast template will appear, the examiner at the door explained patiently. While it won't cause actual harm, if the system determines you've received a fatal injury, you'll still be eliminated. Don't act recklessly just because you won't get hurt. Going down together also counts as a failure. Jiang Han headed straight for the weapon area and selected a short knife with a similar feel to the kitchen knife he usually used. Unfamiliar weapons without adequate practice wouldn't bring an advantage and might even hinder his performance. I'm ready. As Jiang Han stepped into the testing room, the alloy door closed silently behind him. The lights suddenly flickered on, and a glowing, data-generated tiger lunged at him, its sharp claws aimed directly at his face. Holy crap, Jiang Han blurted out at the sudden attack. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, rolling aside to evade the deadly strike. The move wasn't graceful, but it was effective. The tiger, missing its initial attack, quickly prepared to pounce again. By this time, Jiang Han was ready. He gripped the short knife tightly, muscles tensed, and energy flowed within him. 9-fold Thunderblade, first form, Thunderstrike. An inexplicable force surged from within him, infusing the short knife in his hand. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! 9-fold Thunderblade proficiency 1, critical strike triggered. This attack deals strength 8 damage. Jiang Han let out a long breath, his gaze landing on the headless corpse of the mutated tiger just a few steps away. Blood trickled slowly from its severed neck, pooling into a dark red patch on the ground. The battle had begun and ended in a flash, concluded in just a single encounter. Looking at the massive tiger's body, stretching 3 meters long, Jiang Han could hardly believe it himself. He had expected a prolonged fight, given the ferocity of the mutated tiger. However, the reality was unexpected. Perhaps he was too strong, or maybe the tiger was not as formidable as anticipated. Combat test completed, rating A. A mechanical voice announced as the heavy alloy doors slowly opened. The examiner outside stared at Jiang Han in disbelief, his voice tinged with astonishment. An A rating? Even those warriors battling in the wilderness don't achieve this level. How did you do it? Jiang Han coughed lightly and walked out of the test room, holding his bloodstained short sword. I'm not really sure. The moment I swung the blade, my talent was triggered, and, well, that's how it happened. As he prepared to return the short sword, Jiang Han opened his attribute panel and was stunned by the data displayed. Host, Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 1778. Level 2. Basic attributes. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Constitution, 51. Spirit, 44. Current talent. Level talent critical strike LV2 proficiency, 103, 1000. Remaining talent slots, 1. Current martial skill. Earth level superior 9-fold Thunderblade LV1 proficiency, 12,000. Skill effect. When using bladed weapons, strength and agility are doubled. The short sword, combined with the enhancement from 9-fold Thunderblade, had boosted his combat power by a full 500 points, pushing it past the 1700 mark. No wonder he could slay the mutated tiger with a single strike. Although the combat test was fleeting, Jiang Han now had a clear understanding of his strength. As long as he stayed focused, ordinary low-level beasts were no longer a threat. When receiving his warrior certification, the staff member asked for his bank card number. It turned out that becoming a warrior entitled him to a monthly stipend of 20,000 alliance coins, with the first payment arriving today. For Jiang Han, this unexpected windfall was a pleasant surprise, a sudden turn of fortune. The warrior certification included a badge and online registration information. By entering his warrior serial number, one could access all his test results and related information. Although Jiang Han's family owned a small restaurant, the income was just enough to support the basic needs of him and his father. This was evident from the fact that Jiang Han had to prepare breakfast at home every day. With some newly acquired money in his pocket, Jiang Han headed to school, contemplating how to use it. After much thought, he realized there was nothing urgent to spend it on, so he decided to set it aside for when the need arose. After grabbing a quick lunch at a restaurant near the school, Jiang Han slipped into the classroom alone to meditate and practice. He only opened his eyes when he heard the footsteps of his classmates entering the room. Afternoon classes were a breeze for Jiang Han, who consistently ranked among the top 3 students in his grade. Despite this, he attentively listened to each lesson. As soon as the final bell rang, he quickly dragged Chang Hao out, eager not to miss their planned trip from the morning. The scale of the exotic materials market exceeded Jiang Han's expectations. It wasn't an open-air market but a towering 30-story building, with each floor meticulously categorized by merchandise type. Chang Hao's family store was located on the 3rd floor in the potion section, while Jiang Han's target, the Awakening Stone, was available on the 1st floor in the basic materials section. So, Jiang, you still haven't told me what Jiang Zhi wanted with you at noon. Chang Hao incessantly probed, driven by curiosity. Seeing Jiang Han's reluctance to speak, Chang Hao sighed. I can probably guess. She was encouraging you to work hard, right? Honestly, you don't have to do it all on your own. Using potions to boost your strength and getting into a good university is also a viable path. Why don't you listen? Chang Hao's words were filled with genuine concern, but Jiang Han no longer needed potions. However, he couldn't reveal this secret, so he pretended not to hear and walked into a basic materials shop. Do you sell awakening stones here? Jiang Han asked as he approached the counter, where a short-haired woman sat without looking up. 3rd shelf on the left, 3rd row from the bottom, 100 each, the woman replied in a cold, clear voice. Jiang Han quickly found the awakening stone, a small, irregularly shaped stone the size of an egg, emitting a faint glow. He took out the 100 yuan he earned from his part-time job yesterday, placed it on the counter, and turned to leave. Behind him, the woman's formal, "Thank you, come again," echoed. Jiang Han shook his head, playing with the awakening stone in his hand, while considering whether to proceed with a second talent awakening. He decided to hold off for now, primarily because the awakening process was too conspicuous, and Chang Hao was right there. If he awakened again in front of him, given his nature, the whole school would probably know by tomorrow. Hey Jiang, since we're here, why don't we check out the 6th floor? Chang Hao suddenly suggested. The 6th floor? Jiang Han frowned slightly, as he had no idea what this level was used for. The 6th floor is for selling martial artists' equipment. Chang Hao noticed his friend's confusion and explained, armor, weapons, you name it. I just passed the martial artist assessment yesterday, and my dad gave me 30,000 yuan. Plus, the 20,000 allowance you get for becoming a martial artist. It's just enough to buy a decent set of armor and weapons. Chang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke, but then he quickly added, if you don't want to go, we can just head back. Jiang Han understood that Chang Hao was worried his words might upset him, so he just shrugged. It's fine. Let's take a look. Maybe I'll need it someday too. Seeing Jiang Han was sincere, Chang Hao led him into the elevator. Along the way, Chang Hao meticulously introduced the layout of the exotic materials market. Each floor has its own dedicated area. The 1st floor sells the most basic items, like awakening stones. The 2nd floor is the bar area where martial artists often go to relax after selling their spoils. The 3rd floor is the potion area. My family shop is there. The 4th floor is for task postings, where companies post bounties higher than market price for exotic beast materials they can't find. The 5th and 6th floors are for armor and weapons respectively. He lowered his voice. The floors above are off-limits to us. It's said that only those at least at the master level can go up there. When mentioning master, Chang Hao's tone was filled with reverence. It's not surprising though Lan City has a population of several million. 99 have awakened their talents, most at level, and becoming a martial artist requires 10 or even decades of hard practice. The ratio of masters to martial artists is only 10 to 1. Becoming a martial artist is just stepping over the threshold, earning the qualification to enter the wilderness, but the real force capable of hunting exotic beasts are the masters. Uncle Hu is a master, and Uncle Long is a grandmaster. But for Jiang Han and Chang Hao, these levels were still far away. Have you decided what weapon to buy? Jiang Han asked. Armor is easier to choose, Jiang Han explained. They mainly differ in protection level, which also affects the price. To ensure protection, they all have practical designs and look quite similar, so you just pick one that fits. But weapons are different. He continued enthusiastically. Since the effectiveness of firearms has been greatly reduced, close combat cold weapons have made a comeback. There are so many weapon types now, from daggers, knives, spears, swords, staffs, hammers, halberds, whips, and more. Each type can be further divided. Like the knives you use, there are short knives, broadswords, long knives, etc. In short, while armor is more expensive, the choice of weapons is much richer. Sword, Jiang Han suddenly exclaimed. I have to choose a sword. You have no idea, when I read martial arts novels, the protagonists all use swords. I've always dreamed of wielding a sword to slay exotic beasts. How cool would that be? Although it seems unlikely I'll slay exotic beasts now, I must fulfill this dream. As he spoke, he carefully took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and pointed to the design on it. Look, I even drew out the design. I've named it Qinghong. Jiang Han glanced at it, and was momentarily speechless. The appearance of the weapon was as flashy as it could get, reminiscent of the exaggerated weapons in online games that boast a single strike of 999 damage. For those teenagers with a flair for the dramatic, not having to actually go to battle makes looking cool the top priority. However, Jiang Han was different. He genuinely planned to venture into the wilderness, so practicality and ease of use were paramount for maximizing combat effectiveness. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor, which was dedicated to weapons. As the doors opened, an array of weapons was spread before them. Since the knife control regulations were lifted, trading in cold weapons had become the norm. Anyone attempting violence on the streets would face strong suppression from the state's martial artists, with punishments ranging from detention to exile in the wilderness, creating a powerful deterrent effect. Each shop specialized in different weapons. Knives, swords, spears, and halberds were clearly categorized, making it easier for Jiang Han and Jiang Hao to choose. Jiang Hao, holding his design blueprint, headed straight to his sword shop. He soon emerged, looking dejected. This shop won't do. I came up with such a cool weapon design, and they told me to look elsewhere. Jiang Hao said, not realizing his demands might have been excessive, instead believing the shopkeeper lacked vision. Lower-tier weapons were mostly cast directly from molds, while high-level ones required the craftsmanship of a master. Jiang Hao's design clearly needed custom work, which was costly, so the shop naturally declined. Jiang Han, seeing this, didn't point it out but simply said, try asking other shops. Maybe someone can do it. I'm going to look around elsewhere. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. All right, you go ahead and browse around, and I'll keep looking. After they parted ways, Jiang Han entered a shop specializing in knives. Do you have short knives? He asked. A sales assistant promptly approached him with enthusiasm. Yes, sir, the short knives are in that section over there, with prices ranging from 5,000 to 20,000. Before the disaster, weapons were mostly made from high-grade steel, but post-disaster, new alloys emerged to combat beasts. These materials were not only much sharper, but also several times more durable than high-grade steel, although their weight increased significantly. Jiang Han picked up a short knife the length of his arm. The weight alone exceeded 50 pounds. For an ordinary person, wielding it would be challenging, but for Jiang Han, with a strength attribute of 50 points, it was just right. How much is this one? The sales assistant leaned in to check the label on the handle. 8,200 alliance coins. It's crafted from blue steel alloy, so the price is higher. But rest assured, the quality is guaranteed. If it dulls within 3 months, you can return or exchange it. I also need to purchase some other items. Can you deliver them? Of course, just leave your address, and we'll deliver within an hour. With that settled, Jiang Han didn't hesitate any longer. He presented his martial artist ID, paid with his card, and left the delivery address at the restaurant. After all, he lived just upstairs. Walking around with a knife would draw too much attention, so home delivery was the more discreet option. Jiang Hao eventually decided to compromise and chose a sword from the finished products. Although its design wasn't as flamboyant as his own, it still had an air of youthful exuberance. He placed the sword in a newly purchased scabbard, slung it over his back, and walked down the street with a confident stride, interpreting the curious glances from passers-by as admiration. The two then proceeded to the 5th floor to select armor. Jiang Han didn't hesitate and bought a high-end set priced at 12,000 yuan. This gear resembled a bulletproof vest but included matching pants, with all joints specially treated to ensure unrestricted movement. This purchase nearly depleted his first month's warrior subsidy, and he even had to pay an additional 300 yuan out of pocket. Fortunately, his frugal habits left him with some savings. After filling out the shipping address, they left the exotic materials market satisfied. That evening, Jiang Han spent a total of 20,300 yuan, setting a personal record for single spending. However, just the fitted armor provided him with a great sense of security, making the investment worthwhile. After parting ways with Jiang Hao, Jiang Han jogged home, arriving at 8 p.m. He quickly cooked some fried rice to satiate his hunger, and soon received the items he had purchased from the market. At this point, Jiang Han took out the awakening stone from his pocket. The system immediately prompted, "Would you like to proceed with the second talent awakening?" This time, he confirmed without hesitation. During the awakening process, an unusual prompt caught his attention. Energy detected blocking the awakening. Energy has been absorbed and stored. The system then announced, "Talent awakening complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring an A-level talent." Insight. This result left Jiang Han astonished. Jumping from a clever talent to an A-level 1 was unprecedented and suspicious. He contemplated the system's earlier prompt, energy attempting to block the awakening. Such a method would require at least a marquee-level strength. Yet he had never encountered such powerful individuals, the strongest being Uncle Long, a grandmaster. Moreover, if someone powerful wanted to target him, wouldn't a direct approach be simpler? As he pondered, a light blue attribute panel automatically appeared before him. Host, Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 2607. Level 2. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Constitution, 71. Spirit, 74. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience needed for next level, 501-2000. Current talents. A level talent Insight, LV1. Level talent Critical Strike, LV2. Insight. Automatically triggers in combat, allowing the user to discern the weaknesses of all things. Jiang Han clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him. His critical strike skill had taken shape. Each attack now had a 40 chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing a staggering damage equivalent to 4 times his strength. On the system interface, various stats were clearly displayed. Insight proficiency, 02000. Critical strike proficiency, 103-1000. Remaining talent slots, 0. His main martial art was the Earth-grade Superior 9 Thunderblade, currently at LV1. This skill allowed him to gain double strength and agility boosts when using bladed weapons. The proficiency for 9 Thunderblade was at 12,000, indicating a long journey ahead. At this moment, Jiang Han had 5,752 points of stored burst energy within him. Through his second talent awakening, his attributes had increased by a total of 60 points, with his mental attributes surging by 30 points, making it his strongest attribute. This pushed his combat power past 1,300 points, advancing him from the warrior realm to the martial master level. With a weapon in hand, his combat power would soar even higher. Gazing at the A-grade talent displayed on the system panel, Jiang Han felt a bit puzzled. This talent seemed to offer limited help in actual combat, but he didn't mind the details. The mere 2,600 combat power boost from this talent was enough to secure his admission into a top-tier college. Overcome with excitement, Jiang Han instinctively looked around to share his joy, only to find himself alone. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he thought of his father. Surely, his dad would be proud of such an achievement? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han shook off his wandering thoughts and focused on opening the 2 packages before him. With nothing else to do, he decided to test out the new weapons and armor to see just how much his combat power had increased. Due to his lean physique, the standard-issue armor fit him perfectly. When he grasped the newly purchased short blade, his combat power surged by over 800 points. Although he didn't fully understand the system's combat power calculation, one thing was clear. Possessing a combat power of 3,500 meant he had martial master-level strength, capable of surviving in the wilderness. The next question became quite practical. Should he venture into the wilderness? School courses no longer held much value for him. Academic subjects were his forte, and even without revising in the last month, he wouldn't be affected much. As for the morning training classes, the slow, incremental progress they offered couldn't satisfy his need for rapid power enhancement. After much thought, the wilderness seemed like the best option. However, before stepping into the wilderness, he needed to handle 2 things: obtaining leave from school and upgrading his warrior certification to martial master certification. While a warrior certification was sufficient for entering the wilderness, it was merely the basic requirement. In reality, most people in the wilderness operated in teams. This was because, in such environments, someone needed to keep watch to prevent ambushes by beasts, someone needed to scout and assess the feasibility of taking down nearby beasts, and a main damage dealer was required to handle formidable foes. Everyone had their shortcomings, and teams were the best way to compensate for these. But first, you had to prove to others that you wouldn't hold them back. In a team composed entirely of martial masters, no one would want to accept a teammate with only warrior-level strength. This was a straightforward truth. The process of requesting a leave went unexpectedly smoothly. When Jiang Han handed over his brand-new martial artist certificate to his homeroom teacher, not only did the teacher not object, but he also immediately applied for a monthly subsidy of 2,000 alliance currency for him. Although there was only 1 month left before the college entrance exams, and this subsidy could only be claimed once, this unexpected windfall was still a pleasant surprise for Jiang Han. The homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. How did your combat power improve so quickly? He clearly remembered that Jiang Han had only awakened a clever talent initially, something he had regretted for this usually worry-free student. I took a potion, Jiang Han explained simply. The homeroom teacher nodded in understanding and, while handing over the leave slip, specifically advised, even if you've taken a potion, don't be discouraged. With your academic performance, pursuing a career in research might be more suitable. Though Jiang Han had no interest in research, he understood the concern in his teacher's words. He bowed solemnly to the teacher before turning to leave the office. The martial arts master's assessment was a level more challenging than the martial artist's test, but the assessment items remained the same. Thanks to the awakening of his second talent, Jiang Han's attributes had significantly improved. His critical strikes unleashed a force close to 4 tons with a single punch. His 100-meter dash time had entered the 5-second range. Although his agility and physique were relatively weaker, they still comfortably exceeded the passing mark. In the final practical exam, instead of the previously majestic mutant tiger, he faced a gloomy forest. Standing among the trees, Jiang Han couldn't even catch a glimpse of any beasts, and the unknown threats brought an even stronger sense of pressure. Beasts that need to hide usually aren't strong in direct combat. Jiang Han speculated about his opponent's characteristics while gripping his knife: strong concealment, small size, adept at ambushes. These traits all pointed to one answer: venomous snakes. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han whispered, "Activate insight." As his talent activated, his experience points began to increase at a rate of 1 point per second. However, he could clearly feel his 74 points of mental strength depleting rapidly, with the maintenance time not exceeding 1 minute. Found you. Jiang Han's gaze penetrated the layers of branches, locking onto a speckled green snake coiled on a branch. The snake was flicking its tongue, its head pointed directly at him below. Though it was entirely green, the snake's patterned scales allowed it to blend perfectly with its surroundings. Jiang Han's pupils contracted sharply. This was a flower-spotted bamboo viper. This venomous creature, mutated from pre-catastrophe bamboo viper, was far more lethal than its original species. Rumor had it that even a Grand Martial Master could die within 10 minutes of being bitten. Jiang Han had no intention of verifying this claim firsthand, fully aware that the outcome of such an attempt would be death. However, he remained composed, as his innate ability, insight, had marked 2 red dots on the flower-spotted bamboo viper, indicating its lethal weak points. Although he wasn't sure about the significance of the second red dot, the first was undoubtedly the snake's vital 7-inch point. Gripping his dagger tightly, Jiang Han suddenly exerted force, launching himself like an arrow from a bow. With his current strength attributes, he could easily leap 3 meters high, enough to reach the target in the tree. The flower-spotted bamboo viper seemed surprised that its camouflage had been detected, and its momentary hesitation proved to be its fatal flaw. By the time it attempted to attack, Jiang Han's dagger had already struck precisely at the marked red point. Crack! With a sharp sound, his full-force blow, powered by nearly 4 tons of force, sliced the flower-spotted bamboo viper into 2. The system notification immediately followed. Congratulations on passing the assessment. This test is rated A. As the virtual forest gradually faded away, Jiang Han sheathed his dagger and headed towards the alloy door. The examiner, a retired martial general due to injury, was impressed to see Jiang Han reach the martial master level at just 18 years old. He couldn't help but remark, "Good lad. Given 2 more years, who knows how much you'll grow." The examiner kindly advised, "If you plan to go to the wilderness, it's best to find a reliable team." After becoming a martial master, the monthly stipend increased from 20,000 to 50,000, but since Jiang Han had just received it yesterday, he would have to wait until next month for the next one. What mattered more to Jiang Han was the orange star-marked Martial Master certificate. With it, he could join a martial team to venture into the wilderness. Back at his family's small restaurant, Jiang Han began preparing for the journey. Basic tasks like turning off the water and electricity were essential, as the trip's duration was uncertain. Just as he was about to lower the shutter and head to the exotic materials market with his box of weapons and armor to find a martial team, a man's voice suddenly called from behind. "Jiang Han, are you heading out?" Turning around, he saw 4 burly men standing there, each carrying a box. "Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Dao," Jiang Han called out, standing in front of the rolling shutter door, addressing the 4 burly men behind him one by one. "Hey Xiaohan, are you going out?" Uncle Long frowned, a hint of confusion appearing on his bearded face. In the dim light, the alloy brass knuckles on his hand gleamed with a cold metallic luster. "Yeah, there's something I need to take care of, and I'll be away for a while." Jiang Han remained calm. These 4 men, exuding an aura of danger, had been looking after him since he could remember, watching him grow up. Though not related by blood, they were closer than family. Unfortunately, Uncle Li couldn't make it after an encounter with a Lord-level steel bristleboar king. He was left with serious injuries and was still recovering. "Is it urgent?" Uncle Hu rubbed his hands together, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "If it's not, could you cook us a meal first? Once you're gone, We'll be stuck with ration packs again. Let's have a proper meal before that. Without a second thought, Jiang Han pushed the rolling shutter door back up. Come in and have a seat. I'll whip up a few dishes. The four men, familiar with the place, sat down in the shop and began to talk in low voices. As Jiang Han busied himself in the kitchen, snippets of their conversation drifted to him. This time, entering the wilderness. Our usual route is no longer viable. Uncle Long's voice carried a serious tone. I've heard that the steel bristle boar king is about to give birth and is particularly aggressive now. 3 teams have already been attacked. We should avoid it if we can. But brother, Uncle Hu interrupted, somewhat anxiously. City 283 is the only place where we can find that thing. Even if we take a detour, we'll still have to go in eventually. If only the scout would return. A sigh came from Uncle Zhao's direction. We can't wait any longer. Huan Corporation is at a critical stage in their research and just needs this one thing. A single task reward of 4 million, it's a huge premium. If we hadn't been lucky enough to snatch it up, a Grandmaster level team would have taken it. Who would have thought a steel bristleboar king would show up midway? Jiang Han, expertly flipping a wok, calculated in his mind. A task reward of 4 million, plus the income from hunting exotic beasts along the way, could total around 5 million. Divided among 5 people, that's a million each. He might not earn that much running a restaurant his whole life, but for Uncle Long and the others, it was just one mission's income. Of course, from Uncle Zhao's words, it was clear such high-paying tasks were rare. All right, Uncle Long's decisive voice broke in. Huan has given us a final ultimatum. If we don't get the item within a week, they'll reissue the task. Let's eat, and then head out. I'll take on the scouting role. With that, silence fell around the dining table. Everyone knew they had to go, but at this moment, hesitation lingered. In the kitchen, Jiang Han moved swiftly, steam rising from the pot of rice, and several simple dishes were ready. He intentionally avoided time-consuming, complex recipes to finish the preparations quickly. As he carried the dishes out of the kitchen, he paused slightly at the sight before everyone's face was clouded with worry. Setting the dishes down, Jiang Han deftly removed his apron and took a deep breath. Actually, if you don't mind, you can take me along. I can handle reconnaissance work. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm pond. 4 pairs of eyes turned to him simultaneously, and the air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Uncle Hu was the first to break the silence, his voice tinged with urgency. Nonsense. We're going to the wilderness. Do you know what kind of place that is? Even we might not return if we're careless. You're not even a warrior, so don't get involved. Besides, with a clever talent, what can you do? Get yourself killed? When the beasts come, you won't even be a mouthful for them. The other 3 remained silent, but their furrowed brows revealed their stance. Despite Uncle Hu's reprimand, Jiang Han remained surprisingly calm, sensing the concern behind the scolding. Actually, I was heading out to the exotic materials market to join a team. Jiang Han turned and fetched a box from the doorway, opening it to show the 4. Then, he pulled an emblem from his pocket, his name clearly engraved under an orange star mark. And, I've already received the martial artist certification. The 4 were too shocked to speak. Uncle Dao took the emblem, examined it carefully, and nodded slowly. It's real, issued by the Martial Artists Guild. After a long silence, Uncle Long turned to Uncle Hu. Didn't you say Xiao Han awakened a clever talent? What's going on? Uncle Hu looked at Jiang Han, puzzled. Xiao Han, tell me honestly, what's going on? Jiang Han flashed a mischievous smile. Actually, I was joking with Uncle Hu last time. My talent is a level critical strike, not a heavy strike. I wanted to surprise you. The explanation was a bit far-fetched, but after much thought in the kitchen, it was the most reasonable one. An 18-year-old level talent martial artist was surprising, but more acceptable than a clever one. That's not a surprise at all. Uncle Hu still wore a stern expression, about to say something when Uncle Long intervened. Enough. Uncle Long looked directly into Jiang Han's eyes. Xiao Han, do you really want to come with us to the wilderness? Seeing Jiang Han nod firmly, Uncle Long continued. We can take you, but you must agree to follow my lead once we're inside. If you can't do that, I won't let you set foot in the wilderness. Jiang Han nodded without hesitation. He knew that while he was not weak, he had no experience fighting beasts apart from 2 martial artist assessments. In this situation, the rich experience of Uncle Long and the others was invaluable to him. Brother, Uncle Hu urgently wanted to speak, but Uncle Long silenced him again. First, let's eat. We can talk more on the road after the meal. Your protective suit isn't up to standard, Uncle Long remarked after dinner, deftly opening the gearbox Jiang Han had prepared and pulling out a set of armor worth 12,000. With just a slight exertion of force, he tore it apart like paper. Jiang Han was stunned at first, but then he understood Uncle Long, as the team's main attacker and a martial artist of great prowess, possessed extraordinary strength. This armor, suitable for regular warriors, might be adequate against common beasts, but it was useless against higher-tier beast soldiers or generals. It's too late to buy a new one now, we're mine for the time being. Uncle Long retrieved a set from his own box and held it up to Jiang Han. It fits well, you're tall enough. But if I wear this, what will you wear, Uncle Long? Jiang Han asked. worried as he accepted the armor. Don't worry about me. Ordinary beasts can't hurt me, and I won't provoke the ones that can, as long as nothing unexpected happens. Though Uncle Long spoke lightly, Jiang Han knew better. If it were truly that simple, warriors wouldn't bother with armor and would only target beasts weaker than themselves. The wilderness was full of surprises, as evidenced by the last time Uncle Long's team encountered a Lord-level steel-quilled Boar King. Just as Jiang Han was about to speak, Uncle Long raised a hand to interrupt him. Enough! I know what you're worried about. Don't overthink it. Didn't you promise to listen to me? We haven't even entered the wilderness yet, and you're already breaking your promise? Jiang Han sighed and put on the armor. The interdimensional storage ring will have to wait until after we return from the wilderness, Uncle Long continued. Is there anything else you need to bring? I can carry it for you. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Han pointed towards the kitchen. Please bring the cooking pot and seasonings. I can cook in the wilderness. This request amused Uncle Long and the others, but upon consideration, it made sense. None of them were skilled cooks and had to rely on compressed rations in the wilderness. Since Jiang Han could cook and storage space was initially ample, bringing a set of cooking utensils wasn't a bad idea. They could discard them later if they needed the space for other things. Once they confirmed all their equipment was ready, the 5 of them boarded the high-speed train headed for the city's edge. The so-called city edge was actually the human defense line. Even though Lan City, as a satellite city of the central city Hang City, was geographically closer to the defense line, it still took nearly 4 hours by high-speed train to reach it. This distance was deliberately set as a buffer zone if the worst-case scenario occurred and a beast tide broke through the defense line. This nearly 1,000-mile buffer would buy valuable time for organizing defenses. Hopefully, such a dire situation would never arise. From what Jiang Han learned from books, apart from the initial setbacks humanity faced when the beasts first appeared, there has never been a breach of the buffer zone since the establishment of the extensive defensive line. Although there have been a few instances where the line was in danger, the situation was always saved by the top martial artists known as the Supreme Thrones. As they moved away from the city, the scenery outside the car window became increasingly desolate, yet the vegetation appeared particularly dense due to the lack of human presence. Uncle Dao noticed Jiang Han's gaze out the window and explained, this area occasionally sees low-level beasts, but they're swiftly dealt with by martial artists. The real defensive line is further ahead. Dao Wang, are you taking a rookie to the wilderness? A slightly mocking voice came from the front seat. I heard your mission this time isn't easy. Aren't you afraid of things going wrong with a rookie? Before Jiang Han could respond, Uncle Dao retorted in a deep voice. Though he's new, Jiang Han is a genuine martial artist. By the way, Liang, how old were you when you became a martial artist? 30. His tone carried a hint of disdain. Liang snorted, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. It's impressive to become a martial artist so young. But no matter how talented, there's always a risk of dying young. Following you guys, this kid might not even make it to 30, just like your brother. This remark was like a fuse. Uncle Dao stood up abruptly, his long knife unsheathed, the cold blade aimed directly at Li Yang's face. Li Yang seemed prepared, and the clash of weapons echoed through the compartment, drawing the attention of all the passengers. Jiang Han knew the sudden conflict's origin. Uncle Dao's younger brother, 12 years his junior, had an A-level talent but low combat strength. Back then, Uncle Dao took him to the wilderness to boost his skills, but returned alone. Since then, the once talkative man turned silent. Uncle Dao, relentless, changed his stance, targeting Li Yang's hand holding the weapon. Is that all your swordsmanship amounts to? Li Yang retreated as he spoke. It's the same moves over and over. Did you think I wouldn't be prepared? Uncle Dao's strike missed, embedding the blade deep into the metal seat back. Amidst the tense standoff, Jiang Han's pupils contracted as he keenly noticed red dots on Li Yang's waist and right leg. Uncle Dao, left waist, right calf, he urgently warned. Uncle Dao pulled his long knife from the seat back, ready to strike again when a commanding voice interrupted. Stop! Stop! Uncle Long approached quickly with 2 others, while 4 people gathered on Li Yang's side. Inside the train carriage, Uncle Long and his companions sat at a distance from Jiang Han and Uncle Dao, unable to hear their conversation. A sudden commotion caught Uncle Long's attention, and he frowned, exclaiming, No fighting on the train. Don't you know the rules? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, unaware of this rule, but quickly realized the reason behind it. A group of powerful individuals, capable of exerting tons of force, fighting on a train could easily damage even metal carriages. Uncle Dao remained silent, his gaze fixed on Li Yang like a knife. Upon hearing the command to stop, Li Yang exaggeratedly sheathed his long knife and raised his hands in surrender. Everyone here can testify that Wang Dao made the first move. I was just defending myself. Li Yang cleverly shifted all the blame onto Uncle Dao. Uncle Dao, known for his reticence, didn't even bother to defend himself. The conflict not only drew the attention of Uncle Long and his group, but also attracted 3 uniformed train security officers. They noticed the menacing knife marks on the seat back and their expressions darkened. Who did this? One of them asked, scanning the surroundings before his gaze landed on Uncle Dao, who held the long knife. Uncle Long quickly stepped forward to mediate. It's nothing serious, just a heated argument. We'll pay for the damages. He knew how crucial this mission was, and encountering such an incident before even crossing the defensive line would significantly complicate things if Uncle Dao were taken away. The security officers seemed accustomed to such incidents. Seeing that someone was willing to pay for the damages and there were no further losses, they were about to issue a fine when Liang suddenly sneered. A heated argument? I think it's more than that, Liang spoke coldly. Knowing full well that fighting is prohibited on the train, Wang Dao recklessly drew his sword. If I weren't stronger than him, it wouldn't just be the seat that got damaged. He looked directly at the security officers and stated, I report Wang Dao for illegal fighting on the train, which by regulation should mean at least 15 days detention. At these words, Uncle Long's face fell, and even Uncle Hu and the others looked at Liang with hostility. Jiang Han stood by, furrowing his brows. Liang had come prepared, provoking Uncle Dao into action and then taking the opportunity to report him. Though Jiang Han wasn't clear on the specific rules, if Liang succeeded, the mission was likely doomed. Wait, as a bystander, may I say something? Jiang Han suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. The lead security officer nodded. Go ahead. I'm new to the wilderness and unfamiliar with many rules. But having witnessed the entire incident, I feel there are some inconsistencies I'd like to discuss with you. Jiang Han paused. If any of you had relatives who went to the wilderness to hunt beasts and unexpectedly passed away, when others mock you by saying your relatives won't live past 30, can you tolerate it? As Jiang Han's words echoed, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Faces turned dark, and Long Shu, Hu Shu, and Zhao Shu had their hands ready on their weapons, poised for action. Hu Shu and Zhao Shu kept their eyes fixed on Liang, glancing occasionally at Long Shu, waiting for the signal to act. Clearly, if Long Shu gave the order, they would risk mission failure and a 15-day detention to seek justice for Dao Shu. The surrounding warriors heard these words, and their eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Li Yang's situation became precarious, and even his teammates instinctively took a step back to distance themselves from him. Although they eventually chose to stand by Liang, the seriousness of the situation was evident. Jiang Han quietly observed everything. He recalled an inspiring line from his high school textbook. All warriors who die fighting beasts are heroes. This was more than just a slogan, it was a national policy. The warriors' reactions confirmed this. Compared to Dao Shu's actions on the train, Li Yang's words were the greater mistake. At this moment, the leader of Li Yang's team spoke up. He was a man about 1.75 meters tall, which was notably short in an era where the average human height had increased by nearly 20 centimeters due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Yet, his presence was formidable, and as a grand martial master, he posed as much of a threat to Jiang Han as Long Shu did. Liang, what happened? Boss, I didn't do it. Liang quickly defended himself, pointing at Jiang Han. This guy is in the same team as Wang Dao. Of course he's going to side with him. Besides, you know me, boss. Am I that kind of person? The team leader remained silent, frowning. He knew Liang too well, a man with a foul mouth who couldn't even maintain good relationships with his teammates. If it weren't for his decent martial master-level skills, he would have been kicked out long ago. Normally, such issues could be overlooked, but now, in front of so many people, failing to handle this properly would ruin the team's reputation in the wilderness. After careful consideration, he decided to go along with Li Yang's claim. All right, let's leave it at that. No matter what, Wang Dao was the one who acted first. These words effectively placed the blame on Wang Dao. Any issues should be taken up with him, not their team. Jiang Han remained silent, looking at Long Shu. As the team leader and a grand martial master, Long Shu's words carried the most weight. Long Shu turned to Dao Shu. Old Wang, what do you plan to do about this? Dao Shu kept his gaze fixed on Liang, taking a deep breath before speaking deliberately. Liang, when we reach the front line, you and I will face off on the life and death platform. At the mention of the life and death platform, everyone present was visibly shocked. In this world, those who become martial artists or even martial masters are exceptionally gifted individuals. They spend years battling exotic beasts in the wilderness, full of vigor and inevitably encountering disputes. To maintain order in the cities and living areas, the authorities have specially established the life and death arena, exclusively for martial artists to settle their grievances. Jiang Han stood among the crowd, observing the solemn expressions around him, sensing that the duel on the life and death arena was no trivial matter. Uncle Zhao, noticing this, leaned in to explain in a low voice. There are no rules on the life and death arena. There are only two outcomes: either one side dies or concedes. But conceding isn't free, it comes at a cost. He paused before continuing. Take someone like your Uncle Dao, a martial master. If he concedes, he has to pay the opponent 20 million. 20 million? Jiang Han gasped. Since becoming a martial artist, his perception of money had been continually challenged. He used to haggle over a few cents increase in the price of a pound of chicken, but now he was surrounded by figures in the hundreds of millions. Although Uncle Dao and his team could earn money from missions, they could earn at most 2 million per mission. After the main captain took the largest share, the remaining 4 members split the rest, each getting about 2 to 300,000. Getting one mission a month was considered good. Calculating this way, Uncle Dao's annual income was just over 3 million. A 20 million wager nearly equates to putting all his savings on the line. Hearing this, Li Yang's face noticeably changed. Despite his confidence in his abilities, both death and a 20 million payout were consequences he could hardly bear. Instinctively, he looked to his captain, only to find him expressionless, offering no advice. What scared now? Uncle Dao pressed on, not giving Li Yang a chance to think. Scared? With your skills, I can't imagine how you could possibly beat me, Li Yang retorted, maintaining his composure. Don't worry, once we're on the life and death arena, I'll give you a chance to concede, Uncle Dao said coldly, his gaze filled with killing intent, making everyone present shiver. He had no intention of giving Li Yang a chance to concede. The tense standoff temporarily subsided. After Li Yang and his team left, Jiang Han and Uncle Dao sat down next to Uncle Long and the others. You were too impulsive, Uncle Long sighed, looking at the silent Uncle Dao. Li Yang is already stronger than you, and you're both sword users. I suspect he'll borrow a sword from Sun Wenbin. Unfortunately, I use knuckle dusters, so lending them to you would be useless. Jiang Han made a mental note that Sun Wenbin was likely the captain of Li Yang's team. As a grand martial master, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary martial masters, with his power alone being several times greater. Therefore, the weapons required by grand martial masters are of extremely high quality, as ordinary weapons easily break under their full force, which can be fatal in combat. The armor Jiang Han had previously purchased was torn apart like paper in Uncle Long's hands. More importantly, high-level weapons not only possess great power, but also come with various mysterious enchantments. The outcome of this life and death battle might hinge on having the right weapon. I'll make some calls to see if any friends who use knives are on the front line. Uncle Long sighed and turned to make a phone call. Uncle Dao remained silent, his expression grave. Uncle Hu and Uncle Zhao patted him on the shoulder in understanding. Years of fighting side by side had given them insight into Uncle Dao's current feelings. The train continued its journey, and the carriage fell into silence. Over 2 hours later, the train began to slow down, and Jiang Han, for the first time, saw the legendary iron wall through the window. This towering wall, nearly 10 meters high, was made entirely of refined steel, exuding an imposing aura. According to the records, the iron defense line stretches over 1,300 kilometers, consuming 57 billion tons of refined steel, equivalent to 7 years of production in the Heavenly Empire. This trillion-dollar iron fortress, constructed in sections over 8 years, has successfully withstood more than 1,780 beast-tide attacks. Jiang Han had seen countless photos online, but the shock of seeing it in person was far beyond what pictures could convey. Decades of beast attacks had left countless marks on the wall, with bloodstains that could no longer be cleaned. Behind this iron wall, a row of tall buildings rose from the ground. Once the train came to a stop, a burly man carrying a long knife approached, clad in heavy armor. Along, what's so urgent? The man asked. Don't ask, Uncle Long explained. On the way, Li Yang from Sun Wenbin's squad had a conflict with Lao Wang and challenged him to a life-and-death duel. We need to borrow your knife. Hearing Sun Wenbin's name, the man shook his head in exasperation. Why did you get into trouble with those guys? There's no need to escalate things to a life-and-death duel. You could settle the score in the wilderness later. He handed the long knife to Uncle Dao and advised, if things don't work out, just concede and pay a little compensation. As long as you're alive, there's hope. You can always settle things later, don't be too impulsive. Uncle Dao took the long knife, weighed it in his hand, and simply thanked him. Given his character, surrender was not an option once things had reached this point. Jiang Han leaned in close to Uncle Dao and whispered, Uncle Dao, I noticed on the train that Li Yang's left waist and right calf seem to have issues. Targeting these areas during your attack might be effective. He didn't want to be overly confident since it was a matter of life and death, and he wasn't entirely sure of the weaknesses he had observed. Uncle Dao didn't say anything, but he gave Jiang Han a firm pat on the shoulder. The group headed towards one of the tall buildings, and Jiang Han saw the legendary life and death arena for the first time, a space much larger than a typical octagonal cage. Such a design was necessary, given that martial artists could easily leap 10 meters in a single stride. A smaller arena would only restrict their abilities. Both parties signed a life and death agreement, each depositing 20 million as a security. Once this money enters the official account, anyone trying to back out would face consequences no better than losing the 20 million. With everything set, Dao Shu and Li Yang stepped onto the life and death stage. On the sidelines, Hu Shu watched the two with a heavy heart, feeling a sense of regret. Li Yang had a combat power of 4,800, while Dao Shu only had 4,200. This 600-point difference was enough to sway the battle. Although they had prepared as best as they could, no outsiders could interfere once on the stage. Violators would be disqualified immediately. Besides, the referees standing idly by had enough authority that even Long Shu couldn't intervene. Start when you're ready. No sooner had the referee spoken than Li Yang made his move. He launched himself forward with explosive force, closing the 10-meter gap to Dao Shu like an arrow, his long blade slicing through the air from above. Dao Shu, however, remained motionless, as if unaware. It wasn't until Li Yang was within 3 meters that he slowly raised his long blade. The 9 mystic blade technique. Hu Shu exclaimed, has old Dao gone mad? Using a big move right at the start. Typically, fighters would exchange a few probing moves to gauge their opponent before going all out, unless they were familiar with each other or there was a significant disparity in strength. But Dao Shu clearly had a different plan. The 3-meter distance vanished in an instant. Li Yang's blade was upon him, but Dao Shu's blade was faster. Dao Shu has a level talent for speed and has mastered the 4th level of the high-tier 9 mystic blade technique, giving him an 80 speed boost. Hu Shu explained urgently. He's aiming for a life-for-life exchange. Jiang Han suddenly understood. No wonder Dao Shu had remained still, waiting for Li Yang to get close. He was forcing his opponent to attack with full force, leaving no room for retreat. 3 meters is a delicate distance for martial masters. Closer, and it's close quarters combat. Further, and their heightened senses can anticipate and respond. Dao Shu had calculated this distance perfectly, willing to risk his life to deliver a fatal strike to Li Yang's waist. Madman, Li Yang hadn't expected Dao Shu to be so desperate. But on reflection, it made sense being outmatched. Surprise was his only option. Trading life for life was the first move, a speed burst was the second, and targeting the left waist was the third. Li Yang could no longer retreat and had to change his overhead strike into a horizontal sweep to protect his waist. Clang! The clash of metal was piercing, and the impact sent Li Yang flying. He landed heavily on the stage, rolling several times before struggling to his feet. That strike had hit its mark. Jiang Han watched the battlefield intently. With his extraordinary mental acuity, he could clearly see every move of the two fighters. True to his promise, Uncle Dao avoided the lethal head and neck areas, aiming his long blade straight at Li Yang's left waist. The forceful strike came so swiftly that Li Yang barely managed to block it with his blade in front of him any slower, and he might have been cut in half. Though he avoided a fatal blow, when Li Yang got up from the ground, he clutched his waist tightly. The low-grade warrior armor could block direct damage, but not the internal injuries from the impact. The force of the blade's back against his waist clearly aggravated an old injury. It's working, Jiang Han thought with a thrill of excitement, realizing that the hint provided was accurately Yang's left waist was indeed vulnerable. Nearby, Uncle Long and Uncle who were equally excited. Uncle Dao's risky move to trade blows had unexpectedly paid off. In contrast, Li Yang's teammates looked grim. Li Yang should have had the upper hand against Uncle Dao, but his overconfidence had put him at a disadvantage. Worse still, he lacked Uncle Dao's fearless determination. In a clash of courage, Li Yang had already lost the edge. Uncle Dao wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. Seeing his opponent injured, he launched a fierce assault. Unlike the earlier surprise attack, this time he aimed for relentless, continuous strikes. Years of battling beasts had taught him that it's better to cripple one finger than to hurt 10. He needed to exploit this weakness relentlessly. Overdrive. 9 Xian blade technique. Uncle Dao's long blade sparked against the steel ground as he closed in on Li Yang. With multiple speed boosts, each strike was as fast as lightning. Bang! Clang! He delivered dozens of consecutive slashes, each more ferocious than the last. Li Yang's left waist throbbed with pain, hindering his strength and slowing him down. The waist muscles, crucial for explosive power, now became his greatest hindrance. Facing Uncle Dao's increasingly fierce attacks, he could only defend awkwardly, retreating while occasionally taking heavy blows. Die! Uncle Dao roared, delivering the final strike. Although Li Yang blocked it, the immense force sent him flying, his weapon slipping from his grasp. He crashed to the ground, motionless, his armor tattered and stained with blood. Uncle Dao was also exhausted, but clearly in better shape than Li Yang. He dragged his blade towards the prone Li Yang. At this moment, Li Yang's teammates could no longer hold back and rushed down from the stands, only to be stopped by someone. The match isn't over yet. Outsiders must not interfere. Stand back. As the man spoke, Jiang Han felt a powerful force sweep over him. The pressure was as real as a mountain, seemingly increasing his weight several times over, causing his muscles to tense involuntarily. Looking around, Jiang Han noticed he wasn't the only one affected. Uncle Hu, Uncle Zhao, and even the usually composed Uncle Long had furrowed brows, their gazes heavy as they focused on the man in black below the stage. Grade talent, gravity field. Uncle Long's voice was hoarse, as if an invisible hand gripped his throat, yet it couldn't hide his shock. Grade talent? Jiang Han looked again at the man in the arena. He had encountered grade talent before Jiang Jiu had awakened with the grade Phoenix blood talent. But the pressure she exerted when she first awakened was nothing compared to this man. The power of this man in black far surpassed that of a grand martial master, and perhaps even a martial general wasn't his limit. If the spectators from afar felt such pressure, how about those directly facing the man? Indeed, for members of Li Yang's team, apart from himself, were already sprawled on the ground, including their captain Sun Wenbin, who was a grand martial master. While others lay limp like dead dogs, Sun Wenbin struggled to stand but couldn't. This was Jiang Han's first time witnessing the might of a top martial artist. Just the pressure alone rendered grand martial masters defenseless. Was this the terrifying combination of grade talent and top-tier strength? Oddly, this scene ignited a fighting spirit within Jiang Han. What seemed unattainable before now felt within reach. On the life-and-death stage, Uncle Dao walked with difficulty, yet determination. The severely injured Li Yang lay on his back, gasping for air. Uncle Dao gripped his long knife, his gaze cold as frost. Li Yang, no one can insult my family. Never has, never will. If anyone dares insult my family, I'll fight to the death for justice. Prepare to die. Uncle Dao roared, raising his long knife, aiming for Li Yang's unprotected neck. At this critical moment, Sun Wenbin finally managed to shout, "Stop! We concede." As he spoke, the gravity weighing on Jiang Han vanished. He took a deep breath, feeling his muscles ache, as if he'd run a marathon. Exhausted yet strangely exhilarated. One side concedes, the match is over. The man in black waved his arm, and the heavy doors opened. "Take your people." Before he finished speaking, Uncle Long dashed down the stands like an arrow, swiftly supporting the exhausted Uncle Dao. The gap in strength was evident. After the doctor examined Uncle Dao's injuries, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although his armor had been slashed with several bloody cuts, fortunately, he was just exhausted. With some nutritional fluids and a night's rest, he would recover. This battle had cost both him and Li Yang dearly. "Thank you, doctor," Uncle Long said with relief, expressing his gratitude. As Li Yang was carried away by his teammates, Sun Wenbin remained, a look of determination in his eyes. "This isn't over. We, the Chi-In squad, won't forget this grudge." "Perfect," Uncle Long replied, turning to face him directly. "Why don't we have another round right here?" Sun Wenbin was caught off guard. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed his teammates silently. "All right, everyone, let's get some rest," Uncle Long said, looking around at them. "Old Wang needs a day of recovery. Even though the mission is urgent, we can't rush in situations like this. We must ensure he's fully recovered and undergo a thorough checkup to confirm there are no lasting effects before we head into the wilderness. Out there, even the smallest issue can put the whole team in danger." Jiang Han and the others weren't in a hurry. Now that they were at the front line, Jiang Han could familiarize himself with the environment. With a 3-month break after the college entrance exams, he would likely spend a lot of time here, so he might as well train in the wilderness to improve his skills. The team arranged for members to take turns staying with Uncle Dao, and Jiang Han was scheduled for the last shift, meaning he would go to the hospital the next morning. "Old Zhao, take Jiang Han around and teach him what to watch out for when entering the wilderness," Uncle Long instructed. "Got it," Uncle Zhao replied cheerfully. Uncle Dao's victory had lifted the team's spirits significantly. "Let's eat first," Uncle Hu joked. "After such a long train ride and all this commotion, I'm starving." Uncle Long stayed with Uncle Dao while the others went to eat. After their meal, Uncle Hu packed a portion to take to the hospital, and Jiang Han followed Uncle Zhao on a tour of the buildings. "This is the first line of defense for humanity, also known as the safe zone," Uncle Zhao explained as they walked. "Powerful warriors are stationed here to ensure that the beasts don't break through. The steel defense line stretches over 1,000 kilometers, with 12 safe zones, one every 100 kilometers on average. The warriors from Lon City typically resupply here." He pointed to the surrounding buildings. "These two are dormitories, accommodating up to 8,000 warriors. Over there is the exotic material trading building, where warriors can sell surplus materials obtained from the wilderness. The buyers are top 500 companies, so the prices are fair and guaranteed. However, for rare materials, it's better to go to the city, where you can get 10 to 20% more. You can also purchase weapons and armor here. The rest are the hospital and the military building." Uncle Dao's recovery was unexpectedly swift. This wasn't surprising, considering that injuries of this severity were quite common for those who spent years traversing the wilderness. After a few bottles of nutritional supplements, most of his exhaustion had dissipated. Following a simple bandage and examination, the hospital issued his discharge papers. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Uncle Long purchased a spatial ring worth 2 million alliance coins for Jiang Han. Jiang Han gladly accepted the gift and immediately tested it after completing the binding process. The ring's storage capacity was indeed limited, only enough to hold the volume of a car, which was vastly inferior compared to the system's space. However, this turned out to be the perfect cover, allowing Jiang Han to use the system's space without hesitation. He promptly transferred his personal items into the spatial ring. "Beyond the iron line of defense lies the wilderness," Uncle Long explained to Jiang Han as he drove. After the spatial incursion, humanity was forced to retreat continuously, and all coastal areas have fallen. The current wilderness stretches across East China, Central China, and even parts of North and Southwest China, covering over 4 million square kilometers. These were all developed regions before the cataclysm. When it came to business, Uncle Long's tone turned serious. Our target this time is Fallen City 283, which was a county-level city with a population of over 800,000 before the catastrophe. Normally, a city of this size would only see beast general-level creatures, but recently a steel-bristled boar king has appeared. He turned to Jiang Han. So this mission requires extreme caution. We will only collect the mission items and leave immediately after completion. We must not linger there. Understood. Uncle Long emphasized this to Jiang Han because he had seen too many young warriors, new to the wilderness, become overconfident with their martial master-level strength. If they provoke the wrong entity, it could spell doom for the entire team. Don't worry, Uncle Long. Jiang Han nodded solemnly. I understand my own strength well. Especially after witnessing the prowess of high-level warriors firsthand. He knew that if yesterday's gravity field had been directed at him, his fate would not have been any better than Li Yang's teammate. This awareness ensured he would not take unnecessary risks. Let him follow me. Uncle Dao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. His face was still somewhat pale, indicating that the effects of blood loss would not fully dissipate in the short term. I can teach him some combat experience. All right, Xiaohan, you can go with Uncle Dao. Jiang Han agreed. Although his combat power might not be inferior to Uncle Dao's, he knew he still had much to learn in terms of practical combat experience. After all, pure combat power and rich battle experience are entirely different concepts. As a martial artist, Dao Shu has roamed the wilderness for over a decade, and his combat experience with blades is exactly what Jiang Han needs. At this moment, a group of 5 sets out on the road across the wasteland, each carrying a specially designed large backpack. Although spatial rings can store items, each person can only bind to one, and their capacity is limited. To avoid hindering combat, warriors carry an additional backpack to bring more supplies. On the wasteland, the old, dilapidated roads are impassable, and with beasts roaming along the way, traveling long distances is challenging even with vehicles. Fortunately, martial artists possess extraordinary physiques. Take Jiang Han, for instance. Covering 200 kilometers in a day is a breeze for him. Along the journey, the team leaves the low-level beasts to Jiang Han for practice, with Dao Shu providing careful guidance. When faced with a flame-headed python nearly 2 meters long, Dao Shu crouches down and points out the beast's vital spots. When dealing with snake-type beasts, especially pythons, remember not to engage them heat-in. Learn to maneuver and never expose your back to them. That last slash you made, if you had turned it into a thrust and aimed here, it would have been more effective. This flame-headed python is just a mid-level beast soldier, slightly weaker than you, so you can win this way. But if you encounter a high-level beast soldier that has evolved scales, your attack won't penetrate its defense. If it constrains you, how will you respond? Dao Shu advises earnestly. When fighting beasts, patience is key. I know you want to impress us, but never compromise your safety. Reflecting on the battle, Jiang Han nods earnestly. Don't worry, Dao Shu. I'll be more careful from now on. He admits he was indeed a bit impatient. Although his insight talent revealed the weak points, as Dao Shu mentioned, facing a more defensively evolved flame-headed python could yield different results. After slaying the flame-headed python, a system notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a mid-level beast soldier, the flame-headed python. You have gained 286 experience points, a level talent insight proficiency 1. Level talent critical strike proficiency 12. Experience points are full, automatic level up. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3, rewarded with 100 free attribute points. Compared to slaughtering chickens, hunting beasts is more demanding but also more rewarding. Just this one mid-level beast soldier brought 286 experience points and talent proficiency soared. Within just 2 hours, the team encountered 3 mid-level beast soldiers, 6 low-level beast soldiers, and over 20 unranked beasts. Jiang Han gained over 4,000 experience points and more than 1,000 talent proficiency, leveling up twice and earning 200 free attribute points. His insight talent is about to break through to level 2, and critical strike has already leveled up. With the newly acquired 100 attribute points, his combat power has increased again. Attribute panel. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 4827. Level 4. Strength, 120. Agility, 120. Constitution, 121. Spirit, 124. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience needed for next level, 894000. Talent system. Current talents. A level talent insight, LV1. Level talent critical strike, LV3. Talent effects. Insight. Automatically triggers in combat. Can discern weaknesses of all things. Critical strike. 50 chance to trigger a critical hit, causing damage equal to strength 5. Current talent proficiency. Insight 1893200. Critical strike 1032000. Remaining available talent slots 0. Martial skill system. Current martial skill. Earth level superior 9-fold Thunder Blade LV1. Effect. When using blade weapons, strength 2, agility 2. Proficiency 8692000. Other information. Currently available items, none. System space remaining 01000. Current task 1000 beast slay. Stored burst energy available 5752 can be used to temporarily enhance combat power. With a combat power of 4800, Jiang Han was just a hair's breadth away from reaching the threshold of a Grand Martial Master. Standing in the wilderness, a wave of joy surged through him. This realization was significant for him. His progress in this barren land far exceeded expectations. At his current pace, it wouldn't be long before he truly crossed into the realm of a Grand Martial Master. Thinking about his A-level talent, combined with the strength of a Grand Martial Master, Jiang Han felt invigorated. In all of Tianqiao, he could be considered a top-tier genius, well qualified for a spot in the most prestigious academies. Time's about up. Let's find a shady spot, start a fire, and cook a meal. After eating, we'll continue on our way. Uncle Long's voice interrupted his thoughts. The wilderness, rarely visited by humans for decades, showed significant ecological improvement, with tall trees everywhere. Jiang Han didn't even need to bring a lighter. With a mere gesture, Uncle Hu conjured a flame, effortlessly igniting the pile of dry wood. This 5-man team was perfectly equipped for the wilderness. Team leader Uncle Long had awakened the A-level talent Tyrannosaurus, which, when triggered, provided sustained enhancements to strength, constitution, and agility. Uncle Hu's B-level talent, Fire Element, allowed him to control flames at will. Uncle Dao possessed the B-level talent Super Speed. Uncle Zhao's danger-sensing talent, although seemingly mystical, was life-saving in the wilderness. Last time, the team managed to retreat in time thanks to his warnings. As for Uncle Li, who was recuperating in the hospital, he had awakened the B-level talent Eagle Eye, which allowed him to see over great distances. Jiang Han picked up the kitchen knife left to him by his father and began processing the flame-headed python. On this trip, they brought only seasonings and staple foods, relying on hunting exotic beasts for their meals. The meat of exotic beasts was generally more delicious than that of poultry and also more expensive. However, the wilderness was so dangerous that few warriors would return with an entire exotic beast intact. Occasionally, high-star hotels would issue missions specifically to purchase the meat of certain exotic beasts. As Jiang Han sliced open the python's skin, he was stunned. The old kitchen knife he'd used for over a decade easily cut through the tough python skin that even his newly purchased long knife struggled with. Its sharpness was beyond his expectations. For Jiang Han, this discovery was a pleasant surprise, but it wasn't particularly useful. He glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand and shook his head. Fighting beasts with this wouldn't be ideal. Appearances still mattered somewhat. Jiang Han skillfully processed the flaming python meat. He blanched it in cold water, skimming off the frothy blood, washed it clean, and then quickly stir-fried it. His movements were fluid and seamless, occasionally triggering critical hits that earned him some experience points. The aroma of the flaming python meat was unexpectedly delicious. The meat was tender, and even Uncle Long and the others were enjoying it, their mouths coated with red oil. Uncle Hu, gnawing on the snake meat, remarked, "Having a cook in the wilderness makes all the difference. Normally, to eat exotic beast meat, you'd have to go to a fancy hotel, and the prices are outrageous. Now it's great, we can eat whichever one we hunt. Some wine would make it perfect." Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Han flipped his hand to reveal a bottle of premium liquor. "I bought a few bottles before we set off. Share them among yourselves." He mumbled around a piece of snake meat in his mouth. Uncle Hu's eyes lit up as he took the bottle and took a big swig, then passed it to Uncle Long. The beasts they encountered so far weren't high-level, and even Jiang Han could handle them with ease, so there was no need to stay on high alert. The bottle made its rounds, and even the injured Uncle Dao took a couple of sips before it ended up back with Jiang Han. Looking at the nearly empty bottle, Jiang Han thought of the last time he drank with his father and gently shook his head. "You guys go ahead. I'll stick to water." Uncle Hu and the others smiled knowingly and didn't press further. After resting, they continued on their journey. Due to the occasional beast encounters, they only covered about 100 kilometers from 10 in the morning to 9 in the evening. As night fell, Uncle Long made a decision. Poisonous beasts are active at night, not suitable for travel. Old Zhao, spread some realgar powder around. Jiang Han, you take the first watch, wake Uncle Hu at 11. Old Wang, you don't need to stand guard tonight, get some rest. This arrangement suited Jiang Han perfectly. Used to staying up late studying, he preferred taking the first watch over being woken up in the middle of the night. He sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. Although meditation didn't replenish energy as directly as sleep, it was better than nothing. The night deepened, with only stars dotting the sky, the moon not yet high, leaving the surroundings dim. Jiang Han occasionally opened his eyes to scan the area with his keen senses before returning to his meditation, accompanied by the chorus of cicadas. In contrast to the day's fierce battles, the wilderness now seemed exceptionally peaceful. However, this peace was abruptly shattered by a long wolf howl. A woo. Uncle Long and the others, who had been asleep, instantly sat up in alarm. That distinctive howl was unmistakably from a prairie wolf. Life in the wilderness had made Long Shu and his group extremely vigilant. Even in their sleep, the slightest noise around them would instantly wake them up. At that moment, a piercing wolf howl shattered the night sky, and Jiang Han immediately snapped out of his meditative state. As an experienced martial artist, Jiang Han was very familiar with the prairie wolves. These creatures were individually weak, with a combat power barely over 1,000, comparable to an ordinary martial artist. Given Jiang Han's current strength, he could easily handle not just one, but several prairie wolves. However, what truly made them formidable was their numbers. Creatures bearing the name prairie were known for their sheer quantity. Even the smallest wolf pack had over 100 combatants, while larger packs could reach 1,000. This relentless wave tactic was a nightmare for martial artists, as human strength had its limits, whereas the wolf pack could endlessly exhaust their opponent. Only top-tier martial artists with large-scale destructive abilities could effectively deal with such a situation. The sound came from the southwest, about a kilometer away. Long Shu quickly assessed and decisively commanded, "Pack up and head northeast, quickly." No one objected to this decision. The only valuable part of a prairie wolf was its pelt, but it was not worth the risk due to its low price. Getting injured in such a battle would hinder their true objective. The sleeping bags were swiftly stored in their spatial rings. Long Shu led the way, with Jiang Han and the others following closely, maintaining a fast yet calm pace. However, the howls behind them grew louder and closer, heightening the sense of urgency. Under the bright moonlight, Jiang Han, using his enhanced perception, frequently glanced back. In his heightened vision, he saw a mass of glowing blue eyes locked onto them from nearly a kilometer away, with hundreds of silver-white figures racing towards them like a stream of light. "Long Shu, there are over 1,000 wolves behind us, and I haven't spotted the alpha yet," Jiang Han reported loudly. A wolf pack of this size could potentially overpower even a general-level martial artist with sheer numbers. If there are over 1,000, the alpha might have reached a lord level, Long Shu quickly analyzed. "We can't fight them, Hedon. Change direction. Head towards the fallen city at North 186. The beasts have strong territorial instincts. Once we're in the city, let the other beasts fend off the wolf pack for us." Though humans and feral beasts stand on opposing sides, the beast world operates within its own ecological system, resembling a primeval jungle. In the absence of human interference, these creatures abide by the law of the jungle, creating a unique order. Jiang Han recalled the recent encounter Uncle Long and his team had with the Steelman wild boar king. It had been forced to migrate to the fallen city of number 283 due to the weakness of impending childbirth. There, no stronger creature threatened it, ensuring its safety even in its most vulnerable state. High-level beasts have a strong sense of territoriality, and any intruder faces brutal combat. This thought made Jiang Han silently admire Uncle Long's clever, drive the tiger to swallow the wolf strategy. Fortunately, the fallen city of number 186 was only about 20 kilometers away. With their physical stamina, they could reach it in half an hour of full speed running, still preserving enough energy to handle any surprises. The pack of wasteland wolves behind them was closing in, though their howls carried a strange tone. Suddenly, Uncle Long came to an abrupt halt. The group exchanged wary glances as Uncle Long frowned and said, "Wait, something's not right. These wasteland wolves don't seem to be hunting. It's more like they're fleeing for their lives." Uncle Hu panted, his voice heavy. "I thought their howls sounded off, with occasional wails mixed in." Jiang Han activated his insight ability, looking back at the scene kilometers away. His pupils suddenly contracted. "Uncle Long, there's a warrior pursuing these wasteland wolves." His voice was filled with disbelief. This revelation shocked everyone. Even Uncle Long, a great martial artist, had to avoid the wolves, yet someone dared to provoke them? More astonishingly, this person could send the entire wolf pack fleeing in panic. Chasing wasteland wolves? How is that possible? Uncle Long and the others were incredulous. "Xiaohan, are you sure?" Jiang Han squinted, observing carefully, then nodded with certainty. "It's a man in black. I recognize him. He's the warrior who presided over Uncle Dao's life and death duel earlier." The scene was unbelievable, yet undeniably real. The man didn't even need to lift a finger. He advanced while hovering in the air. Any wolf that came within 50 meters of him was pinned to the ground by an invisible force, unable to move, eventually exploding as he approached. "He can fly? Is it due to his power or a special talent?" Jiang Han murmured to himself. Uncle Long paused in silence before finally speaking. "We don't need to go to the fallen city. We can bypass this pack of wolves. I didn't expect to encounter a martial marquis-level expert on the edge of the frontier." He hesitated, but why would a martial marquis-level expert be hunting these wasteland wolves? A Woholavel warrior is 1 in 1 million. These individuals form the backbone of humanity's defense against the terrifying beasts that can easily destroy entire cities. In battles at this level, numbers become meaningless unless faced with an opponent of equal strength. Jiang Han had just witnessed this firsthand. The Wuho in black stood suspended in midair, emanating a fearsome gravitational field. Wherever he went, the plains wolves couldn't even get close before being crushed to death by the invisible force, their bodies piling up like mountains. However, a question arose in Jiang Han's mind: why would such a powerful figure appear at the edge of the wilderness? Logically, their hunting grounds should be deeper within. As if in response to his confusion, a distinctive wolf howl pierced the sky. Jiang Han looked in the direction of the sound, and immediately spotted a particularly large wolf leader among the pack. While ordinary plains wolves were typically about 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters long, this wolf leader was nearly 3 meters long. Even more astonishing, it had a pair of silver wings on its back. Silver-winged Wolf King. Jiang Han instantly recognized the mutated form of the plains wolf. Beasts are creatures whose genes have mutated under the influence of energies from another realm, but the silver-winged Wolf King is an extremely rare secondary mutation. According to the records of the Warrior Alliance, an adult silver-winged Wolf King can reach up to 5 meters in length, stand 3 meters tall, and possess the combat prowess of a Beast King. The last time a Beast King-level beast breached the defense lines, it resulted in the deaths of over 10,000 warriors, including the fall of a Woholavel warrior. Uncle Long, there's a silver-winged Wolf King among the wolves. Jiang Han urgently called out for help. Silver-winged Wolf King? Uncle Long exclaimed in shock, then quickly analyzed. No wonder there's such a large wolf pack, and even after being hunted by that Wuho for so long, there are still over 1,000 remaining. Only a silver-winged Wolf King could have such leadership capability. But a beast of this level is beyond what we can handle. We can't move forward anymore. Uncle Long decided swiftly. We must change direction, avoid the main force of the wolf pack, and try to rendezvous with the Wuho. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han and his companions, who had been running frantically, suddenly slowed their pace. Stay close, everyone. I'll take the lead and find a weak spot in the wolf pack to break through. Avoid the Silver-Wing Wolf King, Uncle Long said, his voice heavy with seriousness. The Silver-Wing Wolf King, a lord-level creature, had combat power far surpassing anyone present. If they encountered it head-on, Jiang Han and the others would likely not survive even a single encounter. Even though the Silver-Wing Wolf King was currently being pursued by a martial marquis-level expert, the situation remained dire. If they continued to flee, the group would eventually be caught up in the chaos of the wolf pack. At that point, the leaderless wolves would likely go berserk and ravage the entire area. Moreover, prairie wolves were known for holding grudges. Instead of waiting for the worst, it was better to take the initiative and break through. If they could reach the safety behind the martial marquis, they would have some temporary security. Uncle Long made his decision in a matter of seconds, although it wasn't the most favorable for Uncle Hu and the others. Facing a blockade of over 1,000 prairie wolves, a single misstep could lead to disaster. Everyone frowned, their eyes fixed on the approaching horde of wolves. Only Jiang Han, looking at the massive pack just 300 or 400 meters away, had a different gleam in his eyes. For Jiang Han, these prairie wolves with a combat power just over 1,000 were not a significant threat. With the dual abilities of insight and critical strike, his power was nearing the level of a great martial master. Each strike, if it hit a vital point, could be lethal. Usually, encountering even one prairie wolf required effort, but now, hundreds were coming to him. To Jiang Han, this was an opportunity for gaining experience, as long as he remained wary of the Silver-Wing Wolf King's ambushes. Charge! When the wolves closed in to within 100 meters, Uncle Long launched the assault. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, smashing a charging prairie wolf with a powerful punch. Jiang Han and the others followed closely, with Jiang Han guarding the flank with his blade. Using his insight, he repelled every wolf attempting to ambush them, each kill accompanied by the crisp sound of experience notifications. These prairie wolves, nearly 2 meters long and weighing up to 300 kilograms, seemed almost insignificant against Jiang Han. With the basic strength from leveling up twice reaching 120 points, combined with critical strikes and the enhancement from his 9 Thunderblade, his full-force attacks could reach an astonishing 1,200 points. He even worried that his low-quality short blade might not withstand the power. Otherwise, he felt confident he could slice a prairie wolf in two. Xiaohan, what kind of power is this? You took down a prairie wolf with one strike. Uncle Hu initially feared Jiang Han might be intimidated by such a scene, but instead, he seemed calm and even excited. Jiang Han slashed the throat of a wolf attacking Uncle Zhao and kicked its corpse aside, then turned to charge at the next target. Unlike the cautious approach of others, Jiang Han appeared to actively seek opponents, relishing the battle. Although Jiang Han lacked area damage skills, his overwhelming strength allowed him to take down enemies with a single, precise strike. The pack of wild wolves before him, though numbering over 1,000, provided excellent experience points. Each kill consistently earned him over 180 experience points, and his talent and martial skill proficiency were rapidly improving. He was just a step away from leveling up, and he couldn't help but wish for a training experience card to boost his progress even more. The five-member team moved like a sharp dagger piercing through the wolf pack. Uncle Long led the charge. Jiang Han covered the left flank, while Uncle Hu and Uncle Dao guarded the right. Uncle Zhao, being the weakest in combat, was protected in the center. With a martial marquee-level pursuer on their trail, the wolf pack dared not halt their attack, ironically making the group's breakout seem effortless. Just as they were about to escape, an unusual commotion stirred within the wolves. A distinctive howl pierced the sky, a sound that could only belong to the silver-winged wolf king, which had undergone a second mutation. It had stealthily approached, its silver-white wings unfurled, with bloodstains on one wing adding to its menacing presence. "Uncle Long, watch out!" Jiang Han shouted, but before the words were fully out, the silver-winged wolf king had already taken flight. Its speed in the air far surpassed its running pace, and with the advantage of its higher state, the wolf king was upon them before Jiang Han could react. With a metallic clash, Uncle Long was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. "Uncle Long! Brother! Long!" Everyone cried out in alarm. Jiang Han rushed forward to catch Uncle Long, checking his breathing to find he was still alive, albeit unconscious. He handed Uncle Long to Uncle Hu, realizing the severity of their predicament. This Lord-level beast's power was far beyond their expectations. Despite the element of surprise, the fact that it incapacitated their main force, Uncle Long, in a single blow meant they were in dire straits. The situation grew increasingly dire. With Uncle Long unconscious needing care, Uncle Dao injured, and Uncle Zhao limited in strength, the team had lost the ability to confront the silver-winged wolf king hidden. "Jiang Han!" Uncle Hu shouted urgently. "Split up and break through. Don't get caught up in fighting. If we can reach that martial marquee, we'll be safe." Jiang Han understood clearly that this was their only chance for survival. In the absence of anyone capable of directly challenging the silver-winged wolf king, splitting up to break through became the only option. However, this decision meant that one of them would inevitably become prey to the wolf king. Whether it was Uncle Hu, Uncle Dao, or Uncle Zhao, being caught would mean certain death. The silver-winged wolf king raised its wings once more, exuding elegance yet brimming with lethal intent. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed as he made a choice in the nick of time. He sliced an approaching prairie wolf in half and hurled its leg fiercely at the wolf king. Despite Jiang Han's considerable strength, which was enough to severely injure a regular prairie wolf, the impact on the wolf king only caused a slight tremor. The wolf king's eyes, ablaze with fury, turned towards him. Jiang Han provocatively raised his middle finger and turned to sprint away without hesitation. Though his combat power was nearly 5,000, insufficient to rival the wolf king, it was enough for self-preservation. More importantly, it offered Uncle Hu and the others a chance to escape. However, events unfolded beyond Jiang Han's expectations. The silver-winged wolf king howled towards the sky, a mournful tone embedded in its cry. The surrounding prairie wolves responded, their eyes gleaming with a Dordai spirit. In the next moment, the wolves that had been fleeing in all directions suddenly turned in unison, charging towards Jiang Han. A surge of crisis tingled up his spine like electricity. Jiang Han, disregarding any opportunity to hunt for experience points, slashed with his short sword, creating arcs of cold light as he focused on carving a path for escape. Yet, no speed could outpace the winged wolf king. Sensing the threat whistling from behind, Jiang Han's nerves tightened to the extreme. He spun around, executing the 9-layer Thunderblade technique, skillfully shifting his steps to evade the wolf king's frontal assault. His target was clear the injured wing. If he could cripple the wolf king's ability to fly, there might still be a chance to turn the tide. Unfortunately, the gap in strength wasn't something tactics could bridge. The silver-winged wolf king effortlessly shielded its injury with a gentle flap of its wings. More alarming, Jiang Han's full-force strike not only failed to inflict any damage but also, with a piercing clash of metal, his prized short sword shattered into 3 pieces. With a sharp crack, the short knife in Jiang Han's hand, which had cost him thousands of alliance coins, finally gave way and shattered into pieces. Although he had anticipated that the knife was nearing its limit, its breaking at such a crucial moment, with a formidable enemy before him, was incredibly ill-timed. Without a weapon, Jiang Han's combat ability plummeted, rendering him unable to execute his prized 9-fold Thunderblade technique. Meanwhile, the silver-winged wolf king showed no mercy, its massive body charged with deadly intent. Jiang Han narrowly dodged the lethal strike by sidestepping, only to see the wolf king swiftly pivot and fixate on him once more. The martial marquis who could aid him was merely 400 meters away, a distance he could cover in half a minute if he sprinted. Yet, at this moment, that short distance seemed insurmountable because the silver-winged wolf king was relentlessly entangling him. The beast seemed to sense its unavoidable fate of facing the martial marquis today. Choosing to start with Jiang Han, and his companions as a warm-up. Amidst this dire situation, a system notification chimed in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! A level talent insight proficiency has reached its maximum. Level up. Current level, LV2. Talent effect has changed. Please check. This news sparked a flicker of joy in Jiang Han's heart, but he quickly calmed down. Insight, being a support-type talent, wouldn't significantly boost his combat power even after leveling up. Even if the critical strike talent were to upgrade, it would be of little help against the silver-winged Wolf King, whose strength was at least above 20,000. This Lord-level beast not only possessed formidable power, but also had the ability to command other lower-level beasts due to its secondary awakening, making it particularly dangerous. Jiang Han flipped his right hand, stowing away the short knife's hilt and replacing it with an ordinary kitchen knife. Hastily leaving home, he had rummaged through his spatial ring and found only this usable weapon. Fortunately, despite being a simple kitchen knife, it was sturdy enough to trigger the ninefold Thunderblade effect. The silver-winged Wolf King launched another attack, its wings fully unfurled, moving so fast that only a blur remained. Even with Jiang Han's sharp eyesight, capturing its real form was challenging. Clearly, the beast was serious now, intending to finish this quickly before hunting down the others. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, ready for battle. If he couldn't withstand this strike, the only thing awaiting him was death. A mere 30 meters separated them, a distance the silver-winged Wolf King could close in a second. In this life-or-death moment, every cell in Jiang Han's body was stretched to its limit. As the silver-winged Wolf King charged to within 10 meters of Jiang Han, its speed suddenly slowed. Instinctively, Jiang Han swung his knife, but it cut through empty air. He frowned, puzzled. This beast should have been moving at over 50 meters per second, but now it seemed like it was in slow motion, advancing at only about 10 meters per second, similar to his speed during his warrior days. Although still fast, Jiang Han could now clearly see its every move. The silver-winged Wolf King opened its gaping jaws and raised its right claw to strike at Jiang Han's waist. Thanks to his incredible agility, Jiang Han deftly leaped into the air, avoiding the attack. In that instant, he slashed with his knife. The battle lasted only a moment, and the silver-winged Wolf King had already dashed several dozen meters away. Yet, this time, there was a hint of confusion in its fierce eyes. How could this seemingly weak human evade its attacks twice? It hadn't gone all out the first time, but what about this time? Having just completed its second evolution, the silver-winged Wolf King had developed a certain level of intelligence and cognitive ability, but the current situation was beyond its comprehension. Jiang Han caught a few silver-white wolf hairs drifting in the air, clicking his tongue in surprise. The beast's defense was truly remarkable. Although he hadn't used his full strength with the last strike, it was far from weak. Any other beast would have been killed or severely injured, yet it only cut a few hairs of the silver-winged Wolf King. Even with a martial master's power, he couldn't break through its defense. Still, it was enough. Thanks to the sudden change, the silver-winged Wolf King's proud speed was significantly reduced in his eyes. As long as he could react and respond in time, the threat posed by this beast was greatly diminished. This change stemmed from the new effect of his upgraded insight ability. A level insight LV2 not only allowed him to discern weaknesses, but also, when highly focused, triggered a dynamic capture passive state, perfectly capturing the dynamics of all creatures and objects within a 10-meter radius. This somewhat mystical ability was actually quite straightforward. It wasn't that the silver-winged Wolf King was truly slower, but rather Jiang Han's enhanced dynamic capture ability allowed him to process the opponent's movements more quickly. Against a speed-focused beast like the silver-winged Wolf King, this was undoubtedly a divine skill. Jiang Han raised his knife in front of him, ready to face the next wave of attacks, but then he saw the silver-winged Wolf King turn to flee. At that moment, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw the Marshal Marquis standing behind him, having appeared without him noticing. "Leave the rest to me. This level of battle isn't something you can handle. Do me a favor and clear out the remaining Wasteland wolves, especially the female ones." During the crucial seconds that Jiang Han held off the silver-winged Wolf King, the Wuho had enough time to traverse several hundred meters and reach his side. Realizing this, the silver-winged Wolf King immediately turned to flee. Without a word, the Wuho flashed forward, pursuing the injured silver-winged Wolf King at a speed more than double what it had been before. Although the beast was known for its speed among its peers, it had no chance against the Wuho, who was of a much higher realm, especially with one wing injured. Gravity field. With a thunderous shout from the Wuho, the silver-winged Wolf King, which was speeding through the air, was suddenly struck down, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Han's eyes twitched at the sight. Was this the power of a Wuho? The formidable enemy he had barely managed to contend with using his upgraded insight was effortlessly subdued by the Wuho, without even a chance to escape. Shaking his head, Jiang Han knew that battles at this level were beyond his ability to participate in. He turned his attention to the surrounding prairie wolves that were eyeing him eagerly, gripping his cleaver tighter. By this time, Uncle Hu and the others had already broken through the encirclement. Without the threat of the silver-winged wolf king, the remaining scattered pursuers posed little threat. Most of the wolf pack had now surrounded Jiang Han, which suited him perfectly as it saved him the trouble of chasing them down one by one. After a quick glance at his status panel, Jiang Han felt more confident. With his upgraded insight, his combat power had surpassed 5,300, making him more than capable of handling these elite prairie wolves, whose combat power barely exceeded 1,000. All of them are experience points, and they're all elite monsters, Jiang Han murmured to himself, then charged at the nearest prairie wolf. Following Uncle Dao's combat teachings, he knew that when surrounded, one should never fight to the death in place. The most reliable tactic was to fight while advancing, using his speed advantage to ensure he wouldn't be attacked from behind. The effect of the upgraded insight was truly remarkable. To him, the movements of the surrounding wolf pack seemed almost frozen, and each strike landed precisely on vital points. The system continuously notified him of gained experience, and this exhilarating feeling was intoxicating. Estimating roughly, although most of the prairie wolves had been slain by the Wuho, over 200 remained, enough for him to level up once or twice more. The blade in Jiang Han's hand glimmered as each strike precisely hit the weak points of the wolves on the wasteland. His movements were fluid, as if he had practiced them countless times. If luck was on his side, a critical hit combined with the power of the ninefold Thunderblade could elevate his strength even further. Such rapid improvement was unimaginable in the city, but out here on the wasteland, encountering a pack of wolves was all it took. Blood splattered through the air as Jiang Han weaved through the wolves. His eyes focused solely on the marked weak points, and wherever his blade aimed, a wolf would surely fall. Uncle Hu and the others called out from a distance, urging him to retreat, but their voices were a blur to him. How could he pass up this rare opportunity for training? From afar, Uncle Hu and his group watched in awe. Jiang Han's blood-soaked figure appeared and disappeared among the wolves, and it was hard to tell whether the blood was his own or from the fallen wolves. He moved like a war god descended to earth, leaving a trail of fallen wolves in his wake. Every approaching wolf was struck down with a single blow as he locked onto his next target. Old Wang, Old Zhao, don't you think Jiang Han's strength seems beyond a mere warrior? Uncle Hu asked quietly, carrying Uncle Long on his back. Are you suggesting he's reached the level of a great warrior? That can't be right. A level talent shouldn't advance this quickly. Uncle Dao replied, gripping his weapon tightly, his brow furrowed. The three exchanged a knowing glance. No ordinary warrior could handle a pack of wolves with such ease. Uncle Hu, on the brink of becoming a great warrior himself with a combat strength of 4,700, admitted he couldn't manage it so effortlessly. This kid must have a few secrets up his sleeve. Uncle Hu remarked with a smile, watching Jiang Han navigate the wolves as if they were no threat. He felt a sense of pride, knowing Jiang Han was Cheng's son, and his extraordinary talent was understandable. More importantly, Jiang Han's strength was earned through hard work beyond ordinary means. By the way, Uncle Zhao suddenly recalled, wasn't Cheng always against us mentioning the wasteland to Jiang Han? Why this time? Who can fathom Cheng's thoughts? Uncle Hu shook his head. But with Jiang Han as a surprise, completing the mission shouldn't be an issue. With two great warriors in the team, as long as we don't encounter a lord-level beast, we should be safe. The wolf packs of the wasteland have a deadly trait. Once they lock onto a target, they pursue it relentlessly, stopping at nothing. This trait was ingrained in their genes even before the mutations, and it has only intensified since. Because of this, most warriors avoid these packs at all costs. Being targeted by them means constantly fending off their attacks, unless the entire pack is annihilated or if someone is as powerful as that legendary warrior, whose sheer strength warns the wolves of their inevitable defeat. At this moment, over 200 wasteland wolves were launching a relentless assault on Jiang Han. Their madness played right into Jiang Han's plan. Continuous waves of experience points allowed him to break through once more, successfully advancing to level 5 and earning 100 precious free attribute points. After the battle, Jiang Han casually grabbed a wolf carcass, wiped his blood-stained cleaver on it, and stored it in his system space. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of blood. He was drenched in wolf blood, far beyond what a simple wipe could fix, and would have to find a water source at daybreak to properly clean himself. Xiaohan, Uncle Hu and the others approached. They had come to support him midway through the fight, but their efficiency in killing was far behind Jiang Han's. Kid, be honest. Have you reached the level of a grand warrior? Uncle Hu asked directly. Jiang Han silently checked his attribute panel to review his combat power and, no longer hiding it, nodded in acknowledgement. With the enhancement of his insight skills and the addition of those 100 free attribute points, his combat power had indeed reached 5,892, crossing into the threshold of a grand warrior. Though he was still at the lower end of that tier, he had undeniably reached it. I knew you were keeping something from us, Uncle Hu said with a smile, though there was no hint of reproach in his voice. Uncle Hu, Jiang Han began to explain, but Uncle Hu raised a hand to interrupt. It's all right. Everyone has their secrets. I understand. Reaching the level of a grand warrior is a good thing for the whole team, and it gives us more confidence in this mission. No one will blame you for hiding your strength. Uncle Hu's understanding attitude made Jiang Han feel a bit embarrassed. In truth, his initial strength wasn't that high. He had only reached this level by continuously hunting mutant beasts and leveling up 3 times. But since Uncle Hu didn't press for details, Jiang Han was happy to avoid the hassle of explaining. How's Uncle Long doing? Jiang Han asked, looking at Uncle Long, who was still slumped over Uncle Hu's back. He'll be fine. He just got knocked out and needs some rest. Jiang Han nodded. With the immediate danger temporarily averted, the strong scent of blood now served as a natural deterrent, keeping ordinary mutant beasts at bay. Let's rest here until dawn, then we'll head out. As soon as Uncle Hu finished speaking, a figure swooped back from the horizon. Holding the massive corpse of a wolf in his hand, it was none other than the silver-winged wolf king they had just encountered. Compared to the huge wolf's body, Wu Ho's figure seemed particularly small, yet he exuded a natural sense of authority. Team Tyrannosaurus, at your service, Wu Ho. Uncle Hu and the others said solemnly, bowing to Wu Ho in midair. Their respect stemmed from the vast difference in strength and status, yet it was perfectly appropriate. Jiang Han stood among them, his eyes fixed on the still warm wolf carcass. Deeply impressed by the power Wu Ho had displayed, an opponent they couldn't handle, the silver-winged wolf king, was slain with such ease. Wu Ho hovered in the air, his gaze sweeping over the group. Team Tyrannosaurus? Not bad. You dared to charge against such a massive pack of wasteland wolves, and even helped me hold back the silver-winged wolf king. His eyes finally landed on Jiang Han. Especially you, young man. What's your name? Reporting to Wu Ho, my name is Jiang Han. Jiang Han replied with a slight bow. Jiang Han. Wu Ho nodded, releasing his right hand, letting the several hundred-kilogram silver-winged wolf king crash to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. You helped in holding back the silver-winged wolf king, so you deserve some credit. You can take 1 material from this wolf king as your reward. These words left Jiang Han and the others exchanging glances. Wu Ho was known for his arrogance, and even speaking a word with him was rare. Yet, here he was, not only willing to converse, but also offering them a share of the spoils. It was well known that the corpse of a lord-level beast was extremely valuable, typically selling for anywhere between 1 to 5 million. As a rare creature following its second mutation, the silver-winged wolf king was worth up to 3 million. Choosing the most valuable parts, like its wings or fangs, could easily fetch nearly 1 million alliance coins, far exceeding the monthly income of an average warrior team. Jiang Han was indeed tempted, but he didn't immediately make a choice. Wu Ho watched him silently, not urging him. After a moment, Jiang Han looked up to meet Wu Ho's gaze. Your offer is indeed tempting, but I'm aware that I didn't play a significant role. If I'm not mistaken, you let the silver-winged wolf king escape for so long because you wanted to eliminate the entire pack of wasteland wolves and prevent it from leaving descendants, right? Uncle Hu and the others were taken aback by Jiang Han's decision to give up such a fortune. But Wu Ho, upon hearing this, smiled. Interesting. Jiang Han, is it? I'll remember you. To possess such warrior-level strength at a young age, with such a keen mind, your future achievements might not be much lower than mine. Consider this silver-winged wolf king as my investment in you. He paused. Remember, my name is Li Chongyang, Wu Ho Li Chongyang. Li Chongyang left, leaving behind a field full of wasteland wolf corpses. The most striking among them was the silver-winged wolf king, with a fatal sword wound still visible on its neck. Jiang Han and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. How could a silver-winged wolf king, worth 3 million alliance coins, be casually left behind like this? Even for a marquis, such generosity seemed excessive. Uncle Hu, what should we do now? Should we find a chance to return it? Jiang Han asked, having never encountered such a situation before and unsure of how to proceed. Uncle Hu stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. It's hard to say. If it were me, I'd take it without hesitation. But for you, he paused, his expression serious. I suggest you think carefully. Accepting it means you owe a favor. You've reached the level of a Grand Martial Master at 18. Your future achievements might surpass that of the Marquis. Besides, he made it clear it's an investment. This decision is yours alone to make. Jiang Han fell into deep thought. For many martial artists, owing a favor to a marquis was something to boast about, but he had always disliked such exchanges. Yet reality was harsh, desperately needed the money. His armor was borrowed from Uncle Long, and if not for that, Uncle Long wouldn't have been knocked out by the silver-winged wolf king. Even the spatial ring he used was purchased with their help. After a long deliberation, Jiang Han finally spoke. Uncle Hu, let's split the silver-winged wolf king. Split it with us? Uncle Hu and the others were momentarily taken aback, then shook their heads with a light laugh. Uncle Dao patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, his tone filled with warmth. It's good that you have this thought, but don't do this again. In the wilderness, everything depends on one's own strength. Even among the 5 of us, it's the same what effort we put in, what share we get, and that way, no one has complaints. Besides, he shifted to a teasing tone. This is something the Marquis specifically gave to you, to owe you a favor. We can't afford to owe a favor to a Marquis. Not just Uncle Dao, but Uncle Hu and Uncle Zhao also made the same choice, giving all the benefits to Jiang Han. Jiang Han remained silent for a moment, then gently placed his right hand on the hind leg of the silver-winged wolf king. A flash of light appeared, and the massive beast's corpse instantly vanished into his interdimensional ring. As he gazed at the faint glow on the ring, a wave of joy surged in his heart. To capture such a valuable creature on his first venture into the wilderness meant he could completely upgrade his gear. This unexpected turn of events had become an opportunity. If the mission went smoothly, along with the profits from hunting beasts along the way, he could earn at least $1 million. Such an income made Jiang Han reflect that running a restaurant for a lifetime might not yield this amount. More importantly, with this earning potential, he could finally spare his father from those cheap spirits. The intense battle had left everyone exhausted, so they decided to rest on the spot. The heavy scent of blood served as a natural barrier, deterring nearby beasts from approaching, allowing them to spend a peaceful night. The next morning, the previously weary group had regained their vigor. Uncle Long, who had been unconscious, was now awake after a night's rest. He learned from Uncle Hu and others about the events of the night, especially that Jiang Han might have reached the level of a Grand Martial Master. Uncle Long remained silent for a while, then simply patted Jiang Han's shoulder and advised, "Stay humble, think twice before acting." Jiang Han noticed that ever since he displayed his strength, the elder's advice centered around caution. Upon reflection, it made sense. Uncle Long and the others had survived in the wilderness thanks to their prudence. After all, if a genius falls prematurely, they don't deserve to be called a genius. Naturally reserved, Jiang Han readily accepted this advice. "By the way, Xiao Han," Uncle Long added, "when you return, you should get your Grand Martial Master certification. With that, you can form your own team of warriors, and the benefits will be more substantial." The group of 5 walked for several miles and stopped by a small lake. Many beasts were drinking from the lake, but they were only beast soldier level and posed no threat. The group didn't bother removing their armor and jumped directly into the lake. The dried bloodstains were soaked by the water, turning the surrounding area red. The cool lake water washed away their fatigue, and everyone couldn't help but relax, especially after a night surrounded by the scent of blood. "Feels great," Jiang Han sighed contentedly. Uncle Long floated lazily on the lake's surface and, hearing this, chuckled. "Tired, huh? Choosing the path of a warrior means there are many more tough days ahead. And soon, you'll be a team leader, which means even more responsibilities." "Uncle Long, do I really need to form my own team of warriors?" Jiang Han asked, puzzled. "Isn't it fine as it is now? You haven't been in the wilderness long enough, so it's normal not to know," Uncle Long explained leisurely. "Your strength is growing rapidly, and your potential is high. In such a situation, you won't be able to stay with a regular team for long before you hit their strength limit. It's actually about maximizing benefits. A standard team configuration typically includes 1 high-level main attacker paired with 4 support members." Jiang Han joined the team as a martial artist, perfectly filling the vacant position. "You can only serve as a support member for now," Uncle Long explained patiently. "Even though you're already at the Grand Martial Artist level, we can only take down beast general level exotic beasts. But if you can obtain your Grand Martial Artist certification and form your own team as the main attacker, your income will significantly increase." Jiang Han listened carefully. With his consistently top 3 academic performance, he could understand these points even without Uncle Long's explanation. He was indeed tempted by the suggestion he really needed the money. After some thought, Jiang Han realized that obtaining the Grand Martial Artist certification was necessary, but forming a team seemed pointless. With his extraordinary speed of improvement, even martial artists with an awakened level talent couldn't compare. Even if he formed a team, it would likely disband soon due to the significant disparity in strength. With the help of his tools, he wasn't very reliant on support. Hunting exotic beasts alone on the Wastelands suited him better and allowed him to keep his secrets safe. By the way, entering the Wasteland requires a Grand Martial Artist to lead the team, to ensure the safety of the martial artists, Uncle Long added. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. This information further solidified his decision to pursue the Grand Martial Artist certification. However, these plans were for when he returned to the city. For now, the priority was completing the current task. The group spent a few minutes in the icy lake water, washing off the blood and grime. The scent of blood could attract exotic beasts, and any carelessness might lead to an attack. After replenishing their drinking water, the 5 of them resumed their journey toward the target city. The ensuing journey was relatively smooth. Although they didn't encounter another formidable foe like the silver-winged wolf king, the overall strength of the exotic beasts increased as they delved deeper into the wasteland. They transitioned from ordinary exotic beasts and low to middle-level beast soldiers to exclusively high-level beast soldiers, occasionally encountering beast generals. Fortunately, with Jiang Han and Uncle Long's Grand Martial Artist level prowess, they handled the beast general level exotic beasts with ease. When faced with high-level beast generals, they managed to avoid them in time, thanks to Jiang Han's warnings. Throughout the journey, Uncle Hu and the others seldom had the chance to engage in battle. It was evident from their faces that everyone was in high spirits. This mission had been a breeze for the team. Jiang Han honed his skills on the lower-level beasts, while Uncle Long took on the tougher ones with Jiang Han assisting, and the others occasionally offering tips to refine Jiang Han's still developing combat techniques. What delighted the team even more was Jiang Han's culinary talent. Every time they hunted a beast with tender meat, he would expertly carve out the finest parts to cook, providing a feast for the whole team. Why don't you just stay with us, Xiao Han? Uncle Hu joked with a smile. With you around, life in the wilderness isn't so hard. By the way, is there any of that fire chicken left from yesterday? Could you roast a drumstick for me? Jiang Han quickly scanned his system space, where a neat stack of exotic beast meat was stored. There are 2 drumsticks left, he confirmed. Storing meat in the system space was a wise choice, as he discovered it had a vacuum-preserving feature that ordinary spatial rings lacked. All right, Uncle Long said, his gaze turning serious as he looked at the faint outline of the city in the distance. We're only about 10 kilometers from the target city. Let's rest here. Xiao Han, roast some extra to take with us. We can't risk lighting a fire in the city and attracting beasts. Their previously relaxed expressions gradually became more serious. They had traveled hundreds of kilometers to reach the mission city, and the outcome of their efforts would soon be revealed. Although the presence of the steel-bristled Boar King in the city was a concern for everyone, Jiang Han seemed unfazed. He retrieved 2 fire chicken drumsticks from his system space, each weighing over 30 pounds, comparable to an entire farm-raised pig leg. This was due to the fire chicken's enormous size. As a beginner beast general, it possessed low-level fireball attack capabilities. After carefully cleaning them, Jiang Han began marinating the meat, while Uncle Hu and Uncle Dao handled the turning. While the meat roasted, Jiang Han reviewed his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 5927. Level 5. Strength, 156. Agility, 145. Constitution, 151. Spirit, 149. Available free attribute points, 0. Current talents. A-level talent Insight LV2 automatically triggers in combat, allows insight into the weaknesses of all things. B-level talent Critical Hit LV3 50 chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to Strength 5. Talent Proficiency. Insight, 325, 3000. Critical Hit, 1286, 2000. Martial Skill. Earth Grade Superior 9-fold Thunderblade LV1. Effect. When using bladed weapons, Strength 2, Agility 2. Proficiency, 1569200. System space remaining, 2411000. Current mission, Thousand Slayer. Stored energy, 5752, can be unleashed for a temporary boost in combat power. In the desolate night of the wilderness, Jiang Han maintained his habit of meditating and cultivating. Through diligent practice, he gained several valuable attribute points, which he allocated to the key attributes of strength and constitution. The increase in strength significantly boosted his combat power, while the growth in constitution greatly enhanced his endurance in prolonged battles. At this point, Jiang Han's combat power had steadily surpassed the 5,000 mark, reaching the early stage of a grand martial master. In the wilderness, this level of strength was considered a solid force. As long as he didn't provoke high-level exotic beasts, he could ensure his safety. His skills were also improving steadily. His insight skill had just made a breakthrough, and both Critical Strike and 9-fold Thunderblade were nearing breakthroughs as well. Judging by his current progress, if he hunted about 100 more exotic beasts to accumulate sufficient proficiency, his combat power would experience another qualitative leap. However, with his level climbing, Jiang Han encountered a thorny issue. The experience required for leveling up was increasing geometrically. Just 5 levels required 8,000 experience points. If he were to level up 2 more times, the required experience would be astronomical. Relying solely on hunting exotic beasts for experience would likely consume most of his time in the wilderness. One piece of information on his system panel caught Jiang Han's attention. The stored energy, if he remembered correctly, was the resistance he encountered when he first awakened his insight skill, which the system had absorbed. Previously overlooked, he now sensed that if used properly, this energy could bring unexpected surprises. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han retracted his consciousness and focused on the task at hand grilling. The chicken legs were golden and crispy, the perfect time to sprinkle seasoning. He knew the art of barbecue well, aware that seasoning too early could lead to a burnt taste. At this moment, the chicken legs were sizzling with oil, releasing an enticing aroma. The addition of seasoning enhanced the fragrance, making even Hu Shu and the others swallow their saliva. After a moment, Jiang Han retrieved 2 large plates from his spatial ring, carefully removing the roasted chicken legs and separating the lean meat. The aroma mixed with steam rose temptingly, making mouths water. Hu Shu was the first to reach for a piece under the guise of tasting. With his lead, Dao Shu and Zhao Shu also helped themselves, and even the usually reserved Long Shu couldn't resist sampling, showing a satisfied expression. Without Jiang Han, they would still be chewing on bland, dry rations, a stark contrast in treatment. After a satisfying meal, the group packed the remaining chicken legs and continued on their journey. Soon, the fallen city of Site 283, formerly known as Chong City, appeared before them. Once a renowned tourist city famous for its excellent urban greenery, it was now overtaken by plants following human evacuation. The intertwining of skyscrapers and greenery painted a scene reminiscent of a science fiction movie. Xiaohan stood on a high vantage point, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, meticulously searching for any sign of the steel bristle wild boar king. His eyes followed the winding path through the ruins, carefully avoiding areas that might give away his position. The strongest creature in the fallen city of Zone 283 was originally just a high-level beast general, posing a threat, but not a deadly one to the squad. However, the appearance of the steel bristle wild boar king had significantly heightened the area's danger level. If not for the mission target being located on the outskirts of this wasteland in the fallen city of Zone 283, Uncle Long's squad would never have risked venturing here. Uncle Long unfolded a yellowed map and pointed to a marked location, saying, "The mission target is at the Research Institute's herb base." His voice was deep and grave. After the dimensional rift, the plants here have mutated. Some have developed aggressiveness, while others have undergone drastic changes in their properties. These plants, beneficial to both ordinary people and warriors, we call them spiritual herbs. He pulled a photograph from his pocket and placed it on the map. The photo showed a patch of grass resembling chives, about 20 centimeters tall. Our target this time is the second-grade superior spiritual herb, Duan Yin grass, which has the ability to heal severe injuries and is a key ingredient in the creation of the level 4 potion, Hui Ming powder. A warrior team had previously discovered it, but it wasn't mature at that time. We need to collect at least 20 stalks and then evacuate immediately. In fact, Uncle Long and his team had already encountered and collected some of the Duan Yin grass. If not for the appearance of the steel bristle wild boar king, the mission would have been completed. Reiterating this was merely to ensure Jiang Han understood the objective clearly. "All right, let's head upstairs," Uncle Long said, putting away the map and photo, leading the group towards a nearby 7-story building. After clearing out 2 ordinary alien beasts inside, Jiang Han stood on the rooftop, using his perceptive ability. His gaze swept the surroundings like a scanner, finally providing precise information. Within a kilometer radius, there are about 100 alien beasts, including 2 mid-level beast generals and 7 low-level beast generals. No high-level beast generals or signs of the steel bristle wild boar king. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Long decided, "Let's not hunt those beast general level creatures. The scent of blood will only attract more trouble. Our sole target is the Duan Yin grass. Keep moving forward." Everyone nodded in agreement. Compared to the $4 million mission reward, hunting a few beast general level creatures worth tens of thousands seemed trivial. The earnings from ordinary alien beasts, a few thousand, and beast soldier level, tens of thousands, were even less significant. After advancing 500 meters, Jiang Han climbed up again to observe. This time, the number of alien beasts had noticeably decreased, about 80 to 90, including 5 low-level beast generals, with no higher-level creatures or the steel bristle wild boar king in sight. This discovery made everyone uneasy. Logically, the closer to the city center, the more numerous and higher the level of alien beasts should be. Yet, the current situation was quite the opposite. "Keep going, advance another kilometer," Uncle Long said with a serious tone, increasing their pace. The new reconnaissance results were even more unusual. Only 3 low-level beast generals and about 50 ordinary alien beasts. The abnormal situation in the city was undeniable. Jiang Han and his group stood on the vantage point of an abandoned building, their eyes vigilantly scanning the deserted streets. Based on experience, there were only 2 possibilities. Either a powerful warrior had already cleared the area of beasts, or a high-level beast had gathered all its kind. The first scenario is manageable, Uncle Hu analyzed in a low voice. "We just need to clean up the remaining beasts on the outskirts." But if it's the second? He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood the implication. From the signs they observed, they were almost certain they were facing the worst-case scenario. "Let's hope the beasts haven't gathered at the medicinal herb base." Uncle Hu sighed deeply, his tone filled with concern. "Don't jinx it." Uncle Long interrupted him with a serious expression, turning to Jiang Han. "Keep moving forward, Xiao Han. Stay alert and report any anomalies immediately." Jiang Han felt an unprecedented pressure. In a situation where high-level beasts congregated, one wrong move could trigger a chain reaction. If they accidentally stumbled into a beast horde, even as grandmasters, they might struggle to escape unscathed. Once a beast reached the level of a beast general, its combat power rivaled that of a grandmaster, with only the specifics of strength differentiating them. Because of this, Jiang Han kept his insight skill activated, ensuring he could detect any anomalies instantly. With continuous use, his proficiency with the skill was rapidly improving. 3 kilometers to the medicinal herb base. Advance another 300 meters. Uncle Long's caution increased as the distance decreased. What started as checks every 500 meters or a kilometer now required careful reconnaissance at every building. The oppressive feeling from the disappearance of high-level beasts was suffocating. At their pace, 3 kilometers should have taken only a few minutes. But now, they had to stop and scout every 1 or 200 meters, taking nearly an hour to cover 2 kilometers. Jiang Han, have you spotted the beast horde yet? As they drew closer to their destination, the ominous feeling in everyone's hearts intensified, though no one dared voice it for fear of it coming true. Suddenly, Jiang Han's expression changed drastically. I found the beast horde, he said heavily, drawing everyone's attention to him. Where? Uncle Long asked urgently, noticing Jiang Han's unusual expression. Jiang Han pointed, and as everyone followed his direction, their faces turned grim. Damn it, why there of all places? That steel bristle boar king sure knows how to pick a spot. Uncle Hu gritted his teeth. There's no way we can secure the mission items now. Don't panic. In the critical moment, Uncle Long remained composed. Jiang Han, can you see how many beasts there are? Jiang Han didn't answer immediately, focusing entirely on his insight skill. With the skill's level improved, his observation range had expanded significantly. Squinting slightly, he clearly saw the densely packed beast horde in the area. These beasts had a strong territorial instinct, which became even more pronounced and expansive as their level increased. If other mythical creatures intruded, a fierce battle would likely ensue. However, the scene before Jiang Han was quite unusual. His gaze swept across the surroundings, clearly counting more than a dozen mid-level beast general class creatures and 3 even more formidable high-level beast generals. Surprisingly, these creatures, usually in constant conflict, were now unusually peaceful. Some were leisurely licking their glossy fur, others were lazily sprawled on the ground pretending to nap, while some were cautiously patrolling the area. Any one of these creatures could easily throw Jiang Han's team of 5 into disarray. Now, with so many high-level beasts gathered, the situation was far beyond their capacity to handle. Even more concerning was that this was just one area that Jiang Han could see. The entire city's high-level beast population was likely much larger. Can you see the steel bristle boar king? Uncle Long asked solemnly. Jiang Han shook his head in response. No, but judging by the peaceful coexistence of these creatures, they were likely summoned by the steel bristle boar king. Based on the current situation, the boar king should be inside the herb base. He analyzed. The choice of location is very deliberate. The weakness period after giving birth is a common vulnerability for all viviparous creatures, even those mutated. The spiritual herbs inside the base can help it quickly regain strength and avoid danger during its vulnerable period. Although the intelligence of Lord-level creatures hasn't fully developed, their instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm is quite remarkable. Uncle Long was silent for a moment before making a decision. You 3 stay here. Jiang Han and I will scout further. Jiang Han, we must confirm the exact location of the steel bristle boar king. He continued to analyze. These mid and high-level generals haven't developed intelligence yet and act purely on instinct. If we can find a way to lure this group out, the mission might still be possible. To avoid being discovered by the beasts below, Jiang Han and Uncle Long chose to move along the rooftops this time. The city center area was densely packed with buildings, most connected, and even the gaps were no more than 30 meters. With their physique, they could easily leap 50 meters after a run-up. After advancing about 600 meters, Jiang Han finally saw the full picture. 13 high-level beast generals, 38 mid-level beast generals, and countless low-level beast generals, along with at least 300 beast soldier class creatures. If such a scale of beast horde were to erupt, it would be enough to trigger a small-scale beast tide, far beyond what their team could handle. Still no sign of the steel bristle boar king. Then continue observing, and decide on the next move once we locate it. The steel mane boar king is considered one of the most formidable forces among the lords. Normally, with it guarding a place, Jiang Han and his team wouldn't dare approach. However, upon learning that the boar king was here to give birth, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. After giving birth, the boar king would inevitably become weak, with its combat power reduced by 90%. Although still formidable, it wouldn't be as lethally dangerous as usual. Jiang Han recalled his encounter with the silver-winged wolf king and had a clear understanding of opponents with combat power over 10,000. While he couldn't confront them head-on, he believed he could maneuver for a few minutes using his insight skill. At this moment, he stood atop a tall building, only a few hundred meters from the herb base. Yet, no matter how hard he looked, the boar king was nowhere in sight. The sun slowly moved westward overhead, and as 1 hour turned into 2, he began to doubt the accuracy of their intel were it not for the sight of numerous high-level beasts gathered there. Uncle Long leaned against the rooftop wall, resting with his eyes closed. The responsibility of luring away the boar king and the beast horde fell on him. a task akin to facing a deadly gauntlet against dozens or even hundreds of beasts of similar strength. As the sun set, a cool breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood in the air. The guarding beasts began venturing out in groups to hunt, returning to the base with their prey. Jiang Han and Uncle Long silently chewed on their prepared roasted meat, patiently waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, a cry of agony echoed from the herb base. Jiang Han was instantly alert, quickly stowing his roasted meat into his system space and activating his insight skill. Uncle Long stood up, watching the agitated beast horde. Have you found the Boar King yet? Not yet, but it's definitely in there. Judging by the sound, it must be giving birth. The glass surfaces of the herb base were coated with a special optical material that allowed sunlight to enter but made it difficult to see inside, similar to frosted glass. Initially intended to regulate temperature, it now obstructed Jiang Han's ability to investigate. Originally boasting combat power exceeding 50,000, the Boar King, even with the aid of spiritual medicine, would struggle to regain its peak state shortly after giving birth. The chance is here, Uncle Long said gravely. Jiang Han, stay here and keep watch. I'll figure out a way to lure the research facility's beast horde and the Boar King out. You seize the opportunity to slip in and collect the mission items. Once you succeed, run southwest and leave through the subway entrance. We'll meet outside the city at the place where we had barbecue this morning. Got it. Uncle Long issued the command succinctly, his gaze piercing as he looked at Jiang Han. Seeing Jiang Han nod decisively, he immediately turned and sprinted away, quickly disappearing from view. Some actions required coordination with Uncle Hu and Uncle Dao, as per their prearranged plan. Jiang Han refocused on the medicinal herb base. The agonizing cries of the steel bristle Boar King echoed repeatedly, causing the air to tremble. The exotic beasts on the perimeter of the base began to stir restlessly, having lost the oppressive presence of the Boar King, instinctively showing their irritable nature. This was exactly what Jiang Han hoped for. The greater the chaos, the more opportunities for action. In the natural world, even the most formidable creatures reveal fatal weaknesses during reproduction. Despite the steel bristle Boar King's impressive strength, it couldn't avoid the vulnerable state during birthing. Jiang Han waited quietly for Uncle Long's move, unaware of the specific plan but fully aware that his task was to seize the opportunity when the Boar King left its lair. Time ticked by, nearly half an hour passed, and the Boar King's wails gradually subsided. Jiang Han knew that if it successfully gave birth and consumed the spiritual herbs, they would lose their chance. At this critical moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. Jiang Han witnessed a 100-meter building collapse with a deafening crash, the massive steel and concrete structure falling like a domino. Dust filled the air instantly, debris flew everywhere, and a few low-level beasts were crushed to death on the spot. The entire beast horde descended into madness. Amidst the thick dust, an enraged roar echoed across the sky. Using his keen perception, Jiang Han barely made out the colossal figure, a giant boar over 5 meters tall, with tusks reaching 2 meters in length. Even from afar, it sent chills down his spine. Compared to it, the silver-winged Wolf King appeared like a rookie. Although the silver-winged Wolf King had a higher growth potential, its current combat power was no match for the adult Boar King before him. With a single roar, the Boar King silenced the previously frantic beast horde. Another roar followed, and all the beasts surged like a tidal wave towards the direction where Uncle Long and his team were, the ground trembling under the force of the stampede. The Guard Legion under the command of the steel-maned Boar King is a formidable force. Composed of advanced beast soldiers, each creature in this team possesses the combat strength of a martial master. With an immense size, the shortest among them stands at 3 meters tall. At this moment, this massive beast horde is surging towards the distance like a flood breaking through a dam, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Standing at a high vantage point, Jiang Han's heart pounded with worry in his eyes. He silently prayed that Uncle Long and his team had already retreated to safety. A beast tide of this magnitude would overwhelm even the strongest warrior unless they possessed the power of a martial marquis. Moreover, hidden within the beast horde were several creatures even more formidable than Uncle Long. The enemy luring plan was starting to show results, with most of the beasts being drawn out, but the most troublesome steel-maned Boar King remained unmoved. It stood amidst the dust, its fist-sized eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Jiang Han could almost guess the thoughts of this behemoth. A postpartum, weakened body, and the presence of its young in the base meant it wouldn't leave without a compelling reason. Uncle Long, bring out something stronger. This isn't enough. Jiang Han murmured under his breath, eyes fixed on the Boar King. As if in response to his anticipation, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed from afar. A 100-meter building collapsed with impeccable timing. The beast horde was just within the affected area. Then boom, boom, boom. 3 more explosions followed in quick succession, just seconds apart. 3 buildings crumbled one after another, and the dust they stirred up even reached Jiang Han's position. Fortunately, his insight skill remained effective, allowing Jiang Han to see through the dust hundreds of meters away and observe every move of the steel-maned Boar King clearly. After witnessing several beasts crushed by the falling buildings, the massive creature finally could not hold back. It seemed to realize that an opponent capable of creating such a spectacle must possess unfathomable strength and was clearly targeting it. The Boar King cast one last glance at the medicinal base before turning and charging towards the direction of the collapsed buildings. In its weakened state, its only thought was to distance itself from its young and avoid the battle affecting them. It's running. Jiang Han watched the Boar King depart, a surge of excitement rising within him. Indeed, even with intelligence, it couldn't change the fact that it was an animal at heart. A human would have seen through the flaws in Uncle Long's actions if they truly had such strength. Why go to such lengths to create a spectacle? Wouldn't a direct assault be more effective? But the Boar King failed to see through this trap. Amidst the swirling dust, Jiang Han's insight skill maintained visibility up to a kilometer. After confirming the Boar King had indeed left, he leaped from the rooftop without hesitation. During the descent, he skillfully used protrusions on the wall to slow his fall, ensuring both speed and a soft landing. This high-difficulty descent was now second nature to Jiang Han. Jiang Han swiftly climbed down the exterior of the building, landing firmly in just a few seconds. Without pausing, he sprinted towards the medicinal herb base. Although Uncle Long and his team had successfully lured away the exotic beasts and the king of iron-bristled boars from the entrance, this distraction would only buy them a limited amount of time. Even the least intelligent beasts would eventually realize there was no enemy present, making every second count. With his inside ability activated, Jiang Han easily navigated through the thick smoke and deftly leaped over the walls that had been knocked down by the beasts, successfully infiltrating the herb base. The tempered glass kept the outside dust at bay, allowing him to clearly view the entire base, which spanned about 7 to 8 acres. Most of the land appeared barren without human care and natural rain. Only the resilient spiritual herbs continued to thrive, while ordinary medicinal plants had perished. This actually made it easier for Jiang Han to quickly locate his target. In a plot resembling a chive field, the Duanine grass was growing densely. As he flipped his right hand to pull out a kitchen knife, ready to harvest the main active leaves like cutting chives, he noticed a nest of piglets quietly sleeping in the grass. These were clearly the offspring of the iron-bristled Boar King, each only the size of a palm, still covered in mucus with their eyes unopened. Although a single slice could easily end the lives of these 6 piglets, Jiang Han quickly dismissed the idea. Killing these newborns would yield no valuable material and would only infuriate the iron-bristled Boar King. After all, Uncle Long and his team had only accidentally provoked it and faced relentless pursuit. Killing its offspring would certainly lead to an all-out vendetta. Jiang Han quickly crouched down, grabbed the leaves of the Duanine grass with one hand, and swiftly cut them with a knife, storing them in his system space. He worked efficiently, finishing the harvest of the entire patch in just a few seconds. As he was about to put away the knife and leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of some unusual withered branches. On closer inspection, they were a row of slender, bamboo-like plants, their surfaces adorned with black circular patterns of varying sizes. 3-star black pattern bamboo. This was far more valuable than Duanine grass, with just a gram fetching a high price. The number of 3-star grade elixirs is truly scarce. As Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings, a dense grove of black-striped bamboo caught his eye. Though each stalk was only a few centimeters tall, it was enough to make his heart race. This was a 3rd-grade elixir rarely seen, even in the city. Black-striped bamboo, a valuable material between an elixir and a spiritual material, boasts remarkable healing properties and serves as a crucial catalyst in crafting high-level equipment. While ordinary injuries take months to heal, with black-striped bamboo, recovery is possible in just 3 days. Due to its wide range of uses, it is always in high demand, keeping its price consistently elevated. Harvest. Harvest it all, was the only thought in Jiang Han's mind. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 stalks in this grove, making it as valuable as the corpse of the silver-winged Wolf King. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, knife in hand, and began his harvesting work. Unlike ordinary herbs, black-striped bamboo must be uprooted. Jiang Han efficiently grasped each stalk, pulling it out with force and quickly storing it in his system space. Each stalk of black-striped bamboo made him more excited, as if he could see heaps of wealth beckoning to him. Suddenly, a deafening beast roar shattered the tranquility. Jiang Han shuddered, cold sweat instantly appearing on his back. The steel-bristle wild Boar King had returned. The distant rumble of the ground and chaotic footsteps indicated it was not alone, but leading an entire pack of beasts. Jiang Han quickened his harvesting pace while silently calculating the distance. 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. As he eyed the last small patch of black-striped bamboo, he was forced to make a tough decision. Despite his reluctance, facing a Lord-level beast with peak combat power exceeding 50,000, even in its slightly weakened state, was beyond his capability. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Han decisively turned away. With a swift swing of his knife, premutation-tempered glass shattered under his attack, the sound of breaking glass echoing twice in quick succession. No amount of black-striped bamboo was worth more than preserving his own life. Jiang Han dared not stop or look back. The sound of shattering glass behind him signaled the arrival of the steel bristle Boar King. Roar! A deafening bellow erupted from the rear as Jiang Han pushed his legs to the limit, sprinting towards the cluster of high-rise buildings about 400 or 500 meters ahead. If he could reach them, he could use the buildings as cover to evade pursuit. However, the heavy footsteps behind him grew closer, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The steel bristle Boar King had clearly realized that its precious herbs had been completely harvested. Those two herbs, Duan grass and black striped bamboo, were crucial for restoring its strength, and now only a small remnant of the black striped bamboo remained. Jiang Han was the only one to have entered the herb base, and even a beast of lower intelligence could deduce the truth. Not only had it been outsmarted and returned empty-handed, but it also found its lair ransacked. Although its young were safe, the loss of the herbs had driven it into a furious rage. Blinded by anger, the beast launched a relentless chase. Despite Jiang Han's agility attribute reaching 145 points after several level-ups, making him exceptionally fast for a martial artist, it was insufficient against the Lord-level steel bristle Boar King. The footsteps behind drew closer, like an out-of-control armored vehicle bearing down on him. With just over 100 meters to the buildings, a distance that would normally take 3 to 4 seconds to cover, it now became a life-or-death challenge. Feeling the threat of death approaching, Jiang Han finally couldn't help but turn back in sight. Ninefold Thunderblade. As the skill activated, a nearly meter-long tusk was already closing in on his back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Jiang Han's right hand was jolted, nearly losing grip of his cleaver. Despite his strike carrying a formidable force of 1,560 points, enough to cleave a lower-level beast general in two, it had little effect on the tusk of the steel bristle Boar King. Instead, Jiang Han was sent flying by the immense force, while the Boar King only slightly slowed its charge. Fortunately, the lethal blow was deflected, leaving Jiang Han only with a numb hand. The disparity in power between them was stark. His full-force attack had no impact on the opponent. Taking advantage of the recoil, Jiang Han was propelled nearly 100 meters backward, landing beside the high-rise buildings. Without a second thought, he leapt up, using the protruding window ledges to climb swiftly. In a few bounds, he vanished onto the rooftop, with no intention of engaging the steel bristle Boar King Hedon. Jiang Han's objective was straightforward. He had already secured the Duan grass and the black-striped bamboo. Although he had only managed to store most of the black-striped bamboo in his system space, it was sufficient for his needs. As someone with a clear understanding of his priorities, Jiang Han knew that survival was paramount. The Duan grass was essential, and the more valuable black-striped bamboo was merely a bonus. His focus now was on escaping the pack of beasts behind him, especially the troublesome steel bristle Wild Boar King. When he disappeared onto the rooftop, the massive Wild Boar King didn't give up easily. Unable to leap onto the rooftop as Jiang Han could, it instead set its sights on several winged beasts. With a deafening roar, those beasts immediately understood and took to the air, heading straight for the rooftop. The other beasts on the ground followed the Wild Boar King, continuing their relentless pursuit. Jiang Han darted from rooftop to rooftop, with several low-level beast generals in close aerial pursuit. Although these pursuers weren't strong enough to pose a lethal threat, they did make his escape more challenging. The real problem was the persistent Wild Boar King below. He finally understood what Uncle Hu meant about the Wild Boar King's impact being strong enough to bring down the support columns of a 100-meter-high building. The buildings beneath him trembled as if they were at the epicenter of an earthquake. The skyscraper he had just leapt from collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the air. But Jiang Han couldn't afford to stop. Halting would mean being surrounded by hundreds of beasts below. He swung his cleaver with precision, blocking an attacking beast. With his insight skill, the movements of these low-level beast generals seemed sluggish, and their weak points were clearly marked. If he could stop to focus on them, it would only be a matter of time before he dispatched them. Unfortunately, his current situation didn't allow for such a luxury. After nearly 3 minutes of sprinting and covering 3 to 4 kilometers, the beasts were still hot on his trail. Worse yet, the buildings ahead were noticeably sparse, and even with his exceptional jumping ability, a 200-meter gap was insurmountable. He needed another plan. The beast's physical strength was several times that of humans of the same level, and trying to outlast the Wild Boar King in stamina was futile. Just dealing with the flying beasts was exhausting enough. In this critical moment, the Wild Boar King suddenly stopped ramming the support columns and turned its gaze toward the direction of the medicinal herb base. Through the swirling dust, it seemed to sense something. With a mournful howl, the massive creature abandoned the chase and sprinted back the way it came, even faster than when it was pursuing Jiang Han. The moment the beasts heard the wailing, they halted in their tracks. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed as he immediately noticed the unusual behavior of the steel-maned wild boar king. This fierce beast abruptly stopped its pursuit, turned around, and dashed back in the direction it came from, with the other beasts following closely behind. Not chasing anymore, Jiang Han wondered, but his instincts told him that this was no time for contemplation. He leaped down from the building, swiftly disappearing into the nearby streets, using the buildings for cover to conceal himself. This was his best chance to escape, and there was no room for hesitation. Even after he was sure he had shaken off his pursuers, Jiang Han remained vigilant, quickly making his way to the rendezvous point he had agreed upon with Uncle Long. Along the way, he encountered several beast soldier-level creatures. To avoid revealing his presence, Jiang Han silently took them out. Each beast soldier-level creature was worth tens of thousands of alliance currency, so he couldn't pass up these easy gains. When Jiang Han arrived at the meeting spot, he found Uncle Long and the others already waiting. Seeing him return safely, everyone visibly relaxed. "How did it go, Xiao Han? No trouble, right?" Uncle Long asked, his voice betraying his deep concern. As the one who sent Jiang Han on this mission, he had been worried the entire time. Though life and death in the wilderness were matters of fate, Jiang Han was like family to him, and if anything happened, he wouldn't be able to face Jiang's father or forgive himself. "No big problems," Jiang Han replied nonchalantly, flipping his right hand to reveal a pile of green grass and nearly 100 dry branches on the ground. "I got the Duanine grass, and there's an unexpected bonus." The group was initially delighted about the Duanine grass, but when they realized what the pile of branches really was, they were stunned. Black pattern bamboo. Uncle Hu's voice suddenly rose, and everyone else was equally shocked. "Xiaoan, how did you get this black pattern bamboo?" Uncle Long asked seriously. "It was growing in the herb base, right next to the Duanine grass, so I collected some," Jiang Han replied with a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, because the steel-maned wild boar king came back, I couldn't gather about 30 more. If I remember correctly," Uncle Long said slowly, "the last auction for black pattern bamboo sold it at a sky-high price of 32,000 per gram." Jiang Han's eyes widened as he realized the incredible fortune he had stumbled upon. Jiang Han hadn't weighed the harvested black-striped bamboo, but he roughly estimated that each stalk weighed about 20 grams. They were light and didn't feel heavy in his hands. Scattered on the ground were over 80 stalks, with a total weight of approximately 1,600 grams. According to Uncle Long's information, 1 gram of black-striped bamboo could sell for the astronomical price of 32,000 alliance coins. Jiang Han quickly calculated in his mind that the total value of the bamboo on the ground exceeded 50 million alliance coins. This figure made his blood rush, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. Looking at Uncle Long and the others' expressions, Jiang Han finally understood why they were so shocked earlier. Anyone else would likely have been unable to resist the temptation and acted on such a valuable treasure. After all, for a martial artist, 50 million alliance coins might be an unattainable sum in a lifetime. However, although Uncle Long and the others' eyes were filled with astonishment and envy, there was no trace of greed. "You should hide the black-striped bamboo right away. It's too tempting," Uncle Long advised earnestly, taking a deep breath. "Remember, when it comes to high-value finds, you must learn to conceal them. It's only because we're here. With any other team, they would have started fighting by now." Clearly, Uncle Long saw that Jiang Han was unaware of the survival rules of the wilderness and was overly trusting of them, prompting him to remind him. Jiang Han suddenly realized and immediately placed his right hand on the black-striped bamboo, instantly storing them all in his system space. Once the bamboo disappeared, Uncle Long and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as if the torment of suppressing their desires had finally ended. "I mentioned the auction price earlier," Uncle Long continued to explain. "The market often involves malicious bidding and price manipulation, so the price can be somewhat inflated. However, even so, the normal price of black-striped bamboo hovers around 30,000. This is mainly due to its high demand, inability to be cultivated artificially, and a growth cycle of 20 years, leading to scarce market supply and high prices." At this point, Uncle Long's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Xiao Han, if you sell these bamboos gradually, their total value should be around 50 million. Originally, Jiang Han was the poorest member of the team. But now, Uncle Long realized that the situation had reversed. Earning 300,000 to 400,000 from hunting exotic beasts, the silver-winged wolf king's carcass valued at over 3 million, plus his nearly 40% share of the mission reward of 150,000, Jiang Han had already amassed 5 million alliance coins in this trip alone. Including this batch of black-striped bamboo, his total gains reached an astonishing 55 million. In contrast, Uncle Long, after 20 years of struggling in the wilderness, had only accumulated a little over 30 million. Not to mention Uncle Hu and the others. Although no one spoke, a faint sense of envy lingered in the air. Jiang Han keenly noticed the awkward expressions on his companions' faces and decided to break the tension. He began, "Actually, these black-striped bamboos are partly yours too. If you hadn't helped distract the steel-tusked boar king, I wouldn't have had the chance to collect them. So how about we? Before he could finish, Uncle Long interrupted by raising his hand. These black-striped bamboos are all your spoils. We distracted the Boar King for the breaking grass, not the bamboo, he said firmly. Even though we haven't made as much money as you over the years, we aren't short of cash. These are yours to keep. This was the second time Jiang Han had been refused a share of the spoils. Unlike the previous situation with the silver-winged Wolf King's carcass, this time he was more surprised that Uncle Long and the others could so readily turn down black-striped bamboo worth 50 million alliance credits. If divided equally, each person would receive at least 10 million. Uncle Dao caught the implication in Jiang Han's words and laughed. Who do you think you're underestimating? It's just 50 million. It's not like we haven't seen that kind of money before. He said this casually, but he had the confidence to back it up. Had already won 2 million from Li Yong on the life and death stage, plus his own 2 million, totaling 4 million. All right, let's not dwell on this, Uncle Long said as he bent down to pick up the breaking grass, changing the subject. Since we've got the mission item, it's time to head back. I'll report the mission when we return, and the reward should be credited within 3 days. We'll discuss the distribution based on everyone's contribution then. The group of 5 retraced their steps, expecting to reach the steel defense line by noon the next day, and then take the train back to the city. However, the wilderness seemed intent on hindering their journey, as wave after wave of beasts appeared to block their path. These beasts ranged in strength from high-level beast soldiers to mid-level beast generals. Although none were individually threatening, their relentless assaults significantly slowed their progress. What was even more unsettling was that each beast let out a long howl, as if summoning its companions. This unusual phenomenon made everyone uneasy. When they once again spotted 2 mid-level beast generals ahead, both howling at the sky, Uncle Long finally ordered, "Don't engage in unnecessary fights, move quickly." The air was thick with a sense of impending danger, and a trace of anxiety crept into everyone's hearts. The appearance of 2 mid-level beast generals indeed represented the upper limit of the squad's combat capabilities. According to standard tactics, Jiang Han and Uncle Long would each engage one of the beasts, while the remaining 3 members would provide support, aiming to finish the battle within half an hour. However, an unsettling feeling hung over the team, making them hesitant to initiate the fight. Although they had retreated from the main city, they were still on its outskirts. The strange occurrences within the city lingered in everyone's minds, and no one wanted to stay any longer than necessary. With a command from Uncle Long, the squad split into 2 groups. Uncle Hu led 2 members along the predetermined evacuation route, while Jiang Han and Uncle Long confronted the 2 mid-level beast generals. In sight, ninefold Thunderblade, Jiang Han unleashed his strongest attack without hesitation. These beast generals, with combat power generally over 5,000 and mid-level ones nearing 7,000, posed a significant challenge. Although Uncle Long could handle one on his own, Jiang Han still needed to give his all. Fortunately, with the insight skill, maneuvering was not overly difficult. As Uncle Hu and the others faded into the distance, Uncle Long called out, "Xiao Han, find a way to disengage. It's time for us to leave too." Understanding the plan, Jiang Han suddenly exerted his full strength to clash with the beast general before him, using the recoil to propel himself backward. These beasts, lacking intelligence, acted purely on instinct. By the time they realized it was a feint, Jiang Han and Uncle Long were already 100 meters away. The 2 beasts could only roar in frustration from their position. But then, a deeper roar resonated, accompanied by the ground shaking violently. Jiang Han instinctively glanced back. His hair standing on end of 5-meter steel-bristled Boar King had appeared behind them, charging at full speed. "Uncle Long!" Jiang Han shouted in alarm. Unlike the city, there were no tall buildings to use for cover here, only sparse shrubs and wild grass, leaving nowhere to hide. Uncle Long, too, noticed the new threat. Upon seeing the steel-bristled Boar King, even this battle-hardened veteran turned pale. This was no longer a question of winning or losing the fight. If they were caught, they would surely die. Despite being in a weakened state, the Steelman Boar King's blood-red eyes still exuded a terrifying ferocity. As a Lord-level beast, its combat power of over 10,000 was no exaggeration, especially with 2 mid-level beast generals by its side, eyeing them menacingly. Images flashed through Jiang Han's mind of the Boar King's relentless pursuit and its sudden retreat. Clearly, something had happened to this powerful beast to drive it into such a frenzy. But there was no time to ponder, as the maddened Boar King had fixed its sights on one goal to tear apart the prey before it. "Xiao Han, if this continues, neither of us will make it." Uncle Long's voice was resolute. "I'll hold off the Steelman Boar King. You run in that direction. Once I'm gone, you lead the team. Your Uncle Hu and the others will assist you." With that, he quickly removed the interspatial ring from his finger and tossed it to Jiang Han. Before Jiang Han could respond, Uncle Long had already stopped, turning decisively. With a roar that echoed through the forest, a phantom of a Tyrannosaurus appeared around him. Yet, in the face of the charging Steelman Boar King, This display seemed insignificant. Jiang Han clenched the ring tightly, watching Uncle Long's back. An inexplicable rage surged within his chest. With a combat power just over 7,000, even unleashing his potential wouldn't surpass 8,000. Against the Boar King's 10,000 and the two beasts with over 7,000 each, it was clearly a suicide mission. But Uncle Long had still chosen to create a chance for him without hesitation. With a thunderous crash, Uncle Long collided head-on with the Boar King. With just one blow, he was sent flying like a broken kite. Jiang Han leaped forward, catching Uncle Long midair. "I told you to go? Why are you still here? Go!" Uncle Long shouted urgently. Jiang Han didn't reply, his eyes fixed on the steelman Boar King ahead, his aura rising steadily. In this moment, he had made his choice. Originally, Jiang Han was slightly weaker than Uncle Long, but at this moment, a powerful aura was erupting from within him. Uncle Long's eyes narrowed sharply as he clearly sensed Jiang Han's combat prowess rapidly escalating from slightly weaker to evenly matched, and finally to slightly surpassing his own. In just a few breaths, Jiang Han's aura had firmly surpassed Uncle Long's. "What's going on?" Uncle Long exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Jiang Han felt the surging power within him as a system prompt timely sounded. "Stored energy has been fully unleashed, increasing combat power by 5752, duration 30 minutes. Current combat power, 11679. Jiang Han exhaled deeply, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He knew well that facing the steel-maned Wild Boar King with his original strength was far from enough, so he decisively extracted the previously stored energy. This burst directly pushed his combat power past the 10,000 mark. A combat power of 10,000 is a watershed for both beasts and warriors. A beast reaching this level can ascend to a lord, and even a fallen city might not have a single lord-level beast. For warriors, breaking through this threshold elevates them to the rank of general, truly illustrating how difficult it is to find a capable leader. Such formidable figures are typically only found deeper in the wilderness. The steel-maned Wild Boar King seemed to sense Jiang Han's transformation, its originally blood-red eyes flickering with a hint of rationality. It didn't attack rashly but instead turned to the two intermediate beast generals behind it. With a low roar, the two hesitant intermediate beast generals charged straight at Jiang Han without further delay. "Xiao Han, let's each take one and finish this quickly," Uncle Long said gravely, understanding well that unless they swiftly dealt with these obstructions, they couldn't focus on the Boar King. However, Jiang Han raised his hand to stop him. Uncle Long, step back a bit to avoid getting caught up in it. He held a dust-covered cleaver in his right hand, yet his expression remained calm. Uncle Long fell silent. Though reluctant, he had to admit that Jiang Han's strength now far surpassed his own. Unless he took forbidden drugs, he couldn't reach this level in such a short time. Stepping back a few paces, Uncle Long watched as Jiang Han turned to face the two charging intermediate beast generals. "Slow, too slow," Jiang Han murmured softly, his cleaver dancing unpredictably. With his combat power exceeding 10,000, all his attributes had significantly improved. Jiang Han felt a surge of power within him, not just a simple increase in strength, but his four-dimensional attributes soared from 150 to over 350 points. At this moment, the two mid-level beasts that once moved swiftly seemed to be under a slow-motion spell in his eyes, with every subtle movement clearly visible. With a flash of cold light from the kitchen knife in his hand, Jiang Han moved like lightning, and two sharp slashes accurately hit the vital points of the beasts. Bolstered by the critical strike of his 3,500 points of power, the two mid-level beast generals fell instantly. The system notifications promptly sounded. "Congratulations to the host for killing the mid-level beast general Chilling Ape, gaining 596 experience points and 148 points of talent proficiency. Congratulations to the host for killing the mid-level beast general Different-Eyed Tiger, gaining 589 experience points and 147 points of talent proficiency." The thrill of harvesting experience and talent proficiency filled Jiang Han with joy. However, the steel-bristled Boar King, having witnessed everything from a distance, showed even more apprehension in its eyes, yet it did not retreat exactly as Jiang Han desired. After the energy burst, Jiang Han's combat power surpassed the 10,000 mark. With the combination of critical strikes and insight skills, he was confident he could take on this Boar King. An inexplicable restlessness within him burned like a flame, continuously stimulating his nerves, especially when locking eyes with the steel-bristled Boar King, intensifying his fighting spirit. The steel-bristled Boar King, after testing through its subordinates, realized that the human before it was equally powerful. It abandoned its reckless charge tactics, pawing the ground uneasily, while its sharp gaze searched Jiang Han for any weaknesses. Jiang Han calmly advanced step by step, the kitchen knife in his hand still stained with the beast's blood. The sunset's glow cast a golden armor upon him, his elongated shadow forming a tall silhouette on the ground. The five-meter steel-bristled Boar King stood imposingly, creating a visually striking scene of confrontation. In the distance, Uncle Long watched this and recalled Jiang Han's words about stepping back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, admitting to himself that he was indeed getting old. He shouted to Jiang Han, who was dozens of meters away. Xiao Han, the steel bristle boar king's back defense is too high. Attack its belly. It just gave birth, and its belly lacks the thick skin protection. It's a weak spot. Jiang Han waved his hand casually in acknowledgement. In fact, with his current insight ability, he had already noticed that with his combat power exceeding 10,000, he could see not just the belly as a weak point, but the entire steel bristle boar king was covered in vital spots vulnerable to a lethal strike. Jiang Han maintained his vigilance with a calm and steady demeanor. He was well aware that the half-hour combat boost granted by the potion was more than enough to handle the weakened steel bristle boar king in front of him. Bathed in the sunset's glow, the massive creature appeared particularly bedraggled. After giving birth, its combat strength had plummeted to less than a tenth of its peak. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Jiang Han, filled with both hatred and a hint of hesitation. Under normal circumstances, in its current state, it would have already chosen to avoid confrontation. But today was different. It had to avenge its offspring. Anger shattered its last thread of reason, and the steel bristle boar king suddenly lowered its head, its sturdy hooves gouging deep marks into the ground, charging at Jiang Han like an arrow shot from a bow. Seeing this, Jiang Han instead showed a slight smile. The number of flaws revealed by his insight skill, along with the noticeably reduced pressure when facing it, confirmed one thing. Even if the boar king's strength still surpassed his, the gap was now negligible. But merely winning wasn't enough. Having used his last resort, not taking this beast down completely would be a huge loss. The boar king's tusks glinted in the sunset, like two curved blades aiming to pierce him. The sharpness of those tusks could easily penetrate his armor. But Jiang Han wasn't foolish enough to stand still and await death. As soon as the boar king came within 10 meters, he swiftly sidestepped, tightly gripping his kitchen knife, and aimed a fierce stab at the exposed belly of the boar king. Thud! Unexpectedly, the full-force strike landed on the boar king's belly but bounced back as if striking a rubber ball, making a dull thud. Jiang Han immediately understood the issue. While his kitchen knife was sturdy, it wasn't sharp enough, and despite the boar king's weakened state, its near-max defense attribute remained. Such top-tier defense was difficult to breach even for opponents of the same level, let alone him. As they passed each other, Jiang Han dodged while quickly devising a strategy. At that moment, he noticed a golden vulnerability mark appear behind the boar king. Upon recognizing the location, his eyebrows twitched. It was none other than the boar king's rear. This was the first time he had seen a golden flaw on a high-level beast. Although the location was indeed awkward, the ability to break through its defense was a certainty. The steel-tusked boar king's missed strike left deep hoof marks over 2 meters long on the ground. Astonishingly, this massive beast, weighing over 20 tons, could completely defy inertia, seamlessly decelerating, stopping, and turning around without any pause, before charging at Jiang Han again. Witnessing such an extraordinary display, Jiang Han's eyelid twitched, attributing this to the boar's formidable physical prowess. This time, he chose not to stay on the defensive but instead actively confronted the charging behemoth. Although his cleaver couldn't pierce the boar king's skin, each heavy blow effectively drained its stamina, much like battling an invincible boss in a game, where one must chip away at the opponent's health through consistent force damage. The key was whether he could complete this endurance battle within the 30-minute energy burst. Thanks to his enhanced insight ability, Jiang Han could easily predict the boar king's straightforward charging attacks. In this outmatched duel, his upgraded dynamic tracking was almost like cheating. He consistently repeated a rhythm of dodging and counterattacking, each time delivering a precise heavy blow to the boar king. After 7 or 8 exchanges, the usually proud steel-tusked boar king finally realized its predicament. Since becoming a lord, it had never faced such a troublesome opponent, barely able to make contact. This humiliation drove it into a furious rage. At this moment, system notifications sounded repeatedly. Congratulations, host. The critical strike talent has upgraded. Trigger probability increased to 60, damage increased to strength 6. Congratulations, host. Ninefold Thunderblade upgraded to LV2. When using bladed weapons, strength and agility both receive a 4x boost. These sudden upgrades greatly boosted Jiang Han's confidence. In his energy burst state, his base strength reached 354 points, and with the enhancements from Critical Strike and Ninefold Thunderblade, his explosive force surged to an incredible 8,500 points. This power was enough to split mountains and shatter stones. Critical Strike, Ninefold Thunderblade. Die. With a furious roar, Jiang Han leaped into the air like an arrow released from a bow, his cleaver slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, aimed directly at the steel-tusked boar king's head. Although this power might not match the boar king at its peak, against a slightly weakened opponent, a precise hit to a vital spot could deal a fatal blow. The conversion of strength attribute to actual force is roughly 110, meaning 1 point of strength equates to 10 kilograms of punching power. At this moment, Jiang Han's full burst of 8,500 strength points means he can unleash an astonishing force equivalent to 85 tons with his punch. Although the kitchen knife in his hand isn't particularly sharp, with such terrifying power, even an ordinary knife can tear through the defenses of the steel bristle Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King harbors a burning anger within. In previous encounters, it had gauged Jiang Han's capabilities. While his strength isn't weak, its tough hide means Jiang Han can't inflict any damage. What's more infuriating is that Jiang Han is as slippery as an eel, evading all its charges without being touched. The Wild Boar King knows that if it can hit Jiang Han even once, it could seriously injure him. Now, seeing Jiang Han charging towards it, the Wild Boar King is thrilled. To it, this seems like a suicidal move. It paws the ground twice, raising clouds of dust, then charges at Jiang Han with thunderous momentum. The Wild Boar King is going all out, determined to seize this rare opportunity, without pondering why Jiang Han suddenly changed his tactics. A thunderous beastly roar echoes across the wasteland, as the setting sun casts its glow. Uncle Long watches this heart-stopping scene intently. Jiang Han, wielding a kitchen knife, leaps high into the air, colliding head-on with the charging steel bristle Wild Boar King. In the next instant, two colossal forces clash, creating a visible shockwave that sends dust flying in all directions. Uncle Long's eyelid twitches at the sight. Within just a few days, Jiang Han has soared from the level of a martial artist to a martial general, and even among martial generals, he's considered strong. Although the Wild Boar King is in a weakened state post-birth, as a lord-level beast, even with diminished strength, it's beyond what a great martial artist like him could imagine. In the heat of battle, Jiang Han is enduring immense physical strain. If not for the simultaneous enhancement of his physique during his power burst, just delivering that one strike could have overwhelmed him. Even so, the tremendous recoil from the Wild Boar King leaves his arms numb, as if struck by lightning. Jiang Han uses the momentum to retreat, flying backward and dissipating most of the impact, widening the gap between him and the Wild Boar King. To his surprise, the Wild Boar King doesn't pursue him further, instead appearing unsteady, as if it might collapse at any moment. The steel bristle Boar King shook its massive head, its eyes gradually becoming unfocused. At the top of its head, a gory wound several centimeters long was clearly visible, left by the blade of a cleaver, with blood continuously pouring out. Even for the formidable physique of the steel bristle Boar King, the power of this strike was unbearable. This was no coincidence. Jiang Han's immense force of 85 tons was concentrated on the narrow edge of the blade, amplifying his strength significantly. The boar's tough skin, usually its pride, couldn't withstand such extreme impact, especially since it charged right into it. Jiang Han squinted slightly, shaking his numb arm. With that strike, he not only halted the Boar King, but also left a mark on it. "So, you're not invincible after all," he murmured, gripping the cleaver tightly again and charging at his opponent. Unlike before, when he had to employ evasive tactics, he now found the key to breaking its defense. In this state of full power, the steel bristle Boar King couldn't match him in direct combat. However, time was of the essence. The encounter had lasted just a couple of minutes, and already the thunderous rumble of a herd of beasts could be heard in the distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Although his burst of strength could last a bit longer, Jiang Han knew that if he were surrounded by the herd, even maintaining his current power wouldn't guarantee an escape. Without any skills to deal area damage, he could suppress a single opponent, but would eventually exhaust himself against a group attack. As Jiang Han launched another assault, the steel bristle Boar King had lost its previous ferocity. The direct clash left it dizzy, as if struck by a heavy hammer. It was astonished by Jiang Han's sudden surge in power and realized it couldn't defeat him in its current state. Its only chance was to stall for time until the beast herd arrived. At that moment, the Boar King abruptly changed direction and fled in panic, a stark contrast to its earlier unstoppable demeanor. Trying to run, Jiang Han's eyes narrowed, and the quadruple speed burst of the ninefold Thunderblade sent his speed soaring. To Uncle Long, this scene was surreal. Just minutes ago, they could only flee desperately from the steel bristle Boar King. Now, Jiang Han not only held his ground against it, but also gained the upper hand after just a few exchanges, even managing to wound its once impenetrable skull. The once fearsome Boar King was now scared witless, and Jiang Han moved so swiftly that even Uncle Long, a master martial artist, struggled to keep up. Is this truly Cheng's son? It seems none of his sons are simple. Uncle Long thought to himself in awe. Jiang Han continuously challenged Uncle Long's perception of him. Observing the young man's actions, Uncle Long was initially astonished, but then he thought of Jiang Han's father, and everything seemed to make sense. At this moment, Jiang Han was already in hot pursuit of the steel-tusked Boar King. Uncle Long quickly shouted, "Xiao Han, don't get caught up in the fight. Let's leave as soon as possible." However, Jiang Han was too focused to respond. With his speed quadrupled, he soon caught up with the massive creature. The dying steel tusk Boar King was unusually ferocious. Its speed surged, and it desperately counterattacked. Its sharp tusks glinted coldly as they aimed for Jiang Han's vital spots. Even though he was prepared, Jiang Han was still struck at the waist by the Boar King's tusks. Fortunately, the kitchen knife in his hand blocked the blow, and the armor given by Uncle Long helped absorb the impact. Although his waist felt weak and slightly painful, he avoided serious injury. This only served to fully enrage Jiang Han. With a critical strike combined with his ninefold Thunderblade technique, each slash targeted the weaker areas of the Boar King's waist and abdomen. These areas were far less resilient than its head, and each strike cut deep, causing blood to splatter. Jiang Han further widened each wound with precise movements. The Boar King let out a piercing wail, attempting to fight back, but was already too weak. Having recently given birth, it was already exhausted, and now severely wounded and losing blood. Even its formidable physique could no longer hold up. In the distance, the dust stirred up by the approaching beast horde was clearly visible. Using his insight ability, Jiang Han estimated they were only 3 to 4 kilometers away, and at their speed, they would arrive in a minute or two. But clearly, the Boar King couldn't hold out that long. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Han unleashed another critical strike and ninefold Thunderblade. He aimed for the previous wound on the Boar King's neck, bringing his kitchen knife down with force. Without the protection of its tough outer skin, the blade sank deep into the flesh. Roar! The Boar King let out one final cry before its massive body lost control, rolling forward like a collapsing mountain of flesh, finally stopping after several dozen meters. This time, the formidable Lord-level beast showed no signs of struggle. The system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Lord-level beast Steel Tusk Boar King, gaining 58,965 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 proficiency in the Insight talent. Congratulations to the host for gaining 896 proficiency in the Critical Strike talent. Congratulations to the host for gaining 682 proficiency in the ninefold Thunderblade technique. A series of system notifications confirmed that the Steel Bristle Boar King had been slain by Jiang Han in a single stroke. As the sun set, only Jiang Han remained, panting heavily, while the body of the boar lay not far away. The aftermath of fighting a creature beyond his level was severe, leaving Jiang Han feeling utterly exhausted and in more pain around his waist. However, he had managed to kill the boar, and the rewards were astonishing. The nearly 59,000 experience points alone were enough to make this battle worthwhile for Jiang Han, allowing him to level up multiple times. He took a deep breath, feeling the rush of advancement. Taking a step forward, he quickly moved to the side of the Steel Bristle Boar King. With a touch, the massive body vanished, leaving only blood-soaked earth behind. The approaching herd of beasts was getting closer, and in his current weakened state, Jiang Han couldn't sustain a prolonged fight. He needed to leave first. Once he was free of the beasts, he could check his rewards. Without even looking, Jiang Han knew that killing the Steel Bristle Boar King was an unprecedented achievement. Uncle Long, let's go. Uncle Long had been waiting for Jiang Han and sighed in relief upon seeing him unharmed. Without the high-level beast to block them, Jiang Han and Uncle Long easily escaped the following herd. Moreover, without the Boar King's dominance, the beasts couldn't unite to pursue them. Soon, the sounds of the beasts faded and the dust settled. Minutes later, Jiang Han and Uncle Long caught up with Uncle Hu and the others, who had been waiting under a tall tree after leaving the Boar King's territory. Once they confirmed Jiang Han and Uncle Long were safe, everyone relaxed. So, how did you escape from the Steel Bristle Boar King? Uncle Hu asked the pressing question as they traveled back across the plains in the fading sunset. How we escaped? Asked Xiao Han. Uncle Long shrugged, glancing at Jiang Han. But Jiang Han was busy checking his rewards from slaying the Boar King and didn't hear the conversation. Jiang Han's current stats were displayed. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 7639. Level, 8. Strength, 156. Agility, 145. Constitution, 151. Spirit, 149. Available free attribute points, 300. Experience needed for next level, 878364000. Current talents. A-rank talent, Insight LV2. Rank talent, Critical Strike LV4. Insight. Automatically triggers in combat, revealing the weaknesses of all things. Critical Strike. 60 chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to Strength 6. Talent Proficiency. Insight. 6253000. Critical Strike. 13864000. Remaining talent slots, 0. Current martial skill. Earth Grade Superior Ninefold Thunderblade LV2. Ninefold Thunderblade LV2. When using blade weapons, Strength 4, Agility 4. Martial Skill Proficiency. Ninefold Thunderblade LV2. 10364000. Available items, none. Remaining system space, 641-1000. Current task, Thousand Slayer. Stored explosive energy, 0. Jiang Han evenly distributed the 300 free attribute points across his 4 main attributes, boosting each by 75 points. With this increase, his combat power soared by 1,800 points, reaching a total of 9,400. Even without relying on explosive power, this level of strength was close to that of a martial general. Reflecting on his experiences in the wilderness, Jiang Han calculated that with his current strength, as long as he didn't provoke a beast tide, he could move freely along the outskirts. In unknown encounters, ordinary high-level beast generals posed no threat to him. Especially after upgrading his insight talent, the added dynamic capture ability elevated his combat skills even further. The upgraded effects of his critical strike and ninefold thunderblade were particularly impressive. However, this increase in strength also brought new challenges. The experience required for personal upgrades, as well as for talents and martial skills, had all risen significantly. Even the substantial gains from hunting the steel-tusked Boar King only left Jiang Han staring at the distant upgrade threshold. Despite this, Jiang Han was satisfied. In just 2 or 3 days in the wilderness, his abilities had made a qualitative leap. The thrill of consecutive upgrades, especially after defeating the steel-tusked Boar King, left him eager for the next opportunity to hunt high-level beasts. However, he quickly regained his composure. His success was largely due to a fortunate combination of circumstances. The Boar King's combat power was originally as high as 50,000, while Jiang Han's was only around 5,000 to 6,000 without explosive power. It was only because the Boar King was weakened after giving birth, reducing its strength to just over 10,000, and with Jiang Han's explosive energy, critical strike, and dual upgrades of the ninefold thunderblade, that victory was possible. Now, with his stored energy depleted, Jiang Han shook his head with a wry smile, dismissing unrealistic thoughts. As he pondered, someone tapped his shoulder. Snapping back to reality, he saw Uncle Hu looking at him curiously. Xiao Han, what are you thinking about? You didn't even hear me? Nothing much, just reflecting on the battle with the steel-tusked Boar King, Jiang Han replied casually. What were you saying, Uncle Hu? I was asking how you managed to escape from the steel-tusked Boar King. Escape? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. With a flick of his right hand, a flash of light appeared, revealing the massive corpse of a beast before everyone. Uncle Hu and the others instinctively jumped back, assuming a defensive stance. Once they realized it was just a corpse, Uncle Dao exclaimed in astonishment, the steel-tusked Boar King. The tension in the air was palpable as Hu Shu and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Breaking the silence, Jiang Han remarked casually, wouldn't it be safer if we just took down the steel-maned Boar King? This offhand comment left the 3 of them exchanging bewildered glances. Finally, Zhao Shu, who had been silent until now, spoke up, his eyes fixed on Jiang Han. Are you serious? Seeing their astonished expressions, Jiang Han explained. The whole ordeal was indeed quite dangerous. But when I saw the steel-maned Boar King charge at Long Shu, a surge of powerful energy suddenly erupted within me. He paused, choosing his words carefully. And that's how things ended up as you saw. Standing to the side, Long Shu's face was a mix of complex emotions. As the strongest member of the team, it was a bitter pill to swallow being protected by a younger member. Hu Shu glanced thoughtfully at the other 2 before suddenly coming to a realization. No wonder Chenggu insisted we bring you to the wilderness. It seems everything was planned out from the start. This immediately caught Jiang Han's attention. Wait a minute, are you saying my father arranged for me to come to the wilderness? What exactly did he plan? Just as Hu Shu was about to respond, Long Shu interrupted with a look that silenced him. Nothing special, Long Shu interjected. Your father just asked us to look after you before he left. Though Jiang Han felt a twinge of doubt, he could see that Long Shu was unwilling to elaborate further. He decided to shelve his questions for the time being and ask his father directly when he saw him next. Xiao Han, let's take care of the Boar King's carcass first. Long Shu shifted the topic. The scent of blood could attract other beasts. Jiang Han nodded in agreement, swiftly storing away the steel-maned Boar King's body. This expedition had been fruitful. 2 Lord-level beasts, a batch of lower-level beasts, black-striped bamboo, and the mission rewards, all totaling over 60 million. The steel-maned Boar King alone was worth 8 million. That's impressive, Hu Shu said, smacking his lips with envy. Xiao Han, you owe us a couple of stewed hens when we get back, or I won't feel right. No problem, Jiang Han laughed. I'll pick the plumpest ones for you when we return. Even though the haul was already substantial, the 8 million for the steel-maned Boar King was indeed a pleasant surprise. But soon, Jiang Han's expression turned serious again. However, what concerns me more than the profits is why the steel-maned Boar King suddenly went berserk and happened to chase after us. When I saw it before, it was aggressive but not as frenzied as it was now. The mystery of the rampaging steel-tusked Boar King lingered in Jiang Han's mind. Although he managed to kill the weakened beast thanks to the sudden surge in his strength from the system, The victory was hard-won. Any slight mistake could have led to the annihilation of their team. Are you suspecting there's more to this? Uncle Long perceptibly picked up on the odd tone in Jiang Han's voice, his brow furrowing. Jiang Han nodded slowly, his expression serious. I've carefully analyzed the steel-tusk Boar King's behavior. For it, nothing is more important than its newborn and the restorative herbs. Despite the commotion you caused earlier, it didn't pursue deeply, indicating it wasn't particularly interested in us. He paused, his gaze turning cold. I did take most of the herbs from its base, but that alone wouldn't make it so furious. The only explanation I its young was harmed. You mean, after us, someone else infiltrated the herb base and killed the Boar King's offspring? Uncle Long's brow furrowed even deeper. Exactly, Jiang Han replied confidently. This also explains why it abruptly turned back halfway through chasing me and later mobilized other beasts to search for warriors around the city. Given its condition after just giving birth, it wouldn't leave its nest unless its young were in danger. A mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Uncle Long murmured to himself. Though the wasteland was dominated by beasts, encountering other warrior teams was not uncommon. Yet as they traveled, even after entering the fallen city, they hadn't encountered any other warriors. This left only two possibilities. Either warriors already in the city were alerted by their commotion, or someone had been following them all along. If the latter was true, the intent of the other party was intriguing to provoke the steel-tusked Boar King at a crucial moment and use it to eliminate Jiang Han and his team. If Jiang Han hadn't brought it up, they might still think it was just bad luck. This calculated move nearly led to the team's demise at the hands of the Boar King. What a sinister person. The thoughts surged in everyone's mind simultaneously, igniting their anger. Typically, warrior teams entering the wasteland, even if they didn't get along, wouldn't resort to such self-destructive tactics. Moreover, such actions could easily backfire if traces were left. Yet the other party did it anyway, which meant they were enemies of Jiang Han's team. Unconsciously, the image of the same team appeared in everyone's mind. Uncle Dao took a deep breath, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Once we get back, I definitely need to ask Li Yang for an explanation. Only Uncle Long remained calm, analyzing in a deep voice. It's not necessarily Li Yang and his group. It might be other martial artists who discovered the black-striped bamboo at the herb base and couldn't resist taking it. Once we return, we should pay attention to see if anyone besides Xiao Han is selling large quantities of black-striped bamboo. Jiang Han nodded in agreement with Uncle Long's idea. The biggest gain from entering the herb base this time was indeed the black-striped bamboo, followed by the young steel-bristle Boar King. He remembered that there were about 30 black-striped bamboos left in the base, which was not a small amount. If such a large quantity of black-striped bamboo entered the market, it would surely leave traces. By following these clues, they could find the person behind it. This discovery cast a shadow over everyone's heart. Fortunately, they were on their way back, and the closer they got to the defense line, the lower the level of the beasts they encountered. With Jiang Han's help, the others found it relatively easy. However, ever since they realized someone wanted them dead, even Jiang Han's culinary delights seemed to lose their usual flavor. Only Jiang Han seemed completely unfazed, hunting beasts when necessary and enjoying meals when he wanted, often smiling as he watched his experience bar increase. He knew very well that the person scheming in the dark only dared to use the steel-bristle Boar King to achieve their goal, indicating that their strength wasn't much greater than Uncle Long's group. If it were, they would have acted openly by now instead of resorting to such covert methods. Jiang Han always looked down on those who only dared to play tricks from the shadows. Such people would eventually reveal themselves. As for tracing the black-striped bamboo, he could only leave it to Uncle Long and his wide network. No matter how anxious he was, he couldn't help. After a day and a half of intermittent travel, they finally returned to the iron defense line. It was just as it was when they first arrived, bustling with martial artists inside the high walls, while outside, the blood-stained walls and sparse trees exuded a sense of foreboding. Under Uncle Long's guidance, Jiang Han took out all the low-level beast corpses from his system space, leaving only the black-striped bamboo, the silver-winged wolf king, and the steel-bristled Boar King's corpses. These spoils fetched a total of 1.02 million alliance coins, with Jiang Han receiving 500,000 for his major contribution. He was quite satisfied with this income, delighted by the transformation from having nothing to having 500,000 in his pocket. Of course, the most valuable gains would have to wait until they returned to the city to be sold. Uncle Long initially planned to take Jiang Han to the capital to trade these precious materials, as the wealthy there offered better prices. However, after the recent incident, no one felt like going to the capital anymore. But that didn't matter. Jiang Han planned to hold on to the black-striped bamboo for now to avoid interfering with the investigation. As for the materials from the two Lord-level beasts, their prices were relatively stable, so going to the capital made little difference. The metallic clang of a key sliding into the lock of the roll-up door echoed sharply in the quiet street. Yet for Jiang Han, this familiar sound brought a sense of warmth, announcing his return home. As he stepped inside and glanced at the dining table, a thin layer of dust silently told of the past few days' emptiness. Despite the windows and doors being tightly shut, the sandstorm that hit Lon City earlier had managed to sneak in through every crevice. Jiang Han stretched his body, feeling the tension melt away. In the wilderness, even when not on high alert, it was hard to truly relax. But now, enveloped by the city's safety, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. The nights spent meditating in the wild were now replaced by a longing for a soft bed. Skipping dinner, Jiang Han collapsed into bed and slept from dusk until the next day's noon. The glaring sunlight streaming through the window finally woke him, driven by hunger. As a martial artist, Jiang Han's energy expenditure was much higher than average. The higher his skill level, the more energy each move consumed, requiring substantial nourishment to replenish. His appetite had long surpassed that of ordinary people. Although the vegetables he bought before leaving had spoiled, his system space still contained fresh exotic beast meat. Jiang Han cooked a large pot of rice, enough for 7 or 8 bowls, and stir-fried 3 dishes with the beast meat, finally satisfying his hunger. Yet, as he dined alone, a sense of loneliness quietly crept in. Thinking of Uncle Long and others reuniting with their families, Jiang Han suddenly missed his father. He felt an urge to drink. He went to a nearby liquor store, carefully selecting a few bottles of fine wine to bring back, but only arranged them neatly on the counter. Though not much of a drinker, his only drinking memory was sharing a drink with his father now had the means, and wanted to save some good wine for him. Feeling restless, Jiang Han meticulously cleaned every corner of his small restaurant. But after 2 solitary meals, he could no longer suppress his inner agitation. Changing into casual clothes, he decided to attend to some business. There were still 2 Lord-level beast corpses in his system space to sell, and his weapons needed an upgrade. The kitchen knife his father left him, while handy, was not professional enough for a top-tier martial artist. Especially when dealing with large beasts, merely piercing through their thick layers of fat was challenging, and even embedding the blade fully often failed to inflict fatal damage. Jiang Han needed a weapon that was both resilient and sharp, a high-grade tool to prepare for his next venture into the wilderness. Jiang Han stood at the entrance of the exotic materials market, pondering how to handle the corpses of the 2 Lord-level beasts. With only 500,000 alliance credits in his bank account, he couldn't afford high-grade weapons and armor. Since obtaining his martial artist certification, he no longer needed to attend school, only having to take the college entrance exam. This gave him more time to manage his own affairs. Although he had visited the exotic materials market once before with Chang Hao, at that time, he had just crossed the threshold into martial arts and lacked the strength to access the higher levels. Now, with his martial master certification in hand, he was finally eligible to enter the areas above the 6th floor. Standing in front of the elevator, Jiang Han carefully entered his martial artist identification number, a string of digits akin to a regular person's ID card, containing information such as region and promotion date, used by the Alliance to manage those with extraordinary abilities. "Welcome, Martial Master Jiang Han," a clear female voice announced in the elevator, which then whisked him straight to the 7th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a short-haired woman in professional attire approached briskly, her high heels clicking sharply in the quiet corridor. Her short hair was neat, her uniform crisp, and her demeanor professional. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am your guide for today, employee number 2589, here to introduce you to the product attributes and prices." Although Jiang Han's system space held items worth tens of millions of alliance credits, he currently only had access to the 500,000 credits he had earned from selling lower-grade beast materials. The reward from Uncle Long's task had yet to arrive, making him feel like he was carrying a mountain of gold but unable to spend a single coin. "Right this way, sir. Please follow me," the guide said, turning to lead the way, with Jiang Han following closely. Unlike the bustling scene downstairs, the 7th floor was surprisingly empty, with only Jiang Han present. The contrast compelled him to ask, "So, is it always this quiet up here?" The guide turned with a professional smile. "Not at all, Mr. Jiang. Above the 7th floor, there are no physical items. Everything you see is projected using virtual reality technology. Once your selection is complete, the manufacturer will begin production, and it will be delivered within 3 days." Jiang Han looked around in astonishment, realizing that without activating his insight ability, it was impossible to detect any flaws with the naked eye. The realism of this technology exceeded his expectations. Jiang Han looked around, noticing that not only the shops but even the sales assistant in uniform in front of him appeared to be in a digitized state, as if composed of countless flickering streams of data. This high-tech display made him marvel at the advancements of modern technology. "High-grade weapons and armor are all custom-made," the sales assistant explained professionally. "Each warrior has different needs for their equipment, and standard gear simply can't meet market demand. A high-grade weapon can easily cost millions of alliance credits, and if it doesn't sell, no manufacturer is willing to take that loss." She added, "However, our customization process is very efficient, and we can deliver the finished product to the customer within 3 days. This timeline seemed reasonable, considering that, apart from a few exceptionally talented warriors, it takes ordinary warriors several years of hard work to improve their combat level. Jiang Han nodded silently and followed the sales assistant to an office door. The sales assistant knocked lightly, and a deep male voice came from inside. "Come in." The office was spacious yet simply furnished, with a middle-aged man sitting behind a desk. His gaze fell on the sales assistant, and he said calmly, "All right, you can leave now." Jiang Han watched as the sales assistant turned to leave, her figure transforming into a stream of data as she crossed the threshold, disappearing instantly. "Please have a seat, Mr. Jiang," the middle-aged man said, pouring him a glass of water. "I'm Huan, the manager of the 7th floor of the Lawn City Exotic Materials Market. I'm aware of your purpose here. What grade of exotic beast materials are you planning to sell?" Jiang Han took a sip of water and calmly replied, "I have the corpses of 2 Lord-level exotic beasts. How do we appraise them? Lord-level exotic beasts? And 2 of them?" A flicker of surprise crossed Huan's eyes. Although he knew Jiang Han was only at the martial master level, his years of professional experience kept his demeanor professional. He pointed to a cleared space in the office and said, "If they're in your interdimensional ring, please take them out directly." Jiang Han said nothing more, trusting the exotic materials market as a state-operated and guaranteed establishment. He retrieved the corpses of the steel bristle boar king and the silver-winged wolf king from his system space, instantly making the spacious office feel cramped. Even though these 2 massive exotic beast corpses had been dead for over a day, they still emitted a strong vitality, a characteristic of high-level creatures. As an expert in his position, Huan immediately recognized the origins of these 2 exotic beasts and, with a tone of astonishment, said, "Silver-winged wolf king, steel bristle boar king?" His curious gaze turned to Jiang Han, clearly intrigued by how this martial master-level young man had obtained the corpses of 2 Lord-level exotic beasts. Huan's gaze lingered on Jiang Han for a moment, his brow furrowed. The origins of the 2 exotic beasts were indeed suspicious. One was extremely rare, and the other had a combat power exceeding 50,000, which was quite unusual for a young martial artist. "The other team members are busy with other tasks, so they asked me to handle the sale," Jiang Han explained calmly. As for the other one, it was a gift from Senior Li Chongyang. He had prepared this explanation in advance. Although the exotic materials market rarely had any issues, given his young age, the other party might try to lower the price. Mentioning Li Chongyang's name was indeed necessary. Li Chongyang. Huan was visibly taken aback upon hearing this name. He didn't say much, but slowly walked over to the 2 exotic beasts and reached out to stroke the fur of the silver-winged wolf king. After a careful inspection, he found that apart from a wound on one wing, the beast had no external injuries. All its internal organs had been crushed by Gravisha, unique method of Li Chongyang indeed. When he looked at Jiang Han again, Huan's eyes showed a bit more respect. "Since the beasts were entrusted to you by Li Chongyang, you must be aware of their value. Their combat power is different, as are their uses as exotic materials, so the prices naturally vary." Pointing to the silver-winged wolf king, he continued, "This one recently completed its 2nd mutation and has the strength of a lower-level lord. Its fur is intact. The price is 330 million alliance credits, with 180 points recorded." Then he pointed to the other beast. "The steel-maned boar king is different, with combat power over 50,000, nearing high lord strength, and its materials have broader applications. The price is 820 million even, with 150 points recorded." This price was almost exactly what Uncle Hu and the others had estimated, around 3 million for the silver-winged wolf king and 8 million for the steel-maned boar king. This meant that, along with the revenue from selling low-level exotic beast materials earlier, Jiang Han would soon have a total of 12 million. Even without selling those black patterned bamboos, this income was enough to match several years' earnings of an ordinary martial artist, more than enough to buy a set of weapons and armor at the martial general level. "Agreed. At that price," Jiang Han replied straightforwardly, though he still had one concern on his mind. "But what are these points used for?" "Very well, Mr. Jiang." Huan walked over to the desk and took out 2 paper contracts, handing them to Jiang Han. "These are the purchase agreements. Please sign them and fill in your bank account number. The funds will be transferred to that account immediately after you sign." Seeing the puzzled expression on Jiang Han's face, Huan immediately realized he was dealing with a complete newcomer. He patiently explained, "You see, Mr. Jiang, because the price of these 2 exotic beasts is so high, materials of this level require registration and management. The contract is used to prove the source of the materials." Jiang Han suddenly understood and signed his name on the contracts, which marked the once mighty silver-winged wolf king and steel-maned boar king as mere commodities. After filling in his bank account number, he voiced another question on his mind. "By the way, Manager Hua, what are the points you mentioned used for?" "In a world of high-tier weapons, each one gleams with the light of enchantments. These weapons are not only intricately crafted but also possess astonishing power. To regulate transactions, the Weapons Guild has established a stringent star rating system. To purchase weapons of a great general level or certain specific general level equipment, you need at least a 1-star qualification, Manager Hua explained to Jiang Han as he sat at his desk. There are 2 ways to earn points. One is by hunting high-level exotic beasts, like the 2 Lord-level beasts you just provided. The other is through donations, where every 100,000 alliance coins can be exchanged for 1 point. To reach the 1-star level, you need to accumulate 1,000 points. Although these rules were familiar to most, Manager Hua patiently explained them to Jiang Han. After all, the young man before him, who had reached the level of a martial master at just 18, had limitless potential for the future, making him worth the investment in this relationship. Jiang Han quickly grasped this system, akin to contribution points. He noticed that although the silver-winged wolf king was priced lower, it earned more points than the steel-bristle wild boar king, clearly due to its higher growth potential. After the contract was signed, Manager Hua waved his hand, and the 2 exotic beast corpses in the office disappeared instantly. After a few operations, Jiang Han's wristband chimed with a notification. Your ICBC bank account ending in 0311 has been credited with 11.5 million alliance coins, bringing your current balance to 12 million. Seeing the striking figures in his account, Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement, even tempted to sell all his black vein bamboo. This feeling was understandable. Transitioning from a penniless youth to possessing millions in wealth within days requires time to adjust. I need to go purchase some weapons and equipment, Jiang Han said as he rose to leave, but Huan stopped him. Hold on, Mr. Jiang, Huan said, handing him a business card. If you have more valuable items to sell in the future, feel free to contact me. With national backing, our prices are absolutely fair. What others can't take, I can handle. Jiang Han accepted the card, knowing Huan's actions were tied to the pressure of meeting his performance targets. In the fiercely competitive market for exotic materials, even those at the top must continually boost their performance. Jiang Han had heard that the black market could offer higher prices, but his limited knowledge made him prefer the more reliable national channels. This is a membership card, Huan said, handing over a business card. It offers a 5% discount for purchases on the 6th floor and above. Although it requires a cumulative spending of 10 million alliance coins to qualify, with Mr. Zhang's capabilities, it's only a matter of time. Jiang Han took the card and, with a slight rub of his fingers, discovered a black and gold metallic card hidden beneath it. Although the discount wasn't substantial, saving 50,000 alliance coins on million-level transactions was still worthwhile. He carefully tucked both cards into his pocket, acknowledging Huan with a nod, which was met with an enthusiastic smile. In addition, Huan continued, retrieving a golden card from a spatial ring. There's a sizable auction tomorrow night featuring a variety of rare and peculiar items. Mr. Jiang might find some unexpected gains. Jiang Han mused to himself, was this the change in treatment that came with increased power? Resources he had never encountered before were now readily available. He decided to accept what came his way. Happy shopping, Mr. Jiang, Huan said, turning to the door and calling, 2589. After a knock, the female sales assistant, who had previously vanished into a stream of data, reappeared, elegantly stepping in with her high heels. Show Mr. Jiang around, Huan instructed. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. This way, please, the sales assistant said with a slight bow, gesturing invitingly with her right hand. Jiang Han bid farewell to Huan and followed the assistant. This digital guide had unique advantages. A flawless service attitude was a given, and her appearance, figure, and voice were top-notch. If not for understanding her true nature, she would be beyond reproach. Mr. Jiang, records indicate you specialize in using knives. Do you have any specific requirements? Yes. Do you have Tang-style swords? We do. With a wave of her hand, the scene transformed, displaying a row of elegantly designed Tang swords neatly arranged on the shelves. Jiang Han had previously shown little interest in long swords, perhaps due to his familiarity with kitchen knives. However, his journey across the wasteland had made him appreciate the saying, the longer, the stronger. Among the many long swords, the Tang sword's design appealed to him, the Masta weapon capable of slashing, chopping, and thrusting, with a slender blade that lacked the heaviness of a broadsword but shared the elegance of a sword. Bring out the Tang sword, Jiang Han requested, and the display changed once more. That one, he pointed to a specific sword, and the assistant promptly retrieved it. Mr. Jiang, this Taihan sword is forged with blue silver, 36 times harder than refined steel, capable of withstanding over 300 tons of force without damaging the blade. The sword is 1.2 meters long, with a 20-centimeter handle and a 1-meter blade, weighing 72 kilograms in total. It has been tempered with a blue finish, and the handle is wrapped in soft vine for grip. It is priced at 740,000 alliance coins. The virtual projection of the Taihan in Jiang Han's hand exuded a perfect texture. Although this Tang sword wasn't a physical object, it followed his every movement with precision. Jiang Han tried a few swings with the virtual blade, finding its length just right, not too long and not too short. with an excellent grip. What impressed him most was the Taihan's durability. This sword could withstand a force of over 300 tons without chipping, a figure that caught Jiang Han's attention. With his current attributes, he could unleash nearly 100 tons of force with a full swing. Ordinary blades would likely shatter upon contact with a beast's hide under such force, much like the short sword he previously purchased, which proved utterly inadequate. However, the price was beyond his expectations. Jiang Han initially planned to use his deposit of 12 million, allocating around 4 million for weaponry and the rest for armor. After all, at the same level, armor typically costs twice as much as weapons due to the greater quantity of materials required, and warriors place a high emphasis on life-preserving gear. The Taihan was priced at a staggering 7.4 million alliance currency, and even with a 5 discount, the final price still exceeded 7 million. This left only 5 million for armor. Jiang Han looked down at the Taihan, which glowed with a faint blue light, and made up his mind. "I'll take this sword," Jiang Han said to the salesperson, number 2589. "All right, Mr. Jiang, I've placed an order with the foundry," the salesperson replied. "Crafting the weapon requires mold making, melting materials, and repeated forging, which will take about 2 days. It will be delivered to you by a specialist." The salesperson's face lit up with joy, likely a preset response from the program. "Let's take a look at the armor," Jiang Han nodded. Since he was already there, he might as well choose some armor as well. With a wave of the salesperson's arm, the surrounding scene instantly transformed. The display of Tang swords vanished, along with the virtual Taihan in Jiang Han's hand, replaced by an array of armors. "Mr. Jiang, armor is divided into multiple components, which can be purchased individually or as a set. The most common pieces are helmets, breastplates, skirts, leg guards, knee guards, and shields," the salesperson explained in detail, while Jiang Han carefully examined the armor in front of him. These armors were vastly different from the flashy gear seen in tokusatsu shows. They were solid protective gear, some capable of enveloping the wearer from head to toe, leaving only the eyes exposed, resembling ancient heavy infantry. Though not aesthetically pleasing, such comprehensive protection provided a great sense of security. If any part is damaged in battle, it can be replaced individually, though buying single pieces tends to be a bit more expensive, the salesperson added. After hearing the introduction, Jiang Han pointed to a particularly heavy-looking set of armor not far away. "What about this one?" he asked, as the salesperson followed his gaze. The armor has a protection level of 3, and salesperson number 2589 was introducing its features to Jiang Han. "This armor can withstand attacks from most beast general level creatures and is priced at 2.8 million. Jiang Han, though not very familiar with the classification standards of armor protection levels, frowned slightly upon hearing that it could only resist attacks from beast general level creatures. At this point, he no longer regarded beast generals as a threat. Even high-level ones were not a concern unless he was under siege. And if he were indeed surrounded by high-level beast generals, this level of armor wouldn't hold up for long. "Do you have any higher-level armor?" Jiang Han shook his head, indicating that these were unsuitable. Understanding his concern, salesperson number 2589 gestured with his right hand, revealing a new batch of armor to Jiang Han. "These are level 4 protection armors capable of withstanding attacks from lord-level creatures. However, they are 5 to 10 times more expensive than the previous batch." Jiang Han was taken aback. 5 to 10 times 2.8 million meant the cheapest set would cost 15 million. He realized he was completely unaware of the prices for high-level weapons and equipment. He had initially thought 12 million was a lot, but didn't expect a mere one-level increase in protection to cause such a price surge. Without selling the black-striped bamboo, his current 5 million wouldn't even afford a complete set of armor. A thought crossed his mind: buy parts and assemble a set? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Armor is meticulously designed and finely tuned as a whole, ensuring both ease of movement and maximum protection for the warrior. Assembled gear would inevitably have compatibility issues and wouldn't be as effective as purchasing a few key protective pieces, like a breastplate and greaves. Ultimately, Jiang Han decided not to sell the black-striped bamboo. He wasn't particularly interested in any individual protective gear, so he gave up. This transaction brought him an income of 11.5 million, with an expenditure of 7.03 million, leaving him with 4.97 million. After leaving the exotic materials market, Jiang Han headed straight for the Warrior Guild. Before embarking on his next wilderness exploration, he needed to obtain the Grand Warrior Assessment certification to enter the wilderness alone. Uncle Long was right. Jiang Han's current strength indeed far surpassed that of his teammates, but it wasn't yet at the point of complete dominance. Staying in the team offered limited help in enhancing his skills. The optimal choice would be to form his own team. However, Jiang Han didn't fully agree with this suggestion. A team's purpose is to complement each other's weaknesses, with clear roles for the 5 members: main attacker, harasser, and scout. But given Jiang Han's rapid progress, ordinary warriors simply couldn't keep up, making them redundant. With his inside abilities, he didn't need others for reconnaissance, making solo action the most suitable choice for him. As dusk fell, The warrior guild was bustling with activity, with many choosing to come for testing and assessments at night. Jiang Han looked around, found no familiar faces, and headed straight to the assessment area to pick up an assessment application form. Jiang Han stepped into the martial artists guild for the third time, his gaze sweeping across the familiar hall. Within just a week, he had already completed 2 promotion assessments here. The speed of his progress, thanks to the system, was astonishing. From an initial combat power of over 300, he had soared to nearly 10,000. Such a leap in improvement was rare, even among elite students who had awakened top-tier talents. He found a quiet corner to sit in, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he pondered over the assessment application form laid out before him. Most sections were easy to fill out, but he hesitated over the assessment level field. According to the system's combat power display, he had surpassed the Great Martial Master level, but was just shy of the Martial General level. Yet, this number didn't fully capture his true strength. The perfect combination of his insight and critical strike talents, along with the power of the ninefold Thunderblade, was enough to severely wound a Lord-level beast in a single strike. The recent defeat of the Steel Bristle Boar King was the best proof of that. Jiang Han's fingers hovered between the Great Martial Master and Martial General options. Standing out too much could attract unwanted attention, and his rapid advancement was already noticeable. Jumping into the Martial General ranks might draw even more scrutiny, and the secrets he held couldn't withstand much investigation. However, the allure of the Martial General level was overwhelming. Jiang Han vividly remembered the monthly subsidy of 20,000 alliance coins he received upon becoming a martial artist, an amount exceeding the monthly income of an average household couple. After advancing to Martial Master, the subsidy increased to 50,000. As for the Martial General level, his eyes paused on the official data. The monthly subsidy skyrocketed to an astounding 1 million. 3 months of this subsidy equaled the profit from hunting a silver wing wolf king. Even more enticing were the additional benefits. His contribution level would instantly rise to 1 star, granting him access to restricted items and a property in the Martial General exclusive villa area. This meant he could move his family into a high-end community specially designed for martial generals by the state. Jiang Han's grip on the pen tightened slightly, the scales in his mind tipping back and forth. This decision not only affected his personal development, but also had significant implications for his family's future. Jiang Han gazed at the application form in his hand, his mind racing. Passing the Martial General exam would not only elevate his status significantly, but also transform the network of connections he could build in the future. After a moment's pause, he resolutely wrote down the words, Martial General. Considering his current rate of improvement, he might have to face the Grand Martial General exam directly next time. Instead of causing a stir by suddenly jumping from a martial practitioner to a Grand Martial General, it was better to embrace the attention now. Moreover, the benefits of being a Martial General were indeed tempting. The immediate task was to find a way to pass this exam. As Jiang Han approached the counter with his completed application form, he noticed a middle-aged woman in her 30s frowning as she read the words, Martial General on the form. She double-checked the information and looked him over. A Crade talent, heavy strike? She asked incredulously. Young man, did you fill this out incorrectly? It should say Martial Practitioner. As she spoke, she handed him a new form. Jiang Han did not take it, simply smiling and saying, No mistake, I'm here for the Martial General exam. The woman hesitated, then shook her head. To her, he was likely another young person unaware of their limitations, or someone trying to get a free strength test through the exam. After all, a strength test at the Martial Practitioners Guild cost 1,000 alliance coins, while the exam was free, despite only allowing 1 attempt per year after failure. For someone with a Crade talent, passing the Martial General exam seemed impossible, a lifelong, unachievable goal. Once a talent grade was determined, it couldn't be changed, and Jiang Han could do nothing about it. With the stamped application form in hand, Jiang Han headed directly to the higher-level exam area. Upon arrival, he discovered that the Martial General exam was entirely different from previous ones. Gone were the basic tests of strength and agility, replaced by 2 components, a written test and a practical combat assessment. The test questions surprised Jiang Han. One question presented an image of a gigantic beast, as tall as a multi-story building, standing in the city center. The task was to describe his feelings about the image. Jiang Han answered simply. Top-tier beast, extremely dangerous, countless casualties among ordinary people and lower-level martial practitioners. The comprehensive questions took Jiang Han half an hour to complete. If not for it being an official exam by the Martial Practitioners Guild, he wouldn't have bothered with such fanciful questions. After submitting the test, it was time for the final practical combat assessment. As the metal doors slowly closed and lights illuminated the vast arena over 100 meters long and wide, with a height of 15 meters, equivalent to a 5-story building, Jiang Han took a sharp breath and instinctively gripped his tang sword tightly. He understood why such a massive venue was necessary. 30 meters ahead, a colossal figure was taking shape. Roar! The deafening roar of a lion filled the test area, causing Jiang Han's eardrums to buzz. It was a Lord-level Biasta blazing lion. As the king of the savannah, the lion was already a top predator in the food chain before any mutations. Apart from a few massive creatures like rhinos and elephants, all other beings were at its mercy. Standing before Jiang Han now was a male blazing flame lion, a top predator even after the mutation. Its fiery mane glowed under the lights of the testing room, resembling flickering flames. Long fangs protruded from its lower jaw, gleaming with a chilling light. Its cold, beastly eyes radiated pure killing intent. Jiang Han gripped his Tang Dao tightly, aware that despite his strength being nearly equal to this giant creature, the outcome of a true life-and-death battle was unpredictable. Yet, the invisible pressure it exuded was unrelenting. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted within the narrow testing room. The sound waves reverberated off the walls, momentarily overwhelming Jiang Han's senses, leaving him in a brief daze. In that split second, the blazing flame lion, which was several meters away, charged towards him like an arrow released from a bow. In a testing room just over 100 meters long, this was merely a few breaths' distance for combatants of their level. Jiang Han forced himself to regain clarity from the dizziness and immediately activated his upgraded insight ability. This skill, now more intuitive to use, included dynamic tracking features. With a single thought, the blazing flame lion, which had been a mere red blur, slowed down in his vision. Its paw, capable of crushing steel with ease, swiped towards his face, tearing the air with a shrill whistle, its force exceeding 10 tons. The 9th Thunderblade. This was Jiang Han's first time truly facing a Lord-level beast alone. Previously, the Silver-Winged Wolf King was slain by Wu Ho, and he had taken advantage of the Steel-Bristled Boar King's postpartum weakness. But this time, he had to rely on his own strength. Although the opponent was a virtual projection, being hit would still result in the system deeming him defeated. Using the fourfold agility boost provided by the 9th Thunderblade, Jiang Han easily dodged the powerful strike while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. His insight ability revealed two critical points on the blazing flame lion, the neck and the abdomen. Attacking the neck would directly destroy its central nervous system, but its 4-meter tall stature meant he would need to leap to reach it. Being airborne with no ability to change direction would be a fatal flaw, one that an opponent of this caliber would seize upon. After weighing his options, Jiang Han opted for a more cautious approach targeting its soft underbelly. Although the strike did not land a critical hit, the Titan force enhanced by the 9-fold Thunderblade gave Jiang Han confidence. However, when the blade touched the blazing lion's belly, it only produced a harsh sound akin to slicing through leather, failing to even break the skin. "This is impossible," Jiang Han muttered, his brows furrowed as he kept his gaze locked on the blazing lion. He was sure his blade had accurately hit the weak point marked by his skill, so why was it ineffective? He had heard of the steel-tusked Boar King's formidable defense, but could the blazing lion's defense be just as monstrous? Was this the true power of a Lord-level beast? In the brief moment they passed each other, the blazing lion had already turned and was charging at him again with even greater speed. Its massive body leapt into the air 10 meters away from Jiang Han, claws extended and mouth wide open, revealing fangs longer than Jiang Han's torso, ready to devour him whole. At this critical moment, a glint flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. If he couldn't break through from the outside, he'd attack from within. Instead of retreating, he advanced, rushing towards the blazing lion with his Tang blade held horizontally, his body curled into a ball. The blazing lion, lacking a foresight skill, couldn't predict Jiang Han's intentions. By the time it realized something was wrong, it felt a sharp pain in its throat. A critical hit. 9-fold Thunderblade. Jiang Han's roar echoed inside it, followed by a deadly blade light. Roar! The blazing lion let out a thunderous roar, but it was too late. Its massive body dissolved into specks of light within the combat assessment room. Jiang Han's figure emerged, holding his Tang blade, exhaling deeply. This tactical choice came to him in a flash when he saw the blazing lion open its mouth wide. He understood well that the beasts in the combat assessment room were system projections, and the key to passing the test was inflicting enough damage. Entering the blazing lion wouldn't harm him, but instead, it allowed his foresight skill to mark over a dozen fatal weak points. Unleashing tens of tons of blade force on the soft internal organs meant that even the most resilient beast couldn't survive. This risky gamble paid off for Jiang Han. The system notification promptly sounded. "Congratulations, assessment passed, test rating, A." Although slaying the virtual beast didn't grant Jiang Han any experience points, he did gain several hundred points in talent and skill proficiency, which was a small but worthwhile reward. As the system confirmed he passed the assessment, the previously sealed alloy door slowly opened, and the lights in the examination room gradually illuminated the entire space. An A assessment? The examiner standing at the door repeated the test system's result in disbelief. His gaze fell on the young figure inside the testing room, who was adjusting his breathing, and he was momentarily speechless. This young man, who had just turned 18, had reached the level of a general with merely a clever talent for heavy strike. This achievement was enough to rival those geniuses with Awakens-level talents. This was the most shocking aspect. In general societal perception, a clever talent indicated a bleak future. Even if it was somewhat stronger than having no awakened talent at all, the advantage was limited. Those with clever talents who were either lucky or from well-off families might at best improve their combat capabilities to the level of a warrior before college entrance exams, barely securing a spot at a decent university. But that would be the extent of their achievements, with little hope of reaching a combat power of 1,000, let alone joining a team exploring the wilderness. The examiner recalled the moment when Jiang Han submitted his application form. He even thought he had made a mistake and checked it twice before allowing him into the practical testing room. What was expected to be just a routine test turned out to reveal the true capability of this composed young man. Congratulations, General Jiang Han. The examiner slightly bowed as he addressed the young man emerging from the testing room. I hope you can fight for humanity's future in the coming days. Jiang Han simply nodded in acknowledgement. The examiner continued. The general's badge needs to be temporarily made and will be delivered to your residence by tomorrow morning. Your records will be updated by tonight. Becoming a general meant Jiang Han now possessed the strength to hunt Lord-level beasts. This was not only a symbol of power, but also represented becoming a mainstay in humanity's fight against the beasts. Lord-level beasts were not only powerful, but also possessed basic intelligence, allowing them to command beast hordes. Experience gained from long battles had shown that where there was a beast tide, there was a Lord-level beast. Thus, reaching the general level was a critical milestone, marking entry into the ranks of high-level combat power. This explained the examiner's respect towards Jiang Han, as his status had significantly changed upon reaching the general level. Jiang Han understood the examiner's attitude, but still felt a bit uncomfortable. After returning his weapons and armor and completing some simple registration procedures, Jiang Han left the Warriors Guild. By then, the night was deep, and the clock pointed to 10. After leaving the exam room, Jiang Han's examiner quickly headed to the top floor with the application form in hand. He stopped in front of an office door labeled Director and gently knocked. Come in, came a voice from inside, old yet strong. The examiner opened the door, revealing an elderly woman with white hair neatly tied at the back of her head, seated at a desk. Despite the age spots and wrinkles on her face, her demeanor was sharp and efficient. Xiaozhong, what is it? The woman glanced up, noticing the examiner's unusual expression, and slightly furrowed her brows. Director Su, someone just passed the Martial General level exam. Zhang, the examiner, said with barely contained excitement. Martial General level. The woman capped her pen. Though it's rare, there's no need for such urgency, is there? No. Zhang quickly stepped forward and respectfully placed the application form on her desk. You'll understand once you see this form. He then stepped back a couple of paces. The woman moved her fingers slightly, and the form flew into her hand. This display of skill would have astonished Jiang Han, but Zhang was accustomed to it and waited patiently. Jiang Han, 18 years old, Martial General level. The woman adjusted her glasses and suddenly paused. An 18-year-old Martial General? She said in surprise. A promising talent with limitless potential. Xiaozhong, you've done well. Unexpectedly, Zhang shook his head repeatedly. There's more to it. Look further down. The woman continued to examine the application. Attends Lon City 7th High School, the same school as Xiao Yuer? Talent. Clever talent, heavy strike. Her brows suddenly knitted tightly, and she gestured for Zhang to leave. Once Zhang had left, her frown deepened. An 18-year-old Martial General with only clever talent? That doesn't make sense. Jiang Han. Meanwhile, Jiang Han had jogged all the way home, unaware that his application form was lying on the desk of the director of Lon City's Martial Arts Association. After a quick wash, he sat cross-legged on his bed, focusing his energy. The rare tranquility in the city made it an ideal time for cultivation. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Jiang Han. He took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and felt the rare clarity and refreshment that followed a night of cultivation. 10 hours of training had increased his attribute points by 12. This gain was quite significant, but Jiang Han also noticed a pattern. There seemed to be a fatigue effect in cultivation. Initially, he gained 1 point every half hour, but as time went on, the efficiency gradually decreased, eventually requiring 3 to 4 hours for a single point. Despite this, he was satisfied with the progress a night's gain was equivalent to half of an upgrade reward. If he could maintain this pace, his strength would steadily improve. Practicing peacefully in the city doesn't seem so bad, Jiang Han mused as he stretched, his joints emitting a soft crackling sound. Sitting cross-legged all night had left his legs slightly numb, but a couple of stomps on the ground got his blood circulating again, and he was back to normal. A growling stomach prompted him to wash up. He then cooked a pot of porridge for himself, opting to bring out the entire pot along with 2 salted duck eggs rather than make multiple trips. This amount was just right for him since his combat power increased, especially after his physique surpassed 200 points. His appetite and digestion had also improved. The difference now was that the energy was converted into stored strength rather than fat, which was perhaps another benefit of being a martial artist. As he was engrossed in his breakfast, a gentle voice came from the restaurant entrance. Young man. Looking up, he saw an elderly woman with silver hair standing at the door. She was dressed in simple, coarse fabric, her silver hair neatly tied back, and a kind smile on her face. Sorry, ma'am, the restaurant isn't open yet, Jiang Han explained, putting down his chopsticks. It was only 8:15, still early for regular business hours. Hee, I'm just an old lady who's hungry. Could you spare me some porridge? She said, seemingly ignoring his words. Jiang Han glanced at the pot, which was still more than half full, and stood up. Sure, please come in and sit down, and I'll get you a bowl. After all, there was plenty of porridge, and how much could one elderly woman eat? Giving her a bowl was no trouble. He went to the kitchen for a clean bowl and chopsticks, and served the woman a generous portion. He had added finely sliced wild boar tenderloin to the porridge, making it both tender and rich. The elderly woman thanked him and began to eat without hesitation. After just one bite, she closed her eyes slightly and remarked, "The tenderloin of a wild boar pairs excellently with rice porridge. It's been a long time since I've had this." Jiang Han was taken aback. "Ma'am, how did you know it's wild boar tenderloin?" The tenderloin of the king-backed wild boar exuded a tempting aroma in Jiang Han's hands. This exotic beast's meat was more tender than that of regular pigs, offering exceptional taste and far superior nutritional value. Although it was just an ordinary exotic beast, Jiang Han had taken special care to store the tenderloin in his system space due to its unique quality. However, a question lingered in his mind. How did the elderly woman recognize the tenderloin of the king-backed wild boar at first glance? "My late husband was a martial artist," the old lady reminisced. "He was a great cook and often brought back exotic beast meat from his hunts." She gently caressed the edge of her bowl. "Ever since he passed, it's been 7 or 8 years since I've had porridge this fragrant." "I'm sorry, Grandma, I didn't know." Jiang Han apologized sincerely. The old woman waved her hand with a smile. "It's all right. Everyone has their time." He just went ahead. "There's nothing to apologize for." Jiang Han nodded and nudged the salted duck egg towards her. "Grandma, it tastes even better with the salted duck egg." "All right." The old woman accepted happily, and they chatted while eating, mostly with her asking about Jiang Han's recent life. When she asked why he wasn't in school, Jiang Han explained that he had taken leave. "Speaking of which, my granddaughter also attends 7th high school, but she's not fond of studying and her grades aren't great," the old lady said, putting down her chopsticks and looking at the empty porridge bowl. Jiang Han had assumed she had a small appetite, but she finished the entire bowl. "It's been so long since I've had porridge this delicious." "Thank you, Xiaojiang." Her smile was warm and kind. "Grandma Sue, I'll be around these days, so feel free to come by for porridge anytime," Jiang Han offered. In just those few minutes, he felt a strange sense of closeness to the elderly woman. Perhaps it was because he had never met his own grandmothers, and she embodied what he had always imagined. "Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Han, to prepare a bowl of porridge for this old woman." Jiang Han stood up to see her off, only to see Uncle Long and Uncle Hu approaching. Just as he was about to greet them, he noticed their gazes fixed on the old lady. "Sue," Uncle Long began, but the old woman raised her right hand slightly, and he swallowed his words. "Grandma Sue, my team leaders are here, so I'll see you off here." "All right, I'll be on my way then," she replied with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at Uncle Long and Uncle Hu before walking away slowly. Uncle Long and Uncle Hu exchanged a glance, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, and remained silent as they watched her leave. "Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, what brings you here? Any news about the black-striped bamboo?" Jiang Han turned to them after the old lady had walked away. "Xiao Han," Uncle Long replied, avoiding the question, "What was that old lady here for?" "She just came to have a bowl of porridge." Jiang Han looked at the two sweating men in confusion. "It's not even hot. Why are you sweating?" Under the scorching sun, Uncle Long and Uncle Hu were sweating profusely, but it wasn't due to the weather. With their robust physiques, such heat shouldn't have affected them so much. They occasionally glanced at Jiang Han, noticing his bewildered expression, clearly unaware of the identity of the elderly woman they had just encountered. Uncle Long wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and exchanged a knowing look with Uncle Hu. They wisely avoided the topic of the elderly woman and got straight to the point. "There's news about the black-striped bamboo," Uncle Long said, his voice steady yet tinged with gravity. Jiang Han felt a jolt of urgency and quickly responded, "Come inside first." He led them into the restaurant and served each of them a bowl of hot porridge. Uncle Hu was straightforward, picking up his bowl and chopsticks and starting to eat, while Uncle Long remained serious, not touching his. "Uncle Long, what's the situation?" Jiang Han asked, looking directly at Uncle Long. "After returning, I asked around for any information on the sale of black-striped bamboo," Uncle Long said, furrowing his brows. "Just now, a friend called to say there's an auction at the exotic materials market tonight, featuring a batch of high-grade items, including black-striped bamboo." An auction? The word sparked something in Jiang Han's mind. and he recalled that Manager Hua had indeed given him an auction invitation yesterday at the exotic materials market. That's right, Uncle Long continued. The auction list was already set, but this batch of items was suddenly added last night. It's too much of a coincidence. Black-striped bamboo is hardly seen once a month, and it suddenly appears at the auction right after our incident in the wilderness. It's highly likely the seller is the one who caused trouble there. Jiang Han didn't need Uncle Long to spell it out. He already sensed the oddity. Initially disinterested in the auction, he now felt compelled to attend. Then we should go to the auction, Jiang Han decided after a moment of thought. It's not that simple, Uncle Long sighed. You need an invitation to get in. If we had more time, I might be able to get one, but the auction starts at 8 tonight. His tone was filled with frustration, the helplessness of being manipulated without being able to catch the culprit evident. An invitation? Jiang Han chuckled, flipping his wrist to reveal a golden card in his hand. I have one here. Both Uncle Long and Uncle who had paused with his porridge, looked at him in surprise. Yesterday, when I went to sell the corpses of the silver-winged wolf king and the steel-maned wild boar king, Manager Hua on the 7th floor of the exotic materials market gave this to me, Jiang Han explained. You sold the corpses of 2 lord-level beasts and made over $1 million. Of course, he wants you to spend more, Uncle Long realized. But this does save us a lot of trouble. With the invitation in hand, we plan to attend the auction that evening. Uncle Long, who had lost hope, now showed a look of surprise and delight. We'll have lunch at your place, and after eating, we'll head straight to the auction, Uncle Long decided after a moment of thought. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. The sooner they could identify the troublemaker behind the scenes, the sooner he could successfully complete the transaction for the batch of black-patterned bamboo he had. I was in such a rush this morning I didn't eat, but this porridge is really delicious, Xiao Han, Uncle Long said, now that his worries had eased, allowing his appetite to return. Earlier, he was too troubled to even take a sip of the porridge. If you like it, have another bowl, Jiang Han offered, picking up the ladle and serving Uncle Long another full bowl. Originally, he had cooked a large pot for himself, but with Grandma Sue and the 2 uncles visiting, it was funny he could just eat a little less. As the 3 of them chatted over porridge, a man's voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, is Mr. Jiang Han here? Looking up, they saw 2 middle-aged men in uniforms from the exotic materials market standing at the entrance. That's me, Jiang Han replied, recognizing the uniforms. He realized the Tang Dao Taihan he ordered yesterday had arrived earlier than expected, by 2 days. He got up to greet them. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is the item you purchased yesterday. Please show your ID for verification before signing for it. Following the usual procedure, Jiang Han presented his ID. Once confirmed, the staff opened an exquisite rectangular metal box. Considering this was a weapon worth millions, the protective measures were indeed meticulous. Inside lay a long sword adorned with golden dragon patterns, its antique and grand scabbard immediately bringing joy to Jiang Han. Uncle Long and Uncle who had come over to see what was happening, also admired it closely. Uncle Long couldn't help but praise, what a fine sword. Even without unsheathing it, the exquisite craftsmanship was evident. Jiang Han picked up Taihan. The blade was slightly heavy, but just right. If it were too light, it would lose some elegance. With a clear clang, the sharp blade was unsheathed. As he had seen the previous day, it was tempered with a dark blue hue and had a keen edge. A light flick on the blade produced a deep resonance, giving the slender sword an imposing presence akin to a heavy weapon. Although the price of several million was painful, at the moment of receiving it, Jiang Han felt it was worth it. With such a formidable weapon as Taihan, he no longer needed to fight exotic beasts with a kitchen knife. This divine weapon, capable of handling lord-level battles, not only resolved his weapon concerns, but also boosted his combat power by 1,900 points, breaking the 10,000 point threshold with momentum to spare. Wow, this knife must have cost a pretty penny, right? Uncle Hu asked as he ran his fingers along the blade of the Taihan knife, feeling the coolness. He gave the blade a gentle flick, and a deep hum resonated through the air, making it seem as if the knife had come to life. Not too bad, really. Thanks to Manager Hua at the exotic materials market for giving me a membership card, it came to just over 7 million after the discount, Jiang Han said with satisfaction. He examined the blade closely, unable to find a single flaw. It was clear that the swordsmith who crafted this Tang knife had reached a master level, as the blade was seamless and flawless. 7 million. Uncle Hu's eyes flashed with envy, and he smacked his lips as he withdrew his hand. Only you would be willing to spend that much. Come on, Uncle Hu, you earn 2 to 3 million a month. In 3 months, you could afford one, Jiang Han remarked in surprise. It's not that simple, Uncle Long interjected, shaking his head. The expenses for a martial artist are far beyond your imagination. The death rate in the wilderness is high, so we have to buy single-use insurance each time we set out, and the cost varies depending on one's skill level. For a martial artist like Uncle Hu, it costs 30,000 per trip. Weapons and armor need replacing every 2 months, not to mention supplies and medical expenses. Although the income from hunting exotic beasts is tax-free, After all these high expenses, how much is left? Unless you're strong enough to crush everything in the wilderness and don't need protection. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Han with envy. You were lucky this time, making a significant gain in one go. But don't underestimate the wilderness. It's a place that can push humans to the brink, and its dangers are beyond your imagination. Jiang Han nodded silently and sheathed the Taihun knife. By the way, Xiao Han, have you advanced in martial artist rank yet? There are plenty of benefits with each promotion that can only help you. Uncle Hu asked during a quiet moment. I just passed the assessment last night. It wasn't easy. The Grand Martial Artist assessment is tough. I almost didn't pass back in the day, Uncle Long remarked with a sigh. But it's great that you made it. Being a Grand Martial Artist at 18, your future is limitless. Jiang Han was about to explain something when a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Jiang Han? The three turned to see a person in a dark green uniform standing at the door, distinctly different from the work attire of the exotic materials market. Recognizing the person's identity, their expressions turned serious. That's me. Jiang Han stepped forward. The person immediately saluted him, raising their right hand to their temple. The representative from the Martial Artists Association, a middle-aged man in uniform with a solemn expression, stood in front of Jiang Han. His square face was filled with gravity as he spoke. Mr. Jiang Han, I am here on behalf of the Martial Artists Association to present you with the Martial Artist Badge. As the 35,895th Martial General of the Celestial Empire, I hope you will stay true to your mission and continue striving for the future of humanity. The nation and its people will not forget your contributions. These words immediately brought a serious demeanor to Jiang Han and his two companions, who had been chatting casually. Jiang Han straightened his posture and saluted the man with determination in his voice. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to hunt down the beasts. Although he wasn't one for grandiose speeches, every promise he made was one he intended to keep. Whether for others or for himself, he would do everything in his power to eliminate the beasts. Uncle Long and Uncle Hu watched this scene in silence, their eyes filled with complex emotions. The middle-aged man took a small, exquisite box from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Han. Inside is your Martial General certification and the key to a villa gifted by the state. The villa is located at number 658 in the southern part of Lan City. He added, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't take up more of your time. I wish you great progress in your cultivation. The middle-aged man left swiftly, but the news he brought stirred a tremendous wave in the room, more shocking than Jiang Han's previous purchase of a $7 million knife. Uncle Long and Uncle Hu were left speechless for a long time until Uncle Long finally murmured, A Martial General? I was just about to tell you, but I didn't get the chance. Jiang Han shrugged, explaining in a relaxed tone, When I applied for the assessment yesterday, I wanted to see how tough the Martial General level was, and I passed by a fluke. To Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, these understated words were like a thunderclap. Uncle Long spoke with a hint of bitterness. Xiao Han, each Martial General level combat test costs 10,000. Do you know how much I've spent in the testing room over the years? A total of 760,000. Every time I returned from the wilderness, I would test myself, but without exception, I was crushed. Even though my attributes are very close to a Martial General warrior, I've tried for so long without success. And you've been a martial artist for how long? Uncle Hu, equally shocked, interjected, Xiao Han, if I recall correctly, you haven't even been a martial artist for a week, right? His eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Could it be you haven't class talent? Your combat power has been increasing since your awakening, hasn't it? Yes, that's it. After awakening, there's an adaptation period for talent. Surely that's it. Jiang Han was about to explain when Uncle Long raised a hand to stop him. All right. Whatever the reason, let's just assume you have awakened in class talent. There's no need to explain further. His tone turned serious. Moreover, Xiao Han, you need to learn to keep a low profile. Sometimes, rapid improvement in strength is good, but letting others know about it may not be. Do you get what I'm saying? Jiang Han nodded silently, acknowledging the wisdom in Uncle Long's words. All right, we're leaving now. Uncle Long pulled the still-talking Uncle Hu towards the door. If we stay any longer, who knows what other surprises you might have for us. Remember to make a portion for your Uncle Hu and me when you cook this afternoon. With that, the two left quickly, as if fearing that staying any longer would bring more shocking news from Jiang Han. The auction hall on the 12th floor of the exotic materials market was far more spacious than Jiang Han had anticipated. The entire space was cleverly divided into small cubicles, each with a thin, sheer curtain hanging in front to effectively protect the privacy of the participants. Outsiders couldn't see what was happening inside. Each cubicle had a projector installed on the wall, and the venue was already bustling with noise. As Jiang Han and his companions handed over their invitation, a virtual attendant with wavy blonde hair immediately approached them. Hello, Mr. Jiang Han. Employee number 5471, at your service. She was dressed in a short leather skirt, and her alluring outfit made Jiang Han, who had never been in a relationship, instinctively avert his gaze. This attendant's attire was noticeably bolder than the one from the previous day. Seeing Jiang Han's embarrassed expression, Uncle Long, an uncle who found a rare opportunity to tease him. Xiao Han, do you like her? Uncle who asked with a mischievous smile, raising his eyebrows on purpose. She's quite pretty, Jiang Han stammered in response. I asked if you like her, not if she's pretty. Uncle who pressed, his smile growing wider. Let me tell you a secret that all seasoned warriors know: the 10th floor of the exotic materials market has something called a virtual headband, priced at 300,000 alliance coins each. Once you put it on, it can connect to your brainwaves and generate images directly in your mind. Just input her employee number and spend another 10,000 alliance coins, and you're set. It may not be as good as reality, but it's more vivid than dreaming. The attendant walking ahead seemed oblivious, keeping her gaze straight ahead. Jiang Han quietly filed away this strange piece of knowledge in his mind. He didn't reject the idea, but he wasn't particularly interested either. He understood the need for warriors to relax after long battles in the wilderness and recognized the government's reluctant tolerance of such behavior. After all, prolonged mental strain could lead to issues. Uncle Long, unable to watch any longer, patted Uncle Hu on the shoulder. All right, stop teaching Xiao Han these nonsensical things, he said, turning to explain to Jiang Han. Xiao Han, the virtual headband is actually meant for warriors to learn martial skills. High-level warriors can create their own techniques and earn income by selling them. Learning martial arts from books alone is inefficient. With the virtual headband, warriors can directly observe masters in action in virtual space to learn. As for what Uncle Hu mentioned, just pretend you didn't hear it. Jiang Han suddenly understood. Indeed, without the help of a system, relying solely on books to comprehend martial arts would have left his skills at the beginner level. Learning martial arts is far more complex than awakening innate talents. Jiang Han clearly saw the difference in difficulty between martial skills and talent upgrades when comparing the experience points required for each. He gazed at the virtual headband in his hand, pondering whether this device could accelerate his training progress. The additional benefits Uncle Hu mentioned were merely the hidden value accidentally discovered in this product. This unexpected fortune likely far exceeded the original expectations of its designers. As the three of them followed the server into the private room, the topic naturally came to an end. A uniformed server stood by, introducing the basic features of the room. Mr. Jiang, the auction items will be displayed directly on this table via a projector. Your room is completely private, and no one else can see inside. If you wish to participate in bidding, just let me know. However, please note that each bid will verify your account balance, and only if funds are sufficient can a bid be confirmed. Jiang Han understood the necessity of such regulations to maintain auction order. Besides, he had no intention of bidding, so these rules were irrelevant to him. It was already 7:40 p.m., with 20 minutes left until the auction began at 8. The venue was nearly full, yet the atmosphere seemed somewhat unusual. Uncle Long peered through the thin curtain of the private room, observing the situation outside with a slight frown. Something's not right. This auction scale is clearly above the norm. Not only is the venue lavishly set up, but the attendance far exceeds previous events, especially those private rooms. I have a feeling there are marquee-level warriors inside. Although it was Jiang Han's first time attending an auction, he also sensed the unusual atmosphere. With his more acute perception than Uncle Long, he could clearly detect at least 5 marquises are present. Even without using his insight abilities, the occasional hearty laughter and the subtle sense of pressure were enough to judge these individuals' extraordinary strength. What are you guys talking about? Uncle Hu asked nonchalantly while munching on a banana. As the weakest among them, he seemed the most at ease. Uncle Long seemed to reassure himself. Nothing. We're just here to gather information about the black-striped bamboo. Nothing else concerns us. In contrast, Jiang Han, as a general, appeared much more composed, considering he was a high-level warrior himself. The conversation in the private room continued for about 10 minutes, until a woman in a cheongsam gracefully stepped onto the central auction stage. The woman exuded an elegant and noble aura, appearing to be around 30 years old. However, as Jiang Han looked at her face, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Hello, esteemed clients of the exotic materials market. My name is Tang Yun, and I am the new manager of the Lon City Exotic Materials Market. Standing on the auction stage, the woman wore an elegant cheongsam, her voice cool and graceful. With a gentle smile, she glanced at the curtains of each private box. I'm here to greet you all, and I hope for your continued support in the future. Jiang Han sat in his private box, carefully observing the new manager. Tang Yun's demeanor exuded a natural elegance, not the kind of aloof arrogance, but a grace that could inadvertently make others feel inferior. She must come from a prominent family, Jiang Han thought. Such poise can't be cultivated without a strong family background. As his abilities had grown, Jiang Han's hearing had become exceptionally sharp. He could clearly catch the whispers from the surrounding boxes. How can someone so young become the manager of a city-level exotic materials market? Could it be through connections? Hush. Don't you know who the real owner behind the exotic materials market is? Isn't this a state-owned enterprise? The state only owns 51%, the remaining 49. The murmurs abruptly stopped. This revelation surprised Jiang Han. It turned out that the vast exotic materials market was a public-private partnership. From everyone's reactions, it seemed that Tang Yun had a close connection with the major shareholders behind the market. As this is my first auction since taking charge of the Lan City exotic materials market, Tang Yun continued, I have specially brought some exquisite items from the capital and have reorganized the auction sequence. I can assure you that every item in this auction is of the highest quality. With that, she gracefully exited the stage, replaced by a woman in uniform to host the event. The private boxes quickly buzzed with activity again. The first item was a pill that could help break through the Marshal General level bottleneck. But Jiang Han wasn't interested, only needed experience points to break through. At this moment, his attention was entirely on Tang Yun. What puzzled him most was the uncanny familiarity she evoked, though he couldn't recall where this sense of familiarity came from. Uncle Long's gaze swept over the elixirs on the stage, his brow slightly furrowed. The price has been driven too high, over 13 million. It's really not worth it. He turned to Jiang Han, his expression serious. I don't know much about Tang Yun, but from what she said, it seems she's been active in the capital. As for the background of the exotic materials market, it reminds me of something a high-level warrior mentioned over a decade ago. Uncle Long paused, but I can't fully guarantee the truth of that information. By the way, Xiao Han, do you know what the highest realm of warrior cultivation is? Jiang Han replied earnestly. The levels of warriors are divided into 9 stages. Warrior, Martial Master, Great Martial Master, Martial General, Great Martial General, Martial Marquis, War God, Human Envoy, and finally, the Supreme Throne. His voice carried a hint of longing. The Supreme Throne is the pinnacle of human combat power. There were once 7 in the Celestial Empire. Later, one fell in battle against a 3-headed beast of Emperor level, and another chose to retire. He shook his head. Unfortunately, the textbooks are too brief and don't even mention the names of these powerful figures. Apart from the 2 who occasionally appear in high military positions, I know nothing about the other 5. Uncle Long nodded slightly and continued to explain, the higher the level of a warrior, the better the treatment they receive. Low-level warriors like us can only get basic cash subsidies. At the Martial General level, the state provides housing. Beyond that, the state even funds them to establish companies and assigns professionals to assist in managing them. He gave Jiang Han a meaningful look. The exotic materials market is an example of this, with the state holding more than half the shares, and the other shareholder's surname is Tang. Jiang Han's eyes widened suddenly. Uncle Long, are you saying the other owner of the exotic materials market is a Supreme Throne? And they share the same surname as Tang Yun? Uncle Long nodded silently, saying no more. This revelation hit Jiang Han like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. The inexplicable sense of familiarity he felt when first meeting Tang Yun now made him even more puzzled upon learning she might be connected to a Supreme Throne. But with so little information, he couldn't untangle the connection and had to put these questions aside for now. At that moment, the auctioneer's booming voice interrupted his thoughts. 27 million. Third and final call sold. With the sound of the gavel. Thank you to the guest in box 23 for purchasing this bottle of marrow sculpting elixir for 27 million. Next, please take a look at the second item on auction, the armor left behind by War God Su Xin after his fall. After the fall of the War God, what remains of his armor? Jiang Han snapped his head up at the mention, his eyes locking onto the auction stage. On a small display platform within the box, a mass of black, inky liquid was slowly taking shape. The previous owner of this armor made Jiang Han's heart clench tightly. It belonged to the War God, Su Xin. A war god, such an unattainable figure, could also meet his end? Jiang Han stood there, unsure how to process this news. Even with his current strength, a warrior of the war god level was still an unreachable legend. The chasm between a marquis and a war god was vast. Although Jiang Han had never witnessed a war god's power firsthand, the mere display of a marquis-level warrior's strength had already left him in awe. By his estimation, even if he advanced to a general, he would still be like an ant before a marquis, let alone a war god, who was even more formidable. He had believed that with his current prowess, as long as he didn't seek his own demise, he could roam the wilderness unchecked. But this news struck him like a heavy blow, shattering his confidence. If even a war god could not escape death, what right did he have to act recklessly in the wild? This shocking revelation not only hit Jiang Han, but plunged the entire auction hall into a deathly silence. The once lively atmosphere instantly froze, especially among the high-level warriors, whose expressions turned grave. 4 years ago, I met Senior Su Xin and received his guidance. A warrior sighed deeply. Yes, I was also taught by Senior Su Xin. These damned beasts, a good man like Senior Su Xin. Another chimed in, his voice filled with sorrow. War gods were rare, and most chose to move to the more prosperous capital. In a satellite city like Lan City, The highest level was usually a marquis. Calling Su Xian a senior was a testament to his acclaim. The auctioneer bowed slightly, his voice heavy. We are equally saddened by the fall of war god Su Xian. His family is unable to maintain the company and must auction off his belongings. Apart from necessary taxes, we are not charging any commission for this auction. We kindly ask for your support. This statement immediately garnered the audience's approval. Now, let us return to the item at hand. The auctioneer continued seriously. This armor originally had a defense level of 6, valued at 1.29 billion. However, during Senior Su Xian's last battle, it sustained damage from attacks beyond its protection level, reducing its defense by 1 level. Nonetheless, it can still withstand attacks from low-tier dominant beasts, and has the ability to change form. It can transform into a shield or a protective vest, a unique trait of high-quality armor. The starting bid is 17 million. Please place your bids. The auctioneer stood on the stage, briefly introducing the attributes of the armor before announcing the starting bid. Surprisingly, those martial lords who were just praising Su Xian, the god of war, became unusually silent. A starting bid of 17 million might be a hefty sum for ordinary warriors, but for martial lords, it was merely the reward of a single expedition into the Wasteland. However, auction items often sold for more than twice their starting price. If this piece of armor were to climb to 30 or 40 million, even these martial lords would have to think twice. After all, while they earn substantial rewards on the Wasteland, it's at the risk of their lives, and their daily expenses are not insignificant. The critical issue with this armor was its fatal flaw. Its defense level was relatively low, only capable of resisting attacks from low-tier overlord beasts. For martial lords who could already face overlord beasts hidden, this was somewhat redundant. The greatest weakness of human warriors is their lack of defense, putting them at a disadvantage in battles against beasts. Typically, warriors choose armor above their level to ensure safety. This armor's awkwardness lay in the fact that while it could block attacks from low-tier overlord beasts, its protective capabilities were limited. It was most suitable for warriors at the general or great general level, but those warriors often couldn't afford such a high price. As a result, after the auctioneer announced the starting bid, the response was tepid, with only a few people participating in the bidding, and the increments were small. After 4 or 5 rounds, the price barely exceeded 20 million alliance coins. At this moment, Uncle Long, carefully examining the projection of the flowing liquid armor, turned to Jiang Han and said, Xiao Han, I think this armor suits you well. Jiang Han nodded in agreement, but then showed a troubled expression. He had previously sold the corpses of 2 lord-level beasts, but after buying Tai Han, he only had 5 million alliance coins left, not enough to even participate in the bidding. Although the black bamboo in his possession could sell for 50 million, now was clearly not the best time to sell it. No worries. Uncle Long, seeing the desire in Jiang Han's eyes, and knowing he urgently needed high-grade armor, said, Your Uncle Long has saved up a bit over the years. If you need it, I can lend you 35 million. Uncle Hu, who had been focused on eating and drinking and uninterested in the auction items, also spoke up. I may not be as wealthy as Uncle Long, but I can scrape together 1 million. Jiang Han smiled wryly. Aren't you afraid I won't pay you back? If he could borrow 45 million, along with his 5 million, he would indeed have the means to bid for the armor. Uncle Hu, wiping the apple in his hand, took a big bite and said indistinctly, We're not worried. We know what kind of person you are. Besides, even if you run off, someone will help you repay it. Someone will help me repay? What does that mean? Jiang Han looked at Uncle Hu in confusion. Jiang Han couldn't shake the feeling that Uncle Long and Uncle Hu were hiding something from him. This sense of unease had been with him since their time in the wilderness, but he hadn't pressed the issue. Now, hearing Uncle Hu's cryptic words only intensified his suspicions. He turned to look at Uncle Hu, but noticed that Hu seemed aware of his slip-up and was deliberately avoiding eye contact, focusing intently on the projected armor instead. Uncle Hu, what did you mean by that? Jiang Han asked again. Before he could finish, Uncle Long interrupted. He shot a stern glance at his brother, then turned to Jiang Han with a softened expression. Xiao Han, it's not that we don't want to tell you, it's that we can't. You'll find out eventually, but not now. Just know that we would never harm you. Seeing Uncle Long's sincere expression, Jiang Han fell silent. He realized that pressing further today would be futile. Yet, the feeling of being shrouded in some significant secret was unsettling. The room fell into silence, with only the projected figure from the data stream standing quietly beside them. As the three of them pondered their own thoughts, the bidding from the auction outside continued to reach their ears. The armor left behind by the war god Su Xian, although downgraded due to exceeding its capacity, was still a valuable piece as a lower-tier item among level 5 armors. Moreover, its ability to change shape, be worn closely, and transform into a shield added to its worth. The bidding started at 17 million and had been driven up to 35 million by various generals and major generals, nearly doubling the initial price. Uncle Long, you mentioned lending me money earlier. Were you serious? Jiang Han suddenly asked. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you. Uncle Long replied. retrieving a bank card from a spatial device. Interested? I'll transfer the money to you right now. Yes, this armor suits me perfectly. I have weapons, but lack armor, and obtaining this would fill that gap. Jiang Han openly expressed his desire for the armor. A level 5 armor will serve me well until I reach Major General rank, and even when stepping into the Marquis threshold. Plus, it can be worn closely, so I could always buy another suit of armor as an outer layer. With the bidding price reaching 35 million, the number of bidders started to dwindle, suggesting it would be sold within a couple more rounds. Uncle Long quickly initiated the transfer and gestured for Uncle Hu to do the same. Soon, Jiang Han's phone chimed twice in quick succession. Checking his balance, he found that with the transfers from Long and Hu, his account now held 50 million and 1,000. Though it was just slightly over his target, it was enough. While the relic of the war god was precious, it wasn't worth more than 50 million. Otherwise, it would be more sensible to purchase a new set of level 5 armor. 36 million, Jiang Han announced firmly. In the auction hall, another bid echoed through the room. The auctioneer's gaze immediately shifted to the source of the sound, gracefully gesturing. Box 34 has bid 36 million. Is there a higher offer? 40 million. Jiang Han's voice was firm and decisive as he raised the bid by a full 4 million. This was not an impulsive move. He was determined to acquire this set of armor. The significant increase was both to save time and to exert subtle pressure on other bidders. The auctioneer looked over, a hint of excitement in his eyes. 40 million. 40 million for the first time? Is there a higher bid? At this point, the buyers who had been keen on bidding fell silent. The 40 million mark had reached their psychological limit. Below this price, acquiring a set of level 5 armor was still a gain, as any set on the market would start at 40 million. However, exceeding this price would significantly reduce its cost effectiveness. Besides, they already had suitable armor, and this auction was merely for backup. Investing 40 million seemed excessive. Sensing the subtle shift in the room's atmosphere, the auctioneer spoke again. 40 million, for the second time. Distinguished guests, while this armor's grade is slightly lower, it remains top tier, and its uniqueness ensures its rarity. For warriors, changing armor is routine, needing updates every 6 months. Buying it as a backup is a wise choice. Is there a higher bid? These words had the desired effect. Soon, someone raised their paddle, though only by the minimum increment of 200,000. 42 million. Jiang Han bid again, his momentum unwavering. This time, the room fell silent. 42 million had reached the actual value of this armor. Although level 5 armor is rare, it can be bought with money, the only difference being the lack of shape-shifting ability. More importantly, Jiang Han's determined attitude made it clear he was bent on winning. Continuing to bid could drive the price to unreasonable heights and might end up with the bidder themselves. Since there was no animosity towards Jiang Han, there was no need to raise the price maliciously. 42 million for the third time sold. The auctioneer concluded with a decisive hammer. Congratulations to our esteemed guest. The armor will be delivered to your box shortly. Now, let us proceed to the next item. Jiang Han breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It was 3 million less than his estimated 45 million, making this armor an excellent deal. With this armor and his weapon, he had no apparent weaknesses for a while. Even venturing into the wilderness alone, as long as he wasn't seeking trouble, he should be safe. However, before he could fully savor his joy, the auctioneer's voice rang out again. Next, we present the highlight of this auction, a serendipitous find by a warrior. Please welcome the black patterned bamboo. The black-striped bamboo finally appeared on the auction's projection screen. As one of the highlights, although its price wasn't as high as other featured items, its rarity made it worthy of the spotlight. Jiang Han's gaze was fixed on the projection. Through the clear image, he could confirm the quality of these 30 or so black-striped bamboo stalks from length and thickness to the pattern. All completely matched the batch they had previously harvested. This discovery instantly made the atmosphere in the booth tense. Is someone really playing tricks behind our backs? Uncle Long murmured with a frown, a cold glint in his eyes. It turned out exactly as Jiang Han had suspected. Someone had sneaked into the herb base after they left, not only harvesting the remaining black-striped bamboo, but also killing the offspring of the steel-bristle Boar King, cleverly redirecting the blame onto them. That person evidently didn't expect Jiang Han to break through his limits during the confrontation with the Boar King and ultimately succeed in defeating it. The three exchanged a knowing glance, and many doubts were resolved. However, new questions arose. Who was scheming in the shadows? With the information they currently had, identifying the true culprit was impossible. If I find out who did this to us, I'll tear them apart. Uncle Hu, always straightforward, hated anything that required too much thinking. Frustrated by his inability to solve the mystery, he finally blurted out fiercely. Jiang Han and Uncle Long turned to look at him. Uncle Long spoke slowly. To approach us without us knowing and manage to shift the blame on the steel-bristle Boar King's turf. That person's skills are at least on par with mine. Are you sure you want to tear them apart? Uncle Hu was momentarily speechless, then waved dismissively. No worries, you guys hold him down, and I'll tear him apart just the same. This remark lightened the heavy atmosphere in the booth. Jiang Han thought to himself that the truth would eventually surface, as the perpetrator must have left some clues behind. In the auction hall, bids were being called out continuously. 17 million, 19 million, 20 million. Due to its scarcity, black-striped bamboo has always been in short supply. Though not of the highest grade, its price remains substantial. For ordinary families, it was astronomical, but for great martial generals, or even marquises, it wasn't much. Such treasures rarely appeared at auctions, mostly flowing to the capital or being privately acquired by top 500 companies, making it a rare sight for ordinary martial artists. Watching the price climb steadily, Jiang Han estimated that at this rate, the final selling price wouldn't be less than 25 million. There were only a little over 30 black-striped bamboos available. The atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became tense as everyone quickly calculated at this price. Each bamboo was nearly 800,000 per thousand per gram. By this calculation, the total value of the nearly 100 black-striped bamboos in Jiang Han's possession would reach an astonishing 80 million. Uncle Long keenly sensed that this price had far exceeded expectations. He turned to Jiang Han, with a hint of helplessness on his face. Xiao Han, do you think it's too late for me to back out now? Jiang Han smiled and nodded, but Uncle Long immediately waved his hand. Forget it, since the decision is made, I won't go back on it, otherwise, I'd lose face if word got out. Despite his words, Jiang Han noticed Uncle Long's eyes twitching unnaturally. If it were anyone else, they might have already given in to the temptation to back out. As the bidding continued to rise, the atmosphere in the auction hall grew more intense. Black-striped bamboo was different from ordinary armor, which could be purchased at any time in the exotic materials market. This healing elixir was rare and hard to come by. Once missed, who knew when the next opportunity to acquire it would arise? For martial artists who valued their lives, such a life-saving treasure was definitely worth the investment. Soon, bidders at the general and senior general levels withdrew, leaving only a few marquises to continue the contest. Suddenly, a loud male voice echoed through the hall. 24,800,000. I must have this black-striped bamboo. I ask everyone to give me, Kaishan Hu, some face. I'm in the process of having a spiritual pill made, and this bamboo is the final ingredient. This declaration caused a stir. According to auction rules, each private box was curtained to ensure privacy, and it was rare for anyone to reveal their identity voluntarily. But Kaishan, who clearly intended to use his reputation to intimidate other bidders. Seeing Jiang Han's puzzled expression, Uncle Long whispered, "This is a remarkable marquis, with an awakened-level talent for earth-shaking. What's more impressive is that he had near-warrior strength even before awakening his talent. 13 years ago, after earning the title of marquis, he has been a key figure in resisting exotic beasts." "Why is he called Kaishan Hu?" Jiang Han asked. "Besides his talent," Uncle Long said gravely, "it's mainly due to his performance in a small-scale beast tide. At that time, nearly 10,000 exotic beasts attacked the iron defense line, and everyone was retreating. But he alone used his talent to tear open a 1,000-meter-long, 100-meter-deep chasm on the vast plain, then closed it, wiping out nearly half of the beasts." Hearing this, Jiang Han couldn't help but feel a jolt. Jiang Han had witnessed Wu Ho's skills before. On that desolate plain, Li Chongyang had demonstrated his abilities right in front of him. At that time, Jiang Han was still quite weak and could only watch as the formidable silver-winged Wolf King, which had left him helpless, was effortlessly subdued by Li Chongyang. The intricacies of the encounter were beyond his comprehension then. Reflecting on it now with his improved insight, Jiang Han realized that Li Chongyang's display of power back then wasn't particularly astonishing. However, after hearing what Uncle Long had to say, Jiang Han suddenly understood Li Chongyang hadn't been using his full strength at all. Otherwise, how could a newly advanced Lord-level Silver-Winged Wolf King withstand even a single move from him? Yet, one question lingered in Jiang Han's mind. If Li Chongyang truly possessed the power to crush the wolf pack and their king, why did he merely drive and chase them away instead of eliminating them entirely? This mystery couldn't be solved at the moment, so Jiang Han had to set it aside. Just as he refocused his attention on the black-striped bamboo on the stage, a deep and powerful voice of an elder suddenly echoed through the hall. "Kaishan Hu? Who gave you the confidence to think you're so important?" Before the voice had fully faded, a clear and crisp female voice interjected. "I have a student who needs this black-striped bamboo. Why don't the two of you let me have it?" Jiang Han was taken aback within just a few moments. 3 Wu Ho-level experts were competing for this black-striped bamboo. Although the bamboo was precious, it shouldn't be considered exceptionally rare for someone of Wu Ho's stature. Why was it causing such a fierce competition? Upon hearing the woman's voice, the 2 previous Wu Ho were silent for a few seconds. Then Kaishan Hu spoke. "Lingyan, at an auction, the highest bidder wins. There's no such thing as letting someone have it, not even if you're Shui Mu's teacher." The other Wu Ho agreed. "There's no point in talking further. Just make your bids." Shui Mu's teacher? Named Lingyan. Although Jiang Han had never met Shui Mu, He inexplicably felt a sense of goodwill towards Ling and Wu Ho, perhaps out of admiration for Shui Mu. He quietly noted the name, but also understood that in such a setting, neither he nor anyone else had the right to interfere in a contest between Wu Ho. 26 million. Kai Shan Hu, now with a softened tone, said, "This price already exceeds the original value of the black-striped bamboo. Any higher would be unwise. And your need for the bamboo isn't greater than mine, so why push the price up? 26,500,000. This black-striped bamboo is of great use to one of my students, so I must have it." The cool, firm voice echoed through the auction hall, belonging to Ling Yin, a teacher from the Shuimu Academy. Her words carried an undeniable determination. Spending over 26 million alliance coins for a student? Another voice exclaimed incredulously. Is there really such a dedicated teacher out there? Ling Yin, it's just your student. Why go to such lengths? Before the voice even faded, the bidding escalated once more. At this point, the bidding had far exceeded the actual value of the black-striped bamboo, with each increase representing a greater loss. The key was whether the desire for the bamboo could sustain such a high price. 28 million. Kaishan, whose voice was no longer urgent. At this price, it wasn't about sincerity anymore, but pure financial power. 28.2 million. Lingen was about to continue bidding when another female voice interrupted. Behind the partition of the box, Jiang Han could only hear the muffled sounds of a dispute, unable to discern the exact words. Moments later, Ling Yin's voice was heard again. "Forget it. I'll let you have this lot of black-striped bamboo." Hearing Ling Yin's voluntary withdrawal, Kaishan Hu and another martial lord visibly breathed a sigh of relief. As a teacher from Shuimu, Ling Yin's network was far beyond that of ordinary competitors. It was unwise to cross such a well-connected figure. "Kaishan Hu, I have a proposal," the other martial lord suggested. "If we keep competing like this, neither of us will benefit, and it will only favor others. I don't need much of the black-striped bamboo. Just 10 stalks will suffice. You can have the remaining 20. How about it?" This was indeed the best solution. Continuing the fierce competition would only result in mutual harm, ultimately benefiting others. Although over 20 million wasn't a significant sum for martial lords, it had already far exceeded the actual value of the bamboo. "All right, after the auction ends, I'll sell you 10 stalks." Kaishan, whose booming voice concluded the bidding. The subsequent auction items held no appeal for Jiang Han. They were either beyond his budget or of no use to him. He turned to the server beside him, dressed in a leather miniskirt with flowing curls. "Can I meet your boss?" The server tilted her head slightly, seemingly communicating with someone, and after a few seconds, responded, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, our boss doesn't meet with guests." "Doesn't meet with guests?" Jiang Han was taken aback, then explained, "I want to sell something, but it's quite expensive, so I need your boss to set the price personally." "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, our boss said no guests." The server maintained her professional smile, yet it made Jiang Han frown. He had intended to use Tang Yun, who had just been on stage, to inquire about the source of the black-striped bamboo, but the opportunity was blocked before it even arose. Uncle Long, sensing Jiang Han's thoughts, shook his head gently and said, "The auction won't disclose the seller's information unless they do so voluntarily, so that route won't work. It's better if I ask a friend to find out." At this point, although it's clear that someone is causing trouble behind the scenes, the trail has gone cold. Jiang Han can only hope that Uncle Long can gather some information through his network. The auction continued in full swing. Jiang Han and his two companions remained at the venue, even though the items, each worth tens of millions or even over 100 million, were far beyond their purchasing power. Witnessing these rare treasures firsthand was a rare opportunity for them, especially for Jiang Han, who was in a phase of accumulating knowledge. These real-life experiences were invaluable compared to any book. The auction finally concluded at 11 o'clock at night, after several hours. 72 items were sold, with each fetching a minimum of 20 million, and the average price reaching 35 million. Jiang Han quickly calculated that this single auction had generated a cash flow of 2.5 billion for the exotic materials market. Even though most of the revenue would go to the providers of the items, the auction house, with a 5 commission, could easily pocket over 120 million. Such profits made Jiang Han reflect that all his hard-earned income from days of toil in the wilderness couldn't compare to the ease of a single auction. This stark contrast further solidified his determination to enhance his abilities and start his own company. As they exited the tall building of the exotic materials market, Jiang Han turned to Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, speaking with a steady tone. "I've replenished my weapons and armor, and my warrior certification has been upgraded. I plan to return to the wilderness tomorrow. If you receive any information about that mysterious person, just send it to me. I'll check it when I return to the Iron Line for supplies." Since acquiring the system, Jiang Han felt an increasing sense of anomaly around him. As his strength grew, this feeling intensified. His father's frequent and unpredictable disappearances, the mysterious resistance he encountered during his awakening, Uncle Long and Uncle Hu's hesitant attitude suggesting someone was watching him. The overly enthusiastic attitude of Marshal Marquis Li Chongyang, the seemingly premeditated pursuit by the wilderness wolf pack, and the unexpected gift of the silver-winged wolf king, the mysterious person working against him, and Tang Yun, who inexplicably felt familiar. These anomalies gave him a premonition that a storm was approaching. However, these mysteries currently had no answers. Rather than speculating aimlessly, it was better to hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness to enhance his strength. Jiang Han firmly believed that as long as he became strong enough, these mysteries would eventually be unraveled. So soon. Uncle Long and Uncle who were taken aback by his words. You've only been back for a day? Why the rush? Why not rest for a couple more days? I know, Xiao Han, you are exceptionally talented, but even the most determined warrior can break under constant pressure. Besides, hasn't your team yet to be assembled? Uncle Long and Uncle who were slightly surprised when they heard Jiang Han's words. In their experience, it was rare for a martial artist to be as relentless as Jiang Han. No more resting. There's nothing to do in the city anyway, so I might as well head straight to the wilderness, Jiang Han said, pausing for a moment. As for forming a team, I don't think it's necessary. A hastily assembled team lacks coordination and would only hold me back. Besides, ordinary martial artists can't keep up with my pace. This was true. Given Jiang Han's current strength, unless he formed a team of grand martial masters, it would indeed be hard to match his speed. Uncle Long and Uncle who exchanged glances but didn't press further. They simply patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and said, we're getting old and can't match the vigor of you young folks. Since you've made up your mind, we won't say more. Let's go to a restaurant tonight. You can help cook a few dishes, and I'll call Uncle Dao and the others to give you a proper send-off. Jiang Han understood that. Although they had fought side by side in the wilderness before, Uncle Long and the others had always treated him as a younger one to be looked after. It was only now, when he expressed his intention to venture into the wilderness alone, that they truly regarded him as an equal comrade. Despite recalling the awkwardness of drinking with his father last time, Jiang Han didn't refuse the farewell dinner. Uncle Long made a call to gather Uncle Dao and the others, while Jiang Han went to the kitchen to cook some dishes for the occasion. When Uncle Dao and the others heard that Jiang Han intended to enter the wilderness alone, they immediately objected. No way, going into the wilderness alone is too dangerous. Having roamed the wilderness for many years, they were well aware of its perils. Although Jiang Han was exceptionally skilled, many with great talents had met their end in the wilderness, and even war gods could fall. Facing Uncle Dao's firm opposition, Uncle Long and Uncle who wisely remained silent, leaving Jiang Han to persuade him. Don't worry, Uncle Dao, Jiang Han explained. I'm going into the wilderness just to hone my combat skills. With my current abilities, as long as I don't venture too deep, there won't be any life-threatening danger. Even if I encounter a Lord-level beast, I can still escape if I can't win. Though Uncle Dao wanted to object further, after a few strong drinks, he was too inebriated to articulate his thoughts, let alone stop Jiang Han. Since Jiang Han usually didn't drink, Uncle Long and the others didn't insist. He drank sparingly and was able to meditate and recover overnight. At dawn, Jiang Han looked at the others sleeping soundly at the table without disturbing them. He tidied up the kitchen, storing the pots, pans, spices, and even the kitchen knife into his system space, and then boarded the train heading toward the steel line of defense. Jiang Han always harbored an insatiable curiosity about the Wasteland. Unlike his previous rushed mission with Uncle Long and the others, this time he planned to stay in this mysterious place until the college entrance exams. Standing in the steel line's exotic market, Jiang Han carefully selected his supplies. Cool mineral water and various healing potions were systematically stored in his system space. Even after reserving space for exotic beast ingredients, the virtual space still felt vast. The most striking item was the awakening stone he had solemnly purchased, now quietly resting in his inventory. Since his last talent awakening, the system's new requirement was the 1,000 beasts slain. Challenge needed to slay 1,000 exotic beasts to awaken again. This should have been a simple task, as even a hen counted as a target. However, just yesterday, while preparing dinner for Uncle Long and the team, an unexpected discovery disrupted his plan. With his current strength, hens no longer provided any experience points or talent proficiency, let alone progress towards the 1,000 beast goal. Fortunately, during his last journey into the Wasteland, he had already slain many Wasteland wolves, and with other scattered hunts, he had completed a quarter of the 1,000 beasts progress. Seeing hope, Jiang Han prepared the awakening stone in advance. The alloy gate groaned with a low rumble, slowly opening. Jiang Han, clad in dark armor with only his head exposed, tightly gripped the soul blade glowing with a ghostly blue light, and boldly stepped beyond the line of defense. He unfolded a newly purchased map, studying it carefully. Although the map only covered the Wasteland's periphery within 500 miles of the steel line, it was sufficient for him at this stage. The map was dotted with red marks, each accompanied by the fallen city's number and danger level. Jiang Han's gaze settled on these city markers. Unlike the plains where beasts were weaker and lived in groups, The beasts in the cities were mostly solitary but numerous and generally stronger. Like City 283 they visited last time, with a danger level of grade 3A, indicating the presence of high-level beast generals. For ordinary warrior teams, such cities often posed unnecessary risks. Being targeted by a high-level beast general could lead to casualties. But for Jiang Han now, these cities were ideal hunting grounds. High-level beast generals could serve as stepping stones for him to enhance his strength. His target was those fallen cities marked with a danger level of class 3A. Jiang Han quickly zeroed in on the nearest fallen city, number 157, and precisely marked it on the map with a pen, then sketched out the subsequent route. Once the plan was set, he efficiently stored the map and pin in his system space, gripped Taihun tightly, and sprinted toward his target. After several upgrades, Jiang Han's combat power had exceeded 10,000 points, with all 4 attributes surpassing 230 points. This boost in attributes directly translated into speed. Without the aid of the ninefold Thunderblade, he could reach an astonishing speed of 100 meters in 2 seconds, equivalent to 180 kilometers per hour, much faster than a regular car. While the ninefold Thunderblade could make him even faster, its explosive acceleration was not suited for long-distance sprints. Under the scorching sun of the Wasteland, the heat was relentless. However, this temperature was no longer a challenge for Jiang Han. The only issue was the stamina drain from continuous running. Thus, he moved in intervals, stopping occasionally to deal with stray beast soldier-level creatures using Taihun, gaining some experience points and skill proficiency. Although the gains were modest, they added up over time, and he could also collect beast materials and meat worth a few thousand alliance coins. 2 hours later, the fallen city number 157 finally came into view. Before the catastrophe, this city was primarily focused on mining, mostly inhabited by workers and their families, with buildings generally not exceeding 30 stories. The residential areas were scattered, giving the appearance of a vast but not bustling city. However, this architectural structure was advantageous for Jiang Han's operations. The mutated beasts were generally large, and from a high vantage point, he could use his upgraded 3-kilometer perception range to detect all beast general level creatures in the city. As Jiang Han munched on a chicken leg and drank water, planning to fill his stomach before taking action, a low growl caught his attention. He turned to see a small tiger, only about a meter tall, baring its teeth at him. Its attempt to appear intimidating came across as endearingly clumsy, and Jiang Han found it rather cute. The little tiger, covered in white fur, was about the same size as any other mutated beast in the post-apocalyptic world, standing just over a meter tall. Jiang Han could tell at a glance that its combat power was likely below 1,000. "Go away, don't bother me." Jiang Han waved dismissively. He wasn't even interested in dealing with such a low-level creature. The experience and skill points gained from defeating it would be negligible, merely adding another number to his 1,000 beast-slaying mission. However, the white little tiger didn't retreat. Instead, it bared its claws and lunged directly at Jiang Han. "Scram!" Jiang Han frowned, letting out a low shout. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping up dust and rushing toward the little tiger. This was a skill he had mastered after advancing to the rank of Marshal General on external release of aura. While it had no physical damage, it was excellent for intimidating enemies. Sure enough, the once fierce little tiger froze in place, the ferocity in its eyes turning to fear. It glanced at Jiang Han timidly before quickly turning and fleeing. "So decisive, huh?" Jiang Han chuckled as he watched the creature's hasty retreat. His target was the beast general level creatures, and as for the others, he would either choose those with delicious meat or those whose materials were as valuable as the beast generals. After all, his system space wasn't infinite, requiring careful selection for storage. Under the scorching sun, Jiang Han walked slowly down the dilapidated highway. The city's silhouette in the distance grew clearer, indicating he was only 3 or 4 kilometers away from the fallen city 157. He took out his water bottle, took a long drink, and stored the remaining half in his system space. Summoning his weapon, Taihun, he transformed into a black blur, heading straight for his destination. In this desolate land, hunting and devouring among the beasts had long become the law of survival. Over years of evolution, while beast generals could not lead other beasts, they instinctively carved out their own territories. Typically, they left each other alone, and even warrior squads didn't dare to engage in large-scale hunts without a martial general, as they couldn't handle the high-level beast generals. But today, an unexpected guest had arrived in the fallen city 157, breaking the norm. At this moment, the city was filled with the roars of beasts, echoing with anger and fear. Jiang Han withdrew Taihun, which was deeply embedded in a beast, its blade stained with a few strands of pale green blood. Jiang Han seemed completely unfazed by the situation. With a casual kick, he sent the massive beast, weighing over 5 tons, tumbling to the ground. He calmly assessed his prey, calculating the experience points he would gain or lose. The experience from a beast general level creature was acceptable, but anything below that level was hardly worth his attention. Level suppression, huh? Jiang Han murmured to himself as the blade of his Taihan sword flashed, swiftly severing the beast's horn and 4 claws. He shook his head with slight regret as he looked at the severed horn. Although he could collect the scattered parts, their quality was diminished, meaning he would earn a few thousand fewer alliance coins. The most valuable materials from this mid-level beast general were in those parts the horn could be smelted into weapons, and the claws were excellent medicinal ingredients. By market price, this hunt could bring in around 100,000 in earnings. However, what surprised Jiang Han more was the astonishing sharpness of Taihan. The horn was the beast's sole attack weapon, with hardness far exceeding the norm. Yet, when Jiang Han triggered a critical hit and executed the ninefold thunderblade, the sharp Taihan sliced through it like cutting tofu. With its strongest weapon gone, the beast could only roar in anger before Jiang Han silenced it with a swift strike to the throat. Another 800 experience points, not bad, Jiang Han remarked as he wiped Taihan with the beast's fur and sheathed his sword. He then summoned his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 12,753. Level, 8. Strength, 234 agility, 221 constitution, 230 spirit, 229. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience needed for next level, 15, 68964, 000. Current talents. A rank talent, Insight LV2. Rank talent, Critical Strike LV4. Talent details. Insight. Automatically triggers in combat, revealing weaknesses in all things. Critical Strike, 60 chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to Strength 6. Talent proficiency. Insight, 1, 2253, 000. Critical Strike, 1, 5684, 000. Remaining available talent slots, 0. Current martial skill. Earth Grade Superior Ninefold Thunderblade LV2 when using a blade weapon, Strength 4, Agility 4. Martial skill proficiency, 1, 8364, 000. System space, 1851, 000. Current task, 1000 kills. Available burst energy, 0. Jiang Han carefully analyzed the panel data. With a combat power of over 12,000, he was firmly within the warrior general level. All 4 primary attributes had surpassed the 200 mark, with strength and constitution particularly outstanding, one ensuring explosive power, the other ensuring endurance. Although his experience, talent, and martial skill proficiency were not yet halfway, his current hunting efficiency made this a non-issue. Even the lowest level beast general provided no less than 500 experience points and over 100 proficiency points. By this calculation, hunting around 100 beast general level creatures would not only secure his level up, but also naturally enhance his talents and martial skills. By then, his combat power would reach new heights. With this in mind, Jiang Han's eyes burned with battle intent. He agilely leaped onto a high building, his gaze already fixed on the next prey in the distance. 2, 10, 30. Jiang Han slowly drew out his weapon, Taihan, and efficiently stored the carcass of the exotic beast into his system space. This was the 30th Sanhun deer he had hunted today. From the antlers to the hide, and even the tender deer meat, every part was a valuable material not to be missed. Looking up at the gradually darkening sky, Jiang Han squinted his eyes. The range of visibility was rapidly shortening, and it seemed wiser to wait for the moon to fully rise, as the night might actually provide better visibility. After nearly 10 hours of continuous hunting, Jiang Han felt a twinge of fatigue, even though his physical strength exceeded 200 points. He knew well that in this perilous wilderness, exhausting his strength meant death, so he needed to conserve enough energy for any unexpected situations. Today's haul was quite substantial: 30 beast general level exotic beasts, each worth 150,000 alliance coins, totaling 4.5 million. In addition, there were a dozen carefully selected high-level beast soldier level exotic beasts, each fetching 50,000, adding another 600,000 to 700,000. By the end of the day, he had earned nearly 5 million alliance coins, a level of efficiency that surpassed most martial generals and even rivaled some great generals. This efficient hunting was thanks to Jiang Han's formidable personal strength. With a combat power of 12,000, he easily overpowered those exotic beasts whose power was only around 7,000 to 8,000. However, the scale of the fallen city number 157 was limited, and being close to the iron defense line, the total number of beast general level exotic beasts wouldn't exceed 50, as evidenced by the dwindling number of prey in the later stages. Jiang Han decided to wait for the moon to rise, and then search for a few more beast general level exotic beasts. If the prey was too scarce, he would have to consider moving to another city. But first, he needed to return to the iron defense line to clear out his system space, which was already more than half full, to avoid wasting any prey. He found a 20-story building and effortlessly leaped to the rooftop. The high vantage point not only made it easier to observe, but also kept the smell of roasting meat from attracting exotic beasts. He quickly chopped up a solid wood office desk, sprinkled it with cooking oil, and set it alight, skillfully roasting a deer leg. The flames licked the dripping blood, producing a tantalizing sizzle, and Jiang Han made a few more cuts to ensure the meat was heated evenly. Jiang Han slowly rotated the deer leg on the rack, contemplating his next steps. At the current pace, he only needed to pass through 3 more cities to meet the upgrade conditions, enhancing his skills in Critical Strike and Ninefold Thunderblade. The deer meat sizzled on the grill, its aroma wafting through the air. Yet, Jiang Han's thoughts drifted to Jiang Jiu. She mentioned accompanying her teacher to the wilderness. She should have arrived by now. But then, shaking his head, he reconsidered. Shuimu is in the capital, and entering the wilderness would necessitate taking a high-speed train from the capital to the steel defense line. The resupply points connected by the capital's high-speed rail differ from those of Lan City. The steel defense line stretches for thousands of miles, with over 10 resupply points, each requiring martial artists to guard. To maintain balanced defense forces, each city has its designated resupply point, just as Jiang Han had entered the wilderness twice from Lan City, arriving at the same resupply point each time. Thinking about this is pointless, Jiang Han muttered to himself, refocusing on the roasting meat before him. Better to concentrate on enhancing my skills. In terms of ability, with his current level, passing the college entrance exam to get into Shuimu wasn't difficult. Although Shuimu is one of the top universities in the country, its admission standards were no longer a challenge for Jiang Han. The human body can only withstand the power of the awakening stone upon reaching adulthood, so the month before the college entrance exam is the optimal time for awakening. For ordinary martial artists, this month is just enough to get through the post-awakening enhancement period, which is a good indicator of a student's innate talent. However, even after this period, typical students barely reach the threshold of a martial artist, far from meeting Shuimu's special recruitment standards. But Jiang Han's combat power, which exceeded 10,000, was more than enough to grant him entry into Shuimu. Jiang Han used a small knife to carve a piece from the golden brown deer leg and savored it. The meat of the 3-souled deer truly lived up to its reputation, justifying its high price of 300 alliance coins per pound. He sliced the cooked portions of the deer meat into a plate and placed the undercooked parts back on the rack. The size of the deer leg required it to be roasted in batches to avoid the outside being burnt while the inside remained raw. As he sprinkled seasoning on the deer meat in anticipation of his dinner, a clear conversation echoed from the hallway. "Boss, wasn't this City 157 supposed to have lots of beast general level exotic beasts? Why have we only encountered 2 on our way?" "You ask me. Who do I ask?" Another male voice replied. "I'm puzzled too. We finally sold the black patterned bamboo and bought some high-grade equipment, hoping to hunt beast general level exotic beasts to recoup, only to find an empty city." Initially, Jiang Han had no intention of paying attention to the common occurrence of encountering other martial artist teams in the wilderness. He could always find another place to rest if they came up. However, the mention of black patterned bamboo immediately put him on alert. The roasted meat that had been prepared earlier was stored away by Jiang Han in his system space. Standing on the rooftop, he slowed his breathing, carefully listening to the sounds coming from the stairwell. At that moment, he was pondering the progress of Li Yang and his team logically. There should be several beast general level creatures in this 3rd level dangerous city, yet none had been discovered, nor had there been any signals. Jiang Han moved stealthily towards the stairwell entrance, and as he got closer, the voices became clearer. Soon, he recognized the voice Sun Wenbin. This name immediately brought back memories of past grievances. It was Li Yang, under Sun Wenbin's command, who had once faced off against Uncle Dao on the life and death stage. Could black pattern bamboo be connected to Sun Wenbin? This thought, once surfaced, lingered in Jiang Han's mind. On reflection, as a great martial master, Sun Wenbin indeed had the capability to orchestrate all this, and more importantly, he had ample motive to frame Jiang Han and his team. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Han hadn't expected to encounter the mastermind he had been searching for in such a manner. For a fleeting moment, he almost couldn't resist the urge to act, but reason quickly prevailed. From their conversation, he could deduce that their team was currently scattered, and acting rashly would only alert them. The conversation downstairs continued. "Boss, could it be that some expert cleared out these beast generals ahead of us?" "Impossible," Sun Wenbin scoffed. "Real experts wouldn't waste their time. Just hunting a lord-level beast can earn millions. Why bother with this? So what do we do now? Wait for news. If Li Yang and his team come up empty too, we'll move to another fallen city." "Boss, we've been on the road all day. Should we replenish our energy? More canned food? Is there nothing else to eat?" "That's all there is in the wasteland, boss. Don't be upset." Listening to this conversation, Jiang Han made up his mind his plan to return to the supply point would have to be postponed. He decided to follow Sun Wenbin, looking for an opportunity to uncover his true intentions, particularly to confirm if the black pattern bamboo affair was related to him. If it turned out that Sun Wenbin was indeed the one causing trouble, there would be ample justification to take action. Though Jiang Han's week-long career as a martial artist had already steeled him to face life and death, he understood the fundamental difference between hunting beasts and dealing with human martial artists. However, for those who sought to kill him, he always believed in using their own tactics against them. Jiang Han retrieved a piece of roasted meat from his system space, chewing slowly while continuing to pay attention to the conversation below. Boss, can I take a look at your new treasure? What if you break it? Sun Wenbin retorted irritably. You'll have your chance when we find the beast pack. Isn't it because we're unsure? One of the subordinates glanced nervously at Sun Wenbin. Boss, if we provoke the beast horde and your precious weapon doesn't work, then wouldn't we be? What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Wenbin snorted, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Since I dare to provoke the beast horde, I'm absolutely sure of my plan. Why else do you think I spent 70 million on this laser cannon? Yes, of course, you're right, boss. The subordinate nodded repeatedly, his tense expression easing a bit. A laser cannon? Jiang Han, hidden in the shadows, felt a sudden jolt. In his mind, he recalled an article from a military magazine. After the global catastrophe, in response to the beast threat, human weapon technology advanced rapidly. Since nuclear weapons could cause secondary mutations in beasts and were thus banned, weapon development shifted towards high-precision, single-target destructive weapons. In this arms race, laser weapons undoubtedly became the most brilliant innovation. Jiang Han quickly sorted through the information in his memory. Due to size limitations, handheld laser guns could only inflict limited damage on ordinary beast soldiers, and if they didn't hit a vital spot, those resilient beasts could still maintain combat capabilities for a while. Yet, despite this, the military heavily equipped itself with laser guns, as they far surpassed regular firearms, except for large-caliber sniper rifles with armor-piercing rounds. Although Jiang Han had never seen a detachable laser cannon, he had a strong impression of the ultra-large laser turrets. Along the steel defense line, every kilometer stood a laser turret, with thousands of barrels perpetually aimed at the wilderness. The military magazine described them as one of humanity's greatest weapon inventions, capable of delivering lethal damage to beast kings beings equivalent in strength to god-level warriors after energy accumulation, killing them instantly if a vital spot was hit. These densely deployed laser turrets provided city residents with a sense of security, allowing them to live and work in peace. Logically, such precise and expensive weaponry shouldn't appear in the wilderness. They were meant to hold the line and deter beasts, not for counterattacks to reclaim land. Yet now, Sun Wenbin claimed he had acquired a laser cannon. Jiang Han furrowed his brow. This meant he had to rethink his plan. With his current strength, even with advanced armor, he couldn't guarantee surviving a hit from a laser cannon. As he pondered, a signal flare suddenly rose into the night sky, tracing a bright path through the darkness. Boss, there's news. The two people below perked up immediately. Let's go, hurry over there. Sun Wenbin shouted excitedly. The next second, glass shattered, and two figures leaped from the building, sprinting towards the direction of the flare. Follow them. Jiang Han decisively acted, using a blade to scatter the still-burning campfire, letting it extinguish on its own, and then vanished into the night atop the building. Without the laser cannon, Jiang Han would have already taken action. His combat power, exceeding 10,000, was more than enough to crush Sun Wenbin's team, which consisted of one high-level martial artist leading 4 martial artists. Just like how the silver-winged Wolf King once knocked out Uncle Long, a high-level martial artist. With a single blow, Jiang Han's strength now surpassed that of the Wolf King, even if he was slightly slower. Furthermore, he had the added advantage of the Taihan. Given this disparity in strength, Sun Wenbin's team wouldn't withstand even one fierce attack from Jiang Han. However, the presence of that laser cannon forced Jiang Han to act cautiously. Most laser guns on the market are level 1 or 2, suitable for dealing with ordinary and beast soldier-level creatures. A laser cannon, starting at level 3, has a terrifying destructive power if of an even higher grade. Jiang Han was uncertain whether his armor could withstand a single blast, making him hesitant to act rashly. Even if he intended to eliminate them, his safety had to be the priority. As night fell and the moon had yet to rise, two figures moved quickly ahead. With his night vision ability, Jiang Han easily tracked their movements. Each step they took was carefully cushioned, making almost no sound. Jiang Han deliberately slowed his pace to maintain a safe distance, knowing that martial artists and high-level martial artists have senses far beyond ordinary people, and getting too close would risk exposure. They traversed the entire city, and Sun Wenbin and his companion finally slowed down. This was the area where the signal flare had been launched. Almost there. Hearing Sun Wenbin's voice, Jiang Han became more cautious, increasing the distance slightly. After about 2 more minutes, Sun Wenbin and his companion stopped. Jiang Han halted 500 meters away. 3 people approached Sun Wenbin and his companion, with Li Yang leading them. Despite the distance, Jiang Han could clearly see each person's face. He frowned slightly and cautiously moved closer, trying to overhear their conversation. Although this area was outside the city, it was dotted with many scattered single-story houses. Most were old and in disrepair, with leaky roofs, presenting a scene of desolation. Observing the surrounding architectural features, Jiang Han quickly concluded that this was likely a mining area. He had previously focused on clearing high-level beasts in the city and had never ventured into this mining area. It wasn't that there were no high-level beasts here, but Jiang Han felt that fighting in the mines was too risky. The old mines were prone to collapse, and even with his current strength, he was powerless against a landslide. Unless he can attain the power of a martial marquis or awaken an earth-based talent. In the distance, several figures were approaching. Jiang Han noticed Li Yang, with bandages wrapped around his head, walking towards them. He still bore scars from the life and death stage. Clearly, to cover the huge expenses for Uncle Dao, he had ventured into the wilderness again. Did you find a beast general-level exotic beast group? Sun Wenbin asked eagerly. No. A companion next to him shook his head. The beast general-level exotic beasts in the Fallen City, number 157, seem to have been cleared out. Although there are a few stragglers, it's not worth using the laser cannon on them. Sun Wenbin frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. Why call us over if there's no beast group? Though there's no beast group, this time's find might be even bigger. The person lowered his voice, eyes gleaming with excitement. I sensed a Shijin mine. A Shijin mine? Sun Wenbin and his companion were stunned for a moment. Then their faces broke into expressions of ecstasy. Is it really a Shijin mine? Yes, I've confirmed it. This vein formed not long ago, just 2 or 3 years, so it hasn't been discovered. But that's no obstacle for me, given my talent for sensing. Jiang Han, hidden in the shadows, listened to the conversation intently. The words Shijin mine made his heart tighten. This was a rare mineral that appeared after the catastrophe, transformed from ordinary gold mines under the influence of extra-dimensional energy. Unlike regular gold, Shijin flows like a stream under the influence of the underground magnetic field, typically found between 400 to 700 meters underground. Crucially, this mineral is almost indispensable in high-end alloy manufacturing. Jiang Han glanced at the Taihun in his hand. Although it appeared to be made of blue silver, it was actually a perfect blend of blue silver, titanium, nickel, and a small amount of Shijin. It's worth noting that Shijin is twice the price of gold, at 600 alliance coins per gram. Moreover, the reserves of Shijin mines are measured in tons, with the smallest veins containing at least 2 tons. How can Sun Wenbin and his group be so lucky? Jiang Han frowned. Last time, they managed to steal the remaining black-patterned bamboo, and now they found a Shijin mine? How can one person have such fortune? Meanwhile, Sun Wenbin and his group were still reveling in the joy of discovering such immense wealth. Can the reserve be detected? The man who discovered the vein shook his head. It's too far to detect specific numbers, but the reserves are substantial. His expression suddenly turned serious. However, what we should focus on now is another matter. The depths of the mine have a high-level exotic beast, at least of lord-level strength. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a gold-element exotic beast. It likely sensed the presence of the Shijin mine too and has been dwelling in the mine, evolving by absorbing Shijin. In the world of mythical beasts, there is a strict classification of attributes. They are divided not only into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but also include beasts with other attributes like wind. For instance, the silver-winged wolf king that Li Chongyang previously defeated was a wind-type beast, known for its speed, while the steel-bristle wild boar king was an earth-type beast, renowned for its robust physique. At lower levels, these attribute distinctions are not very pronounced, as the beasts have not yet evolved their innate abilities and only have slight advantages in certain areas. The true line of power is drawn at the dominator level. Only at this stage can they acquire innate abilities and become rulers of their domain. Although the lord level is considered a threshold for beasts, this is mainly because they gain the ability to command lower-level beasts and develop basic intelligence. For this reason, when people learned that there was a gold-type lord-level beast in the mine, their reaction was relatively calm. With the aid of natural treasures, it is not uncommon for beasts to ascend to the lord level, and unless it is a high-level lord, there is no cause for concern. Boss, should we go for it? Li Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a vein of Creek gold, and if they could claim it, even if Sun Wenbin took the majority, the 4 of them would still share a fortune worth billions. Of course, we should, Sun Wenbin replied firmly. But we have to approach it with a plan. The combat power of a lord-level beast is formidable, and with our strength, we can't inflict significant damage. Fortunately, I bought a laser cannon at the auction. Let's lure the beast out to assess its strength, and if it's not too strong, we'll take it out with one shot. These words immediately ignited everyone's fighting spirit. As warriors, none of them could remain calm in the face of such immense potential gain. Liang, come with me to set up the laser cannon, Sun Wenbin quickly instructed. The rest of you, head further into the mine and use all the shock grenades. As he spoke, he and Liang retrieved shock grenades from their dimension rings and distributed them to the others. To influence the lord-level beast, they needed to venture a significant distance into the mine, which was several hundred meters deep, an unavoidable risk for all involved. Soon, Sun Wenbin and Liang headed towards the vantage point, the only dormitory building, while the other three advanced into the mine. Jiang Han positioned himself at a point forming a triangle with the dormitory and the mine, ensuring he could retreat at any time while also being in a prime position to reap the benefits if the plan succeeded. Jiang Han was only 600 to 700 meters away from the dormitory building. With the boost from the ninefold Thunderblade, he was confident he could reach Sun Wenbin and his companion within 10 seconds. This timing was crucial. The laser cannon required at least 10 seconds to recharge after each attack. This brief recharging interval was the perfect opportunity he needed to seize. A few minutes later, under the moonlight, Sun Wenbin had finished setting up the silver-white laser cannon on the dormitory rooftop. The barrel, about 2 meters long, gleamed coldly in the dim moonlight. He shouted towards the three people at the mine entrance, who responded with hand signals and quickly disappeared into the depths of the mine. Although Jiang Han knew little about laser cannons, Sun Wenbin's willingness to challenge a Lord-level beast with it suggested that the weapon must have lethal power. Even with level 5 armor for protection, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. At that moment, a thunderous beast roar erupted from within the mine. The sound traveled through the narrow mine shaft, painfully vibrating eardrums, and the ground trembled. Dust and debris fell from the cement and red brick structures reinforcing the mine entrance. This scene made Jiang Han's heart skip a beat. Could now confirm that the beast inside was at least a mid-level lord, comparable in strength to the steel-tusked Boar King at its peak, with a combat power of no less than 50,000. Unbeatable. This thought flashed through Jiang Han's mind, and he considered turning back. A beast of this level, once enraged, could trigger a large-scale beast tide, putting the entire martial squad of the fallen city 157 in danger. However, he suppressed this impulse. He had already cleared many beast general-level threats in the city, reducing the overall danger. As long as he avoided direct confrontation with this mid-level lord, he believed he could retreat safely, especially with Sun Wenbin and his team ahead. On the dormitory rooftop, the situation with Sun Wenbin's group looked dire. Li Yang's face was pale, his injuries seemingly not fully healed, and his voice trembled. "Boss, can we really kill that beast?" Sun Wenbin, though uncertain himself against a mid-level lord, the difference between a martial master and a grandmaster was negligible. All could die in a single strike. Knew he couldn't lose his composure now. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the laser cannon's handle firmly, aiming the barrel at the mine entrance. "It's not about whether we can kill it. We must kill it." Hearing this, Liang also grasped the gravity of the situation. He held a battery the size of a basketball, sweat already beading on his forehead. "After I fire this shot, replace the energy block," Sun Wenbin instructed just before another deafening beast roar echoed. 3 figures burst out from the mine entrance, closely pursued by a white tiger with an unusual eye on its forehead. The white tiger wasn't particularly large. Compared to other lord-level beasts, it even seemed small. However, the strange vertical eye on its forehead emitted a suffocating sense of oppression. From a distance, Jiang Han felt his muscles tense involuntarily, a chill spreading from his spine, throughout his body, a primal fight-or-flight response, highlighting the terrifying nature of this metal-element beast. Jiang Han turned to look at the rooftop in the distance, finding the situation worse than he had anticipated. Liang was already scared out of his wits, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his legs trembling slightly. Sun Wenbin, though not completely losing his fighting spirit, was pale-faced, mechanically adjusting the direction of the laser turret in his hands. At this moment, the 3 martial artists tasked with luring the white tiger were desperately fleeing through the mine. The white tiger's speed far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and its sharp claws could easily slice someone in half. In this life-or-death moment, the 3 of them unleashed an unimaginable burst of speed, sprinting while shouting desperately, "Fire the cannon!" Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. The white tiger had caught up to one of them, swiping with its claw. The martial artist flew out like a kite with a broken string, tumbling several times on the ground before falling silent. His armor lay shattered in pieces, and the blood trickling from his mouth and nose was striking against the dust. Jiang Han could tell at a glance that the martial artist's internal organs must have been shattered by the forceful blow, beyond the help of even the most potent healing elixirs. Damn! The remaining 2 instinctively glanced back, and witnessing their comrade's gruesome death, they were driven by fear to an adrenaline-fueled burst of speed. The martial artist with the sensory gift screamed hoarsely, "Sun Wenbin, fire the cannon!" On the rooftop, Sun Wenbin had already aimed the laser cannon at the white tiger, but hesitated to pull the trigger. Beside him, Liang watched the scene unfold, his voice trembling as he reminded, "Boss, fire the cannon." Having witnessed a martial artist as strong as himself killed in one blow by the white tiger, he knew that if he were facing such an attack, his fate would be no better. At this moment, all his hopes rested on Sun Wenbin's shot, hoping it could take down the terrifying white tiger. However, Sun Wenbin remained silent, standing there motionless, as if he had lost even the courage to fire. The speed of the mid-level Lord-class White Tiger was astonishing, so fast that Jiang Han couldn't even use his perception abilities to capture its full form, leaving only a blurred white afterimage before his eyes. Under this terrifying speed, the two martial artists fleeing in panic didn't even make it 100 meters before the White Tiger caught up. With a swift strike of its claws, another martial artist was killed on the spot. Seeing Sun Wenbin hesitating to fire, Jiang Han furrowed his brow, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He quickly analyzed the possibilities. Was Sun worried about the laser cannon's power? No. Despite the White Tiger's formidable attack strength, its defense wasn't particularly strong, and the lightspeed attack of the laser cannon should be sufficient to break through. Was he waiting for the White Tiger to get closer before attacking? But if so, wouldn't that make the three teammates luring the tiger genuine bait? Suddenly, a chilling thought emerged in Jiang Han's mind. Perhaps Sun Wenbin actually intended for the White Tiger to devour these baits. This notion, once formed, stabbed into his spine like an icy blade, sending a shiver down his spine. The hypothesis was terrifying, yet perfectly explained Sun Wenbin's abnormal behavior. Sure enough, in the moment Jiang Han pondered, Sun Wenbin on the dormitory rooftop suddenly released the laser cannon, and a long knife appeared in his hand. Liang, standing beside him, was still tensely watching the distant White Tiger, completely unaware of the impending danger. It wasn't until a sharp pain shot through his waist that he looked down in shock, discovering a long knife embedded into his bandaged waist, the blade buried halfway into his body. Blood gushed along the knife's edge. A muffled sound escaped Li Yang's throat, his eyes filled with bewildered disbelief. He couldn't comprehend why the captain, with whom he had fought side by side for over a decade, would betray him at this moment. He tried to grab the knife in his waist, but Sun Wenbin sharply twisted the handle. The twist shredded Li Yang's internal organs, causing fatal internal bleeding. The resilient martial artist Li Yang, though not immediately dead, was left powerless and could only stare blankly at his former comrade. Li Yang, don't blame me. Sun Wenbin's voice came. People die for money, birds for food. The Shijin mine involves tens to hundreds of billions of alliance currency. Why should I share it with you for? These cold words reached Jiang Han's ears, and he finally understood Uncle Long's warnings: never trust anyone in the wilderness. A wave of fear washed over him, grateful that he followed someone like Uncle Long. Even when faced with the worth of tens of millions in black-striped bamboo, Uncle Long and his team never harbored greed. Had he followed someone like Sun Wenbin into the wilderness, his fate might not have been any better than Li Yang's. Watching the bloody scene, Jiang Han felt his worldview utterly shattered. Is this the truest nature of humanity? The moonlight had quietly spread across the earth. On the rooftop of the dormitory building, Sun Wenbin adjusted the laser cannon with a stern expression, his gaze sweeping through the scope at the scene below. At his feet lay the corpse of Li Yang, sprawled in a pool of blood with an eerie posture, his eyes wide open, seemingly questioning the sudden betrayal. In Li Yang's hand was a long knife, still tightly gripped, its swing never completed, with blood trickling down the handle. Ironically, just a few days ago on the life and death stage, it was Sun Wenbin who had stepped forward to save Li Yang from Uncle Dao's fatal strike. But today, the savior had become the executioner. The reason was simple. Li Yang had been useful then, but now he was just an obstacle that would divide the profits of the Shijin mineral vein. In the distance, Jiang Han tightened his grip on the Taihan, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. He knew it was not yet the right moment to make a move. The hunt of the White Tiger continued, and the man who had awakened his perception talent fled with a face of despair. He had witnessed Sun Wenbin's betrayal of Li Yang, and this scene made him instantly aware of his own predicament. In the wilderness, those who survived were not fools, for the foolish had long since perished. The fugitive was filled with regret. The Shijin mineral vein, valued at over 10 billion, could have earned him $1 billion just by reporting it to the state. This was a fortune that an ordinary person could hardly achieve in a lifetime. No wonder Sun Wenbin was driven to kill. Sun Wenbin, you're a beast. His angry curse echoed in the night sky, doing nothing to ease his fear. His greatest regret was sharing the mineral veins information with Sun Wenbin. Originally intending to share the risk, he hadn't expected the greedy martial artist to have been plotting this massacre from the moment he learned of the discovery. Standing on the rooftop, Sun Wenbin ignored the shouts, his focus entirely on the scope. He was waiting for the perfect moment to shoot when the White Tiger paused briefly during its pounce, much like a warrior's moment of vulnerability when they couldn't alter their strike. That would be the ideal moment to pull the trigger. In an instant, the spectral image of the White Tiger caught up with the fleeing figure ahead with lightning speed. The White Tiger let out a thunderous roar, then raised its massive paw, as large as a millstone, and struck down fiercely on the person's back. Bang! With a dull thud, the person crashed heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. However, at this critical moment, a blinding red laser suddenly shot out from the dust, hitting the White Tiger precisely on the forehead. There was no earth-shattering explosion or dazzling energy wave. Jiang Han only saw a flash of red light, and the ferocious white tiger was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Even more horrifying, the right half of the white tiger's head was completely vaporized by the intense laser, with not a drop of blood spilled. The high temperature seared the wound black. The air was filled with a nauseating burnt smell. Dead. They're all dead. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. With the life force of an intermediate lord, losing half its head meant certain death. Now, only he and Sun Wenbin remained active on the battlefield. In this dire situation, Jiang Han acted without hesitation. He didn't even bother to go around the wall in front of him, swinging his Taihun to smash it into pieces. There was no time for detours. He chose the simplest and most direct approach, charging straight through. At this moment, the most crucial task was to deliver the Taihun into Sun Wenbin's body before he could recharge the laser turret. On the rooftop of the dormitory, Sun Wenbin, who was still exhilarated from hitting the white tiger, suddenly felt a surge of danger. He instinctively turned his head, his pupils contracting sharply. Saw a figure charging towards him, flattening every building in its path. A warrior. This thought flashed through Sun Wenbin's mind. He had no time to ponder why the opponent was here or whether they knew about the Shijin mine. He only understood one thing. He couldn't let this warrior leave alive, or the Shijin mine would never fall into his hands. A direct confrontation was doomed to fail, evident from the opponent's running speed. The only thing that could threaten the opponent was the laser cannon. But the cannon had just fired, needing time to cool down and recharge. Even if Sun Wenbin dared to risk damaging the barrel by firing again, would the opponent give him that chance? 9 thunderblades. A roar echoed through the night sky as Jiang Han's speed suddenly increased several times over. The figure that had been barely visible now became a blur. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a piercing scream. The long knife in Sun Wenbin's hand shattered, and Jiang Han mercilessly swung again. In an instant, Sun Wenbin's arms were severed at the base, blood gushing out. Under the pale moonlight, Jiang Han stood gripping the Taihun, coldly watching Sun Wenbin, who lay writhing in agony 2 steps away. With his arms gone, Sun Wenbin had lost all combat capability. In battles between experts, everything can change in an instant. From the moment Sun Wenbin drew his sword to slay Li Yang, to his fatal attack on the white tiger, and finally to Jiang Han's decisive intervention, the entire sequence of events transpired in less than a minute. Just a minute earlier, Sun Wenbin was basking in the dream of monopolizing the Shijin mine, with wealth and fame seemingly within reach. But fate took a cruel turn when Jiang Han appeared unexpectedly, shattering all his illusions with a single move. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the clearing. Sun Wenbin's arms were severed at the shoulders, blood gushing out like a fountain. He couldn't even press his hands against his wounds, helplessly watching the source of his life ebb away. Who are you? Sun Wenbin collapsed to the ground, his eyes fixated on the figure before him, a silhouette encased in black armor, holding a long, azure-hued sword that glinted coldly in the sunlight. He racked his brain but couldn't recall when he had offended such a formidable opponent. As a cautious person, he always guarded against stronger adversaries, opting for careful scheming even against them. Even his attack on his teammate was executed only after he had full control of the situation. This caution had kept him alive in the wilderness until now. Hearing Sun Wenbin's question, Jiang Han slowly turned around. The armor that covered him flowed off like water, revealing a face devoid of emotion, with eyes that pierced with an icy chill. Sun Wenbin, do you remember me? This series of events deepened Jiang Han's understanding of the wilderness. Compared to the beasts that roamed it, the human heart was far more terrifying. Sun Wenbin was willing to betray Jiang Han's group for his teammates, only to betray his own partners for greater gain moments later. This dark side was something Jiang Han had never imagined. It's you? Sun Wenbin's eyes widened as memories of the life and death stage from days ago flooded back. But then, several questions exploded in his mind. Weren't you supposed to be dead? How could you withstand the steel-tusked Boar King? Wait, weren't you just a warrior? How did you become a general? His face was a canvas of shock. So it was you all along. Jiang Han took a deep breath. Although he had suspected it, hearing Sun Wenbin's admission felt entirely different. Sun Wenbin opened his mouth to speak, but a faint blue light flashed by. In the next instant, his body slumped to the ground, a thin line of blood slowly widening across his neck. Now that it's confirmed, there's no issue, Jiang Han murmured softly, unsure if he was speaking to the deceased Sun Wenbin or himself. This was the first time he had raised his blade against a human, yet he felt no hesitation. Previously, Jiang Han hunted the beasts because they posed a threat to human safety, and he felt no guilt due to his upbringing. But now, faced with Sun Wenbin, Jiang Han forced himself to look away from the mangled corpse. His eyes landed on the laser turret nearby, allowing him to take a closer look at this pinnacle of human technology. On the turret's fluorescent screen, an aiming reticle was moving around, seemingly searching for targets on its own. Can this thing auto-target? Jiang Han wondered, touching the turret with his right hand. In an instant, a flash of light occurred as the powerful weapon was stored into his system space. The scene he had just witnessed filled Jiang Han with delight, seeing even a mid-level Lord-class beast disintegrated with a single shot confirmed that this was his most powerful attack method. Although changing the energy block took a bit of time, this minor drawback was negligible compared to the absolute firepower it provided. I need to find a manual and study it thoroughly, Jiang Han thought to himself. In future battles, launching a shot before engaging in close combat would be perfect. Next up was cleaning the battlefield. Jiang Han approached Sun Wenbin's severed arm, which wore a spatial ring. These rings become ownerless upon their owner's death and can be claimed through mental communication. The only limitation is that weaker warriors have limited mental strength, and binding multiple rings can lead to mental fatigue. Checking the ring's contents left Jiang Han somewhat disappointed. There were 2 general-level beast corpses, a few bottles of medicine, 2 bank cards, and some brick-like energy blocks, but nothing particularly valuable. I should have asked for the bank card passwords, Jiang Han sighed, transferring all the items to his system space before clearing Li Yang's ring as well. As he prepared to handle the remaining 3 human corpses and the mid-level Lord Beast's body, Jiang Han froze upon turning around. In the moonlight, only 3 human bodies and a laser cannon-created crater remained on the ground. The beast's body had vanished. A chill ran up Jiang Han's spine. Instinctively, he sidestepped, drawing his Tai-Han blade and pointing it at his previous position. There, where he had just stood, the railing lay shattered, and a white tiger, missing half its skull, was staring coldly at him. The white tiger's gaze was as cold and piercing as a cornered beast with no way out. Half of its head had been shattered by a laser cannon, significantly weakening its power, yet it mysteriously clung to life. Although Jiang Han was not the one who fired the shot, the beast, with its rudimentary intelligence, had already marked him as its mortal enemy. This instinct-driven hatred would not easily fade. The white tiger lowered its head to grab Sun Wenbin's corpse, then jerked back violently. With half of its face missing, it couldn't fully close its massive jaws, causing blood to seep through its menacing fangs and stain its white fur a stark red. The gruesome sight made Jiang Han nauseous, but he quickly suppressed this physical reaction. After all, he was no longer just an ordinary person. The greater challenge was the white tiger's strength. Mid-level Lord-class beasts typically had combat power ranging from 40 to 70,000, and this white tiger's strength, even at its peak, exceeded 50,000, comparable to or even slightly stronger than the steel-bristled wild boar king. Although the laser cannon had dealt a severe blow, the extent of the weakening was hard to gauge. Jiang Han's insight skill swept over the white tiger, immediately revealing a large golden flaw mark at the head wound, indicating the entire area was a weak point. Seeing the white tiger feeding to regain strength, Jiang Han knew he couldn't delay any longer. He gripped Tai-Han horizontally and decisively launched a combination of the 9-fold Thunderblade and Critical Strike. The liquid armor swiftly covered his entire body, exposing only his sharp eyes. This perfect protection neither hindered his movements nor obstructed his breathing. Over 5,000 points of strength erupted instantly, equivalent to over 50 tons of force concentrated at the blade's edge, creating a deafening sound as it sliced through the air. Faced with this powerful strike, the feeding white tiger did not retreat. Instead, it showed a hint of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend how a mere human could unleash such terrifying power. Yet its movements were quick, its massive paw rising to meet the descending Tai-Han. Bang! The 2 forces collided with a resounding crash. Buzz! A tremendous force surged from the Tai-Han blade, causing Jiang Han's hand to go numb, and the sword almost slipped from his grasp. He quickly assessed the situation, choosing not to resist the force directly. Instead, he leaned back, using the momentum to propel himself backward like a kite with a broken string. This brief clash happened in an instant, yet the immense power transmitted through the Tai-Han blade made Jiang Han's heart sink. The white tiger's strength was far beyond his expectations. Even though it was severely injured, the force it unleashed exceeded 100 tons, more than double his own maximum output. This is no mere mid-level lord. It has clearly reached, or even surpassed high-level lord status. Jiang Han concluded swiftly while airborne. A high-level lord boasted a combat power of at least 70,000, whereas he, a mere warrior with just over 10,000, was no match. Even in its weakened state, the white tiger could conservatively be estimated to have a combat power of 20,000, placing it on a completely different level. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Jiang Han twisted his body in a nearly contorted manner and sprinted in the opposite direction of the white tiger. At this moment, any semblance of a warrior's demeanor was cast aside. Survival was paramount. As for the Creek gold mine, leaving it temporarily was not a concern. The white tiger couldn't absorb much in the short term. Once back in the city, reporting the situation would undoubtedly prompt a marquee-level warrior to deal with the injured white tiger, sealing its fate. Roar! An enraged roar echoed from behind, indicating that the white tiger was in pursuit. Jiang Han's heart tightened, and he immediately activated the ninefold Thunderblade intent, pushing his speed to the limit. With quadruple agility, his instantaneous speed surged to 880 points, transforming him into a blurred shadow under the moonlight. To maintain his maximum speed, Jiang Han didn't bother avoiding the dilapidated buildings, instead slicing through obstacles with his blade. The old red brick structures crumbled like tofu before him. Although the mining area spanned 20 to 30 kilometers, at his current speed, he could traverse it in just over 10 minutes. After covering more than 10 kilometers, the white tiger seemed to reassess its options. Its priority was to return to its lair for healing. Continued pursuit was unwise. The white tiger halted, turned, and headed back towards the mine. Huff, huff. On the rooftop of a 6-story building in the Fallen City area number 157, Jiang Han was drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy and labored like an old bellows. His throat was dry and itchy, a side effect of prolonged exertion. Severely lacking oxygen, he had to take deep breaths repeatedly to alleviate the suffocating sensation. Earlier, he had to push himself to maintain the agility boost of the ninefold Thunderblade to escape from the white tiger. This had pushed both his physical and mental limits. With trembling hands, Jiang Han took out 4 bottles of water from his system space and sipped carefully. Experience had taught him that gulping down water after intense exercise could lead to vomiting. That white tiger is just too strong, Jiang Han thought with lingering fear. Although he had narrowly escaped with his life, his injuries were far from negligible. After downing 4 bottles of water, the uncomfortable feeling of dehydration slightly eased, and his throat felt less parched. As his breathing gradually steadied, the flowing armor on his body slowly receded, transforming into a simple bracelet on his wrist. Jiang Han lifted his shirt, revealing the shocking purple and blue bruises on his waist, gifts from the white tiger. Despite the explosive power of the ninefold Thunderblade allowing him to barely keep up with the tiger's speed, the tiger was still slightly faster. Each time it closed in, its sharp claws managed to break through his defenses. Even with armor to absorb some of the impact and his blade to block, the residual force still caused excruciating pain. The human body is just too fragile, Jiang Han chuckled bitterly. Compared to the tiger, which was still vigorous despite losing half its skull, he was already battered after a few hits. The pain from his injuries became even more pronounced as he relaxed. Not strong enough, Jiang Han muttered, retrieving a pre-prepared medicinal spray from his system space. This was a specialized treatment for bruises, costing 8,000 alliance coins per bottle. As the cool mist touched his wounds, the burning pain eased significantly, prompting a sigh of relief. After treating his injuries, Jiang Han took out some pre-cooked meat and began to eat heartily. He needed to replenish his depleted energy. While eating, he analyzed the situation. At its peak, the white tiger's combat power was at least 70,000. Even severely injured, it's still over 20,000. He had 2 options. Either return to the city to report, letting the authorities handle the white tiger and taking a 10% cut of the profits, or find a way to increase his strength beyond 20,000 and deal with the tiger himself, securing 20 to 30% of the creek's gold vein profits. The former was safe and risk-free, while the latter, though dangerous, promised richer rewards. Risk and reward always go hand in hand. Jiang Han was well aware that the nation would have to pay a corresponding price for deploying high-level warriors to clear the mining area. He quickly considered another possibility. Once he became strong enough, he could start a company and independently develop this gold stream mine. This way, the profits could reach an astonishing 50%. However, reality quickly dampened this thought. As a newly promoted marshal general, it was nearly impossible to leap 2 major levels in a short time to reach the rank of a marshal marquis. The stronger one becomes, the harder it is to break through. The wealth contained in this gold stream mine is astonishing, with each additional percentage point of profit translating to billions in revenue. Jiang Han frowned, weighing various possibilities. A decision had to be made quickly. After all, if Sun Wenbin and his team could discover the gold stream mine, others would eventually find it too. If someone else got there first, even 10% of the profits wouldn't be secure. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han set a final deadline for himself: a week. This period would be enough to enhance his strength, and even though the injured white tiger might absorb energy from the gold stream mine, it wouldn't fully recover. The urgent task was to return to the steel defense line and liquidate the items in his system space. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space to accommodate the spoils of his next hunt. As for the remaining beast general-level exotic beasts in the Fallen City, number 157, Jiang Han decided to leave them for now. Keeping some high-level exotic beasts could be advantageous, as they could deter other warriors and prevent the city from becoming overcrowded. Under the cover of night, Jiang Han, clad in armor, raced towards the steel defense line. The wilderness at night was fraught with danger, with many exotic beasts being nocturnal predators, some of which were terrifyingly venomous. Fortunately, with the armor's full protection, he wasn't worried about ambushes. Along the way, he indulged his hunting instincts, taking down numerous beast soldier-level exotic beasts, nearly filling his system space to capacity. Before dawn, Jiang Han finally reached the steel defense line. The exotic materials market wouldn't open until 8, so he rented a room to rest. Over the past day, he had been hunted by the white tiger, sustaining injuries, and was mentally exhausted, with no energy left for meditation or cultivation. He slept until past 10, and after a simple breakfast, Jiang Han headed straight to the exotic materials market building. For someone like him, who needed to sell ordinary beast materials in bulk, this was the most suitable trading venue, offering fair prices. A total of 36 beast general-level exotic beasts and 28 beast soldier-level exotic beasts were neatly arranged on the inventory floor of the exotic materials market. The staff were conducting meticulous inspections and appraisals. Leading the way was an elderly man wearing rubber gloves and a work uniform. His practiced movements hinted at his past as a skilled warrior of the wilderness. As he approached each beast carcass, he inspected them carefully, handling even the heaviest creatures with the ease of rearranging furniture. Jiang Han observed silently from behind, thinking that this elder must have been at least a great martial general in his prime. Following closely was a middle-aged man in a suit, diligently recording the details of each beast. This one is worth 220,000, this one 160,000. The elder's pricing rang out continuously. There were 7 high-level beast generals, 12 mid-level beast generals, 17 low-level beast generals, and all the beast soldiers were of high quality, each one commanding a significant price. Half an hour later, the inventory work for all the exotic materials was finally completed. The middle-aged man handed a detailed price list to Jiang Han. Mr. Jiang, here is the material price list for your review. The list clearly outlined the name, grade, material integrity, and corresponding price of each beast. Jiang Han quickly verified the details and signed his name at the bottom. Mr. Jiang, the total value of this batch of beast materials is 8.37 million. The payment will be transferred to your account shortly, the middle-aged man said respectfully. Upon leaving the exotic materials market and passing through the alloy gates of the steel defense line, Jiang Han received a bank transfer notification on his phone. Seeing the added 8.37 million balance, he reflected that this amount was still not enough to repay Uncle Long and the others, yet it was only the earnings from a single day. Jiang Han took out a pre-planned route map. This time, he couldn't follow his original plan to venture deep into the wilderness. Instead, he had to choose a fallen city near the steel defense line. This would allow him to return easily to clear out his gains without straying too far from the 157th fallen city. Although he had given himself a week, Jiang Han knew that as long as he could raise his level to 10 and advance his talents and martial skills by 1 level each, his strength would likely break through the 20,000 mark. Judging by the current efficiency, achieving these upgrades would take about a week, which was the real reason he set this time frame for himself. Putting away the map, Jiang Han fixed his gaze on the next target city. With his current strength, further advancement would be challenging, as the experience required for leveling up was daunting. Yet, he remained confident and prepared to continue his journey. Jiang Han calculated quickly. He needed 32,000 more experience points to level up. Each beast general-level exotic beast provided at least 500 experience points, meaning he needed to hunt down at least 60 more of them. Although the proficiency required to improve his talents and martial skills was less, the rate of improvement was similarly slow. This pace was already far beyond that of his peers. Ordinary warriors needed to hone their skills day after day, and many spent their entire lives without reaching the threshold of a martial general. For Jiang Han, it was merely a matter of the number of beasts he could defeat. Over the next 4 days, Jiang Han's life alternated between hunting exotic beasts and traveling back and forth to the steel defense line. The number of beast general-level exotic beasts in a city was limited, and even though he occasionally hunted some high-level beast soldiers, the resources of a single city were clearly insufficient to support his rapid leveling up. Fortunately, his gains over these days were substantial. Despite the time lost traveling, his progress remained impressive. By the evening of the 4th day, the sunset had not yet fully faded. Normally, at this time, the beast general-level exotic beasts in the city would begin to forage, but today the city was unusually quiet. The occasional sounds of exotic beasts fighting were merely low-level beasts knocking over lampposts or smashing glass. The last one, Jiang Han's eyes focused as his Taihun shot out like an arrow, precisely piercing the chest of a low-flying Songbei eagle. This bird of prey, with a wingspan of over 5 meters, had merely intended to feast on the corpse of a dead beast general-level exotic beast, but fell into Jiang Han's trap instead. The blade pierced its thin feathers and skin, and the Songbei eagle let out a sharp cry, desperately flapping its wings to escape. But its fate was sealed with its heart's final beat. A few seconds later, the large creature crashed to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud and a cloud of dust, a group of low-level exotic beasts immediately swarmed in to devour the corpse. Meanwhile, a familiar system notification sounded in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the mid-level beast general Songbei eagle. gaining 765 experience points. With a series of prompt sounds, Jiang Han finally reached the long-awaited level up. He exhaled deeply and summoned his status panel, carefully reviewing his latest data. His combat rating had reached 20,586, and all his attributes had seen significant improvement. Jiang Han quickly allocated the 100 attribute points he gained from leveling up across his 4 main attributes: strength, agility, physique, and spirit, increasing each by 25 points and breaking the 250-point threshold. With the attribute boost, his combat power surged by 1,700 points, reaching a staggering 22,000 points. Killing the grayback eagle not only maxed out his experience points, but also perfected his proficiency in critical strikes. His mastery of insight and the ninefold thunderblade was already ahead, having been upgraded the night before. In just a few days, Jiang Han's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. What delighted Jiang Han the most was the enhancement of the insight skill. Although he didn't gain new abilities, the dynamic capture range leapt from 10 meters to 50 meters, a transformative improvement. Previously, the 10-meter range was too limited, often leaving him unprepared against high-level beasts over 10 meters long. Now, with a 50-meter range, he could anticipate and respond to threats much earlier, making him nearly unbeatable in close combat with opponents of the same level. The critical strike ability also saw significant improvements, with increased trigger probability and amplification effects. Combined with the explosive power of the ninefold thunderblade, Jiang Han could easily break the 100-ton threshold with a single strike. However, the critical strike ability reached a bottleneck at level 5, displaying max. Whether this is an inherent limit of level talents or a common rule for all talents remains unknown. While Jiang Han silently wished for another talent upgrade card, he quickly dismissed such unrealistic thoughts. Even if he had the chance, he would choose to enhance insight without hesitation. Advancing an A-level talent to S-level would bring improvements far surpassing those of an A-level talent. Leaping from a tall building, Jiang Han approached the bloodied corpse of the grayback eagle. The surrounding low-level beasts, busy scavenging, bared their teeth in defiance as he neared. Jiang Han simply let out a cold snort, and the overwhelming aura of his 22,000-point combat power suffocated the small fry. Realizing the terrifying presence of this human, they whimpered and retreated 100 meters away, unwilling to leave completely, but too afraid to approach. Jiang Han paid no mind to these insignificant creatures. He was contemplating the 400-kilometer journey from the Fallen City, 235 back, to Fallen City, 157. It seemed he needed to head to the nearest supply point and find a way to obtain transportation. Jiang Han decisively pulled out the Taihan embedded in the chest of the Songbei eagle, its blade still stained with fresh blood. He carefully examined the beast and plucked 4 golden feathers from its wings, quickly storing them in his system space. These feathers were the most valuable part of the Songbei eagle, while the rest of its body was negligible. After collecting his spoils, Jiang Han turned to leave. Behind him, the roars of low-level beasts echoed as they rushed to claim the remains, some even fighting each other for the scraps. But none of this concerned him. About 100 kilometers ahead was the nearest ironclad supply point. Although traveling back and forth was a bit of a hassle, selling the materials promptly was necessary. Upon reaching the supply point, Jiang Han sold all his materials, earning 8.7 million alliance credits, and then took a vehicle to the next supply point. On the way, he quickly tallied his earnings from the past few days: 8.37 million on the first day, 8.56 million on the second, 8.21 million on the third, and 8.7 million today. His total income over 4 days was 33.84 million, adding to the previous balance of 8 million, bringing his account to 41.8 million. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. With a combat power of over 20,000, he wasn't worried about the 45 million he owed to Uncle Long and others. More importantly, if he could secure the Shijin mine vein, this debt would be insignificant. A few hours later, Jiang Han returned to the Fallen City number 157's mining area, standing atop a familiar dormitory building. Holding the Taihan, he carefully surveyed the surroundings. After 4 days, the mining area remained silent, and the bodies of Sun Wenbin and Li Yang had long disappeared, leaving only faint bloodstains covered by the sand. From the looks of it, the secret of the Shijin mine vein had not been leaked, at least not recently. Once he confirmed the area was safe, Jiang Han breathed a slight sigh of relief and retrieved a bundle of pre-prepared cylindrical explosives from his system space. He had purchased these before entering the wilderness. Though not very powerful, they were enough to collapse a mine tunnel. He planned to lure the White Tiger to the surface for battle, just like Sun Wenbin and his group, but this time, he was more prepared. He quickly leaped down from the rooftop, maneuvering with insight to enter the mine. 10 meters from the entrance, he used the Taihan to dig a small pit, buried the explosives, and repeated the same operation around the entrance, planting explosives in 7 spots. Once everything was set, Jiang Han returned to the rooftop and set up the laser turret he had prepared. Over the past few days, he had been studying the turret's manual. For a warrior of his level, This was not classified equipment, and obtaining the usage instructions wasn't difficult. With his exceptional learning talent, Jiang Han quickly mastered the operational essentials. After checking the turret and replacing the energy block to ensure everything was ready, he pressed the detonation button without hesitation. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air as the ground shook violently. The tremors on the ground wouldn't normally cause such a commotion. However, since the first round of explosive devices was meticulously placed deep within the mine by Jiang Han, the shockwaves were fully absorbed by the earth, resulting in even more intense vibrations. The mine, neglected for decades, was already on the brink of collapse, with cracks running through the layers of cement and red bricks that reinforced it. Under the impact of the explosion, the fragile support structures crumbled with a thunderous crash. From a safe distance, Jiang Han watched as the mine caved in, sinking 50 to 60 meters deep. Dust surged out like a tidal wave, carried away by the gentle breeze. A few seconds after the rumbling subsided, a thunderous roar erupted from the collapsed entrance of the mine. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. It was here. This was the decisive moment. Despite its severe injuries, the White Tiger's combat strength was still formidable, not falling below 20,000. Moreover, it could restore its power by absorbing the vein of the Shijin mine. Although Jiang Han was unsure of the tiger's current state of recovery, he was well prepared. The explosives buried deep in the mine were merely an appetizer, meant to lure the White Tiger out. The 6 charges planted around were the side dishes. As for the main course, Jiang Han gripped the control stick of the laser cannon tightly, aiming it at the rising dust. Over the past few days, he had not only mastered the operation but also confirmed that the power of this level 5 laser cannon was sufficient to inflict lethal damage on a Lord-level beast. This was one of his ultimate trump cards. With over 20,000 combat strength combined with the laser cannon, even if the White Tiger had mostly recovered from its injuries, Jiang Han was confident he could take it on. The only concern was that the tiger, having been caught off guard once, would be more cautious now, making it costly to land another hit. Boom! The White Tiger's silhouette burst through the dust, shattering the rubble blocking the mine entrance and hurling it skyward. Using his insight ability, Jiang Han easily saw through the dust. The massive wound on the tiger's head had scarred over, and the dark red scab only made it appear more menacing and terrifying, its presence even more imposing than at its peak. Even Jiang Han's heart trembled at the sight, but without hesitation, he pressed the button in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted almost simultaneously, flames flaring up all around. The shockwaves from the blast converged on the White Tiger at the center, amplifying each other, leaving it no escape and forcing it to endure the full brunt of the assault. The terrifying explosion reverberated for miles, yet amidst the blaze, a roar suddenly erupted, overpowering the echoes of the blast. Jiang Han could clearly sense that the roar of the White Tiger lacked its usual power, indicating that the recent explosion had inflicted significant damage on this extraordinary beast. Several hundred meters away, the once sleek and smooth white fur of the colossal creature was now charred and patchy from the fiery blast, leaving it in a sorry state. But this wasn't enough. Without hesitation, Jiang Han pressed the button in his hand. The laser cannon emitted a slight tremor, and after a mere fraction of a second of charging, a blinding red laser shot forth. Unlike his previous distant observations, personally operating the weapon allowed Jiang Han to truly feel its terrifying power. The temperature around the laser cannon's muzzle soared to around 60 degrees Celsius, turning the previously cool breeze into an unbearable heat. Given Jiang Han's current physique, this temperature was of no consequence to him. However, for the White Tiger, being struck by a laser exceeding 3,000 degrees would instantly melt even steel. Seeing the White Tiger remain motionless, Jiang Han felt a surge of joy, thinking, "It's done." Yet, in the next instant, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, the white fur near the wound on the tiger's forehead spread apart, revealing a hidden vertical eye. This golden vertical pupil, lacking a traditional pupil, unleashed a brilliant golden light the moment it opened, precisely colliding with the laser in midair. The collision produced no visible disturbance, but a burst of blinding light erupted, temporarily blinding Jiang Han from afar, even in broad daylight. An innate ability? Though his vision was engulfed in darkness, with only the dazzling collision visible, Jiang Han's mind remained remarkably clear. This discovery shocked him. Weren't innate abilities only awakened by apex-level beasts? And even among those, only a rare few with exceptional talent could awaken such powers. How could this merely Lord-level White Tiger exhibit such an ability? This realization set off alarm bells in Jiang Han's mind. Beasts with innate abilities were entirely different opponents compared to those without. Ordinary beasts could only rely on their natural claws and fangs for attacks, whereas beasts with awakened abilities possessed a far more unpredictable and varied arsenal. Just like now, the golden light from the White Tiger's vertical eye could withstand a laser cannon capable of instantly killing Lord-level beasts. If that golden light struck him directly, it could prove fatal. What was even more unsettling was that the speed of the golden light was nearly on par with the laser cannon, making Jiang Han uncertain if his dynamic tracking could even respond. Since the laser cannon strike was ineffective, attempting the same tactic again would surely be anticipated by the White Tiger. But on second thought, Jiang Han found a glimmer of Hopian innate ability in a Lord-level beast was extremely rare and likely couldn't be used frequently. If he could seize the opportunity during this interval, there might still be a chance to take it down. Any powerful attack comes with a certain recovery time, Jiang Han thought. It's similar to how a laser cannon needs to reload energy blocks and cool down after each shot, or how he experiences a brief exhaustion after executing a critical strike or the 9th Thunderblade. This iron rule also applies to the White Tiger before him. The vertical pupil's golden light on the White Tiger's forehead, comparable to a level 5 laser cannon, surely comes at a cost. Jiang Han even speculated that the White Tiger had never used this move before due to significant limitations. If it weren't a matter of life and death, this divine beast would never dare to use such a lethal move lightly. This means the White Tiger must be in a weakened state now or unable to release the vertical pupil's golden light again for a short period. Realizing this, Jiang Han couldn't help but feel grateful for his thorough preparation. If he hadn't first inflicted severe damage on the White Tiger with a series of explosions and then forced it to use its innate power with the laser cannon, he might have been doomed. Even with a strength of over 20,000, facing the White Tiger's innate power would have meant certain death. But now the situation has changed. Jiang Han knew there was no time to set up a second laser cannon, as the 10-second interval was enough for the White Tiger to pounce. He quickly put away the cannon, launching himself from the dormitory rooftop straight towards the White Tiger. The Taihan in his hand flashed, shooting towards the White Tiger's vertical pupil like a blue meteor. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in an instant with Jiang Han's full burst of speed. Taihan reached first, and his iron fist followed closely, slicing through the air with a sharp sound aimed at the White Tiger. However, just as the White Tiger appeared motionless, it suddenly opened its eyes and swatted the swiftly approaching Taihan away with one paw. Then, its claw collided with Jiang Han's fist, producing a dull thud. Jiang Han used the force to propel himself backward, landing steadily next to the Taihan embedded in the ground, which he casually pulled out. This seemingly fierce clash was actually a probing move by Jiang Han. Through this direct confrontation, he fully understood the White Tiger's current condition. The outburst of the golden eye on the tiger's forehead indeed placed a significant burden on the White Tiger. Those brief seconds of pause allowed this formidable beast to expose a rare flaw, which Jiang Han seized upon to catch it off guard. If not for this, with the White Tiger's proud nature, it would never have waited to let its opponent strike first. During the recent exchange of heavy blows, Jiang Han clearly sensed an exciting fact: the White Tiger's strength was surprisingly close to his own. Although it still had an edge over him, the gap was no longer an insurmountable chasm. Interesting, Jiang Han murmured, his eyes burning with a fierce fighting spirit. The intense battle didn't make him back down. Instead, it fueled his determination. This confidence stemmed from his two powerful moves: Critical Strike and Ninefold Thunderblade. If he hit the vital points, these moves could inflict lethal damage on the White Tiger. Coupled with his abilities of insight and dynamic tracking, every strike aimed directly at the opponent's weak spots, steadily narrowing the strength gap between them. This was the very purpose of Jiang Han's relentless pursuit of power to have the strength to contend with the White Tiger. At this moment, with the White Tiger still recovering from old wounds and his own skills improved, the gap was no longer unbridgeable. The White Tiger violently shook its head, its eyes filled with murderous intent fixed on Jiang Han. In an instant, it opened its massive jaws and let out an earth-shattering roar. The tangible sound waves swept across, a pressure far beyond any other beast. Even the steel-bristle wild boar king paled in comparison. Jiang Han gripped Taihan tightly, took a deep breath, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Roaring so loudly, "Showing off your big voice? I'll skin you and make a tiger skin hat." Before his words were even finished, Jiang Han launched his assault. Against a beast of this caliber, controlling the pace of the battle was crucial. If the opponent gained the upper hand, he would be forced into a defensive stance, making it difficult to organize an effective counterattack. Ninefold Thunderblade. Critical Strike. A surge of heat rose from his abdomen, spreading instantly throughout his body. With a sudden force from his waist, all his strength concentrated in his right arm. This strike, between a slash and a thrust, benefited from the top-level proficiency of his critical strike, showcasing Jiang Han's exquisite control over his power. The blade sliced through the air, the sonic boom deafening. With adrenaline pumping, Jiang Han couldn't help but roar, "Die!" The White Tiger seemed ready to respond to this lethal blow, its massive jaws wide open. A roar at such close range shook the surrounding air, and the singed White Tiger fur stood on end. Boom! The blade clashed with the tiger's claw, sending out a massive shockwave. This time Jiang Han didn't absorb the force, but gripped the sword with both hands, taking on the recoil heat. Amidst the swirling dust, the pale blue Jiang Han delivered over a dozen consecutive strikes, a relentless wave of attacks forcing the white tiger to endure each collision's recoil. Jiang Han pressed forward with each step, slashing and advancing without creating any distance. What he sought was close-quarters combat, maximizing his dynamic tracking ability. The massive white tiger struggled to maneuver in such a confined space, which was its greatest vulnerability. In this life-and-death duel, the massive white tiger faces inherent limitations. Each explosive attack brings immense inertia, and although it can momentarily ignore this constraint, frequent use inevitably leads to physical collapse. At this moment, Jiang Han, thanks to his mastery of his body after achieving the pinnacle of critical strikes, has precise control over every muscle, seamlessly transitioning between attack and defense. The pace of battle changes in an instant. The white tiger aims to crush its opponent with overwhelming force, but Jiang Han's agile and versatile movements neutralize its efforts. Whenever the tiger gathers strength for an explosive attack, Jiang Han anticipates it, dodging swiftly and closing in to exploit any weaknesses, his blade drawing blood with every strike. Like damage numbers in a game, hundreds of points of ordinary damage continually appear on the tiger's body, occasionally accompanied by the red numbers of a critical hit, instantly depleting thousands of its health points. For an average person, such intense close-quarters combat would be akin to dancing under the scythe of death. However, for Jiang Han, with his dynamic capture ability, everything seems slowed down several times. Though dangerous, it remains under his control. More importantly, the immense pressure from the white tiger hones his footwork through the crucible of life and death. Amidst the battle, Jiang Han experiences an unusual sense of exhilaration. Muscles taut, dodging at the limit, precise counterattacks. This sensation of dancing on the edge of death captivates him. Yet, this effortless fighting style infuriates the white tiger. Its attacks feel like hitting air, while Jiang Han, like a slippery eel, always manages to deliver a fatal blow at the most unexpected moments. After over a dozen failed attacks, the white tiger goes into a frenzy. It abandons all tactical maneuvers, opting instead for a reckless, life-for-life assault. This sudden shift disrupts the balance of the fight and awakens Jiang Han from his battle-induced euphoria. He realizes that if the desperate white tiger unleashes its all-out attack, even a victory would come at a heavy cost. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Han raises his Jiang Han, meeting the tiger's claw heat. The desperate strike of a high-level beast is indeed terrifying, but he has found a way to counter it. Sweeping out with Jiang Han, a critical strike combined with the immense force of the ninefold thunder blade neutralizes the tiger's offensive. Then, Jiang Han forcibly suppresses the recoil, slipping beneath the tiger in a few swift moves, searching for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The safest place is often the most dangerous. Jiang Han calmly analyzed the situation. Although the white tiger was massive, its size was also its weakness. Much like how humans can't reach their backs, it too had blind spots. Jiang Han grabbed the scorched tiger fur, which crumbled to the touch, but the deeper layers remained strong. With a sudden burst of strength, he flipped himself onto the tiger's back. His Jiang Han sword gleamed coldly as he plunged it into the tiger's spine, twisting the blade to lock it between the vertebrae. Roar! The searing pain made the white tiger let out a deafening roar, its enormous body convulsing violently. It tried to swipe Jiang Han off with its claws, but he held the Jiang Han sword firmly with one hand while gripping the tiger fur tightly with the other, remaining unmoved. Blood gushed from the wound, and the strong metallic scent nearly made Jiang Han gag, but he fought through the discomfort. Seeing it couldn't shake Jiang Han off, the white tiger decided to roll heavily onto the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Jiang Han endured the crushing weight of the beast, releasing his grip on the fur with his left hand to quickly summon a cleaver. Although this knife wasn't as sharp as Jiang Han, it was sturdy enough to inflict significant damage on the white tiger. Die! Jiang Han muttered under his breath, delivering a powerful strike with the cleaver. While it couldn't pierce the tiger's hide, the dull pain of the blade was enough to sap the tiger's will to fight. All its attacks were ineffective against Jiang Han, and even its strongest strike was countered by a laser cannon. Continuing like this would only lead to its slow demise. The white tiger, weakened from blood loss, needed to absorb the minerals from the creek's gold vein to heal. With a roar, it charged toward the collapsed mine entrance with Jiang Han still on its back. Jiang Han realized its intent and tightened his grip, trying to end the battle quickly. The white tiger barreled through, easily clearing the rubble at the entrance. The mine had clearly been expanded, becoming more spacious the deeper it went. In the absence of sunlight, darkness enveloped the area, but Jiang Han's keen senses allowed him to perceive his surroundings clearly. Suddenly, the tiger's roar echoed through the cave, followed by a tender response that was clearly not an echo. Deep underground, it seemed there was another secret hidden. Deep within the mine, no sunlight penetrated, and without any illuminating lights, it was exceedingly dark. As Baihu led Jiang Han deeper, tiny golden glows began to appear on the mine's walls, adding a touch of mystery to the otherwise eerie atmosphere. Shi Jin or Vane? Jiang Han's mind raced. His eyes scanned the densely scattered golden glows around him, quickly making calculations in his head. Judging by the distribution density of these glows, if the vein extended for 100 meters, the reserves could conservatively be estimated at over 2 tons. If he could take down this white tiger, this immense wealth would be his. However, Jiang Han soon noticed something unusual. The golden glows were slowly detaching from the mine walls, as if drawn by some force, flowing towards the charging body of the white tiger. Even more alarming was that as these glows infused into it, the white tiger's wounds seemed to be healing rapidly, and its attempts to shake Jiang Han off its back grew increasingly forceful. Anomalies always indicate something sinister. Jiang Han's acute sense of danger kicked in. He decisively pulled out the Taihun's sword lodged in the white tiger's neck, causing a spurt of blood. Without a foothold, he chose not to continue the battle and swiftly leaped off the tiger's back. Roar! The white tiger let out a deafening roar, echoing through the mine. It suddenly halted, turned with lightning speed, and swung a fierce paw down at Jiang Han. In the dim mine, the gleaming claws were particularly striking. Jiang Han quickly stepped back twice, narrowly avoiding the heavy blow. With a loud bang, the tiger's paw struck the mine wall, sending shards of rock flying. The force of this strike was at least 50 tons. At this point, there was no turning back for either party. Their strongest moves had been exhausted in the first round of confrontation, leaving only a battle of endurance and resilience. Jiang Han had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with the white tiger, but he wasn't without a strategy. The golden weak points on the tiger's body, caused by its wounds, were his target. Although he didn't understand why the creature could heal so quickly, one thing was clear: had to inflict damage that exceeded its healing rate. Otherwise, if the white tiger regained its overwhelming strength, he would have no escape in this confined mine. With this realization, Jiang Han hesitated no longer. Ignoring the flying debris, he charged directly at the white tiger. The white tiger, confident in its strength, didn't back down either. If its fangs could catch Jiang Han, not even level 5 armor would withstand it. Jiang Han's gaze locked onto the scarred wound on the white tiger's head. That golden flaw was his sole target. Before coming here, he had already analyzed how the white tiger survived despite losing nearly half its head to a laser cannon. After evolving, the anatomy of mythical beasts undergoes mutations, becoming vastly different from before. Although Sun Wenbin's seemingly fatal laser cannon blast had severed half of the white tiger's head, if the white tiger had shifted its brain position during the mutation process, this gruesome wound would lose its fatality. At this moment, Jiang Han had one goal in mind: thrust the Taihun through the wound, and let the sharp blade completely shred the white tiger's brain. Amidst the dust and debris, Jiang Han's figure darted out like a phantom. He first feinted with a swing of his right-hand cleaver, causing the white tiger to instinctively raise its paw to strike. In that instant, a faint blue gleam targeted the vital spot of its head. The sound of Taihun slicing through the air was subtle, yet it resembled the whisper of death. A critical hit. The ninefold thunderblade. Sensing danger, the white tiger swiftly retracted its paw, while its massive body retreated repeatedly in the narrow mine shaft. But how could Jiang Han let such a rare opportunity slip by? Faced with the white tiger's paw, which carried a force of 50 tons, he seemed unfazed, showing no intention to dodge. With the agility boost from the ninefold thunderblade, Jiang Han's speed was on par with the white tiger's. Especially in this cramped mine shaft, the white tiger's massive body was at a disadvantage. In a flash, Taihun plunged into the wound on the white tiger's head. The sharp blade easily tore through the scabbed surface, a thin line of blood splattering with a slight puffed sound, soon drowned out by the white tiger's roar. Bang! Amidst a thunderous collision, a sharp pain shot through Jiang Han's left waist as he was slammed into the mine wall, shattering the hard rock instantly. A metallic tang rose in his throat, but he swallowed it back down. Although his pitch-black armor absorbed most of the impact, the remaining force still left him significantly injured. Jiang Han knew that if he took another hit, he might not make it out of this alive today. The force of that paw must be at least 70 to 80 tons. I underestimated it, Jiang Han thought as he painfully stood up from the rubble, one hand against the wall and the other pressing his wound, quietly watching the frenzied white tiger in the distance. The blade of Taihun was fully embedded in its skull, and its massive body thrashed against the surrounding rock walls, the faint vibrations transmitting through the wall to Jiang Han's hand. This struggle was meaningless for the white tiger. Even though Jiang Han was knocked away before completing his follow-up actions, the strike of Taihun into its brain was enough to decide the battle. Death was only a matter of time. Sure enough, within just a few seconds, the once raging white tiger collapsed weakly to the ground, its breathing growing increasingly faint. Ding! System notifications rang out. Congratulations to the host for killing the High Lord level mythical beast, the golden-eyed white tiger, gaining 124,572 experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 proficiency in the insight talent. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1682 proficiency in the ninefold Thunderblade martial skill. Experience points full, automatic level up. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10, ending the novice period. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the pet module and task module. New modules will come online after the system upgrade, which will take 600 seconds. Experience cannot be gained during the system upgrade. A series of notification sounds interrupted Jiang Han's thoughts. He slowly approached the white tiger's corpse, pulled the Taihan from the ground, and held it in his hand before storing the white tiger's body in his system space. A sharp pain emanated from his waist, as if countless needles were piercing through his bones. He had to brace himself against the rough rock wall of the mine and carefully sit down. The system upgrade would take 10 minutes, and with the white tiger already slain, there was no longer any threat in this mine. The nearby Shijin or vein emitted a faint glow, and Jiang Han decided to tend to his injuries first. He retrieved a pile of medical supplies from his system space, carefully selected the 2 most suitable medicines for his current injuries, and stored the rest back into the space. His armor transformed into a bracelet and retracted to his wrist. Jiang Han gently lifted his clothing and applied a thick ointment to the bruised area on his waist. He inhaled sharply as his body, now relaxed, felt every inch of pain acutely. He could clearly feel the broken ribs grating against surrounding muscles with each breath, causing intense pain with any slight movement. This was the most severe injury he had sustained since entering the wilderness. Jiang Han knew that in his current state, he couldn't continue high-intensity combat and needed to return to the city or the steel frontline for treatment, at least to set his ribs. He drank the oral medication, and the pain slightly subsided. Leaning against the cold rock wall, Jiang Han closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the medication to take effect while the system upgrade continued. In the dimly lit mine, the glow of the Shijin or vein mingled with the heavy scent of blood. Finally, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! System upgrade complete. Pet module and task module unlocked. System panel refreshed. Congratulations to the host on unlocking the pet module, with an initial pet slot awarded. Jiang Han's consciousness dipped slightly as he summoned the system panel, distributing the 100 attribute points gained from the upgrade evenly across the 4 attributes. The panel updated as follows. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 23485. Level, 10. Strength, 287. Agility, 275. Constitution, 283. Spirit, 281. Experience required for next level, 142256000. Current talents. A level talent, Insight LV3. Level talent, Critical Strike Max. Current talent proficiency, Insight 3566000. Critical Strike Max. Current martial skill, Earthgrade Superior Ninefold Thunderblade LV3. Current martial skill proficiency, Ninefold Thunderblade LV3 3210800. System space remaining, 5271000. Current task, 1000/5321000. Available pet binding, 1. Though this upgrade seemed extensive in features, it mainly refined the task panel and added a pet slot. Jiang Han was quite interested in the new pet slot. If it followed the settings of online games he had played, a bound pet could become a valuable assistant. As he pondered whether a mount module might be unlocked in the future, he stood up, supporting himself against the wall. Thanks to the effects of the medicine, Jiang Han's injuries have significantly improved. Although there's still a dull pain in his waist, he can move without much trouble. He adjusted the protective wristbands that covered his body, gripped his weapon, Taihan, tightly, and cautiously advanced deeper into the mine. Though the white tiger has been slain, it's uncertain whether other beasts might still be lurking further in. For an accurate assessment of the Shijin or Vein's reserves, a thorough investigation is essential. However, the situation seems optimistic for now. The white tiger is dead, and any remaining creatures are likely just its victims. In the dim, glowing darkness, Jiang Han slowed his steps, suddenly catching the faint sound of breathing mixed with a low growl. Instinctively, he tightened his hold on Taihan, but upon closer listening, he realized the growl had a hint of fear, unlike the intimidating roar of a high-level beast. Activating his insight skill, Jiang Han continued forward quietly. The mine wasn't particularly deep, extending about 1,500 meters at most. Having been dragged by the white tiger for several seconds earlier, he was already near the deepest part. As he proceeded, the mine gradually widened. After walking for over a minute, Jiang Han suddenly found himself face to face with a pair of ghostly blue eyes at a corner. He instinctively stepped back, ready to strike with Taihan, but upon realizing what it was, he laughed. It was a small creature resembling the white tiger, albeit much smaller in size, bearing its tiny fangs in a mock threat. Jiang Han recognized this little creature. He had encountered it before on the outskirts of the fallen city 157, where it had fled from his presence. Seeing it again, he noted that despite its weakness, it bore a faint resemblance to the demeanor of the white tiger he had just faced. Seeing that this little guy was just an ordinary beast and posed no threat to him even in his injured state, Jiang Han relaxed. He gestured for the creature to move aside, then embedded Taihan in the mine wall to cut out a piece of ore, breaking it into fist-sized chunks. Gripping the ore with his right hand, he applied pressure. Despite its hardness, the ore crumbled under his strength, releasing a golden droplet of liquid Shijin. Brushing away the fragments, Jiang Han calculated that with this gold content, the vein Shijin reserves might exceed 4 tons. We've hit the jackpot. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with delight, but then he noticed the small white tiger slowly approaching, its ghostly blue eyes fixed on the Shijin in his hand, filled with longing. Seeing its reaction, an unusual thought crossed Jiang Han's mind. The little creature seemed to understand human language. When it heard Jiang Han speak, its eyes sparkled with longing, and it nodded its small head slightly. Jiang Han casually tossed the drop of stream gold over, and the small white tiger, about a meter in length, leapt up and caught it in its mouth. It squinted its eyes in delight, smacking its lips with satisfaction, and then looked at Jiang Han with expectant eyes, clearly wanting more. This young tiger was evidently well protected by the adult white tiger before and was completely unaware of its opposing relationship with Jiang Han. It simply saw anyone who could provide it with food as a good person. Jiang Han gestured for it to come closer, and the little creature cautiously yet eagerly scooted towards him. When Jiang Han's hand touched the tiger's head, the soft feel surprised him. This little one, being young and never having hunted other beasts, didn't carry the scent of blood but instead had a milky fragrance. This scene reminded Jiang Han of the cat he once had, named Xiaobai, which had later gone missing. He skillfully rubbed the tiger cub's head and gently scratched its chin, making the little creature so comfortable that it sprawled out on the ground. Looking at the harmless little tiger in front of him, Jiang Han found it hard to associate it with the ferocious adult white tiger from before. However, this contrast sparked his interest. The previous white tiger was indeed formidable, its golden vertical pupils making it invincible among its peers, yet it was defeated by Jiang Han, who was equipped with dual talents and had mastered the minor success of the 9-layer Thunderblade. As Jiang Han pondered whether to tame this little white tiger, the system chimed in timely. Ding pet binding can only be chosen for creatures with a spiritual power lower than the host's. Once bound, the host and pet will establish a mental connection, and the pet will become the host's most loyal battle companion. Please choose carefully. Jiang Han looked at the little creature at his feet, eagerly awaiting his touch, and thought its spiritual power couldn't be too high. With that in mind, he decided to give it a try. As soon as this thought arose, a system prompt appeared. Would you like to establish a master-pet relationship with the golden-eyed white tiger? Without hesitation, Jiang Han chose yes. The next moment, he felt as if his consciousness was being torn apart. A sharp pain shot through his brain, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. The sensation was fleeting, but the little white tiger at his feet let out a cry of pain. The next moment, the system's voice echoed again, announcing the start of the mental power reading for the golden-eyed white tiger. Golden-eyed white tiger's mental power value is 258, lower than the host's, allowing for a master pet bond. The mechanical voice resonated throughout the mind. Commencing master pet bond. Bond successful. Congratulations to the host on acquiring the pet golden-eyed white tiger. Please name your pet. Jiang Han slowly opened his eyes and immediately felt the newfound, extraordinary bond with the little white tiger before him. This connection surpassed ordinary blood ties, allowing him to influence the little creature's behavior to some extent. The little white tiger also seemed to sense this bond, its golden eyes gleaming with joy as it let out a soft growl, conveying its delight. Seeing the system prompt to name the little one, Jiang Han chuckled softly. Let's just call you Xiaobai, since a white tiger and a white cat aren't that different. As soon as he thought of it, the golden-eyed white tiger in the pets section of his status panel instantly changed to Xiaobai. Xiaobai. Jiang Han tried calling the new name. The little white tiger immediately looked up at him, affectionately rubbing its head against his leg. This trip to the mine yielded not only a large amount of Creek gold, but also unexpectedly gifted him a pet with immense potential. Remembering the terrifying power displayed by the adult white tiger earlier, Jiang Han could envision Xiaobai's future might. That white tiger, which nearly cost him his life, likely hadn't even reached its full potential, an extraordinary beast with innate magical abilities at the Lord level. Its peak power surely far surpassing that level. However, this brought up the issue of nurturing. Xiaobai had previously survived by consuming Creek gold, but Jiang Han planned to sell the mine. How to cultivate Xiaobai into a formidable force on par with his own strength would likely require an investment in the billions. Fortunately, the profit from selling the mine's information would be enough to support this expenditure. Jiang Han decided to devise a scientific metal diet plan for Xiaobai to ensure solid foundational growth. Let's head outside, Jiang Han said, patting Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai, however, lay down and shook its head, issuing a low growl invitingly. You want me to ride on you? Sensing Xiaobai's intention, Jiang Han gladly obliged, mounting the tiger's back. Although this made him a man who could ride a white tiger, the fact that Xiaobai was a male tiger slightly diminished the grandeur. Together, man and tiger dashed out from the depths of the mine. At the entrance, Jiang Han noticed Xiaobai's reluctant gaze and gently stroked its head to comfort him. Don't worry, I'll get you better metals to eat in the future, far superior to this stuff. Xiaobai growled in response, carrying Jiang Han as it sped off in the direction he indicated. Ding! The system notification chimed repeatedly as Jiang Han's pet, Xiaobai, took down several red-furred monkeys. With each defeat, Jiang Han received half of the shared experience points. This unexpected discovery thrilled him. He focused intently on the attribute panel and opened the pet module, revealing a string of information. Pet, Xiaobai. Species, golden-eyed white tiger. Level, 163-21000. Combat power, 1253. Talent ability, melting gold eye not activated. Melting gold eye, when activated, a vertical eye on its forehead emits high-temperature rays capable of softening metal. Growth potential, A. This brief introduction showed Jiang Han immense possibilities. Now he no longer needed to purchase expensive metals for Xiaobai. Allowing it to hunt beasts would foster its growth. This ability was clearly a benefit of binding Xiaobai as a pet. What does an level growth potential signify? According to human talent ratings, it means Xiaobai could potentially grow into a Marquis or Dominator level entity. In the whole of Tianqiao, such high-level beasts are rare. Reaching the Marquis level qualifies one to teach at top institutions like Shuemu University. Just like Jiang Jiu, who was admitted early to Shuemu University due to awakening and level talent. Not far away, Xiaobai was struggling against a group of red-furred monkeys. Watching its current state, Jiang Han couldn't help but smile. The journey to becoming a Dominator-level beast is long, but with his support, it would certainly progress faster. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. A massive red-furred monkey, standing over 2 meters tall, likely the Monkey King, struck Xiaobai hard with its clenched fists. Xiaobai was sent flying, but managed to get back on its feet and ran towards Jiang Han with a pitiful look. Its snow-white fur was stained with the red monkey's blood, and its eyes were filled with a plea for help. Although the Monkey King was impressive in size, it was likely just an intermediate beast soldier, with combat power not much higher than Xiaobai's. As Xiaobai tried to rub against his pant leg, Jiang Han showed no sympathy and pushed it away. Got hit, and now you come running to me? Go back and fight. Letting a mere monkey beat you? Aren't you a tiger, the king of beasts? Feeling wronged, Xiaobai stopped trying to cozy up to Jiang Han after hearing his words. Instead, it turned abruptly and let out a deafening roar at the red-furred Monkey King not far away, then charged toward it. The group of red-furred monkeys numbered more than 10, with both males and females, and a few young ones among them. The leading Monkey King was large and fierce. If it were an unknown fight, Xiaobai, with a combat power of just over 1,000, could easily take down each ordinary red-furred monkey. However, if the Monkey King joined the fray and the group attacked together, the situation would be less favorable. Jiang Han certainly wouldn't stand by and let Xiaobai face danger alone. He slowly drew out his Taihun sword, flicked his wrist, and sent the blade flying in an arc. The blade, glinting with a blue light, flew past Xiaobai and embedded itself precisely in the right shoulder of the Monkey King. Blood spurted out immediately. Although it wasn't a fatal wound, it was enough to deprive the Monkey King of the use of one arm. This move was calculated. Jiang Han could have struck a lethal blow, but he intentionally only disabled the right arm. This allowed Xiaobai to gain experience points by hunting and also helped to cultivate its wild instincts. Xiaobai had been too well protected before and lacked the ferocity expected of a wild beast. As Jiang Han was about to enter the city, he couldn't always protect it. Without its wild nature, Xiaobai, no matter how much potential it had, would be nothing more than prey for other beasts. Sensing Jiang Han's assistance, Xiaobai let out a low growl of gratitude and then launched an attack on the Monkey King's injured right arm. Although its battle experience was limited, Xiaobai had an incredibly sharp instinct for combat. It bit into the Monkey King's wounded arm, tearing it off before the king could react, and then continued to charge at the other red-furred monkeys without pause. Jiang Han stood by, observing the unfolding scene. Xiaobai was leaping and lunging through the monkey group, biting and slashing, fully displaying the nature of a wild beast of the plains. This sight pleased Jiang Han immensely. Not only was Xiaobai showing excellent combat talent, but he was also effortlessly gaining experience points. He took out a piece of roasted meat, enjoying it leisurely while watching the exhilarating battle. This reinforced his decision to have tamed Xiaobai in the first place. In just 2 days, Xiaobai's growth was truly astounding. Its rapid progression from level 1 to level 6 left even Jiang Han in awe. This young white tiger seemed tireless, driven by its innate hunting instincts that filled it with enthusiasm for the chase, roaming the wilderness tirelessly. As its level surged, Xiao Bai's combat power reached the impressive mark of 6,000. As a beginner beast general, it finally had the ability to protect itself in this perilous wilderness. Even when encountering formidable foes, its agile prowess ensured it could at least make a safe retreat. Xiao Bai's efficient hunting brought Jiang Han nearly 30,000 experience points, an unexpected delight. What pleased Jiang Han even more was the prospect that as Xiao Bai's strength increased, this bonus income would only become more substantial. Now standing at a height of 1.3 meters, Xiao Bai's physique was muscular and powerful. Jiang Han retrieved a 10-pound piece of roasted meat from the system space and offered it to the tiger. Unlike other exotic beasts, this little creature had a particular fondness for cooked meat and was currently nuzzling Jiang Han's hand with a playful whimper. "I'm going to be away for a while," Jiang Han said, gently stroking Xiao Bai's head. "Stay in this area and don't wander too far. Hunt weaker prey if you're hungry and avoid picking fights with stronger creatures. Remember, revenge is a dish best served cold. Wait until you're strong enough to settle the score." Uncertain if Xiao Bai understood, Jiang Han nonetheless said everything he needed to. Xiao Bai, focused on devouring the meat, seemed oblivious to the advice. After a final pat on the tiger's head, Jiang Han turned and headed toward the steel defense line, leaving behind Xiao Bai's reluctant growl. 2 hours later, Jiang Han arrived at the steel defense line hospital. Despite his formidable warrior-level physique that enhanced his recovery abilities, he couldn't afford to neglect his broken ribs, as improper healing could lead to complications. Fortunately, the medical expertise here was exceptional, especially in handling combat-related injuries. After a 2-day hospital observation confirming his good recovery, Jiang Han boarded a train back to Lan City. The matter of the Shijin mine vein had been delayed for too long, and he already had a few suitable buyers in mind. It was imperative to finalize this deal as soon as possible. In Jiang Han's understanding, there are only 3 options for forces or companies capable of developing the Shijin mineral vein. The first option is the state, which has specialized departments for mineral development. By reporting the findings, one could earn a 10% net profit based on the reserves of the Shijin mineral vein. This path is stable but offers limited returns. The second option is the Martial Artists Guild, which, although also official in nature, offers a profit share similar to that of the state. Even if it's slightly higher, the potential for increase is limited. The third and most appealing option is the exotic materials market. Unlike the first two, this option leans more towards a commercial nature and is more favorable for martial artists. Perhaps influenced by its main business, when Jiang Han considered this matter, the exotic materials market was the first to come to his mind. If I sell the information about the Shijin mineral vein to the exotic materials market, combined with the credit for eliminating the white tiger, I might be able to negotiate for a 20% share or even higher. Jiang Han calculated to himself. When it comes to money, he always believes that there's never too much. With this in mind, after getting off the city train, Jiang Han directly hailed a taxi and headed straight to the exotic materials market building. The familiar manager, Huan, was still responsible for receiving him. He was the one who previously gave Jiang Han a membership card and auction admission ticket. When Jiang Han took out the white tiger's corpse from his system space, even someone as experienced as Huan couldn't help but abruptly stand up from the sofa, almost knocking over his teacup. "Mr. Jiang, did your team really hunt this golden-eyed white tiger?" After carefully inspecting it, Huan confirmed that it was indeed a golden-eyed white tiger, and his expression of astonishment deepened. Although he had seen many high-level exotic beast corpses, including those of Dominator and Beast King levels, those were typically brought in by Marquis or God of War level experts. In his impression, Jiang Han was merely a martial master. "Manager Hua, it seems your information is a bit outdated. I've already become a martial general," Jiang Han replied with a calm smile in the face of Hua and surprised gaze. A martial general. Huan was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, offering a wry smile. "I apologize, Mr. Jiang. I had preconceived notions. It's true that there's nothing simple about those who can fight in the wilderness at such a young age." Huan refrained from asking how Jiang Han managed to break through to the martial general level in such a short time. Such questions were not his to ask. Jiang Han's ability to enhance his strength so rapidly suggested that his talent was on par with, if not surpassing, those who had awakens-level talents. Coupled with Jiang Han's previous mention of the martial marquis Li Chongyang, Huan felt he had found the most logical explanation. The body of the white tiger with golden eyes was preserved intact, with the only fatal injury being the wound that pierced its brain. Huan carefully examined the massive corpse of the tiger, gently brushing aside the fur around the lethal wound with his fingers. "Mr. Jiang, I have the authority to offer you the highest price, 18 million. This figure caused Jiang Han's eyebrows to raise slightly. The previous sale of 2 Lord-level exotic beasts barely exceeded 10 million alliance credits combined, so this offer far exceeded his expectations. Huan seemed unaware of Jiang Han's reaction and continued to explain. "The golden-eyed white tiger feeds on metal veins, which also enhances its strength. Wherever it is found, there are bound to be metal veins. It seems your team had quite the haul this time, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Han silently admired Hua An's keen insight. As a senior figure in the exotic materials market, Huan could deduce such findings from just a single corpse. However, Jiang Han did not immediately respond, instead weighing his options internally. The golden-eyed white tiger indeed craves metal veins, but not all veins are equal. While ordinary iron and copper mines can attract such beasts, most have already been registered by the state. More importantly, mining in the wilderness incurs high costs, with substantial resources needed just to maintain the safety of the mining area. Not bad, Jiang Han replied vaguely. Huan's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward unconsciously. Mr. Jiang, can you make decisions regarding this vein? Jiang Han took a sip of tea, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. He had already planned to sell the news of the Shijin vein to the exotic materials market, and Huan was an old acquaintance. So, Manager Hua, are you interested in this information? Huan smiled wryly. To be honest, I'm certainly interested, but I don't have the authority to make decisions on this matter. When it comes to veins, it's not something a mere manager like me can decide. However, if you're willing, I can introduce you. The head of the exotic materials market in Lon City will come to discuss it personally. The head of Lon City? Jiang Han's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. An elegant and noble figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Tang Yun. This woman, whom he had never met yet felt inexplicably familiar with. Conflicting emotions surged within him, both wanting to meet her and instinctively resisting. All right, please contact them, Manager Hua. Jiang Han eventually agreed. Certainly, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Huan got up and left the room. Jiang Han sat upright on the soft sofa, his fingers gently tapping the armrest as a rare stir of unrest coursed through him. Known for his usual composure, this flutter of emotions was unusual. He lifted his cup and took a small sip of the warm tea, trying to calm the anticipation and unease about meeting Tang Yun. About 10 minutes later, Huan returned briskly, a hint of apology on his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, but our manager is currently occupied and unable to meet you. However, she has entrusted me to handle this matter entirely. Huan was actually quite puzzled. Typically, in high-level negotiations like this, his role was merely to relay messages. Yet, after he reported Jiang Han's intentions to Tang Yun, she had surprisingly delegated the entire responsibility to him. Although confused, the prospect of a generous commission boosted his enthusiasm. Not meeting Tang Yun, Jiang Han felt a subtle relief upon hearing this. Noticing Jiang Han's empty teacup, Huan promptly refilled it with hot tea before sitting down opposite him. Mr. Jiang, since this matter is now in my hands, I'd like to first understand the basic details of this mineral vein. For example, the type of vein, estimated reserves, and the risks involved in mining. Only with this foundational data can we proceed with deeper discussions. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. This is a Shijin mineral vein, and I estimate the reserves to be at least 4 tons. Pointing to the massive white tiger carcass not far away, he continued. The Lord-level beast guarding the vein is right there. As for other beasts in the mining area, the strongest is only at the beast general level. Given enough time, I'm confident I can eliminate all surrounding threats. Huan's eyes widened, his voice betraying his astonishment. A Shijin mineral vein? And with a reserve of 4 tons? Quickly calculating in his head, at a price of 600 per gram, 4 tons of Shijin would be worth 24 billion. Even a 10% share would exceed 2 billion. This was a fortune many warriors could never achieve in a lifetime. As a trader in the exotic materials market, Huan knew that the total value of beast materials he handled in a year was only about 20 billion. Yet Jiang Han was presenting a deal worth 24 billion in one go. Excitedly, Huan's thumb unconsciously rubbed the ring on his ring finger, and with a hint of anticipation, he spoke. If what Mr. Jiang says is true, this vein's value is indeed considerable. What price does Mr. Jiang have in mind? 50%, Jiang Han replied decisively. Huan chuckled at this. Mr. Jiang might not be familiar with the market norms. For mining such veins, we undertake significant risks, while warriors only provide the location information. According to market practices, the share is usually around 10%. Jiang Han understood these rules well, but with such a lucrative Shijin vein, he wasn't going to give up easily. His asking price was merely a negotiation tactic. Unless Hua An was the market owner's favorite son, there was no way he'd agree to such terms, and clearly, he wasn't. Jiang Han gently shook his head and picked up where Huan left off. His gaze was calm and resolute, as if he had already seen through the other person's thoughts. Manager Hua, your words are a bit exaggerated, Jiang Han said steadily. A 10% share is just the minimum rate. If that were the case, why would I bother coming to the exotic materials market? Besides, my team and I have already resolved the biggest issue. In the end, your contribution is merely sending some workers to mine the Shijin. No matter how high the wages, how high can they really go? At the negotiation table, although Jiang Han was a newcomer, he understood the tactics well: undermine the opponent and elevate oneself. Its basic strategy. He continued to lay out his terms. As for the safety during mining, I can personally ensure it. The mining of the Shijin vein wasn't particularly complicated. As long as the ore could be transported from underground, extracting gold from the crushed rock was straightforward, requiring no advanced technology. If Jiang Han wanted, he could spend 10 days or more in the mine, slowly extracting the ore himself. The only difference was that mining without going through the exotic materials market would be illegal. Warriors could hunt exotic beasts and collect spiritual herbs, but they were forbidden from privately mining resources. Huan appeared troubled. Mr. Jiang, business isn't calculated like that. Even if everything you said is true, I can't offer such a high share. He dropped the pretense. At most, 20%. That's my upper limit. Jiang Han quickly calculated in his mind 20% seemed pretty good. Based on a fort on reserve, this batch of Shijin ore was worth 2.4 billion alliance credits, meaning 20% would be a whopping 480 million. With that amount, he could live a life of luxury for the rest of his days, even if he did nothing else. But just as he was about to agree, a sense of unease suddenly washed over him. Why was Huan so quick to agree, jumping from 10 to 20% so easily? In a transaction worth billions, every percentage point equates to millions of alliance credits, comparable to a lord-level exotic beast. Sensing something was off, Jiang Han suppressed his urge to agree. No, for what I'm offering, 20% is still too low. Huan remained composed, his tone almost deliberately relaxed. Then, Mr. Jiang, what do you think is fair? This enticing attitude made Jiang Han even more alert, but without hesitation, he held up 3 fingers. 30%. Mr. Jiang. Huan frowned. That price is too high. You might not know, but after mining, we have to pay a 40% tax. Your asking price would cause us to lose money. After quickly doing the math, Jiang Han smiled. Even with a 40% tax, the exotic materials market can still earn $1 billion. Deducting mining costs, that number is definitely not less than 900 million. Manager Hua, I'm sure you can calculate that, can't you? Huan looked troubled, wanting to say more to lower the price, but Jiang Han was confident in the 30% share and refused to budge. After 10 minutes of negotiation, Huan finally conceded. All right, 30% it is. Mr. Jiang, you really don't let any profit slip by, do you? A hint of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Han's eyes as he extended his right hand. Huan sighed and shook it. Making money is all about mutual satisfaction for a lasting partnership, Jiang Han said with a confident smile. The wry smile on Huan's face only solidified Jiang Han's belief that he had gained the upper hand. Mr. Jiang, let's sign the contract first, Huan suggested, producing the document. There's still a lot of preparation to be done. Even in the wilderness, mining requires filing reports and assembling a mining team. Fortunately, the Shijin mine isn't too difficult to extract, so we don't need oversized equipment, which would be a logistical nightmare to transport into the wilderness. With his cards already on the table, Huan spoke candidly. Jiang Han nodded in understanding and promptly signed his name on the contract. The Shijin mineral vein is located in the abandoned mining area of the 157th collapsing city. Jiang Han began, just as Hua, and produced a piece of black metal that projected a translucent aerial city map. Mr. Jiang, please mark the exact location of the Shijin mineral vein. We'll send a team to assess it and determine the reserves. Jiang Han moved his hands swiftly across the holographic map, zooming in until he pinpointed a precise location. The Shijin vein is right here, accessible through this mine shaft to reach deep into the mine. All right, we'll have the results in 3 days, and we'll contact you then. Good. With the deal settled, Jiang Han stood up to leave. With the credibility of the exotic materials market backing him, he had no concern about a breach of contract. However, after Jiang Han left, Huan took the newly signed contract straight to the top floor, stopping at the general manager's office. Come in, a lazy female voice called from inside. Huan entered and bowed to the woman at the desk. President Tang, everything went as you instructed. We offered Mr. Jiang 30% of the profits and signed the contract. Good, the woman replied. He didn't suspect anything, did he? Mr. Jiang is young and inexperienced. I just had to pretend to be reluctant, and he insisted on the 30%. Huan responded respectfully, though he didn't quite understand why Tang Yun would make a decision that seemingly harmed the company's interests. All right, I understand. You can go now. After placing the contract on the desk, Huan left, while Tang Yun stared intently at a photograph on her desk. 2 women with strikingly similar features, one in a sharp business suit, the other in warrior's armor. Jiang Han had no idea what happened after he left. For the past few days, he had been following the doctor's advice to stay indoors and recuperate. Books lay open on the nightstand in his room, and the kitchen was filled with the aroma of meals he prepared himself. Every evening, he appeared punctually at the martial arts club for 2 hours of rigorous training, then returned home to meditate, maintaining this steady routine. 3 days passed quickly. Huan provided detailed survey results of the Shijin mineral vein. As Jiang Han expected, the strongest beast in the fallen city number 157 was only a mid-level beast general, and the vein held an impressive reserve of about 4.8 tons. Jiang Han quickly calculated. This meant the entire vein's value was a staggering 2.88 billion. Although the original reserve of about 6 tons was reduced due to the consumption by the golden-eyed white tiger, it was still an incredibly valuable mine. According to the agreement, Jiang Han would receive 30 of the profits, which amounted to 864 million. Even after deducting 45 in top-level personal income tax, he would still net 475 million. In an era where the purchasing power of the alliance currency had nearly doubled, this sum was astronomical compared to the average household monthly income of less than 5,000. This wealth was enough for Jiang Han to enjoy the rest of his life, assuming he didn't splurge on expensive martial arts equipment. With the completion of the survey, mining operations began swiftly. Huan assembled a professional mining team of 40 people and dispatched a team of martial artists, all of whom were grandmasters, for security. Every day, Jiang Han received a detailed mining progress report, and his account was credited with approximately 57 million from the profit share. Once the mining operations were on track, Jiang Han began his duties as the guardian of the fallen city, number 157. By this time, his fractured ribs had fully healed, and he could easily handle the mid-level beast generals. The beasts seemed to sense his deterrence and dared not approach the edge of the mining area. There were 13 days left until the college entrance exam, coincidentally the day after the mining was expected to conclude. Despite his current strength, he was already at the top level among the candidates in both academics and combat ability. Jiang Han stared at the task in front of him, driven by an intense desire for perfection. The reward behind the 1,000 kills mission and extra talent slot was too tempting for him to resist. He had experienced firsthand the significant boost in power that an additional talent could bring, making it impossible for him to pass up this opportunity. The beasts in the fallen city of number 157 quickly learned a harsh lesson. Jiang Han was like a precise war machine, executing each move with swift efficiency. Even the beast generals were no match for him, and the higher-level beast soldiers also met their demise. As Jiang Han continued his purge, the city's chaos gradually subsided, replaced by a rare tranquility. This change brought great relief to the mining workers. Although they were willing to take risks for high pay, no one actually wanted to lose their life there. Jiang Han not only eliminated threats, but also occasionally brought back beast carcasses to improve their meals. This camaraderie boosted the workers' morale, allowing the project to be completed 2 days ahead of schedule. As the project wrapped up, Jiang Han's bank account had accumulated over 920 million. This wealth came from various sources: previous savings, 18 million from selling the golden-eyed white tiger, and the income from hunting beasts and mining the creek gold vein over the past 10 days. For the first time, he truly felt the confidence that economic power brings. However, more exhilarating than this fortune was the completion of the 1,000 kills mission. The system's notification came at just the right moment. Congratulations to the host for completing the 1,000 kills mission. The reward has been issued, triggering the third stage enemy killing mission, 10,000 kills. Kill any 10,000 units to receive an extra talent slot. After confirming no one was around, Jiang Han leapt up to the top of a tall building. He took out a glowing awakening stone, took a deep breath to calm his excitement, and confirmed his third talent awakening. The glow from the awakening stone spread from his arm to his entire body, followed by the system's notification. Energy detected obstructing awakening, automatically absorbed and stored. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-level talent. Thunder. At that moment, a sudden upheaval occurred. A powerful electric current erupted from Jiang Han's abdomen, and an intense pain surged through his body, causing uncontrollable convulsions. His once composed meditative posture collapsed as he writhed and struggled on the ground. The dry, hoarse cries from his throat were filled with agony. This pain was unlike any injury he had experienced before, as if each cell was repeatedly pierced by countless needles, and the excruciating pain even caused his breathing to involuntarily halt. Jiang Han felt as if he had slipped into unconsciousness, yet maintained a sliver of awareness. His mind was still active, but his body had completely lost control. In this peculiar state, his vision was filled with an array of tiny, pale blue light dots, each as minuscule as dust particles, yet vividly imprinted in his perception. As he attempted to approach these drifting light points, they instead surged towards him, instantly merging into his body. In that moment, a thunderous crash erupted in his mind, and Jiang Han sprang up from the ground. The night had already enveloped the city, with a gentle breeze blowing. Jiang Han sat atop a tall building, panting heavily, feeling the tumultuous emotions swirling in his mind. The pale blue light dots scattered in the air were emitting a benevolent energy towards him, and he could distinctly sense the fluctuations of each thread of energy. With a single thought, the surrounding light points immediately converged into his palm, forming a visible ball of lightning. Palm lightning. As soon as this thought flashed in his mind, the ball of lightning uncontrollably flew from his hand. Boom. The lightning ball struck the rooftop wall, unleashing a tremendous force. Debris flew everywhere, but thankfully, Jiang Han was fully protected by armor and remained unharmed. As the dust settled, a gaping black hole appeared on the once 30-centimeter thick reinforced concrete wall. The sheer power left Jiang Han astounded. Although he could easily cleave the rooftop with his Taihun sword, this casually gathered lightning force exhibited a markedly different level of destruction. It's important to note that this was merely his initial strike upon awakening his talent, with virtually no control over lightning, merely instinctively gathering the atmospheric lightning molecules. Is this the power of inscrayed talent? Excitement surged within Jiang Han. He recalled Li Chongyang's display of gravitational field ability, effortlessly crushing the Wasteland wolves into dust. However, at that time, Li Chongyang clearly wasn't exerting his full strength, as those beasts weren't worthy of his serious attention. Now, having awakened inscrayed talent himself, Jiang Han could finally comprehend the terrifying nature of such power. But the most pressing matter now was to enhance his control over lightning. Jiang Han looked down at his palm, realizing that if he hadn't managed to release the lightning in time, it might have exploded in his hand. Although his armor would prevent serious injury, the sensation of being struck by lightning would undoubtedly be unpleasant. Jiang Han stood in the vast training ground, watching the sparks of electricity dance in his palm, and murmured softly, "The best way is to hone it in real combat. This will help quickly master control over thunder. But with the college entrance exams coming up, I can wait until they're over." His mind focused as he summoned the system panel, eager to understand the specific changes after awakening his level ability. The data on the panel was clearly displayed before him. Host, Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 33,465. Level, 10. Base attributes. Strength, 295. Agility, 281. Constitution, 286. Spirit, 354. Current talents. S-level talent. Thunder LV1 proficiency, 110,00010. A-level talent. Insight LV3 proficiency, 5566,000. B-level talent. Critical strike max. Martial skill. Earth grade superior 9-fold Thunderblade LV3 proficiency, 53108,000. System space, 5271,000. Current task, 10,000/710,000. Pet, Xiaobai. Available energy burst, 52,364. Seeing the data on the panel, Jiang Han took a sharp breath. His combat power had directly surpassed the 30,000 mark, increasing by a full 10,000 points. Is this the power of S-level talent? He thought, instinctively touching his tingling scalp, finally understanding why top universities like Shuimu were so eager to recruit those with S-level talents. But soon, he noticed something unusual. In his memory, when Jiang Jiu first awakened her talent, her combat power barely reached the peak of a martial artist. After a moment of reflection, he understood the key. This astonishing increase in combat power was closely tied to his foundational strength. New awakeners struggle to manage a sudden surge in power, but he already had a solid foundation, making this awakening a mere enhancement. The change in his spirit attribute was even more striking. Jiang Han noticed that his spiritual power far exceeded his other three attributes, clearly related to the nature of controlling thunder elements. The stronger the spirit, the more powerful the thunder he could command. The only thing puzzling him was the 10 next to the thunder proficiency. What did this figure represent? Progress? Potential? Or some other meaning? The system provided no explanation. It seems I need to find an experienced teacher for guidance. Jiang Han pondered, then shook his head. But there's no rush. After the exams, once I get into Shuimu, there will be plenty of martial marquee-level teachers there. The priority now was to enhance his combat power. The energy absorbed during this awakening far exceeded expectations, with a total combat power burst value of 52,000, meaning he could reach an astonishing 85,000 in full burst mode, stepping into the great martial commander level. If he were to encounter the golden-eyed white tiger at its peak now, he wouldn't even need to use a laser cannon. His current strength alone would be enough to face it head-on. Jiang Han followed the group of workers retreating to the steel defense line. As a guard, he discreetly walked at the back of the group, his hands clasped behind him, with a ball of lightning quietly forming in his palms. The journey of this team went exceptionally smoothly, thanks to Jiang Han's earlier efforts to complete his task of defeating 1,000 beasts, during which he had cleared the entire mining area and its surroundings of any threats. Another team easily dealt with the occasional low-level beasts along the way, allowing the miners to earn their task rewards with little effort. Although they were grateful to Jiang Han, they finally found the opportunity to contribute by escorting the miners back to the defense line. Jiang Han focused on the lightning ball in his hand, a training method he had devised himself. By using his mental power to guide and control the lightning elements, he kept the ball spinning steadily in his palm. Occasionally, a few sparks would escape, but he managed to keep them within a safe range. Compared to his initial clumsy attempts when he first awakened his powers, his control had improved significantly. With the upcoming exams, ensuring the lightning remained stable was his primary goal. The pace of the group was not fast. These miners, who had not yet reached the level of warriors, were also carrying a large amount of mining equipment, and it would take at least 7 to 8 hours to reach the steel defense line. However, Jiang Han, having completed the task ahead of schedule, was in no hurry and continued practicing his control over the lightning as they walked. Suddenly, Jiang Han sensed a threat and casually tossed the lightning ball at a high-level beast soldier attempting to ambush them. The beast soldier fell immediately, and Jiang Han silently assessed the power of this probing attack. It was not his full strength. If unleashed fully, the power could double, enough to instantly kill a junior beast general and severely injure a mid-level one. Even though his lightning element was only at level 1 and his control far from perfect, he was quite satisfied with the destructive power. By the time the group reached the steel defense line, dawn had broken. Jiang Han did not return immediately. Instead, he first sold the beast materials stored in his system space, and then found a bathhouse. This was the longest he had stayed in the wilderness, for over 10 days, and although he had washed once in a small reservoir, he now longed for a proper hot shower. After tidying up and filling his stomach, Jiang Han finally boarded the city train back to Lan City. After repaying Uncle Long and the others the 45 million they lent him, Jiang Han's account balance was still quite substantial, over 883 million. 8 million of that was added from selling exotic beast materials. After paying the income tax on his mining earnings, he still had 495 million left, more than enough to splurge for a while. With only 2 days left until the college entrance exams, Jiang Han decided against another trip to the wilderness. He opened his system panel and saw that Xiaobai had successfully leveled up to 8, with its combat power surpassing the 10,000 mark. The growth rate of this contracted beast was nearly on par with Jiang Han's own, and even more exciting was that as Xiaobai's strength increased, so did the level of exotic beasts it could hunt. The experience points it synchronized with Jiang Han daily were rising accordingly. Looking at this stable source of experience, Jiang Han felt a bit guilty. Since establishing the contract, apart from the first 2 days, he had essentially been in a laissez-faire mode. Xiaobai hadn't received much care, but had been quietly accumulating experience for him. Jiang Han secretly resolved to reward Xiaobai with some top-grade medals after the exams when he returned to the wilderness. With ample funds, he now had the confidence to consider such matters. 2 days flew by, and Jiang Han stayed on the second floor of the restaurant, focusing on enhancing his control over lightning. Finally, the college entrance exams arrived. As per tradition, the exams were divided into 2 phases. First, the academic tests, followed by the combat assessment, totaling 5 days. Jiang Han's academic exams were scheduled at his current school. Before and after the cataclysm, the college entrance exams remained a crucial opportunity to change students' fates. Getting into different levels of colleges meant varying employment opportunities upon graduation. However, post-cataclysm, higher education had undergone significant changes. There were institutions dedicated to training researchers, schools for technical talents, and pure martial arts academies. Compared to the comprehensive universities before the cataclysm, today's colleges were more specialized and focused. For instance, Shuimu, where Jiang Jiu studied, had become the top martial arts school in the country, with all its instructors at the marquee level. The only comparable institution was Junwu, but Junwu only admitted outstanding talents from the military. For regular candidates, Shuimu was the ultimate goal. In the research field, Jingda had taken over Shuimu's original faculty, becoming the nation's top science and engineering institution. Shuimu and Jingda, one focused on literature and the other on martial arts, each excelling in their domains. According to his homeroom teacher's assessment, Jiang Han's talent in martial arts should have secured him a spot in the top 3 of the school, suitable for applying to Jingda. However, now, between Shuimu and Jingda, he leaned more towards Shuimu not only because Jiang Jiu was there, but also because the system revealed different possibilities to him. Old Jiang, isn't Uncle Jiang here to see you off? As Jiang Han walked into the school gate alone, someone in casual clothes suddenly patted him on the shoulder. He turned to see Chang Hao. In the distance, Chang Hao's parents were waving at him, and Jiang Han smiled and waved back. No, my dad's on a trip, hasn't come back yet. Mentioning his father, Jiang Han seemed a bit worried. His dad had been away for almost a month, which was extremely rare. He tried to contact him, but the phone always indicated it was out of service. Chang Hao had met Jiang Han's father a few times, and the impression left by the perpetually drunk and unsmiling man was not a good one. Especially now, with Jiang Han rushing home every day after school to cook and manage the restaurant, yet his father not even showing up during such a crucial time as the college entrance exams. This indifference made Chang Hao even more disapproving. However, this was ultimately someone else's family matter, so Chang Hao refrained from saying more. Instead, he put on an excited expression, patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, and said, "Old Jiang, I've talked to my dad. After the exams, you should apply for the pharmacy program at Beijing University. Once you graduate, you can come work at my company. My dad agreed to give you a 30% share. We brothers will manage the company together in the future. Jiang Han listened to his friend's enthusiastic plan and could only shake his head helplessly. He knew that while Chang Hao meant well, it was unheard of for any company to offer such a large share to a fresh graduate, even if the Chang family's company was only worth a few million alliance coins. This was clearly the result of Chang Hao pleading with his father on his behalf. Don't shake your head, Chang Hao said urgently. With your grades, you can get into Beijing University if you perform normally. If you think 30% is too little, I'll go talk to my dad again. Once I inherit the company, I can give you half of my share. Seeing Chang Hao's excitement, Jiang Han smiled and said, actually, I want to apply to a martial arts school. A martial arts school? Chang Hao was taken aback and then became even more anxious. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If I'd known, you could have taken some potions to boost your strength. With your current combat power, which good martial arts school could you get into? Taking potions now won't have much effect. Jiang Han patted Chang Hao's shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. Wealth is determined by fate. Don't worry too much. Let's focus on finishing the cultural exams first. Instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about yourself. Even though the cultural exam requirements for martial arts schools aren't high, it's hard to say if you'll meet them. Chang Hao immediately looked distressed. I've been trying hard to study this past month, he sighed. I give up. There's Jiang Ziyu, a genius in martial arts, and you, a prodigy in academics. How did I end up with two such extraordinary friends? Jiang Han just smiled quietly. He knew that Jiang Ziyu was not only talented in martial arts, but also did well in cultural subjects. The exam was held in the third teaching building, while Chang Hao's exam was in the second building, so the two parted ways early. For Jiang Han, the cultural exams were not challenging. In the past 2 days, he had been practicing his lightning ball technique while reviewing his subjects, recalling knowledge with just a glance. The 2 days of exams were a breeze for him, and despite not having studied seriously for over a month, his consistent top 3 ranking in the grade gave him a strong chance of getting into a top university. Take a day off and wait for the combat assessment. At this moment, a tense standoff was unfolding in the meeting room on the top floor of the Martial Artists Guild. 5 martial marquee-level powerhouses faced an elderly woman with a stern expression, and the atmosphere was heavy. Madam Su, the decision for students to undergo combat assessment in the wilderness is a major reform in the nation's approach to training martial artists, said a man in black armor, his face concealed by a mask. He pointed to a stamped document on the table, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. The document is already on your desk, and the seal is affixed. Please, don't make this difficult for me. Madam Su, however, didn't even glance at the document. Her sharp gaze was fixed on the masked man. The martial artist reform is your business, not mine. But one thing I know for sure, theory, just kids. Nearly 70% of them don't even have a combat power of 1,000. Sending them into the wilderness is no different from sending them to their deaths. Her voice grew increasingly stern. Many of these kids don't even want to be martial artists. How can you force them into the wilderness? They're nothing like you, the exceptionally gifted. You all have level talents, with initial combat power far above ordinary people. But these kids? Most have clever talents, with combat power in the hundreds and no experience fighting exotic beasts. Madam Su slammed the table, her voice resolute. If you want them to enter the wilderness, it'll have to be over my dead body. Otherwise, I absolutely refuse. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. The 5 martial marquee-level powerhouses looked at each other, none daring to speak in opposition. After a long pause, the masked man took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Madam Su, I completely understand your concerns. But please also understand our predicament. His voice was heavy. The exotic beast population is growing at an alarming rate. Just a month ago, we sent an unparalleled king into the wilderness to explore all the way to the sea. We discovered that the number of sea beasts has multiplied several times compared to 18 years ago. At the mention of 18 years ago, everyone's expression turned grave. The masked man continued. You experienced that apocalyptic beast tide firsthand. We paid a heavy price to unparalleled kings fell, including Mr. Jiang, 16 human envoys, hundreds of warlords, martial marquises, countless generals, and martial masters. Even then, we only barely managed to repel the sea beasts. He paused for a moment, his voice somber. You're well aware that the biggest weakness exposed in that battle was our shortage of martial artists. Regardless of rank, our numbers are far less than the beasts. If our strength matched theirs, how could they dare to be so arrogant, attacking from the ocean to the depths of the land? Adjusting his emotions, the masked man continued to explain. By sending them into the wilderness now, we've made thorough preparations. As long as they don't venture deep into the territory, they'll only face low-level exotic beasts. Additionally, starting a month ago, my team and I have been clearing threats near the steel defense line. The exotic beasts and herds capable of causing large-scale casualties have been eliminated. The current environment is controllable, and even in the event of an emergency, we'll handle it promptly. His voice grew even heavier. But if we avoid the fight now and the exotic beast horde erupts again, triggering a new apocalyptic beast tide. He left the sentence unfinished, his gaze fixed intently on the elderly woman. Madame Su fell silent, her brow furrowed, her expression filled with conflict. Mr. Su, we can protect them. The masked man's voice was firm and steady. As high-level warriors, we enjoy exceptional social benefits, and it's our duty. But when the nation faces life and death, everyone must be ready to fight. Who will protect them then? He leaned forward slightly and continued. Rather than letting them face a desperate situation unprepared, it's better for them to gradually adapt to fighting beasts under our protection. The difference is clear, Mr. Su, you must see it. Overprotection now could harm their future. As soon as he finished speaking, the old woman's sharp gaze pierced through him. You brat, I protected you back in the day. Now you're stronger than me, and you dare lecture me? The masked man bowed his head, but didn't back down. He suddenly knelt and bowed deeply 3 times to the old woman. Mr. Su, I will always remember your kindness. His voice was slightly choked with emotion. But this matter is settled. You might stop me, but you can't stop the nation's resolve. The combat exams will be held in the wilderness, and it's the same for other cities. The entire 1,000-mile defense line will become the testing ground. Unless we can eliminate all the sea beasts, this momentum cannot be changed. He paused. But I promise you, my team and I will do our utmost to keep casualties to a minimum. After speaking, he stood up and strode towards the door, with 4 others following closely behind. The large conference room was left with the old woman sitting alone, her brow furrowed, and she could only let out a long sigh. Once in the elevator, the masked man immediately began to organize. There are 21 high schools in Lawn City. Each of you will be responsible for 4, and I'll take 5. Invite each school's principal to the Warrior Guild. Their full cooperation is needed for the examination relocation. Captain, one team member couldn't help but speak up. It's very challenging for us to complete all this in one day. Just coordinating the intercity trains to transport students to the steel defense line is a huge task. Additionally, ensuring safety, logistics, and data analysis during the exams requires a lot of manpower. As for Mr. Su, the masked man interrupted. Mr. Su won't be an issue. She's been through those turbulent times and understands the conflict between humans and beasts. If she truly cares for the students, she'll realize we're helping them. Besides, the exotic materials market has promised full support for this exam. You just need to focus on your tasks. He suddenly shifted the conversation. Li Chongyang, you mentioned seeing Cheng's son in the wilderness? Yes, Li Chongyang replied. Jiang Han would recognize him. We encountered him last month while clearing the steel defense line. Honestly, I was surprised to see him there. But that kid is indeed talented. He could hold his own against a Lord-level Silverwing Wolf King and has the skills of a grand martial artist. In that case, you'll be responsible for his school. You've met before, so there's a closer connection. The masked man spoke again, his voice steady and powerful. With the strength of a grand martial artist and experience in the wilderness, safety shouldn't be an issue. Just treat him normally. No need for special attention. Understood, boss. Li Chongyang nodded slightly, his expression serious. Ding, the elevator doors slid open slowly, the sound of metal scraping echoing in the confined space. The group exited one by one, their footsteps gradually fading down the corridor. Jiang Han was unaware of the changes in the National Combat Power Assessment and the severe situation of rampant beasts in the wilderness and underwater. It wasn't until he stepped onto campus the next day that the unusual scene before him made him realize something was amiss. Old Jiang, what do you think the school is up to? Chang Hao stood beside Jiang Han, his gaze fixed on the distant platform. He lowered his voice and continued. Instead of preparing strength testing machines for the combat power assessment, they're gathering us for a meeting? Jiang Han didn't respond, his attention completely captivated by the team slowly approaching the platform. Among them, a familiar figure stood out, Li Chongyang. The appearance of this formidable warrior marquis left Jiang Han puzzled. In previous years, the college entrance exam standards for combat power testing were similar to the martial artist assessments at the Martial Hall. To improve efficiency, the playground was typically filled with testing equipment, and students would line up for their turn. But today's scene was drastically different. There were no common testing devices, but rather, standard low-level armor and weapons neatly arranged below the platform. This unusual setup sparked a flurry of discussions among the students present. Even though the teachers repeatedly urged silence, the buzzing chatter persisted. However, the commotion was soon interrupted. The principal was the first to step up to the microphone. Good morning, students. Today is the 4th day of the college entrance exams, and the original combat power assessment plan has been changed. Now, please allow Warrior Marquis Li Chongyang to explain in detail. Li Chongyang politely declined the offered microphone, rising from behind the long table and striding to the front of the stage. His voice, without any need for amplification, was clear throughout the entire venue. Hello, students. I am Li Chongyang. His words carried the authority and presence of a strong figure, instantly silencing the previously noisy crowd. Only Jiang Han remained calm, sensing that a significant transformation was about to be unveiled. Sure enough, Li Chongyang's next words struck like a thunderbolt. According to the national reform of the college entrance exam combat power assessment, from now on, the combat power assessment will be conducted through actual combat. All examinees will enter the wilderness and demonstrate their combat power through real battles with exotic beasts. As soon as Li Chongyang finished speaking, the playground erupted into chaos. Students who had been chatting in small groups were suddenly abuzz with frantic discussions. Go to the wilderness? Are you kidding me? Why can't we just take the exam at school? This is like sending us to our deaths. Why does our class have to face this change? Voices filled with anger and fear echoed across the playground, plunging it into turmoil. Faces were marked with disbelief. Some students clenched their fists, others turned pale, and a few even began to tremble slightly. The once calm atmosphere of the campus was swiftly replaced by panic and outrage. Amidst the panic, there were also voices of excitement. Those who had reached the level of martial artists, especially students like Chang Hao who had just gained strength from consuming potions, seemed especially eager. They were unaware of the dangers of the wilderness and instead looked forward to the upcoming adventure with anticipation. Old Jiang! Old Jiang! Chang Hao grabbed Jiang Han's arm, his eyes shining with excitement. We can finally go to the wilderness. My dad always said it was too dangerous and wouldn't let me go, but now he can't stop me. Jiang Han turned to look at the excited Chang Hao, a hint of worry in his eyes. Having experienced the wilderness firsthand, he was well aware of its dangers. What concerned him more was the hidden meaning behind this sudden reform. There had been no warning, no formal announcement, just a direct order with Li Chongyang, a Waholavel figure, sent to announce it at the school. This urgency weighed heavily on Jiang Han's mind. Why was the government rushing to implement this combat assessment reform? Why were students being sent to face beasts directly? Since the cataclysm, martial arts courses had been added, and numerous martial schools opened. Yet most graduates had never encountered a real beast. They became bodyguards, martial arts instructors, or even switched to civilian jobs. This relatively stable social structure was supposed to continue, but now, Jiang Han couldn't help but consider a terrifying possibility. Could the government have anticipated a crisis capable of destroying everyone? Was this reform a means to prepare combat forces in advance for a potential future disaster? This thought cast a shadow over Jiang Han's heart. Meanwhile, the discussions among the students on the playground continued, growing even more intense. But in the next moment, an immense pressure suddenly descended upon them. Jiang Han felt the weight of this oppressive force and glanced around. He saw the students on the field bending over, some even kneeling on one knee. Chang Hao, who had been spirited and ready to head to the wilderness just moments ago, now had his head lowered, with beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Only Jiang Han stood tall and unmoving. He understood that Li Chongyang was simply releasing a gravity field to quiet the crowd. Once the field was silent, with only the sound of the students' strained breathing, Li Chongyang's voice rang out again. Standing on the platform, his voice was deep and powerful. Reforming the combat assessment is imperative, not just for Lan City, but for the entire nation. His gaze swept over everyone below. To enter a martial school, you must have the courage to fight beasts. Without that courage, you don't deserve to be a warrior. Having strength, but not daring to fight, what's the point of entering a martial school? At this point, Li Chongyang's tone carried a hint of anger. He paused briefly before continuing. The nation understands that your combat skills are still developing and you may not be mentally prepared. Therefore, for this combat assessment, you can choose to opt out. The field remained silent, with only his voice echoing. Whether you go or not is up to you. But I must remind you, choosing not to go means giving up the chance to enter a martial school. You can go home and discuss it with your parents. If you decide to participate, return to school in 2 hours to head to the wilderness together. As soon as he finished speaking, the gravity field abruptly disappeared. Some of the weaker students immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Jiang Han watched Li Chongyang intently until he saw him exchange a few words with the principal and then fly away before he looked away. Chang Hao wiped the sweat off his forehead. Although he didn't collapse, his pale face was no different from the others. Is this the power of a marquee-level warrior? It's incredible. I must become someone like him, he exclaimed breathlessly. Jiang Han didn't tell Chang Hao that Li Chongyang had only used less than a tenth of his strength. Otherwise, everyone present would have been crushed like the wolves in the wilderness that day. He simply said calmly, to become someone like Marquis Li, you have to get into a martial school first. But now, getting into a martial school means going to the wilderness. Will your dad really agree? He knew very well that Chang Hao's father only wanted his son to be safe and inherit the family business, not to stand out. If he knew that entering a martial school required venturing into the wilderness, he would never agree. He will, Chang Hao said confidently. I'll go home now. My dad has always valued my opinions. As long as I insist, he'll definitely agree. Jiang Han was skeptical. He looked around, thinking that of those currently standing on the field, less than a third would likely return in 2 hours. Jiang Han's father wasn't in Lan City, so there was really no reason for him to go back. As he watched his classmates come and go on the playground, his gaze remained calm. The combat assessment would be held in the wilderness, a place he was all too familiar with, having spent nearly a month there. He was already accustomed to everything there, and as long as he didn't venture too deep, the beasts posed no threat to him now. With classmates heading home, Jiang Han walked straight into a breakfast shop. Time was short, so instead of cooking for himself, he quickly grabbed a meal there. By the time he returned to school, the once bustling campus had become eerily quiet, with only a few dozen people left on the playground that used to host thousands. Teachers on the platform were busy making calls, seemingly arranging transportation to the inner-city train station for the students. Jiang Han found a large tree and sat down in its shade. As time passed, the number of people on the playground gradually increased, from a few dozen to over 100, eventually stabilizing at around 200 to 300. This number was within his expectations. The brave ones willing to head to the wilderness were always in the minority. Compared to his other classmates, Jiang Han was more concerned about whether Chang Hao would come. He understood the purpose behind the country's new combat assessment. With students whose combat abilities were far below that of the beasts, the only option was to act in teams. Typically, a martial artist team would consist of 5 members. After all, even the weakest beast had a combat power of around 1,000, while most students were only at 300 to 400. They would need a teammate with a combat power over 800 to contend with the beasts. If Chang Hao came, Jiang Han could ensure his safety and even help him gain entry into more advanced martial arts schools. But all of this depended on Chang Hao's attendance. Jiang Han had no say in the choices of Chang's father and Chang Hao, and having witnessed the harshness of the wilderness, he actually wasn't in favor of Chang Hao pursuing the path of a martial artist. 2 hours passed quickly, and students gradually gathered, most chatting together in their class groups. Jiang Han remained alone, leaning against the tree, waiting. Just as he expected, out of the thousands of graduates, only a little over 1,000 showed up, and Chang Hao was not among them. He must have been stopped by Uncle Chang. Jiang Han murmured to himself. Seeing the class teacher start organizing the teams, he brushed the dust off his pants and headed towards the group. Everyone lined up in order, and after confirming the numbers, the class teacher led them to the buses waiting outside. There are 53 students in Jiang Han's class. Except for Jiang Jiu, who has already been specially recruited by Shuimu University and doesn't need to take the college entrance exam. There are 52 left. However, only 14 have shown up today. In front of the station, 2 buses are parked side by side, with plenty of empty seats on each. The homeroom teacher stands in front of the buses, scanning the sparse crowd with a complex expression but saying nothing. He understands why some students didn't come. Fear and hesitation are natural when faced with life and death. He repeatedly advises the students in front of him. Returning safely is more important than anything else. It's okay if you don't pass the exam, but you must come back safely. Inside the bus, there's a heavy silence. As the convoy slowly drives out of the school gate, a sudden urgent shout is heard. Accompanied by the screeching of brakes, the bus comes to an abrupt halt, causing everyone to lurch forward. The driver mutters complaints under his breath as he opens the door. A boy with an excited grin jumps onto the bus. It's Chang Hao. Chang Hao. Jiang Han looks at the unexpected passenger in surprise, then smiles and waves at him. Upon seeing Jiang Han in the back row, Chang Hao quickly makes his way over. What are you doing here? Did your dad agree? Jiang Han asks in a low voice. Chang Hao rolls his eyes. Of course not. I told them about this, and my dad had my mom lock me up. But the exotic materials market has been busy lately, and when he went to the company to buy healing potions, I climbed out the window and ran. This response is typical of Chang Hao. He and Jiang Han share similar personalities. Once they set their minds on something, they rarely give up, which is one reason they became friends. You really shouldn't have come, Jiang Han says with a frown. The wilderness is full of unknown dangers, and even Li Chongyang can't guarantee everyone's safe return. Chang Hao pouts. You're just like my dad. He's right. I don't have much talent in martial arts, and I'll probably inherit the family potion business. But how could I not come? With your skills, I'm afraid you'd be eaten by beasts before taking 2 steps in the wilderness. I'm here to protect you, and you want to get into martial arts school to pursue Jiang Jiu, right? Don't worry, your bro's got your back. Do I need your protection? Jiang Han thinks to himself, but can't help but smile. All right, I'll count on you then. The bus takes over an hour to reach the train station. After transferring to a train, it's another 4-hour ride to the steel defense line. The scenery along the way excites the students in the carriage, especially Chang Hao, whose face is full of wonder as he gazes at the dense forest outside the window. Only Jiang Han remains particularly calm, knowing that the real wilderness is even more vast. He closes his eyes to rest, waiting to reach their destination. Just as the train is about to arrive, Li Chongyang's voice suddenly comes over the carriage's loudspeaker. Hello everyone. I'm Li Chongyang. I'm responsible for ensuring this train safely reaches the steel defense line. Standing at the front of the carriage, Li Chongyang's expression was solemn as he looked over each young face. The previously noisy carriage fell silent the moment he spoke, with everyone's attention fixed on the man in the Wuhou uniform. First of all, Those of you who have chosen to enter the wilderness are truly the pillars of this nation. He nodded slightly, his tone carrying a note of approval. However, I must inform you of the potential dangers within the wilderness. Li Chongyang's voice grew more serious. Once you enter the wilderness, the level of danger will increase exponentially. Even someone like me, a Wuho, cannot claim to traverse it without obstacles. He paused briefly, ensuring that everyone grasped the gravity of his words. Everyone, including Jiang Han, instinctively tensed. In the wilderness, staying alert is crucial, Li Chongyang continued. The beasts that roam during the day are powerful, but those that emerge at night, though weaker, are even more dangerous. You could lose your life to a venomous snake or scorpion in your sleep. This warning heightened the tension in the carriage. A few of the girls trembled slightly, clearly more fearful of these small, lethal creatures than the larger beasts. Never let your guard down, and don't take unnecessary risks. If you encounter a beast beyond your capabilities, your first option should be to retreat. Li Chongyang's voice was firm and clear. Remember, survival is the most important thing. This assessment is not a life-or-death battle. He took a signal gun from his pocket and held it up as an example. Each of you will receive a field pack containing a signal gun. Fire it immediately if you're in danger, and we will come to your aid as quickly as possible. However, firing the signal gun means your assessment ends there. Finally, Li Chongyang explained the assessment rules. The assessment lasts 1 week, with teams of up to 5 people formed freely. Teams will work together to hunt beasts, mark the carcasses, and have them collected by designated personnel. Points will be automatically calculated, with final scores based on team performance. He shifted his tone, adding a hint of amusement. As long as your team meets the point requirements, the entire team will be admitted to Shuemu University. This announcement was like a bombshell, causing a stir in the carriage. Even Jiang Han couldn't help but feel intrigued by the prospect. Jiang Han pondered for a moment and couldn't help but find it amusing. With his current abilities, he could easily get Chong Hao into Shuemu University. But he quickly dismissed the idea. It was too early to be thinking about such things. Inside the carriage, Li Chongyang's voice continued to play over the speakers. Different levels of exotic beasts have varying strengths, and the points awarded for defeating them differ accordingly. Detailed point reward guidelines will be distributed to you shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, the broadcast cut off. With the broadcast ending, the carriage erupted into a buzz. Li Rue, sporting a buzz cut, spoke up first, slightly raising his head with a hint of pride in his eyes. I had my combat power tested at the martial arts hall yesterday, and it's 807. I have a level talent for sustained bursts. Anyone want to team up with me? Before he could finish, another louder voice interjected. My combat power is 960, with a level talent for stone skin, great for both defense and attack. Looking for teammates with a combat power around 1000. Wang Ran, can we team up? I promise to keep you safe. My combat power is 1100. A male student took the opportunity to invite his crush, drawing envious glances from the surrounding girls. That was indeed a high combat power, considering that even with the potion, Chong Hao's combat power had just reached that level. Seeing his classmates eagerly forming teams, Chong Hao couldn't sit still. He turned to Jiang Han and said, Hey, Jiang, let's team up. We need 3 more people. You stay here for a moment, and I'll find some reliable teammates. Jiang Han was about to reply when Chong Hao interrupted. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Brothers in spirit, he said, lightly thumping his chest with his right fist. These words sounded particularly natural coming from him despite their dramatic flair. All right then, Jiang Han responded helplessly. After all, for him, leading 1 person or 4 made little difference. He was about to look down at the handbook the teacher had just distributed when he heard Chong Hao shouting. 7th school's Heartthrob and 13th class's Heartthrob recruiting teammates. Need 3 more. Sign up here if you're interested. Jiang Han couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. That was typical Chong Hao. While others focused on combat power and talents, he unabashedly called himself a heartthrob. But Jiang Han was long used to Chong Hao's self-proclaimed titles. He turned his attention back to the handbook, focusing on the point rewards for different levels of exotic beasts and the admission point standards for major universities. Jiang Han carefully reviewed the manual and discovered that the details about the assessment rules were far more comprehensive than Li Chongyang's introduction. His eyes swiftly scanned the pages, committing the important regulations to memory. The manual laid out several strict rules. Any form of killing among candidates was strictly prohibited, with violations resulting in penalties ranging from 10 years of imprisonment to life-for-life retribution for severe cases. Each exotic beast's carcass would only recognize the first mark placed on it, eliminating any chance of taking credit for someone else's kill. While these rules were stringent, they were entirely reasonable. Finally, Jiang Han reached the section on points and rewards, which he was most interested in. His fingers lightly traced the numbers. For every 300 combat power beyond the base, an additional point was awarded for ordinary exotic beasts, though these low-level creatures were worth a maximum of only 8 points. However, his eyes lit up when he saw the rewards for higher levels: 10 points for a primary beast soldier, 15 for a medium, and 20 for a high-level one. As for beast generals, the points skyrocketed to 100, 200, and 300. When his gaze fell on the Lord-level exotic beasts section, Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. There was only a simple note. Any team that managed to kill a Lord-level exotic beast would directly qualify for admission to Shuemu University. He quickly understood the reasoning behind this. Achieving a warrior-level combat power within a month was the limit even for the most talented grade candidates. Not to mention that even 5 senior warriors combined could not handle a Lord-level beast. This rule seemed more like a joke than a reward. As he continued flipping through the pages, the admission standards for various martial arts universities came into view. Ordinary universities required a minimum of 10 points, which meant hunting at least 10 of the weakest exotic beasts. This threshold, although seemingly low, was enough to filter out many candidates lacking courage. Second-tier martial arts schools required 100 points, equivalent to hunting 10 primary beast soldiers with a combat power of 1,000, which was just within reach for candidates like Chang Hao. Lastly, the first-tier martial arts schools demanded 500 points. Jiang Han quickly calculated that 1 high-level beast general plus 1 medium-level beast general would meet the requirement. But he shook his head without a senior warrior to lead. A team of warriors couldn't possibly achieve such a feat. The realistic option was to hunt a large number of high-level beast soldiers, which would be barely achievable in the 7 days allotted. The top-tier martial arts schools, and especially the prestigious Shuemu University, have much higher point requirements, set at 1,200 and 2,500 points respectively. This means that to gain entry into Shuemu, one would need to hunt 8 high-level beast generals and an additional low-level beast general. If one were to focus on hunting high-level beast soldiers instead, a total of 125 would be needed, which averages out to 25 per person in a 5-member team. Completing such a daunting task within the 7-day limit requires hope that teammates won't hold you back. Jiang Han couldn't help but marvel at the strict admission standards of Shuemu University. Its point requirements are more than double those of other institutions. But this standard highlights Shuemu's esteemed position, as those who gain entry are almost exclusively top-tier talents with S-level potential. Closing the handbook, Jiang Han closed his eyes slightly, contemplating his strategy. With his current strength, eliminating enough beast generals would only take a few hours. However, he didn't plan to finish the assessment so quickly. Chang Hao had gone to great lengths to join the wilderness under the protection of a martial arts master. It would be a waste not to let this impatient guy experience the harshness of the wilderness, given the effort he put into sneaking out. Among his peers, Jiang Han only really considered Jiang Ziyu and Chang Hao. Jiang Ziyu needed no further mention, but Chang Hao's fearless nature could easily lead to danger in the wilderness. Jiang Han decided to let Chang Hao endure some tough lessons for 6 days and then help him meet Shuemu's standards on the final day. As he was deep in thought, Chang Hao's big face suddenly appeared close to his. "What are you doing?" Jiang Han instinctively leaned back. "Why are you mumbling about 6 days and 1 day with your eyes closed?" Chang Hao rolled his eyes at him before saying seriously, "I've already found our teammates." Only then did Jiang Han notice the 3 people standing behind Chang Hao. 2 girls with delicate features and a boy wearing a tight short-sleeve shirt, his muscles bulging. They were classmates Su Feng, Wang Ran, and Zhao Gang. The girls had combat power around 800, while Zhao Gang and Chang Hao were about 1,100. This lineup was above average among the teams and could likely secure admission to a second-tier martial arts school with some effort. Jiang Han noticed Zhao Gang's gaze held a mix of helplessness and wariness toward him. Fully aware of the situation, Zhao Gang had been trying to impress Wang Ran, offering to protect her, only for her to be recruited by Chang Hao. Zhao Gang clearly joined for Wang Ran's sake, and Wang Ran seemed to have a favorable impression of Jiang Han, which explained Zhao Gang's resentment. All thanks to Chang Hao. Jiang Han thought helplessly as he looked at Chang Hao, who appeared quite pleased with himself, even giving Jiang Han a knowing look. The temporary team might not mean much, but spending the next 7 days together in the wilderness directly affects their college entrance exam scores. The 5 of them sat in a circle, with Chang Hao looking up seriously. Having a leader gives the team cohesion. Many things require a leader to coordinate. I recommend Lao Jiang for this role. Jiang Han was surprised that Chang Hao didn't take on the responsibility himself and instead passed it to him. Before he could speak, Zhao Gang interrupted coldly. "I object." All eyes turned to Zhao Gang. He looked Jiang Han up and down with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "If I remember correctly, Jiang Han only awakened a clever talent, heavy strike, right?" This statement was like a heavy blow, reminding everyone of Jiang Han's awkward position as a core figure in the class. His talent awakening only got him a clever, which was indeed a significant drop. Seeing no one respond, Zhao Gang continued aggressively. "With a clever talent, your combat power is at most 400, right?" Jiang Han just smiled faintly, not refuting, and this silence was seen by others as tacit agreement. Choosing someone with the weakest combat power instead of the strongest as the leader? Zhao Gang's tone became sharper. "It's my first time in the wilderness, but my uncle has been out there for years. He said the leader of a wilderness warrior team is always the strongest, someone who can sacrifice themselves to protect the team in critical moments. He glanced at Jiang Han with disdain again. In life and death situations, are we supposed to rely on Jiang Han to protect us? Or are we protecting him? Chang Hao smirked slightly, waiting for Zhao Gang to finish before speaking slowly. Lao Jiang may have lower combat power, but he's got a sharp mind. He looked directly at Zhao Gang. Did your uncle ever tell you that the most important quality for a leader is having a good head on their shoulders? To analyze situations and make decisions? Lao Jiang is perfect for that. Chang Hao's tone turned mocking. Or do you think you're smarter than Lao Jiang, Zhao Gang? How many exotic beasts do you know? Do you understand their strengths and characteristics? You probably can't even name them all, can you? Zhao Gang was left speechless, still wanting to argue, but Chang Hao cut him off directly. Besides, this team is voluntarily formed. If you think it's not suitable, you can leave now. Chang Hao spread his hands. I support Lao Jiang as the leader. Why don't you ask Su Fang and Wang Ran what they think? I agree. So do I. Two clear voices rang out almost simultaneously. Zhao Gang glanced at Wang Ran and finally closed his mouth. Despite his strength, which meant he could find a stronger team, he couldn't bear to leave Wang Ran. Throughout the process, Jiang Han remained silent. He understood that they were all classmates with no ill intentions. Zhao Gang's opposition to him was merely because of Wang Ran. For Jiang Han, the jealousy and rivalry among young men were trivial matters. He noticed that Zhao Gang had fallen silent, so he softly spoke up. Being a team leader is just a title. What's important is teamwork. Let me share my thoughts. Jiang Han glanced at everyone and began to assign tasks. Chang Hao has awakened a great strength talent, and with the advantage of advanced weapons and armor, you'll be the main attacker. Chang Hao nodded decisively at this. Zhao Gang's hardening talent makes him suitable as the second main attacker, Jiang Han continued. As for Su Fang, Wang Ran, and myself, we'll focus on support and adaptability. This plan had clearly been well thought out, and even Zhao Gang, who had previously looked dissatisfied, had no objections. Seeing this, Jiang Han opened the manual again and explained in detail. The combat level of the exotic beasts varies, and so do the points you earn. Given our team's capabilities, we can only handle low-level beast soldiers at most. I suggest we target ordinary beasts and try to avoid low-level beast soldiers whenever possible. Injuries could be troublesome. Although the points from ordinary beasts aren't high, it's better to play it safe. He combined his knowledge of the wilderness with several detailed suggestions, and the team listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. Jiang Han was pleased with this outcome if they followed his lead. He could ensure everyone's safety, even without taking action himself. As their conversation continued, the high-speed train pressed on. By the time their discussion was wrapping up, the train was slowly pulling into the platform. Under their teacher's guidance, everyone gathered in an open field. This train carried not just students from Jiang Han School, but also students from all 21 high schools in Lan City who chose to participate in the wilderness assessment. The number exceeded 25,000, and even with two-thirds opting out, it was still quite a significant crowd. Besides the students, there were about 1,000 warriors on site, exuding a chilling aura. They were beast hunters of the wilderness. Jiang Han immediately recognized that the weakest among them were at least of the martial master level, and there were even several grand martial generals, likely temporarily recruited by Li Chongyang and others to maintain order during the assessment. As everyone took their positions, several shadows suddenly appeared in the sky, flying through the air. The ability to fly was a hallmark of a martial marquis. The once noisy crowd gradually quieted down. As the figures approached, Jiang Han saw their attire 5 individuals wearing black masks, hovering 30 meters high. One of them spoke clearly, reaching everyone's ears. Hello, everyone. I am Yang Han, the captain of the Phantom Squad and the overall in charge of this Lan City combat assessment. Even with changes to the assessment method, it's gratifying to see so many of you here. I hope each candidate performs well and gets into their desired martial school, but most importantly, returns safely. My team has already informed you of the assessment methods and content, and the specific details are all in the manuals provided. Yang Huan spoke concisely, reiterating the necessary points to everyone. This time, he emphasized the allocation of high-level warriors. With 25,000 students entering the wilderness simultaneously for a large-scale assessment, a small team of 5 Wuho is clearly insufficient. The strength of these warriors is essential to ensure the assessment proceeds smoothly. Once the assessment begins, these warriors will enter the wilderness with the students, dispersing according to the plan. Their main tasks include tracking signal markers, evaluating the combat strength of exotic beasts, and assigning corresponding scores. However, before officially starting, there is an important task to complete distributing assessment supplies. Each student received a set of low-level armor and weapons customized to their personal preferences. Jiang Han collected his set as well, even though he didn't urgently need it, as it could serve as a backup. Besides the basic equipment, everyone received a backpack containing survival essentials. A marking gun for tagging exotic beasts, a flare gun for emergencies, 2 bottles of low-level healing potions, a 2-liter water bag, rations, and a map. Although this gear is simpler than what Jiang Han had when he first entered the wilderness, it represents a significant investment for the school. Each set of standard armor and weapons costs 20,000, and for 25,000 people, the total expenditure reaches 500 million. To motivate the students, the captain of the Phantom team emphasized that these items could be kept after the assessment, and any gains from hunting exotic beasts would belong to the individuals. Once all the equipment was distributed, Jiang Han, as the captain, went to register the team. After entering the information of team members like Chang Hao into the system, he received an old-looking smartphone. This device is actually a powerful satellite phone that maintains communication in the wilderness and updates each team's score in real time. The Grandmaster in charge of distributing supplies particularly noted that the primary purpose of this device is to ensure safety, serving as a backup for distress signals, with real-time score updates as an incentive. Their team number is 1831, assigned sequentially based on registration time. Considering the 5-person team structure, at least 5,000 teams need to be organized. After all teams registered, the Phantom team reappeared to officially announce the start of the assessment. Eager to explore the wilderness, the group surged forward like a tide when Yang Han announced the start of the assessment. The crowd charged ahead, kicking up clouds of dust, while Jiang Han remained stationary, stopping the eager Chang Hao and the others. Come on, Jiang. Everyone else is already way ahead. Chang Hao urged impatiently, his eyes fixed on the other candidates who were already a kilometer or two away. What's the rush? Do you even know where you're going? Jiang Han gestured for everyone to pause. He unfolded a map, pointing at the complex terrain. The wilderness is crawling with beasts. Charging forward recklessly could get us all wiped out. We need to plan a safe route first. Hearing this, Chang Hao and the others fell silent. Only Zhao Gang stood with arms crossed, confidently saying, "My uncle always said a warrior should be fearless and charge ahead." Jiang Han shot him a glance, and Zhao Gang wisely fell silent. Look here. Jiang Han traced a winding path on the map, pointing towards a forest 300 kilometers from the Steel Fortress. The beasts in this forest are either very strong or very weak, making it less dangerous than the city. There are some poisonous creatures, but my perception skills make them no threat. Plus, there are more beasts there, perfect for us to hunt. After hearing his analysis, Chang Hao and the others nodded in agreement. Even Zhao Gang set aside his earlier arrogance. Let's do it, Jiang Han decided. Chang Hao and Zhao Gang will take the lead, maintaining a combat formation. I'll cover the rear and alert us to any danger, so we can avoid it. The team advanced along the planned route, moving slowly but steadily. This pace would take a full day and night to reach their destination, but they didn't idle along the way. Whenever they encountered low-level beasts, Jiang Han had Chang Hao and Zhao Gang engage them in combat, using the opportunity to build team cohesion. However, the reality was harsher than anticipated. As rookies facing beasts for the first time, even with a combat power of over 1,000, Chang Hao and Zhao Gang struggled against beasts with a mere 800 combat power, nearly getting overwhelmed. Jiang Han stood at the back of the group, frowning as he observed the chaotic battle unfolding before him. As the mightiest among them, he had anticipated issues with the team's coordination, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. Chang Hao, take 2 steps back and alternate your attacks with Zhao Gang. He finally couldn't resist stepping in to direct them. The battlefield was a mess. Zhao Gang was recklessly taking hits from the beast without regard for his own safety. Wang Ran stood frozen, failing to enhance his teammates, and Su Feng's swordplay nearly injured her allies. This 2-horned rhino, which wasn't even considered a formidable beast, was driving them back with ease. Zhao Gang, do you have a death wish? Why are you taking hits instead of dodging? Jiang Han continued to shout. Wang Ran, stop standing there and enhance Zhao Gang. Su Feng, watch your sword. You're nearly hitting your teammates. Chang Hao had already been knocked aside by the rhino, yet no one was stepping up to divert the beast's attention. Everyone was fighting on instinct, and unfortunately, their instincts were woefully inadequate. At this rate, even if they managed to take down the rhino, they'd all be nursing injuries afterward. Chang Hao, don't attack at the same time as Zhao Gang. Alternate to draw its attention, Jiang Han kept commanding. Zhao Gang, block it, don't let it charge. Remember, the rhino's hide is tough. Aim for the wounds to inflict more damage. Under Jiang Han's direction, the situation began to improve, but it was still far from ideal. The team wasn't fully utilizing their human agility, and inevitably, someone got hurt by the rhino's charge. Luckily, the injuries weren't severe. When Chang Hao finally drove his sword into the rhino's neck, the beast let out a final wail before collapsing. Everyone slumped to the ground, including the 2 girls who didn't care about appearances as they hastily gulped water from their bottles. Zhao Gang was in the worst shape. His waist had 2 punctures, and while his armor was still wearable, his skin was bruised and swollen. Thankfully, his grade hardening ability had kicked in, preventing what could have been severe bleeding for an ordinary person. Are you okay? Jiang Han approached and asked. Zhao Gang silently rubbed his wounds. Jiang Han understood and gave Wang Ren a knowing look. Zhao Gang, are you alright? Wang Ran finally expressed concern. I'm fine. I'm fine. Zhao Gang quickly put on a brave face. My uncle always said that to be a warrior, you can't fear injury or death. This is nothing. I could take down another rhino if need be. He attempted to stand up to prove his point, but winced as he aggravated his wounds. Alright, stop pretending to be tough, Jiang Han sighed. Let's rest for half an hour before moving on. In the meantime, let's review the battle. The group gathered in a circle, ready to hear Jiang Han's post-battle analysis. As Jiang Han spoke, he took a marker gun from his backpack and steadily placed a tag on the ear of the double-horned rhinoceros. His eyes, sharp and focused, scanned the 4 team members before him. Each of you has a combat power above 800. In theory, any one of you should be able to take on this 800-power rhinoceros alone. Yet, when all 4 of you attacked together, you almost failed. The issue lies in your coordination, Jiang Han said, his voice devoid of emotion. Without proper coordination, you'll end up fighting individually, and none of you will be able to unleash your true potential. He critiqued each person's issues with a stern tone. Chang Hao, you're only focused on charging ahead recklessly. Zhao Gang, you have no concept of dodging. Wang Ran, your aura is applied too rigidly. And Su Feng, your sword almost hit Chang Hao. Did you realize that? The 4 of them hung their heads in embarrassment. Although Jiang Han's combat experience wasn't extensive, he was more than capable of pointing out the flaws of these novices. Do you know why a team needs 5 members? Why there's a main attacker and a secondary attacker? Jiang Han continued, his gaze fixed on Chang Hao. You've awakened the power of immense strength, so it's natural for you to be the main attacker. But being the main attacker doesn't mean constantly attacking. Human stamina can't compete with that of beasts. After exerting full strength, there will always be a period of weakness, even if it's only for a fraction of a second. It's in that brief moment that a beast's counterattack is most deadly. That's when you need to step back and let your teammates step in to disrupt the beast's rhythm. He then turned to Zhao Gang. You're tough, but how many hits can you take? Our advantage against large beasts is agility. But there you were, standing still and letting the rhinoceros charge at you. With furrowed brows, Jiang Han continued his critique without mercy. Wang Ran, though your ability can only support one person at a time, you can switch quickly. In battle, you need to constantly assess who the main attacker is. The aura is static, but people are dynamic. You need to learn to adapt. Finally, he looked at Su Feng. As for you, next time, be more cautious with your sword and don't hit your teammates. Su Feng's cheeks flushed, though it was unclear whether it was from the intensity of the battle or the reprimand. Jiang Han knew these were issues of experience. A seasoned warrior can always make the right choices at the right times and, through seamless teamwork, challenge stronger beasts beyond their level. However, for those facing beasts for the first time, avoiding disaster was already an achievement. True combat instincts can only be honed through actual battles. This poor coordination reminded Jiang Han of one thing. Chang Hao and the others were typical novice teammates. They needed to take turns hunting beasts alone to build their basic mindset. Otherwise, if they lost their heads at the sight of a beast, they wouldn't get far. Being a team leader is no easy task, Jiang Han sighed inwardly. After a brief rest, the 5 set off again. As for the hunted, double-horned rhinoceros, there were designated people to retrieve it. For Chang Hao and his companions, who had never traveled such a distance before, the 300-kilometer trek across the wilderness was nothing short of a grueling ordeal. Every few kilometers, a fierce beast would leap out from the bushes, forcing everyone to remain on high alert at all times. Except for Jiang Han, everyone was on edge, fearing a deadly threat could strike at any moment. This constant state of tension severely affected their progress. By the end of the day, the team had barely managed to cover 100 kilometers. At this pace, it would take at least another day and a half to reach their target forest, half a day longer than Jiang Han had initially estimated. However, the frequent battles provided an excellent opportunity for practical combat training for Chang Hao and the others. Although they were initially flustered when encountering the 2-horned rhinoceros and nearly faced disaster, Jiang Han's real-time guidance and post-battle reviews led to increasingly smooth teamwork among the 4. While they hadn't reached a point of perfect synchronization, they at least avoided making rookie mistakes like accidentally injuring each other. More encouragingly, through repeated encounters with the beasts, Chang Hao and his team gradually learned to fight strategically rather than recklessly charging in. This progress was forged through the trial of fire in actual combat. No amount of tactical lectures from Jiang Han could compare to the first-hand experience of facing 2 beasts. As night fell, Jiang Han finally ordered the team to rest in place. Phew, I'm exhausted. So this is what the wilderness is like, Chang Hao said, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. The other 3 were in even worse shape. Wang Ran and Su Feng, the 2 girls, were utterly spent, relying solely on willpower, while Zhao Gang was covered in bruises from repeatedly taking hits from the beasts. Have some rations, then meditate in place, Jiang Han advised, pulling out some rations and a satellite phone from his backpack. The energy in the wilderness is more concentrated, so meditating after exhausting yourself will be more effective. He deliberately refrained from using the roasted meat in his system space. Old Jiang, what are you looking at? Chang Hao asked, noticing the lit-up screen of Jiang Han's phone. Checking the points. They're updated in real time. Jiang Han replied, his words muffled by the food in his mouth. At this, the other three gathered around, curious. The screen displayed, Team ID 1831.76, current rank 2584. In a field of at least 5,000 teams made up of over 25,000 people, this was only a middling result. But that was to be expected under Jiang Han's leadership. The team focused on making progress and avoided all-powerful beast soldier-level creatures, with their toughest opponent being the two-horned rhinoceros. They were already far beyond the steel defense line's range, significantly ahead of other teams in terms of distance. Wow, the top three teams have already scored over 500 points. Chang Hao exclaimed, staring incredulously at the leaderboard. Standing beside him, Jiang Han scanned the top of the list. Indeed, as Chang Hao had said, the top three scores had all surpassed the 500-point mark, with the first place reaching an impressive 550 points. It had only been half a day, and at this rate, even without hunting beasts at night, their score could easily surpass 3,500 points by the end of the 7 days, exceeding the Shuemu admission line by a full 1,000 points. Feng Lei, Lin Ran, Zhao Shougua, Lian Liquan. Chang Hao read through the names, explaining, I know the Lian and Liquan brothers. They both have awakened to level talents. If I remember correctly, their combat power should be around 3,000. He frowned. If they can only rank third, how strong must the first and second teams be? A combat power of 3,000 was not considered high among martial artists, but it was important to remember that these students had only awakened their talents a month ago. With this level talents already recruited by Shuemu, the Li brothers were among the top in this batch of students. Jiang Han took a bite of his dry food and continued to browse the list. The fourth place had just fallen below the 500-point mark, showing 482 points. The 10th place had 417 points, with the scores of the teams closely packed. A single junior beast general score could change the rankings. Scrolling further down, there were 23 teams with over 400 points and more than 100 teams with over 300 points. At this rate, about 200 people were expected to gain admission to Shuemu. No opponent should be underestimated. With a large base of participants, there are naturally more talents, Jiang Han thought to himself. Although they were currently ranked beyond 2,500, that was because he hadn't taken action yet. If he wanted to, he could easily top the leaderboard by clearing out a fallen city's beast generals. However, that wouldn't serve the purpose of training Chang Hao. It was better to ensure they crossed the line on the last day without revealing too much now. Other teams, however, did not share this mindset. The first place wanted to widen the gap. The second and third fought for the top 10 eyed the top 3, and those outside the top 10 aimed to break in. Knowing that the leaderboard was visible to everyone, the competitive spirit of the young participants was fully ignited, and the teams on the wilderness unknowingly fell into a frenzy of competition. As night fell, Jiang Han instructed the team to meditate and rest while he kept watch. Occasionally, beasts approached but were deterred by his aura. Lying nearby, Chang Hao slept fitfully, mumbling in his sleep about making sure Jiang Han got into a good martial arts school. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, when the cold was at its peak, Jiang Han took out his long knife, wiping away the dew while checking the leaderboard. The previous night's leader had been overtaken by the second place, with the new leader scoring an impressive 682 points, 30 points ahead of the second place, equivalent to the difference of 2 high-level beast generals. This gap was likely to widen over time, though if the leading team needed to catch up on sleep during the day, they might be overtaken. As the sun rose, the camp remained silent. Chang Hao and his companions were still deep in sleep, exhausted from the intense battle and long journey the day before, showing no signs of waking up. Taking advantage of this quiet moment, Jiang Han slipped away from the camp to hunt. Before long, he found a mutated deer and swiftly killed it, cutting off 2 succulent hind legs. Nearby, he gathered some dry wood and conjured a ball of lightning in his hand, a new skill he had recently discovered, which was much quicker and more efficient for starting a fire than a regular lighter. As he set up the campfire, Jiang Han contemplated the issue of supplies. The rations in their backpacks were limited, and given their high-intensity combat and marching pace, those supplies wouldn't last for 7 days. Finding food in the wild was clearly one of the key aspects of this assessment. By now, Jiang Han felt the government's intentions were clear. It was training all students in wilderness survival, perhaps preparing for a day when everyone might need to fight. The deer legs sizzled over the fire, and the aroma began to spread. Drawn by the smell, Chang Hao was the first to crawl out of his sleeping bag, heading straight for the campfire without bothering to tidy up. He took a deep breath and sincerely exclaimed, Jiang, this smells amazing. Teaming up with you is totally worth it. Just for your grilling skills, I wouldn't trade for anything, not even 1,000,000 alliance coins. It wasn't just flattery. Jiang Han's grilling skills were undeniable. and the meat of the mutated deer was exceptionally delicious. At a 5-star hotel, a deer leg like this could indeed fetch over 1 million alliance coins. Cut the flattery, Jiang Han laughed. The meat's almost ready. Go wake them up to freshen up. I've got toothbrushes and toothpaste prepared. In the wilderness, unless it was a large team like the previous mining operation, few would carry a full set of toiletries. But for Jiang Han, who had a system space, this was no issue. Chang Hao immediately went to wake up the others. By the time the deer legs were fully roasted, Zhao Gang, Wang Ran, and the others had finished freshening up and were eagerly eyeing the mouth-watering roast. Jiang Han generously cut the deer legs into fist-sized pieces. Dig in quickly. We've got a long way to go after this. The group was already starving and didn't hesitate. Zhao Gang specifically picked the largest lean piece and handed it to Wang Ran. As martial artists, their appetites were substantial, and there was no need for pretenses at this moment. Wang Ran took the roast, ignoring the heat, and took a bite, her eyes lighting up instantly. This is so good. Ouch, it's hot. The meat was scalding, but she couldn't bear to spit it out. Seeing this, Chang Hao and the others couldn't wait any longer and each grabbed a piece, devouring it despite the heat. Only Jiang Han remained composed, using a long knife to slowly savor his portion. Taking the opportunity, he spoke up. While we eat, let me tell you about today's plan. Though everyone was focused on the roast, they all turned their attention to Jiang Han. Today's main task is still traveling and hunting beasts, but compared to yesterday, the team's efficiency has significantly improved. After a day of practical combat experience, everyone's fighting skills have noticeably advanced. Jiang Han decided to change tactics, allowing team members to fight individually, only requiring group action when encountering beasts with nearly 1,000 combat points. Jiang Han's guidance was highly effective. Even the most rebellious member, Zhao Gang, accepted and respected his leadership without any objections. Watching Jiang Han expertly turn the golden, crispy deer leg, Zhao Gang recalled his uncle's words. If you can't beat them, run. If you can't resist, submit. He felt fortunate to have Jiang Han as their captain. Old Jiang, where did you get this deer leg? Chang Hao asked, enjoying his meal. Jiang Han was prepared with an explanation. This morning, I came across a squad that had hunted a mutated deer and got some from them. This was a reasonable explanation since thousands of squads were moving across the wilderness. Encounters with other teams were quite normal. Everyone packed the remaining deer meat as rations, which was far better than dry buns. After resting, Jiang Han had Chang Hao carefully extinguish the campfire before leading the team onward. In the following 2 days, Jiang Han's individual training plan proved to be very effective. Everyone could unleash their full potential in solo combat, and with Jiang Han's precise guidance, the 4 members' combat skills improved significantly. The confusion they had when facing horned rhinos at the beginning of their journey into the wilderness was long gone. The team's coordination became increasingly refined, with Jiang Han's every command executed accurately. If this progress continued, they were confident they could take down beginner beast soldiers without injury. After a day of rapid marching and over 2 hours of night travel, the team finally reached the target forest. They rested overnight in the sparse woods on the outskirts, and the next morning, Jiang Han once again prepared his signature roasted meat. Chang Hao and the others had learned to collect beast meat for Jiang Han, while the regular buns were given to other squads. Seeing the gratitude in others' expressions, Chang Hao and his team were even more convinced that following Jiang Han was the right choice. During their 3 days in the forest, the team developed a seamless division of labor. Chang Hao and the others handled combat, while Jiang Han, due to his relatively lower combat strength, took on night watch and logistics. By now, 5 days of the assessment had passed. For Jiang Han, it was time to consider how to leave the team and hunt beasts on his own. Chang Hao and his team were quite coordinated when hunting beasts, but due to their limited strength, they could only target lower-level beast soldiers. After 5 days, the team's score barely surpassed 400 points. Even with their best efforts, they could only reach a maximum of 500 points. While this score was enough for Jiang Han to enter an ordinary martial arts school, fulfilling Chang Hao's promise to him, it was far from Jiang Han's true goal. Jiang Han checked the points leaderboard on his phone. The top-ranked team had already amassed over 3,000 points, comfortably exceeding the admission threshold for Shuimu University. The second and third place teams also had scores just over 3,000, with only a slight difference equivalent to the points from one lower-level beast general. The fourth place team barely reached 2,800 points, while the 10th place team hit the 2,500-point mark. Based on the current rate of point accumulation, Jiang Han estimated that with 2 days left in the assessment, about 30 teams would meet the 2,500-point requirement. This meant that, excluding those with special level talent admissions, around 150 people would enter Shuimu from Lan City this year. Among 17 cities of similar status, Lan City's performance was already quite commendable, ranking slightly below average. As Jiang Han focused on the leaderboard, a sharp signal gunshot pierced the sky. Though not loud, it was enough to catch his attention. He quickly put away his phone and skillfully climbed a tall tree. From the treetop, he saw a bright, colorful light in the distant sky, a signal flare made from magnesium strips and other reactive metals. The estimated distance was about 5 kilometers, a strategically significant spot. Although not very close, a beast general running at full speed could cover the distance in just 2 or 3 minutes. More concerning was that the dense forest obstructed the view beyond Jiang Han's perceptive range, preventing him from accurately determining what was happening there. However, the violent shaking of the treetops in the distance sent a chill through Jiang Han's heart. This was not caused by a single beast. The words, beast tide, immediately came to mind, indicating the presence of a lord-level beast in the forest. Although Jiang Han was reluctant to believe that a beast tide would erupt in this area, the large-scale shaking of the treetops confirmed it. Worse still, the beast tide was advancing in their direction. Let's go quickly. Jiang Han's voice carried an unprecedented sense of urgency. Jiang Han didn't know the level of the beast tide, but even on this wasteland, warriors of God of War level were reluctant to face the terrifying power of a beast tide. Jumping down from the tall canopy, Jiang Han could clearly feel the ground trembling under his feet. Inside the tent, Chang Hao and the others were still sleeping in their sleeping bags. Chang Hao, get up, Jiang Han shouted, like a clap of thunder. The four of them woke up instantly, springing to their feet. Chang Hao groggily rubbed his eyes. Lao Jiang, is it time to eat? Eat? The beast tide has erupted. If we don't leave immediately, we'll be breakfast for the beasts. Jiang Han said sternly. Beast tide. The four of them looked confused, clearly not understanding the term. Jiang Han explained directly. Hundreds of beast general-level creatures leading tens of thousands of beast soldier-level creatures are heading this way. This immediately made them realize the severity of the situation. Just one low-level beast soldier had them struggling. The thought of thousands was unimaginable. The four hurriedly crawled out of their sleeping bags, trying to gather their belongings. Jiang Han urgently slapped Chang Hao's hand away. Forget the sleeping bags. Run in that direction. He pointed sharply, and the five of them sprang into action. Over the past 5 days, including Zhao Gang, the four had come to trust Jiang Han implicitly, as everything he said was accurate. With Jiang Han's combat power of 30,000, he could easily avoid the beast tide, but Chang Hao and the others had only around 1,000, making it hard for them to escape even if they ran for their lives. He had to stay behind to buy them time. Lao Jiang, hurry up and catch up with us. Chang Hao looked back, seeing Jiang Han still checking his phone, anxiously wanting to turn back. Just run. Don't worry about me. Jiang Han shouted, dialing the only number in his phone. Facing the beast tide, even a master like him couldn't ensure a safe retreat. At this moment, only seeking assistance from a martial marquee-level expert like Li Chongyang could possibly resolve the crisis. The call connected quickly. Combat Power Assessment Emergency Response Center, a female voice answered. Jiang Han got straight to the point. A beast tide has erupted in the forest 300 kilometers from the Iron Defense Line. Coordinates 586,254. It's preliminarily estimated to be at least a level 2. Based on threat level, beast tides are categorized from highest to lowest as Doomsday, Nation-destroying, City-destroying, Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3. Level 3 is the lowest, requiring only one mid-level Lord Beast to trigger, like the previous Steel Bristle Wild Boar King. But judging by the range of the canopy shaking, this was definitely beyond Level 3. It was at least a Level 2, triggered by a high-level Lord or a Dominator-level Beast. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep male voice came from the other end of the line. This is Yang Han. Are you sure a Level 2 Beast Tide has erupted? A Level 2 Beast Tide itself is not much trouble. A few Marquis-level warriors working together can quell it. However, compared to a Level 3 Beast Tide, the greatest threat of a Level 2 Beast Tide lies in its astonishing scale. Jiang Han clearly remembers the largest Level 2 Beast Tide in history, which was so vast that it stretched for thousands of miles, putting the entire steel defense line within its reach. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from the ground. Jiang Han immediately picked up the communicator to contact Yang Han. I'm certain. Jiang Han's voice was steady and powerful. About 5 kilometers from my current coordinates, a large forest is shaking violently. A horde of exotic beasts is advancing toward the steel defense line, and the scale is rapidly expanding. The vibrations came from all directions, and the situation was more severe than imagined. Normally, a Level 2 Beast Tide would be manageable, as experienced warriors could retreat to the steel defense line and counterattack using high walls and heavy artillery. But at this moment, the situation was particularly dangerous during the combat assessment period for college entrance exams. Martial arts prodigies from 17 cities in Tianqiao were scattered across the wilderness. These inexperienced students had never encountered a beast tide of such magnitude, and if they failed to retreat in time, they could easily be surrounded by the beast horde. Even if the Marquis-level warriors arrived on time, rescuing them from the dense beast horde would be extremely difficult. Take your team and immediately evacuate that area. Return to the steel defense line. Yang Huan's voice was urgent. My team will arrive in 5 minutes. Remember, You must survive. The communication was cut off before the words finished. Jiang Han's phone vibrated violently. A map with flashing red dots popped up on the screen, prominently displaying a bold red warning. Level 2 Beast Tide Outbreak. Everyone retreat to the steel defense line at full speed. This message had evidently been sent to all the team leaders simultaneously. The roar of the approaching beast tide grew louder, and through the gaps in the dense forest, Jiang Han saw the massive exotic beasts charging wildly. The deafening roars left the four others pale-faced. Especially Su Fan and Wang Ran. The two girls were starting to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Wang Ran in poor condition, Zhao Gang forced himself to say, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Wang Ran didn't respond, only breathing heavily and quickening her pace. She understood very well that the current situation was beyond anyone protecting another. Even if Zhao Gang genuinely wanted to protect her, he would be of no help against such a massive horde of beasts. Their only chance of survival was to outrun these bloodthirsty creatures. "Don't talk." Jiang Han swiftly interrupted Zhao Gang, who was about to speak. "It'll mess up your breathing rhythm. Head for the steel barricade and watch out for the roots underfoot." Jiang Han kept close behind Chang Hao and the others, maintaining a distance of just a few steps. As he ran, he frequently glanced back to gauge the beast's proximity. 400 meters, 300 meters. The situation was dire. At their current pace, they wouldn't escape the forest before the beasts caught up. All they could do now was run desperately, hoping to hold out for 5 minutes until Yang Huan's teammates arrived. Only a martial artist of the Wuho level could stop this ferocious beast tide. Amidst the dense trees, Jiang Han suddenly spotted other human figures, 5 youths in special armor, about the same age as them. Clearly, they were another team taking part in the combat assessment. Jiang Han's brow furrowed as he instantly understood why the beasts were surging in this direction. With prey ahead, the beasts wouldn't rest until they tore these humans apart. Although the beast tide was led by high-level creatures, the actions of each low-level beast couldn't be entirely controlled by them. The speed of those 5 was between the beast horde and Chang Hao's group, and they quickly caught up. Jiang Han estimated that their combat power was likely around 3,000, possibly ranking in the top 10. As the 5 overtook Jiang Han's group, they exchanged a knowing glance. Suddenly, one of them drew a long knife and slashed at Chang Hao and Zhao Gang at the front without hesitation. "Damn!" Jiang Han cursed under his breath. The timing was too cunning. He was several steps behind Chang Hao and couldn't reach them in time to help. Chang Hao sensed the attack at the last moment, but the power gap was too great. Before he could defend himself, the blade struck him heavily. "Ugh!" He grunted, flying backward and crashing into Wang Ran behind him. Fortunately, the attacker used the flat of the blade, sparing Chang Hao from a lethal blow. However, this delay put the 5 of them in even greater peril, already lagging behind the beast horde. Their intent was clear. Using the flat side was a calculated move to keep Chang Hao capable of fighting, to slow down the beasts for them. A harsh decision faced Jiang Han and the others. Should they abandon Chang Hao and Wang Ran? The decision had to be made in an instant, yet it seemed there was only one possible answer. Zhao Gang was the first to react. He cursed angrily and quickly rushed to Wang Ran, who had fallen to the ground, reaching out to help her up. Jiang Han didn't hesitate either. In a few swift strides, he was by Chang Hao's side. Su Feng stood rooted to the spot, a struggle evident in her eyes. 3 years of being classmates and 5 days of fighting side by side seemed so fragile in the face of death. Ultimately, she chose the path of survival, running on without a backward glance, not even leaving a word of farewell. Everyone knew the fate of those who stayed behind was sealed. "Are you okay?" Jiang Han asked as he helped the fallen Chang Hao to his feet. The knife wound on Chang Hao's chest, though inflicted with the back of the blade, had cracked his standard armor. He coughed violently, his breathing labored, unable to speak a full sentence. "I'm fine. Stop talking, get on my back, I'll carry you," Jiang Han said, grabbing Chang Hao's arm to lift him up. Chang Hao, however, pressed a hand against Jiang Han's waist, refusing his help. "Old Jiang, I can't, go any further. If you take me, none of us will make it." Though his breath was erratic, his gaze was resolute. "I'll hold them off. If you get the chance, avenge me." With that, he shoved Jiang Han away, gripped his sword tightly, and turned to face the oncoming beast horde. The situation was equally dire on the other side. After being knocked down by Chang Hao, Wang Ran had twisted her ankle and was now curled up on the ground, sobbing. Zhao Gang, at a loss, tried to help her but accidentally touched her injury, causing her to cry even more. "Zhao Gang, just go, I can't move," Wang Ran said through her tears. Zhao Gang looked at her, a sincere smile spreading across his face. "Wang Ran, I like you. I've kept this to myself for a long time, never daring to say it. My uncle once told me that a warrior should risk everything to protect the one they love. I'm not strong enough to help you escape, but if anyone wants to hurt you, they'll have to go through my corpse first." Before his words had fully left his lips, Zhao Gang picked up the short knife Wang Ran had dropped. Gripping it with both hands, he turned resolutely, striding toward the beast horde like Chang Hao. Zhao Gang. Wang Ran looked at his retreating figure through tear-blurred eyes, helplessly sitting where she was. Two fools. Jiang Han watched the two of them ready to face death without fear, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Chang Hao showed no hint of fear. Instead, he seemed exhilarated finally, a chance to live out his often-spoken dream of heroism. As for Zhao Gang, the young man who always mentioned his second uncle, his willingness to die for his beloved was surprising to Jiang Han, though it seemed a bit foolishly naive. The herd of beasts was now within 100 meters, and the ground trembled more violently with their approach. At their speed, they would engulf the four of them in less than 3 seconds. Yet Jiang Han merely shook his head, turned his wrist, and a black bracelet appeared from thin air, along with a Tang sword, shimmering with a blue hue. In the next instant, the black bracelet transformed into liquid armor, covering his entire body. In his left palm, a ball of lightning crackled. Without hesitation, Jiang Han hurled the expanding lightning ball, its blue electric arcs slicing through the air, striking the beast herd. With a thunderous explosion, the electric current spread like a web, instantly enveloping more than a dozen beasts. The struck beasts froze, their muscles uncontrollable, trampled by the companions rushing from behind. Chang Hao and Zhao Gang turned back in shock, only to see a figure, clad in black armor, sprinting towards them, the Tang sword in hand crackling with electricity. Get out of here. This fight is beyond your capabilities. Jiang Han's voice sent a shiver through Chang Hao. This powerful figure, who instantly took down a dozen beasts, was the same Jiang Han with a combat power of only a few hundred? Chang Hao's question remained unasked as Jiang Han reached the front of the beast herd. The beast tide that could have been avoided was now inevitable. Jiang Han's Taihan sword flared with blue light as he slashed. Thunder burst from the blade's tip, instantly piercing through 5 beast generals. Chang Hao's exclamation echoed from behind, but Jiang Han had no time to respond. More beasts were upon him, and he concentrated lightning in his left hand, slamming it into the ground. Instead of dissipating, the current spread forward under his control. With a massive explosion, the loose earth and beasts within 30 meters were blasted into the air. The Sclass ability, Thunder, displayed its incredible power for the first time. Chang Hao and his two companions stood frozen in place, staring in shock at the scene before them. Jiang Han, whom they had always thought of as a weakling in need of protection, now appeared like a god of war, clad in pitch-black armor, with thunder roaring at his every gesture. At this moment, a torrent of questions erupted in Chang Hao's mind. Wasn't Jiang Han's talent only ranked at level for heavy strikes? Just a month ago, he had witnessed Jiang Han's combat power being only a little over 300. How could he now summon lightning so effortlessly? Even more astonishing was the fact that while Chang Hao, with over 1,000 combat power, could barely handle ordinary beasts, Jiang Han could dispatch a beast general-level creature in a single move. Zhao Gang and Wang Ran exchanged a bewildered look before turning their gaze to Chang Hao. After all, it was based on Chang Hao's words that they had regarded Jiang Han as just an ordinary student with a combat power of 400. Yet, Chang Hao himself was equally perplexed. What had Jiang Han experienced in this short month? Old Jiang. Chang Hao tentatively called out to the figure clad in the dark armor. Why are you still here? Get out of here now, or I'll have to deal with your corpses, came the familiar, sharp tone. Chang Hao couldn't help but laugh. This familiar manner of speaking confirmed that this war godlike figure was indeed Jiang Han. Every time their jokes went too far, Jiang Han would tell them to get lost like this. Zhao Gang and Wang Ran watched Chang Hao, bemused by his amusement despite being scolded, but they kept moving without pause. The dire situation of being encircled by a beast horde turned around thanks to Jiang Han's powerful intervention. Seeing Wang Ran still wiping her tears, Zhao Gang scooped her up and, with Chang Hao clutching his chest, they quickly retreated. Once the three of them had moved far enough away, Jiang Han finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to face the beast horde closing in again. The 30-meter area he had cleared was quickly refilled with the densely packed beasts. This was the most troublesome aspect of a beast tied endless and relentless. Kill one, and 2 more would take its place, attacking from all directions. Even if the beasts weren't individually deadly, the relentless assault could exhaust any warrior to death. Fortunately, Jiang Han had the advantage of insight, allowing him to perfectly track the movements of all the beasts around him. Without it, even a great warrior might not survive. With a swift thrust, his Taihan pierced through the eye socket of an intermediate beast general, twisting sharply. The blood and brain matter that erupted were instantly scorched dry by a bolt of lightning, followed by a thunderball that obliterated 7 or 8 low-level beast generals at once. While unleashing a ball of lightning, Jiang Han's feet never stopped moving as he charged forward. He knew that remaining stationary amidst the beast horde meant certain death. Only by taking the initiative and disrupting the rhythm of the beast's attack could he hope to survive this brutal battle. The forest ahead teemed with countless beasts, their numbers daunting but their strength clearly tiered. The main force of this beast tide was composed of numerous beast soldiers and low-level beast generals, with a few mid-level beast generals scattered among them. For Jiang Han, these opponents no longer posed a true threat. Amidst the flickering lightning, Jiang Han transformed into a blade of thunder, piercing fiercely into the beast horde. With his awakened lightning talent, his area of effect damage had greatly improved. After days of focused training, he could now precisely control lightning within a 3-meter radius, ensuring any approaching beast was struck accurately. Ding. Killed low-level beast General 3-Colored Ape. Gained 458 experience. Lightning talent proficiency 89. Ninefold Thunderblade proficiency 99. Ding. Killed low-level beast General Blue Wolf. Gained 429 experience. Lightning talent proficiency 82. Ninefold Thunderblade proficiency 93. Ding. Killed mid-level beast General Flame Tiger. Gained 682 experience. Lightning talent proficiency 124. Ninefold Thunderblade proficiency 165. The system notifications sounded incessantly, giving Jiang Han his first real taste of what it meant to grind. The beasts seemed like moving bags of experience, eagerly rushing toward him. Suddenly, a special system notification emerged. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Hold the line. Fight alone against the beasts. Hold back the beast tide's advance for 5 minutes. Reward, talent upgrade card. This unexpected task invigorated Jiang Han. For the first time in a month, the system offered a task other than a kill mission. The generous rewarded talent upgrade card could elevate his insight talent to S-level, allowing him to possess 2 S-level talents simultaneously. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Han swiftly adjusted his tactics. He no longer focused on killing, but rather on controlling and depleting the beast's combat power. He understood clearly that with his physical attribute of less than 300 points, he couldn't sustain high-intensity combat for long and needed to conserve energy for the eventual breakout. The once fierce lightning attacks became more restrained, no longer aiming for a one-hit kill, but instead focusing on weakening the beast's combat abilities. Each strike of lightning was perfectly timed, rendering the enemy temporarily incapacitated without overly draining his own energy. The deafening sounds of battle echoed from behind. The once surging tide of beasts suddenly halted in front of Jiang Han, as if they had hit an invisible barrier. With his strength alone, he tore open a path through the miles-long beast tide, creating an escape route for Jiang Han and his 2 companions. The 3 of them sprinted desperately, but even with their robust physiques, they had to stop to catch their breath. The fierce sounds of combat from behind filled them with dread, making them acutely aware that Jiang Han was right. They were not even qualified to be bystanders in a battle of this magnitude. How is Jiang Han so powerful? He can kill a beast commander with a single strike. Zhao Gang asked, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Han while trying to regulate his breathing. Jiang Han shook his head, sweat dripping from his forehead. I don't know. I haven't seen him for nearly a month. But now's not the time to discuss this. Old Jiang is risking his life to buy us time. We need to hurry and leave. Although Zhao Gang was panting heavily, he never let go of Wang Ran in his arms. The 3 of them pushed on for another 2 or 3 kilometers, only slowing down once they confirmed no beasts were pursuing them, taking a moment to replenish their water supply. Just then, a figure streaked across the sky towards them. Jiang Han recognized him as Li Chongyang, who had recently announced the changes to the combat assessment at school, and his heart leapt with joy. The arrival of a martial marquis not only signaled the end of the beast tide, but also meant that old Jiang might be saved. Martial Marquis Li Chongyang. Jiang Han shouted loudly, pointing towards the forest behind them. A beast tide has broken out in the forest, and my teammate is still inside. Li Chongyang frowned slightly, slowing his pace. You must evacuate immediately and return to the steel defense line. As for your teammate, I will do my best to rescue him. He thought to himself that unless someone had a flying ability or extraordinary strength, those caught in the beast tide were likely already devoured. These students' maximum combat power barely exceeded 3,000, so their chances of survival were slim. Damn beasts! Li Chongyang cursed under his breath, his figure flashing as he sped towards the forest, a sonic boom trailing in his wake. Hang in there, old Jiang. Help is on the way. Jiang Han watched Li Chongyang's receding figure, drained his water bottle in one gulp, and continued on their journey. Meanwhile, Jiang Han maneuvered through the beast horde. The continuous release of thunder and the sustained use of his perception ability were taking a toll on his mental strength. It felt as if he had pulled several all-nighters, with fatigue gradually creeping in. Since awakening his thunder ability and breaking through 300 mental power points, he rarely felt this exhausted. But now, the weariness was becoming increasingly pronounced. Realizing he couldn't keep fighting with full force, Jiang Han just wanted to get through the remaining time. With only a minute left on the system panel to complete the task, his nerves were still on edge. A giant claw from a mid-level beast general was swiping towards his face, and Jiang Han unhesitatingly swung his long blade to meet it. The moment the blade met the claw, A critical hit, and the dual effects of the 9 Thunderblade erupted with a loud crack. The enormous claw broke off, rolling on the ground before coming to a stop. Lightning surged through the wound, destroying the beast's last bit of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the mid-level beast, the wild bear. You have gained 675 experience points, 124 proficiency in Thunder Talent, and 165 proficiency in the 9 Thunderblade. The system announcement had just sounded when a deafening beast roar overpowered the roars of all surrounding beast generals. The roar was so powerful that even the nearby trees trembled violently. A Lord-level beast. Jiang Han's heart tightened. He had anticipated that his actions might attract a beast of this level, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Worse still, judging by the power of the roar, this Lord-level beast was definitely above the average standard. At this moment, Jiang Han's combat power barely exceeded 30,000 without using stored energy. Facing a Lord-level beast was already perilous, let alone with a large group of beast generals watching for any opening to attack. With the roar only about 500 meters away, fighting Hedon was clearly unwise. Jiang Han immediately darted towards a nearby tree, planning to use the forest terrain for maneuvering. He plunged the Taihan long blade into the tree trunk, hanging securely at a height of 20 meters to temporarily avoid the roaring beasts on the ground. However, this kind of evasion obviously couldn't last long. In the distance, a giant beast resembling a small mountain was charging forward. This beast stood over 10 meters tall and was more than 15 meters long, effortlessly snapping towering trees as it passed. A mid-level lord beast, the mountain-moving Bear King. Renowned for its overwhelming strength, even other lord-level beasts rarely matched it. At this moment, the fierce beast was locking its gaze on Jiang Han perched in the tree, launching an unstoppable charge. Jiang Han quickly formed a thunderball and hurled it, but the attack, which could instantly kill a mid-level beast general, only caused the Bear King to pause briefly. The Bear King shook its head, roared, and continued its charge. This guy is unbelievably tough. Jiang Han's eyelids twitched as he kicked off the tree trunk, simultaneously pulling out the Taihan from the tree, propelling himself like an arrow towards another tree. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the once sturdy tall tree was shattered by the mountain-moving Bear King. Wood splinters flew in all directions like raindrops, and the cracking sound of the tree trunk was sharp and piercing. Only a lone stump remained, but even that was swiftly swatted away by the bear's massive paw. Jiang Han witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting slightly. The terrifying power displayed by the mountain-moving Bear King was no less than that of the white tiger he had previously encountered. From that earth-shattering blow alone, he could deduce that this beast's combat strength was at least 50,000, far beyond what he could currently contend with. Although he had fought Lord-level beasts before, those were under circumstances where the beasts were either severely injured or weakened. But this mountain-moving Bear King was in peak condition, and to make matters worse, he didn't even have time to set up a laser cannon. The countdown in his mind continued to tick. 50, 49. Each second felt like an eternity. Jiang Han was anxious, yet he dared not leave. The mission given by the system was clear: hold back the beast tied alone. If he withdrew, these beasts would surely push forward unimpeded. As he racked his brains for a solution, Jiang Han moved swiftly through the forest, trying to lead the ground beasts and the mountain-moving Bear King in circles. However, the bear was surprisingly faster, and its paws almost struck him several times. Within mere seconds, the trees within a few hundred meters were completely destroyed, leaving only scattered roots protruding from the ground. The battlefield was in complete disarray. With nowhere left to retreat, Jiang Han found himself cornered. Seeing the bear charging at him once more, he finally made up his mind. System, unleash the stored energy. As the energy surged, Jiang Han's muscles began to twist irregularly, swelling like fluid while becoming extraordinarily resilient. He could feel his physical capabilities rapidly enhancing, and his previously exhausted mind was rejuvenated, even surpassing its former state. His control over lightning increased dramatically, from handling just over 1,000 lightning particles to tens of thousands, if not 100,000. This sensation was familiar. The energy burst provided a pure boost in combat strength. Though it couldn't enhance his innate talent or skill proficiency, it directly fortified his four-dimensional attributes. Jiang Han didn't even have time to check the specific values, but he knew his attributes had undoubtedly surpassed the 2,000 mark. He raised his hand, and a lightning ball, far more powerful than ever before, formed in his palm. If the lightning sphere before had expanded to the size of a basketball, now it was like a sun cradled in Jiang Han's palm. The blinding light shot in all directions, forcing the beasts to squint and tear up, their heads bowed in submission, unable to bear its brilliance. The mountain-moving Bear King's once unstoppable charge came to an abrupt halt, its massive body pausing midair. Its fierce eyes now showed unprecedented fear. The aura of death emanated from the lightning sphere, and the thought of being hit directly by such an attack filled the usually reckless ruler with dread for the first time. What terrified the Bear King even more was Jiang Han's power. which continued to grow, and the lightning sphere above him expanded as if to engulf the heavens. With a roar, this mid-level Lord-class beast, which had evolved a considerable intelligence, made the most rational Decisionto flee for its life. As the Bear King roared, the previously hesitant beast horde suddenly regained their courage, charging toward Jiang Han like a tidal wave. The Bear King's intention was clear: use the beast lieutenant-class creatures as cannon fodder to buy itself time to escape. Watching the oncoming wave of beasts and the fleeing Bear King, Jiang Han frowned slightly, then hurled the massive, dazzling lightning sphere to the ground with great force. Boom! The moment the sphere touched the ground, it exploded violently. Lightning spread like silver serpents, and a bright flash swallowed all the beasts within a 100-meter radius. In the deafening explosion that followed, every beast touched by the lightning was obliterated instantly, without a chance to struggle. Such was the power of the attack that even beast lieutenant-class creatures couldn't withstand it. The residual power of the lightning continued to spread, creating a deep crater 2 to 3 meters deep beneath Jiang Han's feet and carving out a network of ravines around him, forming an irregular pattern with a radius of over 200 meters. The once dense horde of beasts now stood frozen, lifeless. The air was filled with a dry, scorching scent, mingled with a hint of charred flesh, and stray currents still flickered in the air, a phenomenon caused by the overconcentration of lightning particles. Jiang Han leaped out of the crater, surveying the scene with a sense of exhilaration. After unleashing his energy, his combat power had surged to over 80,000, and the feeling of power coursing through him was immensely satisfying. The nearly tangible lightning particles in the air seemed to welcome him, and with a mere gesture, he could summon another attack of equal might. Ignoring the constant notifications of beast kills in his mind, Jiang Han's gaze locked onto the path the Bear King had carved out in its escape. He took a step forward and dashed in pursuit. You forced me to reveal my trump card, and now you think you can escape? Not taking you down would be too much of a loss. Li Chongyang soared over the forest, his gaze sharp as lightning. Whenever any birds or exotic beasts attacked, he easily dealt with them. His figure raced towards the depths of the forest, having received a chilling message just minutes earlier. A second-level beast tide had erupted in the wilderness. Although such a beast tide posed no threat to a formidable warrior like Li Chongyang, nearly 500,000 students were scattered across the wilderness, including 25,000 from Lan City alone. To these martial arts school students, who had yet to mature, a second-level beast tide was like the scythe of death, capable of engulfing them all. Yang Huan had issued an urgent command to all warriors: immediately halt the combat assessments and focus on rescuing the students in the wilderness, ensuring their safe retreat to the steel defense line. All warriors at the level of Great Martial Master and above had to resist the beast tide with all their might to buy time for the evacuation. Under normal circumstances, a second-level beast tide couldn't breach the steel defense line, but the situation was exceptional now. Among these students were potential future pillars in humanity's fight against exotic beasts. Heavy casualties would not only interrupt the source of martial school students, but also deal an immeasurable blow to humanity's future combat power. Sensing the urgency conveyed by the captain in the message, Li Chongyang immediately headed to the area. He needed to intercept the beast tide and rescue the squad that first discovered and reported it. However, upon reaching the expected location, he only heard the sounds of exotic beasts charging and roaring, with no signs of battle. A golden-feathered eagle swooped down, only to be smashed into a mist of blood by him. Li Chongyang sighed inwardly. The squad had been too close to the beast tide and was likely in grave danger. He was about to turn and assist other squads when he suddenly sensed something unusual in the distance. Over 10 kilometers away, a blinding white light shot up into the sky, followed by several thick bolts of lightning striking from the ground to the heavens. From high above, Li Chongyang clearly saw a massive thunderball appear out of nowhere, engulfing everything around it. Such a scale of battle fluctuation indicated that at least a great martial general was fiercely battling a mid-tier lord-level exotic beast. Li Chongyang's spirits lifted instantly, and he darted towards the flickering lightning like an arrow. No matter what, Li Chongyang had to go there. Even just taking down a lord-level beast could disrupt the beast horde and slow its advance. He sped through the sky, and a deafening explosion echoed from afar, with a dazzling light reaching his eyes before the sound. Li Chongyang's gaze was intense and unwavering as he locked onto the area where the battle erupted, undeterred by the earth-shattering noise. 20 seconds later, he descended above a clearing. The ground was strewn with the corpses of alien beasts, their rigid bodies devoid of life. The air was thick with an indescribable burnt scent, and in the distance, a massive beast horde surged like a tide in one direction. Following the path of the beast horde, the ground revealed a makeshift trail forcibly carved out. At the end of this path, a terrifying flash of lightning erupted again. Jiang Han stood at the center of the lightning, manipulating the free-floating particles around him. Instead of forming into a ball, the lightning split into several bolts, furiously striking towards the mountain-moving bear king dozens of steps away. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thick bolts of lightning struck down in succession, leaving the fleeing mountain-moving bear king battered and bleeding. Even with its formidable physique and defense, it couldn't withstand such a violent assault. The wounds crackled with tiny currents, and its roars were no longer imposing but rather weak and pleading. Jiang Han moved his left hand, gathering another lightning ball in his palm, a cold smile playing on his lips. Run, aren't you good at running? The situation had completely reversed. Once chased by the mountain-moving bear king, Jiang Han now instilled fear in his opponent. Surrounding beasts continued to charge, but each attempt was repelled by preemptive lightning strikes. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, standalone. You have received a talent upgrade card. Mission accomplished? Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he hurled the lightning ball. It exploded, engulfing the mountain-moving bear king and extending to 2 nearby high-level beast generals. The mountain-moving bear king didn't even have time for a final cry before being completely obliterated. The system notifications continued, with a surge of experience points flooding in, rapidly advancing his progress. Without their lord-level leader, the once fearless low-level beasts scattered in all directions. Jiang Han exhaled deeply, about to relax when he heard a man's voice from above. Jiang Han. Jiang Han looked up and noticed Li Chongyang, the Marquis of Wu, floating in the air. Li had just removed his headgear, and their eyes met as he slowly descended. Did you do all this? Li Chongyang asked as he landed, his gaze sweeping across the scene with undisguised astonishment. Before him lay the bodies of strange beasts and the massive carcass of the mountain-moving bear king. Each body was intact, yet it was evident that their organs had been destroyed from the inside by a powerful lightning force. Such a deadly technique was beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. What shocked Li Chongyang even more was that a month ago, Jiang Han was merely a martial artist barely able to contend with the silver-winged wolf king, with a combat power not yet reaching 10,000. Now, this young man had managed to kill the mountain-moving bear king, a mid-level lord with a combat power exceeding 50,000, all by himself. Faced with Li Chongyang's questioning, Jiang Han saw no need to deny it. I was forced into a corner by the mountain-moving bear king and used a potion that temporarily boosted my strength to cleverly take it down. Was it you who reported the beast wave earlier? Li Chongyang asked. Yes, Jiang Han confirmed. No wonder. Li Chongyang nodded thoughtfully, then changed the subject. Since there's nothing more here, I should be going. This second-level beast wave is affecting a 600-mile stretch of the steel defense line, involving nearly 200,000 candidates. The candidates in Lan City are at the center of the beast wave. The chief in charge has issued a summons. All grand warriors in the wilderness are required to assist in the rescue. With your combat power, you should join. We'll discuss the details after we fend off the beast wave. Jiang Han frowned slightly, as the 600-mile impact range was far beyond expectations, and he wondered how many students would fail to evacuate in time. As he pondered how to initiate a rescue, Li Chongyang tossed him a bracelet. This holographic bracelet can display a map of the wilderness within a 50-kilometer radius and can locate students' mobile devices. Although the positioning isn't precise, it can sense combat fluctuations when you're close. I need to hunt the lord-level beasts in the wave, so I won't need it for now. You take it. The key to a beast tide lies in the lord-level beasts that have developed intelligence. These creatures are no longer driven by instinct alone, but can command other beasts in organized attacks. The higher the level of the beast, the more astonishing its displayed intelligence. Textbooks detail the terrifying Doomsday Beast Tide from 18 years ago, a war initiated by 6 beast emperors that lasted an entire year. The most frightening aspect of this catastrophe was not the beast's fearlessness, but the incredible strategic acumen demonstrated by the beast emperors. They employed tactics like encircling and ambushing, feint attacks, and targeting leaders with ease, completely overturning human perceptions of beasts. During that year, more than half of the vast steel defense line was destroyed. If not for the relentless sacrifice of high-level warriors of the Celestial Dynasty, who used their own bodies to block the beasts, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The turning point of the war came from a brutal final battle. 2 unparalleled warriors of the Celestial Dynasty fell, but this sacrifice finally shifted the tide. 1 beast emperor was slain, and 3 were sealed, forcing the beast tide to recede due to the imbalance in high-level forces. At this moment, Li Chongyang and his companions planned to use the same strategy. By eliminating all lord-level beasts, the leaderless beast horde is expected to disperse. After giving his instructions, Li Chongyang vanished in a flash, leaving Jiang Han standing alone. Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings and slowly approached the lifeless mountain-moving bear king nearby. Although the surrounding beasts had retreated, the post-battle cleanup couldn't be neglected. The bear king was too massive to fit into the system's storage space, but Jiang Han could still mark it. The recent battle had been fruitful, with the slain beasts alone worth tens of millions. However, Pressed for time, he could only mark the most valuable ones. After marking the wound on the mountain-moving Bear King, Jiang Han activated his holographic wristband to search for nearby team signals. Within a 50-kilometer radius, there were 18 teams, 14 of which had retreated beyond the beast tide's reach and were temporarily safe. The status of the remaining 4 teams was unclear, with the nearest one 17 kilometers away, likely already encountering the beast tide. Let's check it out, maybe I can save some people, Jiang Han thought to himself. He suddenly exerted force, transforming into a black shadow, covering the 17 kilometers in just a minute or two at full speed. Meanwhile, 17 kilometers away in a dense forest, several trembling figures hid among the treetops. The aftermath of Jiang Han's battle with the mountain-moving Bear King had yet to reach them, and the beast horde continued to rampage below. In the silence, a trembling female voice asked, "Sister Jishua, can we make it out alive?" Another female voice sounded, surprisingly calm. "Hold on tight and don't speak. Just wait for these beasts to pass." Lin Jishua softly reassured her panicked teammate, who was close by. The warriors have already noticed the beast tide, and help will arrive soon. But, Xiaoying, a girl, began to say, but an exotic beast suddenly struck the tree trunk they were on. The massive impact caused the entire tree crown to shake violently. Caught off guard, Xiaoying lost her balance and fell toward the dense herd of beasts below. The sensation of falling and the sight of the beasts surging like a tide made Xiaoying cry out in alarm. Xiaoying, Lin Jishue, quick to react, grabbed her wrist just in time before she could plunge into the herd. However, Xiaoying's scream had already caught the beast's attention, and the once rampaging herd stopped abruptly, all looking up at the tree crown. At that moment, Lin Jishue, with one hand gripping a branch and the other holding on to Xiaoying, realized their hiding spot had been discovered. She made a quick decision not to hide any longer. "Hold on," she urged, swinging Xiaoying onto the branch and quickly climbing up herself. This harrowing scene lasted only a second or two, but it felt like a brush with death for Xiaoying. Although temporarily out of immediate danger, their situation had not improved. Below, the beasts watched intently, and a mid-level boar with steel bristles stepped back a few paces before charging the tree trunk with force. Bang! With a dull thud, the tree crown shook violently again. Just this one blow had fractured nearly a third of the trunk. At this rate, it wouldn't withstand another 2 hits. Lin Jishue furrowed her brows, looking at the beasts below, her heart heavy with despair. Being targeted by a herd in this situation was almost certainly fatal. She signaled to her other teammates in the trees not to make any sudden moves, then turned to Xiaoying, pointing to a large tree not far away. "When I say jump, give it all you've got to leap to that tree, understand?" Xiaoying glanced at the menacing herd below, swallowed hard, and nodded silently. The boar stepped back a few more paces, readying for another charge. "Jump!" With Lin Jishue's command, Xiaoying leaped with all her strength. Aided by a strong push from behind it was Lin Jishue, lending a helping hand. With this combined effort, Xiaoying barely managed to cover the 7 or 8 meters to land amidst the dense leaves of the target tree crown. However, in securing Xiaoying's safety, Lin Jishue found herself in peril. Already unstable, the tree trunk was now broken by the boar's assault, leaving her in a critical situation. The third turtle tree snapped with a resounding crack under the forceful blows of the mid-level beast general, causing Lin Jishue to fall. Unlike Xiaoying's earlier panic, determination gleamed in her eyes. A flash from the spatial ring on her middle finger brought forth a pair of chillingly sharp daggers into her grasp. Blink! Lin Jishue's figure vanished instantly, and in the next moment, a cold gleam targeted the iron-bristled boar's eyes. However, the beast's reaction surpassed her expectations. It closed its eyes just in time, leaving only a thin scratch on its eyelid. This minor injury only served to infuriate the horde of beasts. Deafening roars erupted around her as they charged towards Lin Jishue like a tidal wave. Her expression changed as she narrowly evaded the attack with another use of her blink skill. In a flash, she landed on the back of one beast, using it as leverage to sprint away. This was precisely her plinto provoked the beast horde into chasing her, ensuring her teammates hidden in the tree canopy remained safe for the moment. The scent of blood further incited the beast's ferocity, forcing Lin Jishue to use her blink ability repeatedly. Each use drained her mental energy, leaving her increasingly pale. Eventually, while dodging an attack from a sword tiger, her mental strength reached its limit. The familiar sensation of her surroundings becoming intangible vanished, replaced by a piercing headache. Her consciousness began to blur, and her body plummeted uncontrollably. Jishue, Xiaoying, and the others in the tree canopy watched, their hearts in their throats. Xiaoying, in particular, was overwhelmed with regret and guilt. If it weren't for her, Lin Jishue wouldn't have had to risk so much. Just as the sword tiger's claws were about to tear into Lin Jishue, a bolt of lightning cracked like a 100-meter-long whip across the sky, striking the tiger's body. With a sharp crack, the tiger convulsed, its lethal attack abruptly halted. All the beasts simultaneously turned their gaze towards the source of the light. Ninga black figure enveloped in a storm of lightning was rapidly approaching. Any beast that dared to obstruct its path was struck by lightning, instantly losing its life. Help has arrived. Xiao Ying and the others were suddenly filled with hope as they spotted the dark figure cloaked in lightning in the distance. Hope and despair came so unexpectedly. Lin Jixue was currently trapped among the horde of fierce beasts, and facing such formidable creatures, Xiao Ying and the others couldn't even get close. Their combined strength was barely over 1,000, and they could only maintain their position under Lin Jixue's leadership, but now they were powerless to rescue her. Especially for Xiao Ying, watching Lin Jixue, who had once saved her life, about to fall under the claws of the sword tiger was a heart-wrenching agony. Yet at that moment, the figure wrapped in lightning appeared. In the distance, lightning flashed, and a beast of the general class was instantly knocked back 100 meters. Such a display of power was clearly the mark of a martial lord in the eyes of Xiao Ying and the others. The martial lord is here. Sister Jixue is saved. Xiao Ying clenched her right hand into a fist, trembling with excitement, but not daring to make a sound. The other three held their breath, their eyes shining with hope. In a flash, Jiang Han unleashed the ninefold Thunderblade, with agility that was quadrupled. His movements were too fast to track, as if he vanished and reappeared out of thin air. Before the surrounding beasts could react, their necks were already slashed by the Taihan, their life force snuffed out in an instant. Jiang Han caught Lin Jixue as she fell from midair. His left hand secured her waist, allowing her to lean steadily against him, while his right hand gripped the Taihan, not having time to check her injuries. With the blade pointed skyward, a massive bolt of lightning struck down directly onto the tip. The entire Taihan was instantly enveloped in blue and white lightning, and Jiang Han drove it fiercely into the ground. In that moment, lightning surged within a 50-meter radius, instantly killing all the beasts and reducing the trees to splinters. The air was filled with the fresh scent of wood chips and the heavy stench of blood. Xiao Ying and the others, witnessing this from the treetops, were left speechless in shock. This level of power far surpassed their strongest Lin Jixue, seeming almost like a god had descended. Why was this man so much stronger than Sister Jixue? In Xiao Ying's mind, Lin Jixue, who could slay beasts they couldn't handle, was already incredibly formidable. Yet now, Jiang Han's display of strength made Lin Jixue's power pale in comparison. This astonishing gap left the four of them deeply shaken. Amid the thunderous roar, Jiang Han remained as calm as ever. This earth-shattering strike was the pinnacle of his newfound strength, a feat unlikely to be repeated once the energy surge subsided. Yet it was enough for now. The half-hour burst of energy would allow him to rescue more teams in danger. The impact of this strike went beyond simply annihilating over 20 beast general-level creatures. This area had no lord-level beasts in command, and the once dominant mountain-moving Bear King had already fallen to Jiang Han. The remaining beasts, witnessing Jiang Han's formidable prowess, exchanged wary glances before fleeing in terror, no longer daring to covet this fearsome human warrior. Even animals understand the principle of seeking advantage and avoiding harm. As the beast horde dispersed, four figures that had been hiding among the treetops gracefully landed and ran towards Jiang Han. The twin-tailed Xiaoying was the first to approach, carefully taking the unconscious Lin Jixue from Jiang Han. Jiang Han took the opportunity to store Taihan in the system space and said, "I've temporarily driven back the beasts, and they shouldn't counterattack anytime soon, but it's not guaranteed. You should leave immediately and head straight for the steel defense line." He glanced at the unconscious Lin Jixue and explained, "She's suffering from mental exhaustion and combat injuries, which is why she's unconscious." He then produced a faint red potion. "Give her this. It will prevent mental damage, and she'll recover after a good sleep." This potion, worth 100,000 alliance coins, was originally prepared for Jiang Han himself. It took a toll on his mental energy to maintain the Thunderball. However, for someone with assets worth billions, this expense was insignificant. Xiaoying carefully administered the potion to Lin Jixue. "Thank you for saving our lives, senior," one of the girls in advanced armor said sincerely. "May we know your name? We must repay you once we return. This potion is valuable. Please leave us your contact information so we can express our gratitude." Clearly, meeting such a powerful warrior was a rare opportunity for them. However, Jiang Han simply shook his head, his voice calm beneath the dark armor. "It's just a potion, no need to dwell on it. You should leave quickly. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he swiftly checked his holographic wristband to confirm his next target location, then turned and vanished into the forest like a shadow. From appearing to departing, Jiang Han had taken less than 2 minutes, yet he left an indelible impression on the four. At that moment, Lin Jixue, having taken the potion, let out a soft murmur and slowly regained consciousness. Half an hour of slaughter passed in the blink of an eye. As the surge of energy subsided, the feeling of power coursing through Jiang Han's body gradually faded, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. This feeling of falling from a peak was difficult to adjust to, even with his considerable strength. During this half hour, Jiang Han made significant gains. Following the location data from his holographic wristband, he tracked down the trails of 7 teams. 2 of these teams had been completely annihilated, leaving behind only shattered phones and bloodstains, their bodies devoured by ravenous beasts. In the heart of this monster-infested area, losing 2 out of 7 teams was a shocking testament to the brutal conditions. Thinking of how these people stood beside him just days ago, now resting eternally here, a wave of anger surged in Jiang Han's heart. He transformed this fury into a killing intent, cutting through beasts with an instinctive efficiency. The system's notification sounds uninterrupted. Once the energy surge finally settled, Jiang Han reviewed his gains. To his surprise, he had leveled up twice to level 12, with his experience bar filled by a quarter. He evenly distributed the 200 attribute points he earned across 4 attributes, increasing each by 50 points, significantly boosting his strength. However, what Jiang Han truly anticipated was the talent upgrade card he earned from completing the one-man army task. Initially, he planned to upgrade his insight talent directly, but he reconsidered, wondering if the card's potential extended beyond that. On his first use, he had successfully upgraded his Clevel Heavy Strike to a level critical hit. Could it possibly enhance an even higher level talent? With a mindset of experimentation, Jiang Han activated the talent upgrade card. The system immediately responded. Both the A-level Insight and B-level Critical Hit talents were available for selection, but the S-level Thunder talent was grayed out, unavailable. Clearly, S-level was the card's limit. Jiang Han was not disappointed by this, as system limitations were to be expected. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade his Insight talent. While enhancing Critical Hit could also significantly boost his output, upgrading Insight to S-level was undoubtedly more valuable. At this moment, Jiang Han was filled with anticipation, eager to see what surprises the S-level Insight would bring. As Jiang Han silently recited, "Upgrade Insight," a peculiar sensation exploded in his mind. It was as if an invisible hand had shattered and reassembled his consciousness, infusing it with new vitality. The system notification promptly sounded. Talent upgrade card successfully used. A rank talent insight has been upgraded to strength talent deduction. Deduction greatly enhances cognitive abilities, using extreme computation to evolve all things. This brief description left Jiang Han stunned. Deduction? What on earth was this unheard-of talent? There was no record of such an ability in the National Archives, and it sounded more like the tricks of a fortune teller from before the catastrophe. A talent that merely increased intelligence could never reach rank, or even a rank for that matter. There must be more to it. Just as Jiang Han was deep in thought, a low, beastly growl interrupted him. Looking up, he saw a wolf-head badger staring at him menacingly. Although this high-level beast wasn't large, just over a meter tall, and had short limbs, the spikes covering its back were its most lethal weapon. Those spikes were not only exceptionally hard, impervious to ordinary blades, but also concealed a dozen or so poisonous darts that could be launched unexpectedly during combat. Because of this, even warrior-level experts would often choose to avoid such a creature. Jiang Han had intended to turn away a single lightning ball could solve this problem, but he wasn't in the mood. Yet the wolf-head badger had already launched its charge. Courting death, Jiang Han scowled, forming a lightning ball in his right hand. As the badger closed to within a dozen steps, something unexpected happened. Dozens of images suddenly flashed through Jiang Han's mind, as if he foresaw everything that was about to occur. Instinctively, he sidestepped, and a poisonous dart whistled past his ear. Jiang Han retreated several steps to widen the distance, suddenly realizing the true capability of deduction. Unlike dynamic capture, which merely slowed down time perception, deduction allowed him to predict the enemy's most likely attack patterns and simulate clear scenarios in his mind. This was true foresight. At that moment, Jiang Han's mind was racing, quickly piecing together all the critical clues. He finally understood the true terror of his deduction. Talent. It seemed like simple foresight on the surface, but in reality, it allowed him to instinctively control the entire battlefield. Wanting to test the limits of this ability, Jiang Han deliberately spared the life of the wolf-head badger. When Jiang Han easily evaded its deadly attack, the creature showed a flicker of confusion. Yet, without hesitation, it launched a fierce assault again, this time curling into a spiky, lethal ball, instead of recklessly firing the poisoned darts from its back. Beneath his armor, Jiang Han watched the approaching wolf-head badger with a blank expression. As it entered a 10-meter range, the familiar sense of foresight surged his mind, vividly replayed the upcoming scene. The creature would shoot 7 spikes from its back simultaneously. Indeed, in the next second, 7 sharp glints cut through the air. To an ordinary person, such an attack at this distance and speed would seem unavoidable. But to Jiang Han, the spikes appeared almost deliberately slowed, making dodging them a simple task. A thunderball formed in Jiang Han's hand, striking the charging creature with precision. Amidst the explosive electric light, Jiang Han followed up with a decisive blow, ending the beast's life for good. Phew. The experiment yielded satisfactory results, and Jiang Han swiftly collected his spoils. Although his deduction ability was still at its most basic level, the surprise it brought was no less thrilling than his thunder power. He casually snapped off the tips of the wolfhead badger's spikes and stored them away before taking a moment to assess the half-hour's gains. A tribute panel. With a thought, a pale blue screen slowly unfolded before his eyes. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating. Level, 45,639. Attributes. Strength, 12. Agility, 350. Constitution, 334. Spirit, 340. Experience, 2439-21102-4000. Current abilities. S-level ability. Thunder LV 215-321-200-0020. S-level ability. Calculation LV 11-2110000. B-level ability. Critical hit max. Martial skills. Earth Grade Superior, 9-fold Thunderblade max. Effect. When using bladed weapons, Strength 10, Agility 10. Other information. System space, 957-1000. Current task. Slay 10,000 beasts 2-2-3-1-1-0-0-0-0. Pet. Xiaobai stored. Available energy burst, 0. In half an hour, Jiang Han moved through the beast tide as if it was uninhabited. Advancing forward, his blade flashed as beasts fell, and he covered over 100 kilometers, slaying more than 2,000 beasts, including several mid to high-level beast generals. The rewards from this slaughter were immense. His thunder ability advanced to level 2, giving him better control over the thunder elements in the air. The 9-fold Thunderblades surged from level 3 to 5, allowing him to amplify his strength and agility 10-fold during bursts. With this, Jiang Han could unleash a critical hit with the 9-fold Thunderblade, delivering a strike with a force of 250 tons, which even a low-level lord would struggle to withstand. His combat power soared from 33,000 to 45,000. If he faced the Mountain Bear King again, he could contend with it without needing to use energy bursts. After replenishing some stamina and water, Jiang Han was about to return to find Chang Hao and others when his wrist's holographic bracelet suddenly projected a map. A large red dot, about 70 kilometers away, marked Beast Tide Core location and indicated the gathering of numerous Lord-level and several Overlord-level beasts. The system issued an urgent summons. Phantom Team members assemble. All Martial Marquis and Great Generals proceed to the target location immediately. Jiang Han frowned slightly. With his current strength, it would only take half an hour to reach the target location. Although he had not yet taken the Great General assessment, he estimated his capabilities were nearly on par, though the process might be somewhat challenging. Should he go or not? Jiang Han fell into brief contemplation. Jiang Han stared at the two lines on the map again, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The presence of numerous Lord-level beasts and several Overlord-level beasts weighed heavily on his mind. Although he had never seen an Overlord-level beast firsthand, his experiences battling high Lord-level beasts taught him that those who could grow to Overlord status were all formidable. At this moment, Jiang Han had a crushing advantage against beast general-level creatures, but if caught in a battle between martial lords and Overlord-level beasts, he feared he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. The thought, "a wise man avoids danger," crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Masters like Li Chongyang were there to handle the Overlord-level beasts, so he should not be affected. However, the disparity in martial general-level power made him uneasy. Normally, martial general-level warriors were active deep in the wilderness, hunting Lord-level beasts. Without a beast tide, Lord-level beasts were rarely seen within hundreds of kilometers of the steel defense line. Among the warriors ensuring the candidate's safety, martial general-level experts were even rarer. While Overlord-level beasts were undoubtedly the main force behind a 600-mile beast tide, the number of Lord-level beasts could not be underestimated. Such a disparity in Lord-level power could significantly impact the Overlord-level conflict. Maybe I should take a look? Jiang Han weighed the situation in his mind. Help if I can, retreat if I can't. Ultimately, he chose to act. Though not a saint, he couldn't completely detach himself in such a critical moment. With a firm step, Jiang Han shot towards the red dot marked on the map like an arrow released from a bow. Having made his decision, there was no need to hesitate. At that time, 70 kilometers away, a tremendous battle was unfolding in a valley. Through the dense forest, a great river wound its way. The sky above the river was shrouded in dark clouds, and the intense combat waves sent towering waves crashing. Li Chongyang stood back-to-back with another person, surrounded by 6 massive creatures. A giant tiger with wings standing over 10 meters tall, a green dragon with 4 claws. The mere pressure they emitted forced many Lord-level beasts in the valley to crouch on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. These intelligent Lord-level beasts knew well that the aerial battle was beyond their capacity. Li Chongyang exerted his gravitational field to the fullest, visible gravitational ripples spreading over 100 meters, even slowing the river's flow beneath him. The person behind him stood on a water spout, exuding even more momentum than Li Chongyang. Li Miao, did you send the message? Li Chongyang asked urgently without turning around. 2 against 6, and all opponents were overlord-level beasts, not weaker than themselves. Their ability to hold on was due to stalling for time, waiting for teammates to arrive. Once the illusion team was complete, these 6 overlord-level beasts wouldn't pose much of a threat. It's been sent. The captain will take at least half an hour to arrive from the steel defense line, but others are closer, so it shouldn't take as long. Li Chongyang pondered silently after hearing this, saying nothing further. In the wilderness over 400 kilometers from the steel defense line supply point, Li Chongyang and Li Miao stood back to back, surrounded by 6 apex beasts. Even with the captain's speed, it would take at least half an hour to reach the battlefield. Any other reinforcements would only slightly alleviate the situation, unable to turn the tide. Half an hour. Li Chongyang exhaled, a wry smile on his lips. It's going to be tough. Just half an hour, Li Miao echoed from behind, a hint of ferocity in his voice. Once the captain arrives, these beasts are done for. Despite their smiles, their hearts were cold with dread. Facing a 2 against 6 odds, how could they endure the long 30 minutes? But they had no choice. Retreat would mean these cunning apex beasts would vanish, making it almost impossible to track them down again. Humans die. A giant tiger with golden patterns and wings roared, its voice echoing like a beastly growl in the air. Hearing this, Li Chongyang didn't hesitate to release a gravity wave. The tiger staggered slightly, its wings flapping fiercely, fury blazing in its eyes. How dare a beast speak? If you want my life, come and take it. Li Chongyang's taunt worked. Though the gravity field couldn't harm the apex beast physically, it perfectly enraged the opponent. The infuriated tiger's wings stirred up a fierce wind as its massive body lunged at Li Chongyang. In that split second, a supersonic water arrow shot from the river, targeting the tiger's eyes and abdomen. Though soft, the water arrow emitted a chilling gleam at high speed. The tiger couldn't evade and had to shield itself with its wings, taking the water arrow hidden. The arrow dispersed into mist upon impact, but this was only the beginning. Li Chongyang's gravity wave followed, crashing down from above, driving the enormous tiger's body into the river. The river surface erupted with splashes, transforming instantly, as a massive whirlpool over 50 meters in diameter formed out of nowhere. Li Chongyang and Li Miao's teamwork was flawless. From provoking the tiger to subduing it into the river, it took less than 2 seconds. However, they had no time to catch their breath as the remaining 5 apex beasts launched their attacks. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically as fierce attacks whistled through the air, their terrifying shockwaves causing the surrounding mountains and forests to tremble violently. Trees shook wildly. This life-and-death battle had only just begun. The closer he got to the battlefield, the louder the sounds of combat became. The ground trembled incessantly, and dark clouds swirled in the sky like a vortex, silently warning Jiang Han of the scene he was about to encounter. As the distance decreased, the sense of oppression grew stronger, until he finally saw the aerial battle clearly. A dragon with shimmering blue scales weaved through the clouds, while a cloud-winged, gold-striped tiger with only one wing and several other formidable beasts hovered in the sky. For human figures moved nimbly among these giant creatures, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. The overwhelming pressure almost made Jiang Han instinctively want to flee. I'm already here, Jiang Han thought to himself. If things go south, I'll just retreat. He pushed down his fear and continued forward. Witnessing a battle of this magnitude up close was beyond Jiang Han's imagination. The mountains on either side seemed to have suffered landslides, with trees completely vanished, leaving only bare rock faces. On the river, water spouts rose and collided, turning into torrential rain. The blue-scaled dragon excelled in water, but among the human warriors, there was evidently a water-type master who neutralized the dragon's advantage. The battlefield wasn't confined to the skies. On the mountain ground, over 100 lord-level beasts engaged fiercely with more than 20 human generals. Even though most of these beasts were lower-tier lords, they still held a numerical advantage against the generals, each boasting over 50,000 in combat strength. Each general had to contend with at least 5 lord-level beasts, not to mention the countless beast soldiers charging relentlessly. Jiang Han's heart sank. Given the current balance of power, exterminating this horde seemed unlikely. Even holding off their counterattack was questionable. Suddenly, he noticed the absence of a crucial figure, Yang Han. As the captain of the Phantom Squad, she was missing from the lineup of the 4 warriors. Is she being held up? Or is she still on her way? Jiang Han leaned towards the latter. After all, in this secondary beast tide, despite its vast scope, the strongest forces were still these dominant beasts. If there were any higher-level beasts involved, such as those of the Beast King class, it wouldn't just be a second-level beast tide. Yang Han was on his way, and once he arrived at the battlefield, the situation was bound to turn around immediately. Jiang Han focused on observing the aerial battle and finally discovered the underlying strategy. Li Chongyang and his team appeared to launch fierce attacks, but in reality, they were merely provoking the beasts without giving their all. They were buying time. This realization sent a shock through Jiang Han. Glancing around, Jiang Han quickly chose a vantage point. With a wave of his right hand, he retrieved a level 5 laser cannon from his storage space, acquired from Sun Wenbin. This powerful weapon was capable of inflicting lethal damage on all creatures below the Overlord class, including high-level Lord beasts. Jiang Han didn't hastily target the Overlord-class beasts in the sky. At that moment, Li Chongyang and the others were maintaining a delicate balance with the 6 Overlord-class beasts. Their seemingly formidable attacks were merely distractions to keep these powerful creatures from attacking the ground forces. If he fired recklessly, the outcome would be uncertain, and he might even attract their wrath, making escape a doubtful prospect. He quickly loaded an energy block and prepared another just in case. Through the scope, Jiang Han locked onto a high-level Lord beast nearly a kilometer away. It was entangled in a fight with a formidable warrior, surrounded by 4 low-level Lord beasts. His battle instincts kicked in, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The cannon's muzzle glowed red as a blinding laser beam shot across the sky. In an instant, the red beam traversed nearly a kilometer, piercing through the high-level Lord's throat with precision. Unexpectedly, the residual energy from the laser also penetrated a low-level Lord's abdomen. With one shot, 2 Lord-class beasts were killed instantly. Before the notification of gained experience points faded from his mind, Jiang Han swiftly ejected the depleted energy block and loaded a new one. Since there was still time, why not fire again? This sudden lethal strike shook the entire battlefield. The relieved warrior, now free from danger, glanced back at the distant black figure. Then, reinvigorated, charged at the remaining Lord-class beasts. Li Chongyang and his team, engaged in the aerial skirmish, also noticed the deadly red beam. Seeing it take down 2 Lord-class beasts with one shot, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Initially, they thought reinforcements had arrived, but then realized it was unlikely laser cannon parts were fragile and unsuitable for large-scale transport into the wilderness. When Li Chongyang recognized Jiang Han as the one operating the cannon, he exclaimed in surprise, "How did that kid get here?" Jiang Han was completely clad in pitch-black armor, concealing his face from view. This sudden scene prompted Li Chongyang's teammates to voice their curiosity. "Who is that?" "Jiang Han, Cheng Ji's son," Li Chongyang replied gravely, then muttered a curse under his breath. "Foolish." The mention of this name caused the expressions of the other 3 martial generals to change dramatically, their eyes filled with urgency and alarm. However, Jiang Han was already too engaged to notice their reactions. His attack had already provoked the beast horde. 4 low-level Lord-class beasts charged at him, their fangs bared and claws glinting menacingly, intent on tearing this audacious human to shreds. Yet, Jiang Han remained unfazed. Moments later, another blinding laser streaked across the sky, targeting another high-level Lord-class beast in the distance. This time, having learned from earlier, the beast horde was on guard. The high-level beast halted its advance upon seeing the laser, twisting its massive body with effort. Although it avoided a critical hit, it sustained a minor injury. On the ground, the charging beast horde was closing in fast, leaving Jiang Han no time for a third attack. Nevertheless, the results were satisfactory. He swiftly retracted the laser cannon into his system storage while beginning to form a lightning sphere in his palm. With a combat power of 45,000, he couldn't join the main aerial battlefield, but he could at least help alleviate the pressure on the ground troops. As Jiang Han sprinted, he continuously gathered lightning particles from the surrounding air. Thanks to the dense clouds overhead, the lightning particles here were far more abundant than expected. Lightning flickered in his hands as the sphere gradually expanded to over half a meter in diameter. Fine arcs of electricity sporadically shot from its surface, as if on the brink of exploding. This was the limit of his current control, but this force was enough to annihilate a low-level lord. Seeing the threat, the 4 low-level lords immediately dispersed, attempting to evade the lethal attack. However, their intelligence couldn't comprehend the nature of this lightning sphere. It could change direction. The sphere seemed to have eyes, relentlessly locking onto one particular beast. No matter how the target dodged, the sphere, charged with destructive power, pursued it unerringly. Roar! Realizing it couldn't escape, the beast let out a furious roar, choosing to confront the attack with its formidable body. Yet, reality mercilessly shattered its arrogance the moment the sphere made contact. It expanded explosively, forming a dense web of lightning that enveloped the beast entirely. The violent current coursed through it, swiftly scattering its consciousness amidst the electric light. The moment its mind was fully paralyzed, its fate was sealed. Jiang Han glanced at the low-level lord encased in a ball of lightning, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Wielding the Taihun sword, he swung it with the dual enhancements of the ninefold Thunderblade and a critical strike. enveloping the blade in thunderous power. With a flash of the sword, he severed the massive bare paw of the low-level lord, a longman black bear, at the root. The thunderous force surged instantly into the bear's body, causing the massive creature to tremble, its fur standing on end. The power of second-level thunder wreaked havoc inside it, the high temperature roasting its blood and destroying its life force. The bear didn't even have time to let out a cry before it collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the low-level lord, the longman black bear, gaining 11,301 experience points and 618 thunder proficiency. As the system notification faded, Jiang Han swiftly turned and struck again. The second low-level lord had no time to react before it fell to his sword. The original 4 against stone situation had turned into a Ani against woe in the blink of an eye. Li Chongyang, observing from the side, relaxed his tense nerves slightly. Jiang Han's displayed strength had reached the pinnacle of a martial general, even touching the threshold of a grand martial general. Such power was sufficient for self-preservation. The 4 martial marquises were currently holding off the dominant-level beasts, meaning that only a high-level lord could pose a lethal threat to Jiang Han. The other 3 martial marquises, upon learning that Jiang Han was Cheng Ji's son, closely followed the battle. Witnessing Jiang Han's astonishing ability to instantly slay 2 low-level lords left them in awe. This kid, is he really that fierce? Are we sure he's taking the college entrance exam this year, and hasn't already been training at a martial school for years? The martial marquis wearing a tiger mask couldn't hide his surprise. Even those students with S-level talents specially recruited by Shuemu couldn't achieve such strength in the early stages of their awakening. For students with ordinary level talents, reaching a battle power of 3 to 4,000 after a month was already the limit. Yet Jiang Han's displayed strength was 10 times that number. You'll get used to it, Li Chongyang shrugged. The first time I saw him was just a month ago, and he could already contend with the Lord-level Silver-Winged Wolf King. At this, the 3 martial marquises were left speechless. A newly awakened youth able to contend with a Lord-level beast? Was Jiang Han simply a prodigy, or were they just too mediocre? Jiang Han had no idea what the 4 martial marquises in the sky were thinking. His entire focus was on the 2 low-level lords in front of him. Just after dealing with the 2 lords, a new crisis suddenly emerged. The attacks from the remaining 2 beasts came simultaneously. One aimed directly at his head, while the other assaulted his lower body. Although it seemed critical, Jiang Han had already rehearsed this scenario in his mind 37 times. With a forward lunge, Jiang Han stepped onto the body of a longman black bear, flipping himself into the air. As the beast's attacks closed in, he seemed to float effortlessly, dodging the deadly strikes. At that moment, lightning gathered in Jiang Han's left hand, a new ability from his upgraded power, weaponizing lightning. Though it appeared somewhat ethereal, its power was undeniable. With a lightning whip in his left hand and the Taihan battle knife in his right, Jiang Han launched a deadly counterattack. The blade sliced through, piercing the beast's body, and the lightning on the blade exploded, creating a mist of blood. As he stabilized himself, the lightning whip in his left hand lashed out, wrapping around the neck of the ape-like beast. Crack! Lightning crackled continuously as Jiang Han yanked forcefully, pulling the ape-like beast closer. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his blade precisely into its heart. In just 3 or 4 seconds, all 4 low-level lords were dead. Such a feat was beyond the reach of even ordinary great generals. This scene not only caught the attention of the martial marquises in the sky, but also left the generals on the ground in shock, speculating about the identity of this mysterious warrior. However, the shock was quickly interrupted by a roar. Despite its injuries and having only 1 wing left, the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger did not retreat. Recognizing Jiang Han as a threat, it growled, "Human die," and lunged at him, intent on killing. This was exactly what Li Chongyang and others feared, the Masta Dominator-level beast developing a murderous intent towards Jiang Han. "Li Miao," Li Chongyang shouted. No reminder was needed. Li Miao, who had been closely monitoring the battle, was already prepared. With a cold snort, he conjured an illusory water wave from his palm, instantly forming a water tornado between the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger and Jiang Han, confronting the Dominator-level beast. Even though the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger was injured, it was still a Dominator-level beast, and its strength was not to be underestimated. Faced with a water tornado capable of obliterating a Lord-level beast, the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger's eyes flashed with a golden light. 2 razor-sharp gusts of wind shot out from the bases of its wings, striking the tornado with precision. Instantly, the sky was filled with a misty vapor, resembling a torrential downpour. Seeing his attack fail, Li Miao was about to conjure another water tornado when the other 5 dominant beasts snapped to attention and launched a fierce counterattack. These beasts, having evolved to a dominant level, possessed rudimentary cognitive abilities. They quickly realized that the human whom Li Chongyang and the others were so desperate to protect must be the key. If they could eliminate Jiang Han, they might break the stalemate that had persisted for half an hour. The thick tail of the azure dragon suddenly lashed out, dispersing the newly formed water tornado. Simultaneously, the other four dominant beasts engaged Li Chongyang and his companions. At this point, neither side held back, one determined to protect Jiang Han, the other intent on devouring him. Jiang Han raised his hand to catch a falling droplet of water, his gaze calmly fixed on the descending cloud-winged golden-striped tiger. Although the beast's attack had yet to reach him, the oppressive aura of a top predator enveloped him completely. This was pure intimidation. Jiang Han's mind raced, calculating every possible escape route, and ultimately reached a despairing conclusion. There was no escape. This was the first time Jiang Han had been cornered so thoroughly, all because a cloud-winged golden-striped tiger was bent on taking his life. Before the raindrop could splash, it evaporated into mist, and a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in Jiang Han's hand, quickly spreading across his body. Tiny bolts of lightning flickered on his palm, chest, and head, eventually converging on the armor surrounding him. Since there was no way out, he would fight to the death, to be reborn through death. Jiang Han's mindset shifted instantly. He no longer contemplated evasion, but focused on delivering the most lethal blow to the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger. You want my life? Then let's see if my blade can sever your tiger head. Taihan. With Jiang Han gripping Taihan, the lightning around him surged with intensity. Instead of retreating, he launched himself skyward, delivering a deadly strike toward the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger. Foolish human. The cloud-winged golden-striped tiger sneered as Jiang Han charged. It didn't even bother to dodge, casually raising a paw to swat him away. The clash happened in a flash. Jiang Han's all-out strike resulted in excruciating pain throughout his body. His form plummeted like a black lightning bolt, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Blood filled his throat as Jiang Han spat out a mouthful of it. He could feel the turmoil within his body, unable even to lift his blade. This was the worst injury he had ever sustained. Without his high-grade armor, he would likely be dead. The Taihan he had clenched so tightly was now shattered under the immense force. Despite such a heavy price, he had only managed to leave a barely visible scratch on the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger's forehead. Am I going to die here? Jiang Han, lying limp on the ground, looked up at the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger and felt no fear. He only hoped for a swift end. At that moment, Jiang Han noticed the tiger's expression suddenly shift to extreme fear, and without hesitation, it turned to flee. What was happening? Jiang Han was stunned, then saw a masked man in armor standing beside him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. As their eyes met, Jiang Han could clearly sense the anger within those eyes. Yang Huan. As their eyes met, Jiang Han recognized the newcomer. With Yang Huan's arrival, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. The previously fierce cloud-winged golden-striped tiger, upon seeing Yang Huan, bristled with its golden scales standing on end and fled like a startled beast. It wasn't just the tiger. The other dominant beasts engaged with Li Chongyang and his companions also showed signs of fear, turning to escape. Li Chongyang and the others, seeing Yang Huan appear beside Jiang Han, had a gleam of joy in their eyes. With these dominant beasts attempting to flee, how could they miss such a golden opportunity? Gravity field, Li Chongyang shouted, and visible ripples expanded outward from him, covering a kilometer radius. A terrifying pressure descended, and the movements of the six dominant beasts slowed instantly. Li Miao followed quickly. Water element, chaos. The great river beneath him surged, the water leaving its bed to soar into the sky, resembling a giant dragon as it roared towards the beasts. Metal skin. Weakness. The other two warriors unleashed their skills as well. The combined efforts of the four restricted the once swift beasts, trapping them as if in a quagmire and greatly slowing their actions. But these dominant beasts were not easy adversaries. The cloud-winged golden-striped tiger roared, launching two shockwaves directly at Li Chongyang. The azure jiao swung its tail, forming a massive dragon shadow equal to its own size, accompanied by a raging torrent aimed at Li Miao's water dragon. The exchange of restrictions and counterattacks lasted only a second, but that brief moment was enough. When Li Chongyang and the others glanced back at Jiang Han, Yang Huan had already disappeared. Yang Huan has made his move. A figure suddenly appeared beside the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger, thrusting a wooden spear with lightning speed. Where the spearhead passed, clouds and winds swirled into a vortex, a manifestation not of martial talent, but of sheer power at its peak. With a soft squelch, the spearhead pierced through the tiger's neck effortlessly. This beast, which Jiang Han struggled to scratch with his full strength, was as fragile as tofu before Yang Huan. The massive tiger body, now headless, crashed to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the once mighty wings capable of stirring up fierce winds now hung limp. The dominant beast, the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger, fell under the strike of Yang Huan. Jiang Han witnessed the scene, his heart trembling with disbelief. The Yang Huan before him was a stark contrast to the man he first encountered, who seemed like an ordinary person. Back then, if not for his ability to walk on air, Jiang Han might not have even noticed him. But now, Yang Huan's power far surpassed the martial marquee level. In an instant, Yang Huan vanished and then reappeared atop the head of a green Jiao. His spear pierced like lightning, stirring violently. The green Jiao, though more resilient than the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger, couldn't escape death. Yang Huan withdrew his spear, thrust his fingers into the wound, and fiercely pulled out a pale blue Tindona dragon tendon. The massive green Jiao writhed its 80-meter body like a giant maggot, yet it couldn't shake off Yang Huan. As the dragon tendon was continuously extracted, its struggles weakened until it crashed to the ground, shattering countless stones. Within mere seconds, two dominant beasts were slaughtered as easily as livestock. Jiang Han was left speechless with shock. Yang Huan's strength, revered by 4 martial marquises as their leader, indeed surpassed his understanding. With him here, this beast tide was sure to be swiftly quelled. Jiang Han could no longer hold on. The power of the cloud-winged golden-striped tiger's earlier swipe had caused his blood and energy to surge uncontrollably, shattering his ribs. Worse, the beast's invasive energy was wreaking havoc within his body. If not for his sheer willpower, he would have lost consciousness upon impact with the beast. Seeing Yang Huan effortlessly slay 2 dominant beasts, Jiang Han finally relaxed. A wave of dizziness hit him, and he quickly retrieved 2 healing potions from his system space, gulped them down, and bit into several black-striped bamboos. The elixirs began to repair his chaotic body, clashing fiercely with the residual beast energy inside him. With a loud crash, darkness enveloped Jiang Han as he fell into unconsciousness. In the sky, Yang Huan was pursuing the remaining 4 dominant beasts. Li Chongyang and others descended to join the ground battle. With Yang Huan taking on the dominant beasts, the tide of battle turned instantly. The martial marquis's advantage over the lords became evident, and the once struggling generals launched a counterattack. Crush them, everyone. Clear this area. Not a single lord-level beast should escape. Yang Huan landed from above, accompanied by 6 mountain-like beast corpses. His voice was chilling. To incite a beast tide during the exams, endangering millions of students, none of these lord-level beasts are innocent. They all must die. Detecting the intent in their leader's words, Li Chongyang and the others quickened their pace. Yang Huan did not participate in the hunt for the lord-level beasts, as the task was adequately handled by Li Chongyang and his team. In a flash, she appeared beside the unconscious Jiang Han. Through her mask, she knitted her brows, placing her slender fingers on Jiang Han's wrist. A thread of energy seeped into his body, meticulously assessing his injuries. As the energy delved deeper, Yang Huan's heart sank. Jiang Han's internal organs were nearly ruptured, with extensive internal bleeding. Worse still, an unfamiliar force was wreaking havoc within him, exacerbating his already critical condition. With a cold snort, Yang Huan shook her wrist, dispersing the rampaging energy instantly. She quickly retrieved a delicate bottle from her interspatial ring, poured out a pill glowing with a faint golden light, and carefully placed it into Jiang Han's mouth. After confirming that Jiang Han's condition had temporarily stabilized, Yang Huan gently lifted him and took to the skies once more. At that moment, Li Chongyang flew to her side, and Yang Huan briefly instructed, "Clear this area and eliminate all lord-level beasts. The assessment ends here. Prioritize the student's safety. We'll discuss other matters when I return. I need to take Jiang Han for treatment." Li Chongyang glanced at the unconscious Jiang Han and nodded silently. The dominant beast had been slain by Yang Huan, and the remaining beasts were not a concern. The beast tide would recede in time. The current wasteland was no longer suitable for the combat assessment, so it would be better to end it early and consider adjusting the admission scores for the martial schools later. These details could be discussed in due course. Carrying Jiang Han, Yang Huan flew directly toward the steel defense line. Jiang Han's shattered internal organs required surgical stitching, and the accumulated blood needed timely removal. Without addressing these fundamental issues, even the best healing medicine would be ineffective. The pill she had given Jiang Han could slow his blood flow and stabilize his condition, but it was far from sufficient. Returning from 400 kilometers deep in the wasteland, even at Yang Huan's speed, would take half an hour. Fortunately, Jiang Han's extraordinary physique should allow him to endure this period. Half an hour later, a shadow streaked across the sky above the steel defense line supply point. The students who had already returned were drawn by the sonic boom, looking up to see a figure diving straight toward the medical building. The waiting doctors immediately took Jiang Han from Yang Huan's hands and wheeled him into the operating room, where the lights promptly illuminated. Yang Huan gazed at the lit-up surgery light, sighed softly, and activated her wristband to dial a number. Seconds later, the call connected, projecting the image of a woman in a cheongsam with exquisite makeup. "Aren't you conducting a combat assessment? How do you have time to call me?" the woman on the virtual screen inquired. "Xiaoyan and I." Yang Huan looked at the woman on the light screen, her tone tinged with hesitation. Yang Huan stood outside the hospital's operating room, feeling a twinge of unease as he faced the woman with slightly raised eyebrows on the screen. The woman carefully observed the scene, and quickly realized it was a hospital. What are you doing in a hospital? What happened? Her voice rose sharply, clearly sensing something was wrong. Please, don't worry. Let me explain, Yang Han said, trying to calm her down. An hour and a half ago, a level 2 beast tide occurred in the wilderness, affecting an area of 600 miles. We were right at the center of it. 6 dominant beasts appeared on the battlefield, and there were over 100 Lord-level beasts. I don't want to hear about that, she interrupted. Just tell me, is Jiang Han hurt? Yang Han took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Yang Han, she warned through gritted teeth. If anything happens to my nephew, you'll pay for it. I'm coming over right now. With that, the communication was abruptly cut off. Staring at the now blank screen, Yang Han could only sigh helplessly. The wilderness battles were always fraught with danger, and yet Jiang Han had insisted on joining such a high-level fight. That kid, what was he thinking, running around without enough strength? For 4 hours, Yang Han remained outside the operating room. During that time, Li Chongyang reported that 90% of the Lord-level beasts had been eliminated. The beast tide had dispersed, but scattered beasts in the wilderness would be difficult to clear quickly. Yang Han acknowledged this briefly and instructed him to continue rescuing students still in the field. Finally, the surgery light dimmed, and Jiang Han was wheeled out. Yang Han immediately stepped forward to inquire about his condition. The lead surgeon removed his mask and explained, "Rest assured, General Yang, the surgery was successful. The patient's internal organs have been stitched up, and the bruising cleared. It's fortunate that he has such a strong vitality. Otherwise, this operation would have been much more difficult. His broken ribs have been set, but he's still unconscious due to significant blood loss. Once he wakes up, with some recovery time, he should heal completely." Yang Huan's tense posture relaxed a bit, his usual stoic expression returning. "Thank you for your hard work. It's our honor to treat warriors injured in battles against the beasts," the doctor replied, pushing the hospital bed towards the ward, with Yang Huan following closely behind. Not long after settling in, the rapid clatter of high heels echoed down the hallway. Yang Huan tensed up, stood to greet the entrance, and saw a woman in a cheongsam burst through the door, her face a mix of anger and worry. "Yang Huan," she exclaimed, her anger intensifying upon seeing Yang Huan in his mask. But when she glanced at Jiang Han, unconscious on the bed, she swallowed her fury and grabbed Yang Huan's arm. "Come with me." Yang Huan dared not resist, quietly following her out and closing the door to the ward behind him. Outside the hospital room, Yang Huan carefully accompanied Tang Yun. Through the glass window, they could see Xiao Han's pale face, and the various instruments indicated that his vital signs had stabilized. "His condition has stabilized. He's out of danger," Yang Huan softly reassured her, but his words instantly ignited Tang Yun's anger. "Not to worry? How can I not worry?" Tang Yun suddenly turned, her eyes red as she glared at Yang Huan. "He's not just my nephew. He's your nephew too. Before coming to the wilderness, you personally promised to take good care of him. Is this how you do it? If anything happened to Xiao Han?" Yang Huan looked at the emotionally charged Tang Yun and sighed helplessly. "The wilderness is full of dangers. It's normal for warriors to get injured. Besides, this time it was an attack by a dominant-level beast. The beast that hurt Xiao Han has been dealt with." He softened his tone. "The doctor said that once he wakes up, he'll recover in a few days." Despite Yang Huan's typically indifferent nature, he patiently tried to console her, but Tang Yun wouldn't listen. "I don't have the heart to talk about this now. We'll settle this after Xiao Han wakes up." She shook off Yang Huan's hand and turned to enter the hospital room. "Xiao Yun, Tang Yun." Yang Huan grabbed her arm, his voice turning stern. "You're going to spoil Xiao Han like this. As a warrior, these are the trials he must face. Not just Xiao Han. All of us, including your sister, have gone through this." He continued. "If you wanted to shelter him in a greenhouse, he should have gone to the capital to learn business with you. Since Chenggu agreed to let him come to the wilderness, it means he supports Xiao Han's path as a warrior. You don't trust me, but do you not trust your brother-in-law either?" These words finally quieted Tang Yun. She silently walked to the hospital room door, gazing through the glass at Jiang Han lying on the bed, tears in her eyes. "Why did you all let Xiao Han come to the wilderness? He's only 18 and clearly has no talent for martial arts." Yang Huan looked at Tang Yun's back, hesitating to speak. By all accounts, Jiang Han, lacking martial arts talent, shouldn't have been able to enter the wilderness. Yet, the reality was that this young man not only got in but also displayed extraordinary talent. The mystery of it all puzzled even Yang Huan. "I want to stay here with Xiao Han." Tang Yun suddenly turned back, regaining her usual cool demeanor, though worry still lingered in her eyes. "If you have things to do, go ahead. I'm fine now." Yang Huan sighed, turning to leave. Although the beast tide was mostly under control, he still needed to account for the students and warriors who had sacrificed in the wilderness to their families. After Yang Huan left, Tang Yun gently pushed open the door to the hospital room. She sat down by the bed, her slender fingers softly caressing Jiang Han's pale face, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. After a brief silence, she raised her wrist with determination and activated the bracelet screen. Immediately, The image of a middle-aged man in a sharp suit appeared on the screen. Send me the top-tier protective gear from the Beijing stock, she said urgently, then added, no, send me every life-saving piece of equipment you have. Meanwhile, in the central plaza of the steel defense line, Chang Hao and his two companions finally ended their long escape. They had run nearly 300 kilometers in 6 hours, not daring to stop except for quick sips of water. The terrifying memory of being chased by the beast tide would likely be etched in their minds forever. Fortunately, Jiang Han seemed to have successfully held back the beast tide, as they hadn't encountered even a stray beast along the way thanks in part to the candidates' thorough clearing efforts over the past 5 days. Ugh! The three collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Lying there, Chang Hao muttered, I wonder how old Jiang is doing now, if he managed to break through the beast tide. Don't worry, Zhao Gang said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. With Jiang Han's strength, this kind of difficulty is nothing. At that moment, a sharp, mocking voice interrupted their rest. Oh, you didn't die out there? Looking up, they saw a group of people approaching with food. The speaker was the same person who had betrayed Chang Hao during the beast tide outbreak to save himself. I thought you were all done for, but I guess you're tougher than you look, the man continued to taunt. It's you. Chang Hao's eyes were bloodshot. Why the hell did you try to harm me? The pent-up anger gave him the strength to spring up and lunge at the man. Zhao Gang followed closely behind. However, the gap in their abilities was insurmountable. With a casual punch and kick, the man sent both of them flying to the ground. The sudden conflict drew the attention of everyone in the plaza, but the man remained unfazed, even more smug. He leisurely walked over to Chang Hao and placed his foot on Chang Hao's face. Kid, do you know the penalty for fighting within the steel defense line? He taunted from above. You think you can take me on? Where's that kid who was with you? Is he dead already? Despite having his cheek pressed underfoot, Chang Hao's voice remained firm. Fighting inside the line is better than you getting people killed out in the wilderness. If you've got guts, don't leave. When Jiang Han returns, he'll settle the score with you. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Huan, who was on her way to handle some follow-up matters, happened to pass by and witnessed the entire scene. Jiang Han. Yang Huan immediately turned her head upon hearing the name, and was met with the sight of Chang Hao being pinned down under someone's foot. She frowned slightly and walked decisively towards the scene. No fighting is allowed here, she declared coolly. Before her words had even fully settled, an invisible force swept the person off Chang Hao. The sudden turn of events drew all eyes to Yang Huan as she approached. When the onlookers recognized the mask on her face, the once arrogant aggressor quickly changed his demeanor, hurrying forward to bow deeply. General Yang, I didn't start this. It was these two who attacked first. My teammates can vouch for me. His teammates quickly chimed in, creating a tense atmosphere. Everyone present knew that if Yang Huan hadn't shown up, they could have easily continued to bully Chang Hao and his companion due to their superior strength. But now, even a martial marquis had to restrain themselves in front of Yang Huan, let alone these mere soldiers with 3,000 combat power. What is your name? Yang Huan ignored their explanations and asked directly. General Yang, my name is Qian Feng, from First High School. My father is Qian Anghua. Upon hearing Qian Anghua, Yang Huan gave Qian Feng a second glance, but said nothing more. Qian Feng felt a surge of hope. His father, a martial marquis whose strength rivaled that of Li Chongyang, was a formidable ally even if slightly inferior to Yang Huan. Turning her attention to Chang Hao and his companion, who had managed to get back on their feet, Yang Huan asked, Do you know Jiang Han? While dusting himself off, Chang Hao kept his gaze locked on Qian Feng until he heard the question. You've seen old Jiang? Where is he now? Yang Huan was slightly surprised by the familiar way Chang Hao referred to Jiang Han, but she confirmed, Jiang Han from 7th High School, the one with only a father at home? Seeing Chang Hao nod, she gestured to the patrol officers in the distance. Take both groups back and don't let them leave for a few days. Yes, ma'am. The patrol officers quickly followed her orders, well aware that Yang Huan's word was law right now. Watching the group walk away, Yang Huan shook her head with a sigh and turned towards the office building. Since Jiang Han was involved, it was best to detain them until he woke up. Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of the office building, a heavy atmosphere pervaded. Li Chongyang and others were seriously examining statistical data. Yang Huan entered, and Li Chongyang and the others stood up to greet her, documents in hand. Captain, the data has been compiled. Yang Huan motioned for them to keep the documents. Just tell me, what's the casualty situation? Li Chongyang took a deep breath, as if gathering strength to deliver some grave news. In Lan City, a total of 25,318 individuals participated in the assessment. At this moment, Li Chongyang stood in the conference room, his voice heavy as he reported, currently, 20,743 have returned. Although students were still being brought back, the estimated death toll had already reached 3,000. The conference room fell silent. For warriors, life and death in the wilderness was a common occurrence. Yet this number made everyone present hold their breath. Yang Huan stood by the window, his fists clenched, eyes filled with anger. After a long pause, he slowly exhaled. For everyone who perished in this beast tide, Yang Han turned to face the others. In addition to government compensation, I will personally contribute 1 billion to be divided among the families of the victims. This meant each bereaved family could receive an additional 330,000 in compensation. It's worth noting that even if an average student obtained a warrior certificate, the government compensation would only cap at 30,000 to 40,000. I can contribute 100 million. I'll also contribute 100 million. Li Chongyang and others spoke up. For individuals at their level, 100 million was no small sum, but at this moment, they were filled with guilt. They had failed to detect and prevent the beast tide in time, leading to such tragic casualties. They could not shirk responsibility. Thus, with the addition of government compensation, each grieving family could receive around 500,000. This was the only form of reparation they could offer. Regarding the assessment, Yang Huan continued, all marked beast corpses will be calculated as usual. Considering the beast tide caused the assessment to end 2 days early, the point standard will be reduced by 2/5. He paused briefly. I will communicate with the major universities, and they will agree to this plan. Li Chongyang and others nodded in agreement, but his expression suddenly turned conflicted. Captain, there's one more thing, about Jiang Han. Yang Huan turned to look at him. Here's the situation, Li Chongyang explained. Jiang Han's team overall didn't score exceptionally high, mostly hunting ordinary beasts. According to the new standard, they can barely make it into a decent martial arts school. However, he paused. Jiang Han's personal achievements are extraordinary. 5 low-level lords, 1 mid-level lord, and 1 high-level lord. How should we calculate these points? The crux of the issue was that while other above-average students were struggling against low-level beast soldiers, Jiang Han was already challenging lord-level beasts. When they devised the point system, they never anticipated any student reaching such a level. Lord-level beasts weren't even considered. If they included these high-level hunting points, it would starkly contrast with Jiang Han's teammates' mere 1,000 points. Yang Huan stood at the entrance of the hospital room, images of Chong Hao and the others flashing through his mind. He murmured softly, we should calculate everything as it is. Since Xiao Han teamed up with them, the points he earned should naturally count for the team. He then turned to Li Chongyang, his expression slightly grave. Before I came, I encountered Xiao Han's teammates. They seem to have had a conflict with someone. I've already asked the patrol to bring them back. Please check it out later and find out what happened. All right, Li Chongyang responded straightforwardly. In the following hours, Yang Huan had to deal with a series of trivial matters, choosing sales channels for exotic beast materials, recent statistics on material consumption, and so on. By the time he finally finished and returned to Jiang Han's hospital room, it was late at night. Inside the room, Tang Yun sat motionless by Jiang Han's bedside, tightly holding his pale hand, her gaze vacant, as if lost in thought. How is Xiao Han? Yang Huan asked softly, walking quietly to the bedside. Tang Yun didn't respond, as if she hadn't heard him. Tang Yun. Yang Huan called again, finally rousing her. She glanced up at him, then turned back to Jiang Han, tears welling up in her eyes. He called for his mother in his dreams, Tang Yun said, her voice choked with emotion. This child, he misses his mom. At this, she could no longer hold back her emotions. Yang Huan watched the scene with a complex expression. Having grown up in an orphanage, he deeply understood the value of family. Even after awakening his talents and embarking on the path of hunting exotic beasts, the softest part of his heart was always Tang Yun. He silently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering unspoken comfort. After a long while, Tang Yun's emotions settled somewhat, when her wristband suddenly vibrated. A middle-aged man's face appeared on the holographic screen. Miss Tang, everything you requested has arrived. I'll be right out, Tang Yun replied succinctly, cutting off the communication before getting up to leave. Yang Huan grabbed her wrist, shaking his head. He knew Tang Yun too well, and also recognized the identity of the middle-aged man her affairs manager from the capital, arranged after she came to Lan City. It wasn't hard to guess what he had brought to the steel front. This won't be good for Xiao Han, Yang Huan advised. If his life is always smooth sailing, no matter how strong he becomes, he won't withstand any setbacks. Excessive pampering will ruin him. Tang Yun shot Yang Huan a cold glance, shook off his hand, and walked out of the room, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Yang Huan sighed and followed her. At the top level of the exotic materials market division at the steel front, the middle-aged man hurriedly approached Tang Yun upon seeing her, bowing slightly when he noticed Yang Huan beside her. General Yang, Miss Tang. Did you bring the items? Tang Yun got straight to the point. Yes, as per your instructions, I prepared a set of armor and several potions. With a wave of his right hand, the middle-aged man's spatial ring flashed, and a set of armor supported by an alloy frame appeared on the floor, along with a pile of bottles and jars. Shadow Dragon Scale Armor. Yang Huan gasped upon recognizing the armor. Tang Yun, are you out of your mind? You're willing to bring out armor of this caliber? Tang Yun ignored Yang Huan, her gaze fixed on the items laid out on the ground, her brow furrowed. Is that all? Didn't I ask you to bring everything? Her voice carried a clear note of skepticism. The middle-aged man began to sweat slightly, looking troubled. Miss Tang, items of this caliber are scarce even in the capital. High-level warriors have their own procurement channels, and time is tight. This is already the best stock from the capital's warehouse. I don't need explanations, Tang Yin interrupted with a wave of her hand. Go back and gather more, then send another batch. You may leave now. The middle-aged man sighed and turned to leave. Once he was gone, Yang Huan couldn't hold back any longer. Tang Yin, your actions are irrational. It's understandable to care about Xiao Han, but this will only harm him. Just the value of this Shadow Dragon scale armor exceeds 100 billion. Have you considered how much attention Xiao Han will attract wearing something like that? Not to mention these potions. Don't you understand that overdosing him is harmful? This is only going to hurt him. He took a deep breath and continued. That Shadow Dragon scale armor was crafted 18 years ago from the scales of a fallen beast emperor level 3-headed dragon, weighing 700 kilograms. It's theoretically capable of withstanding a beast emperor level attack. For 18 years, it has been locked in the vault of the exotic materials market headquarters and never lent out. And now you want to give it to Jiang Han. You can't be so reckless in nurturing Xiao Han. As the largest shareholder of the exotic materials market, I won't allow it. Tang Yun silently watched Yang Huan with an intense gaze. After several seconds, Yang Huan softened his stance first. What I mean is, it's fine to give Xiao Han things for his safety, but not equipment beyond his capability. This dragon scale armor is a burden for him. His current armor is sufficient. As for these potions, his body can't absorb them yet, and they'll just turn into poison. Trust me this once. Yang Huan's tone became gentler. When Xiao Han is discharged, I'll bring him into my team. I promise to protect him closely and ensure he doesn't get hurt again. Tang Yin continued to stare at him. After a long pause, she turned her face away, covering it with her hand, and said nothing more. Seeing her relent, Yang Huan let out a silent sigh of relief and gently embraced her. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was completely unaware of everything happening outside. He was immersed in an indescribable, strange sensation, with his consciousness hazy, vaguely seeing a blurred figure moving in front of him. Although he couldn't see the person's face clearly, Jiang Han could sense the smile on the person's lips. Under this strange sensation, Jiang Han's weakened mental energy was recovering at an astonishing speed. The scene before him gradually became clearer, revealing a long-haired woman in a white dress standing in front of him. She wore a gentle smile and gazed at Jiang Han with a loving expression, yet remained silent. Her face stirred something deep inside him, a sense of indescribable familiarity, a unique warmth that only a mother could provide. Are you my mother? Jiang Han asked, his voice trembling with urgency for confirmation. The woman continued to smile at him silently, which only strengthened Jiang Han's suspicion. Although he had never seen his mother's face or even had a photograph of her, everything he knew came from his father's few words. Your mother was a very gentle person. She loved you and everyone on this land. Her name was Tang Xin. This name exploded in his mind like a thunderclap, jolting Jiang Han awake from his dream. In the hospital room, sunlight filtered through sheer curtains, spreading softly across the white walls. A potted plant by the bedside added a touch of life to the space. Is this the steel frontier? Jiang Han wondered as he surveyed the room, feeling somewhat reassured, though the dream left him with a heavy heart. Just then, the door to the room opened, and Yang Huan entered, wearing a mask. She paused briefly upon seeing Jiang Han awake, then resumed her usual cool demeanor. You're awake? How do you feel? She asked calmly, holding a basket of fruit. Jiang Han attempted to sit up, but was halted by the pain throughout his body. Yang Huan immediately stopped him. No need to get up, just lie down. How long was I unconscious? Jiang Han asked hesitantly, realizing his injuries were severe. 3 days, Yang Huan replied, peeling a banana and handing it to him. The doctor said once you're awake, you'll be fine. With your constitution, you'll recover with some rest. Despite feeling awkward about Yang Huan's attention, Jiang Han accepted the banana at her insistence, though the pain in his chest and abdomen left him with no appetite. The beast tide is over, Yang Huan continued. The casualty report is out. A total of 2,732 students perished. The number plunged Jiang Han into silence. The loss was a heavy burden to bear. You saved many during the beast tide, Yang Huan said in a steady tone. I've applied for a reward for you 1 million in cash, plus a 4-star membership to the exotic materials market, which gives you a 30% discount on purchases. It's not much, but it's something. The funds from the Lord-level exotic beasts you hunted have been transferred to your account, and your points have been credited. You and your teammates have all qualified to enter Shuemu. Entering the Waterwood wasn't much of a challenge for Jiang Han. His eyes were resolute, and he calculated his assets in his mind. The powerful mid-level lord, the mountain-moving bear king, was proof enough of his strength. Not to mention the other low-level lords he had slain, witnessed by Li Chongyang and others. Although he hadn't marked these beasts, the evidence was undeniable. There's one more thing you need to consider carefully, Yang Huan said, sitting upright and gazing intently at Jiang Han. Jiang Han nodded slightly. Please, go ahead. In your previous battles, you've not only shown astonishing potential but also remarkable composure, Yang Huan said, meeting Jiang Han's eyes. I'd like to invite you to join my Phantom Squad. What do you think? This invitation shocked Jiang Han. The Phantom Squad? It was an opportunity he had never dared to imagine. The weakest member of this squad had already reached the level of a martial marquis. Given Jiang Han's current strength, it was inconceivable that he would attract Yang Huan's attention, let alone be personally recruited. Moreover, the five-member squad had long been complete, with no need for expansion. Yet, this seemingly impossible opportunity was now unfolding before him. Yang Huan not only came in person, but also showed him such high regard. I'm willing, Jiang Han replied without hesitation. Since parting ways with Uncle Long and others, Jiang Han had been a lone wolf, never joining or forming another squad. There were two reasons. First, his strength improved too rapidly for ordinary warriors to keep up. Second, ordinary squads offered him little benefit, as he was already versatile and didn't need assistance. But the Phantom Squad was entirely different. With a lineup of all martial marquises, it meant that with Jiang Han's current strength and progression speed, it would take at least a year to match his teammates' levels. During this time, he would undoubtedly be the weakest link. More importantly, Li Chongyang and others were seasoned martial marquises, far stronger than those just entering the rank. Being around such formidable warriors would significantly benefit Jiang Han's growth. Seeing Jiang Han accept, Yang Huan smiled with satisfaction. You've made a wise decision. However, there's one last thing I need to tell you. His expression turned serious. Your former teammates have returned. Someone named Chang Hao had a conflict with a person named Qian Feng. Chang Hao was overpowered and humiliated. I happened to pass by and temporarily detained both groups. It turns out that Qian Feng had attacked Chang Hao at the onset of the Beast Tide, which you might remember. Now, Qian Feng's father has come demanding his son's release. Noting Jiang Han's face darken, Yang Huan calmly added, by the way, a reminder Qian Feng's father is a martial marquis. A martial marquis? Those words instantly made Jiang Han understand the deeper meaning of Yang Huan's earlier comment about a wise decision. Knowing that Chang Hao had been humiliated, Jiang Han would never let it go. But even though his strength surpassed many seasoned warriors in the wilderness, he was still insignificant against a martial marquis. Only a martial marquis, or someone stronger, could contend with a martial marquis. And Yang Huan was precisely the strong ally who could stand against a martial marquis. I want a life-and-death duel with Qian Feng, Jiang Han said firmly, looking at Yang Huan. Even if it means offending a martial marquis, you still want to go through with the duel? Yang Huan didn't discourage him, merely asked. So I'll need the captain to help shield me from the pressure temporarily, Jiang Han said resolutely. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.